seriously though, that's the vocal tick, the uptone, and it's
And
subconscious.
stars?
The uptone is a really fascinating tell
Yeah.
of insecurity and at the very least insecurity,
Right.
if not outright lie.
Yeah, I saw a video about these lie detecting people, whatever, human behavior experts in deception
Facial
and
action
stuff.
coding system.
They were breaking down this Neil Armstrong, was given an interview, and they were saying, look, when you look down left or whatever, that indicates you're making up a lie. All these body, what do you call it?
Body language.
Body language. And anyway, it's obvious the guy's lying, and all the body language says he's lying from the experts.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Oh, this coffee smells like shit. It is shit.
It is shit.
It's a bit nutty.
A bit nutty. Kind of tastes like bollocks.
Oh man!
Bloody hell!
This whole
that
cosmology has to be destroyed if we're going to get anywhere. Just has to be annihilated for the garbage that it is.
I mean, they've given us so much content, though.
Welcome to the Globe Annihilation Center.
I know.
It just doesn't. It doesn't
check out. It will not hold up to scrutiny.
I told you guys the other day, I think during lunch, what happened is I was approached by a Glober who was a Christian, and he started to hand me a pamphlet in the parking lot as I was leaving. And I said, okay. I said, I'll take this and read it if you look into flat Earth. And he's like, okay. I was like, well, first of all, before you look into it, just know it's not a disk in space. Typical talking points we always talk about. And I was like, water always finds its level. Just giving him the basic, breakdowns in it. And then he's like, he looks over at me and he says, well, I don't think I can look into that. It sounds too complicated.
Actually, it's a much simpler understanding.
Give him grace. He sounds like a boomer.
Oh my God! He's probably in his 50s or 60s.
Yeah, boomer. You just got to give the boomers a little bit of grace.
Well, plus, since he's a Christian, you could have told him that the Bible's kind of a flat Earth.
I did.
Model.
I told him you need to go reread Genesis again. Obviously.
Yeah, you have to really understand just how much abuse, mental and psychological abuse, the boomers have gone through. It's tragic, really.
Right, talking about living in the alleged Cold War era and 60s and shit.
Yeah, I mean, most of the released documents regarding the different projects and operations of the government that we're just now figuring out about, were during the 40s, 50s, and 60s and stuff, and that's what we know of. But it's a disturbing list.
Most definitely.
Hey, there's a new guy in here called Wow.
Oh yeah, I'd like to talk to. Speaking of government stuff, I'll talk to Wow.
Yeah, Jock, you have a lot of noise. Sounds like rubbing on your mic or wind.
Okay,
maybe.
I'm on the porch. I'll turn my mic.
Oh, it could be some wind. Yeah, no problem.
Wow, you can unmute yourself.
Wow.
Hello?
Hi,
Hello.
Wow.
Welcome to the server. How are you today?
Oh, thanks. You guys are all regulars here? I'm the only non-regular?
Don't feel overwhelmed. It's not a big deal.
Oh, no, that's all good, man.
Yeah, we were all beginners here in the beginning.
Nice. You guys all believe in the flat Earth?
Well, the question that would be on anybody's mind, right, would be, well, what made you change your mind? Because obviously you grew up learning about the ball, so what made you change your mind to think or know that it's flat? Wouldn't that be the question that you would have?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Your
I would.
testimony.
Yeah.
How did you come to the light?
Yeah, so it's really not a belief, but that's okay that you use that term. What I
Yeah,
did,
yeah.
yeah, what I did personally is when I found out about this, I just got the numbers that they say the globe was a certain size, and I went out to check the surface of water right around me, and I did that, and I went out and looked. The 16 feet of drop that is predicted in the globe in 5 miles distance was not there, ever.
Just non-existent.
So if you
Wow.
can see further than 5 miles, which I can, and I can still see waves breaking on the shore, let's say 5, 6, 7 miles away, totally debunks the radius. It's flat as can be. Everything extends out in front of us. It all works with the nature of perspective and our eyesight. Everything ramps up from the bottom, down from the top, and in from the sides. This ramping up from the bottom section could never occur on a globe.
Wow, that's nuts.
Yeah, there's just no curvature exists, so no test will show any curvature. That's why no curvature can be detected.
Yeah, I don't believe all the NASA stuff, that's probably, dubious at best. But what do you guys say to the Eratosthenes thing? You guys know Eratosthenes?
I'm unfamiliar with
He, the guy in Egypt, he measured the shadows in Alexandria and in Memphis.
It's actually Cyrene. Cyrene and Alexandria, they're about 500 miles apart from each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
can we verify any of that information?
I don't know.
Just standard history, I guess. Google it.
well, I'll answer it since I'm familiar with it. So Aristophanes, he got this brilliant idea, just quick, reminisce of the story, what we've been told to that he was looking at his well one day, and at high noon, he noticed that there was like that the light went directly into the well, lit up the well perfectly. So he devised that with sticks later to measure the circumference of the earth, right? So in Alexandria and I think Cyrene, they're about 500 miles apart. He put a stick in one location, and I guess he had another person to have a different stick in a different location, and he measured, I think, he measured about a 7.2 degree of a shadow on one location, and on the other one, obviously, there's no shadow. And from those numbers, he derived very close to the circumference. So what most flat earthers will tell you is that the only assumption in the observation breaks the whole observation apart, which is he assumes that the light rays were parallel, right? He assumed that the sun was at such a far distance that the light was reaching to the earth parallel. Therefore, if that calculation, that's what he got, right, for assuming that the sun was with parallel rays. But if you change that assumption, you get a completely different, you can make a completely different observation, right? Like if you assume that the earth is flat and that the sun is a lot closer and local and they have divergent rays, the math works out the same. So in my opinion, the Aristophanes isn't like a good measurement because it come out with two different outcomes. And what will really prove it is if we know which direction the light is traveling. Is it in straight lines, or is it parallel, or is it divergent?
Yeah, that's a pretty good answer. I never heard that before. Sense.
So he's also begging the question as well off the get-go, because how do you know those different distances without knowing parallax? They can't verify any of the parallax whatsoever.
Wow, if you take a look at the Livestream voice text, it's in the voice channel, there's a channel called Livestream. If you go right above it, there's one that says Livestream voice text. If you click on that, I posted an image to kind of give you the idea of the math and how it works. If you just make different assumption of the position of the sun, It's under flat Earth Buddha. It's named Styx, and one will show you with the globe and the angles. Another one with like obviously a local sun with divergent rays, and it's the same angles.
Jose, what up, homie?
Yo, it was good, bro. How you been? Long time no see.
Yeah, one of the OG.
I know, bro. How you been, man? It's good to hear you.
Likewise, man. Got all moved in, right at home. So I'm trying to make a comeback here, you know.
Where you at now? If you don't mind.
I'm still in California, but now I'm in Fresno instead of
Oh, shit, coming for you. I feel you, brother. That's what's up. It's good stuff, man.
So wow, did that kind of give you an idea of like what we like how the sun could change the whole outcome of that observation? So there's actually another observation that Globers use that's not just that one. It's Chocolate saying, what's that guy's name? Is it Al-Biruni?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, Al-Biruni, where he measured, I think he went on top of a mountain and measured the horizon from a certain height. So there's that one, but then that one, the question is, what is the horizon? You know, because there's like Globers seem to think that the horizon is like the leading edge of a sphere, right? But there's so much evidence to show that the horizon is actually an apparent position. Like it's apparent. It's not like a physical location that you could go stand on. So like when you look at all these old measurements and ideas that people had that we like tout today, like this is why we know it's a globe, they're actually very fragile when you look at them with with a good mind.
Interesting stuff, man. Interesting stuff.
Oh, and for the record, for anybody that's like, oh yeah, Kabbalah is everywhere. Al-Biruni. See his sigil mathematics and all that little. Anyway, just like kind of an interesting character when you look into his work.
What's his name? Bruni?
Biruni, Biruni.
Uh-huh. What year was he? Is he a Muslim scientist or something?
600 years before Galileo.
Yeah, there you go.
973 to 1050, apparently.
Okay.
Or somewhere around there.
Guy didn't even have a telescope.
Well, according to this, Al-Biruni was an astronomer, a historian, a botanist, a pharmacologist, a geologist, a poet, a philosopher, a mathematician, a geographer, and a humanist.
Yeah.
What the entire hell? Gee whiz.
My favorite phrase is "What from hell?" But but I get you. I say "from" instead of "the." I think it's the appropriate preposition.
Well, actually, if you think about that, at first glance, those words together, you think no one could possibly know or do all those things. But really, honestly, if we each look at ourselves, each one of you have that many things going on. We're actually all of those things anyway. If you want to think of it as a more natural science kind of, like the way we observe, the way we.
I don't do too much pharmacology personally, but
Hey, guess what? You probably do. Guess what? You know what I do? I go out and find a willow tree, chew on that, which I'm going to go do here. It's got natural salicylic acid.
Salicylic.
They used for aspirin, acetylsalicylic acid. There's plants almost everywhere. They have all the medicines.
Yeah.
Just a matter of identifying and finding them. So
that was one of the.
Would you call that a botanist?
No, I wouldn't.
No.
Then what would you call that? What I do?
I mean, a naturalist.
Herbalist.
Naturopathy.
Yeah.
I see someone named Dumbass has joined the panel here with a half of a red pill. How's it taste to have half a red pill?
Maybe it's only halfway down. Let's see.
They're VC verified.
Good.
Tastes good. Oh.
God, I hate to even call you that name. Is there a nickname we can use?
It's Dumas.
Dumas.
It's Dumas.
Dumas.
Here, I'll help everybody out. Dumas. There we go.
Dumb base.
The blue pills are sugar coated. That's why they taste so good.
It could be Doom base. Doom base.
Yeah, it's a commercial though. I'm referring to the commercial where the guy goes in for his job interview and he's like, Mr. Dummy, Mr. Dummy, Mr. Dummy, Mr. And he's like, at the end of the interview, he's like, it's Dumas. And I forget what the commercial was even for. It was a clever commercial, but not clever enough to help me remember what it was for. So Adderall, Darvon, Demerol, Dilaudid, Lamitil, Nembutal, Oxycontin, Ritalin, Valium, Vicodin, and Xanax apparently all have, depending on the brand, a red and white coloring. So it could be any of those, which is not a happy list necessarily.
Interesting. Actually, a replacement for Xanax or any of those drugs, valerian root.
Valerian, yeah. Or Catuaba would be another one that is obscure and most people aren't aware of.
So you want to talk about the other day is just go out.
Hijack, man. If you think about it, that was like the biggest hijack in our current time, like from the 1800s till now. Yeah. Like we all knew how to survive with certain roots, plants, and like the medicine was all natural, and that's like non-existent. I'm sure there's books out there that you can find, but it's like nobody even like cares about it. And then the other thing is food. Like if you look at people that came over here to America, like they survived by like they had a way of like making food so it would like have a shelf life longer. They can take it on the road. Like we lost all those trades, man, and now it's like we can't survive without fucking fridges and stores.
Yeah, so it's about rediscovering all of those things, and I think I've started that process for myself. At least I can go out into the woods and eat as much greens as I want. I do not need a grocery store to have greens. I have mustard greens, tastes better than spinach from the store, and I have pounds of it growing out there right now. I can stop by every single day.
Mustard greens are good.
So great.
Well, something else I was talking about the other day, I said I don't think it's a coincidence, the bottom of your foot is called the sole of your foot. Even your shoe, the bottom is called the sole, and you're constantly in this disconnect from the physical earth itself. So I suggest everyone go outside at least once a day and try to make a physical connection with the earth with your feet. You just stand around. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. Just go out in your backyard or whatever and get that reconnection
on that, bro. I saw a good study on that. It's called grounding, right? Like where pretty much this guy, he takes it a step further, bro. He grounds his bed. Like he literally runs a wire and grounds it to the earth, and he says that like he's done like all these tests on people, and like a lot of the illnesses has cleaned up illnesses. I don't know how true it is, but I mean, to me it sounds very believable because we're electrical beings, and like the earth is like, it's just like, I don't know too much about electromagnetism and all this stuff or statics, but I know there's some play when we're grounded to the earth. That's something good for us.
Yeah, so better yet than just going outside, actually go outside wherever you're at. If it's cold, take a sleeping bag, go lay down on the ground and take a nap for a while. Like, make sure you're in a safe place. Exactly. But you should go lay down and just breathe and just rest on earth. It's so rejuvenating. I do it every single day.
And that little
soul talking about grounding, and I'm sitting here making it up a junction box as we speak.
So the soul thing sounds nice, but it has no etymological foundation.
I mean, I don't know if it actually does, but I did think it was a little bit strange that you literally the sole of your foot, and then you also to add to it, think about the word heart is just the word earth rearranged. So if you're not getting a connection with the earth, I mean, even if there isn't anything to the actual etymology of it, it still is factual. I mean, if you're not getting a connection with the earth, then yeah, you're not getting good. You're not down to earth, quite literally.
Yeah,
I mean, it's the same thing being done
so
with plants.
what you're talking about makes for good poetry, just not actually good philology or etymology.
Back to the grounding thing, there's actually an invention. I never used it myself, but I think I saw it for sale somewhere in a store where it was, wires to connect your potted plants to the ground, to ground them.
Right, because you're trying to get that root system to have its solid connection, its natural connection.
I wonder if I should do that with mine.
Have you seen the documentary
From the
Earthing?
soil? From the soil to the, what if I do the soil to a grounded surface like my concrete floor? Or a pipe? Might work.
Yeah, you're talking about like kind of bonding it to it?
Just take a thick copper wire, go in deep, all the way down into the soil where like the moisture is still down there, and then go up, out, and to a pipe, scrape it off so it's a good thing, and just connect it right there. Because all those pipes have to be grounded in buildings.
Have you all seen the documentary Earthing?
I haven't heard of that one.
Elaborate a little bit, man.
I'll see if I can drop it in, but they're talking about the health benefits of being grounded and using a blanket in your bed that is connected to the ground, and then like actually going out and laying on the grass.
Right.
It's and they interview some doctors and others in it. It's a really good documentary. I'll see if I can drop it into the voice text here in just a moment.
Now, if you want to make connections with the heart to grounding, you're going to have, just to help you out, it doesn't have a good homonym, but it's the word hurts. So if you're going to talk about etymology and to be purely sticking to the root words, the word hurts is coming from the same root as the word heart, which actually makes literal sense in regards to what the heart is doing, beats per minute and the hertz. So anyway, when we're talking about making connections and sticking to pure etymology, hertz and heart have a closer connection than earth and heart, which have no etymological connection whatsoever. I posted in the chat.
So there.
I know. Again, it makes for good poetry.
Absolutely. Yes.
So if we're electrical beings, then wouldn't we be connected to everything else that has electricity or any kind of electrical flow through it, even plants?
No, what there's a point of diminishing returns, right? There's a point at which things are not connected.
I get that.
But at the same time, there is a connection because
it depends on if you're talking about the intrinsic or the extrinsic.
Yeah, I don't know. It all sounds like oneness, one with the universe talk to me.
No. It would. Okay. You know how they talk about. You know how they talk about atoms and stuff, right?
No.
The atomic theory.
No.
So yeah. So from what I've looked into, and especially just understanding objective reality, I would say it's reality's, like they say everything's relative and atomical and all this other stuff. I'd say it's probably closer to fractal.
Well, if a creator made every single thing that's here all together in this relationship with itself, then there must be traces of that. Well, we know there must be traces of that mark, or I don't know what you would call it, traces of that creator's handiwork.
And metaphorically, it gets referred to as a fingerprint, but yeah, I
Fingerprint,
understand.
yeah, it's been used before. That's why I didn't use it.
Right, like the Fibonacci circle.
The golden ratio. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right, those are probably things that we've discovered that seem to be sequential changes, or the way the design unfolds in all things, pretty much.
Well, it's all a result of the Big Bang, of course.
No, hell no. Get out of my face with that nonsense.
I think.
False, sir.
Yeah,
Science denier.
J.E. Barrington is clarifying something, actually correcting me on something I said. And then I take it all back. I was wrong. I misspelled Hertz. Hertz is related to a German physicist named Heinrich Hertz, with a T there, not a Z. So, Hart actually has nothing to do with Hertz either. So, never mind. I was wrong.
But that's okay.
You know, the thing is they've messed with history, and
Wow, this
I don't
guy
even like to use
lived.
the word history. I'd like to
This
say
guy died
past,
in
but
1894. Hertz is a pretty modern word, so yeah.
It's just when you start going back from like the 1920s back, everything kind of just goes up in the air.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, they've just lied about the ground under our feet, so you know.
Did you not have conversations with your grandparents or great grandparents before they passed away?
Most definitely. My wife's grandmother actually is a flat earther.
Yeah, so
she asked us at the last Thanksgiving, she said, "You don't actually believe that we went to the moon, do you?" I'm like, "We love you, Granny."
Right on.
Yeah, everybody else in the family's giving us the deer in the headlight look. I'm like, "Yeah, Grandma's based. Y'all suck."
Right on.
I know it'd be interesting to see when she figured that out, like back at the time it happened, or did she sit on the internet watching YouTube videos?
No, she that's back in the day, in the 60s. She said she didn't believe it from the start.
Yeah, anybody with a brain, would have been questioning it as you watch it.
Well, yeah,
you have to remember something, man. Even back in the days when there wasn't this technology, we still existed. Like people with our mindset, people that like question things, people that like to like kind of look at every angle stuff.
Yeah.
We've always existed. Whether it's been.
I was just gonna say that. Yeah, like people like we know how things are bullshit right now, currently with all the everything. There were people back then who knew it was currently nonsense. Yeah.
Exactly. Totally agree.
It's kind of like when the Twin Towers went down in about 45 minutes. Any with a brain would just go, "Oh my God, the thing was just blown up." I mean,
exactly.
I
wouldn't say blown up. I'd say dustified.
It was, yeah. It was. There was some explosions
Cremated.
first, but then it just turned to dust.
All I remember at the age of 17, I think I was 17. I was either 16 or 17. All I remember is that doesn't even make sense. What? I was just confused at that age watching that on the news at my high school. I was just like, what?
I was fucking scared, bro. I was in sixth grade. I was in sixth grade when that shit went down. I was scared. I was like, they're going to get us.
I was in 11th. I was in 11th grade.
I was too dumb. I was in sixth grade. I was like, they're going to get us next, man. They're going to get us. At that time,
I remember thinking the same thing too. I literally remember thinking, well, at least it didn't ruin the skyline of New York City, because I always loved city skylines, and so I'm like, at least it's not ruined. And then within I don't know how many minutes after that, they come down in in a way that I'm like, buildings don't fall down like that on their own. Like they don't. That's
just a free fall speed into their own footprint.
I think that put America in. I think that put America in a free fall of psychological terror or something like it.
Of course.
I mean, was quite traumatic, like for everybody, I think. And it had this quality that was supernatural, even though I was like, at that time, I thought it was real. I mean,
Right.
we're all kind of like ignorant of these facts, but yeah, it's had this supernatural quality. I'm like, as an engineering minded person, you know, I was like taken back because I started looking into the engineering parts of it right away. Like when I first started looking at it, like I didn't even know there was anything going on with it at first until probably just a couple years later, probably 4 years later, maybe 4 or 5 years later.
So here's my analogy. We can sit around and talk about gravity and refraction until we're blue in the face. Okay. But at the bottom, you know, at the end of the day, flat means straight, right? We can argue and talk about till we're blue in the face about how or why or what with the towers falling, or why or whatever. At the end of the day with that is the Patriot Act. My opinion, I guess. I don't have to have anybody agree with me on that, I guess.
No, I agree with you, man. That was like the whole premise to make that law that we still haven't got rid of to this day, you know?
Yeah.
Bingo.
And then it's gonna continue. It's continuing now. Like all these things happening right now. I bet you there's gonna be some things that are gonna just like what's that old saying? They don't let a good crisis go to waste, even if they make the crisis.
Yeah, a good crisis go to waste. That's what he said.
Yeah, they don't let a good crisis go to waste, even if they make the crisis. Actually, I'm pretty sure they've done most of the crisis, right?
They're absolutely
with the old Hegelian dialectic they use. Yeah,
problem action
Hegelian
solution.
dialectic. Yep.
Or problem reaction solution. Sorry.
Hegelian dialect.
Si, senor. Ooh, it's snowing. What?
I know. Same here, brother. It's supposed to get up in the 40s here in Michigan for the next couple weeks, so I'm hoping we're pulling out of it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think
14.
spring is around the corner here.
I'll have green outside probably around May.
I'm at 71% right now.
You all can be
71
degrees.
Yeah.
You all can be jealous that I live in Antarctica. North Dakota, aka Antarctica, where it's colder than Antarctica half of the year.
What part of the circle of Antarctica do you live on?
None of it. I'm in North Dakota. It's just it's hilarious.
I'm kidding.
I hop on weather, the weather app and look at Antarctica's temperature allegedly, and I'm like, oh, look at that. It's colder here than there.
Right.
Yeah.
You're like, I think if we should move to Antarctica, would get some sun.
Right on.
Supposedly 24 hours. That's what they say, isn't it?
It's considered a desert over there.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
Yeah. It's one of the driest places on Earth. It's just there's no moisture. There's not, just because there's ice and stuff doesn't mean the air, the density there, and all that is humidity. Yeah. There's none of that. It's a freaking desert out there, man. Mm-hmm. And it's really interesting how it's one of the highest elevation, out of all the continents.
That's interesting.
Exactly.
I also thought the Truth is Stranger Than Fiction's video on Pangea with the speculation that you never know that a little chunk of the wall might actually have been part of what is known as Pangea. I mean, it's a fascinating speculation in my opinion, but that would explain why there's a hypothetical pyramid there and stuff like that. But that's a whole rabbit hole of a topic and might not be appropriate for here.
I just saw on my Facebook feed a picture of a supposed pyramid discovered in Antarctica.
Yeah. That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, exactly.
So if hypothetically there was once upon a time this Pangea, and if people lived in these places, and if Pangea hypothetically is much more recent, as in only a couple thousand years old, as opposed to millions or whatever, then it stands to reason that there could have been structures built and then the drifting. And theory has it that this would have happened during the days of Peleg. But anyway, it's a rabbit hole.
Yeah, we don't know whether it's 200 years or 1,000 years or a couple thousand. We have no clue.
Yeah, I love how scientism tells us, they know about stuff that happened 14.7 billion years ago. I mean, give me a damn break.
Oh, what's wrong, guys? You guys don't trust their carbon dating? You don't trust that?
When they carbon dated the snail and they carbon dated the tortoise, both living creatures,
Yeah, they were
I found
way
that
off.
fun. That was
They were
super
way
cool.
off. Yeah, I forgot what else they carbon dated that were like alive to this, like they're still native to the world today, and they carbon dated them so fucking old, and it's like, what happened to evolution? It's like, what happened to evolution?
Exactly.
It's like it's still the same thing. What happened? Oh, it just didn't need to evolve anymore. It reached a peak.
At this point, everything reaches peak. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just going to say that, like, how do they even check? Like, all right, you say it's 2,000 years old. Who verifies this?
It's based on assumptions usually associated with geology. Where they
no, I know,
they
but
do.
it's just like, how do people not know that? Like, no one, unless you have a time machine, it's all just we have an idea, maybe.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
The fact that anyone can say any of that with any certainty, with the absolute knowledge that you can't actually go back and check, and people take it seriously and call it actual science, is actually astounding. The PR people on that one, you got to give it to them.
Yeah.
Well, the half-life of carbon, buddy. The half-life of carbon.
They're quite literally the definition of a zealot.
We can do the mathematics and emphatically tell you because of the math.
Yeah, sure.
It's called a half-life. And it's always constant, we think. And nothing ever affects that constant, we're pretty sure. Therefore, we have accurate numbers.
Yeah.
We're pretty sure.
They're just counting on nobody else is going to look into it and check up on them. So,
Yeah, but even if they do check in on it, it's only ever going to be stuck in endless argument because no one can actually go verify it. So it's just going to be an endless debate, which is what they want.
Yeah, they would have to prove that it's an immovable constant. If their logic is at all solid to start with in regards to the half-life, and if there is a constant, at least an apparent constant, they would have to prove that it is an unaffectable constant in order to actually be making statements of truth, at least as far as I see it.
Could you explain half-life to me?
Supposedly there's a decomposition rate of radioactive materials, and in regards to carbon dating, they're analyzing the existing I forget what the component is, but how much of this thing there is, and how much there is in newly created. I don't know, like they compare it. Their control is something like, I don't know, maybe volcanic rock or something. I don't know what it is that they use as a control, but or maybe they take the raw element itself and then determine its half-life, and then they see what's
sounds pretty
remaining,
sketchy.
and then they deduce based on the remaining amount. They're like, well, it started with this, we have this, therefore this amount of time based on the speed of the half-life has passed, therefore X million years is the fact. And yeah, I'm explaining that like not very well, but that's the best I can do.
Yeah, they just have to come up with these concepts like half-life to patch up some other big hole in their argument, so they create a thing,
My contention isn't the half-life. I mean, it's a fine idea. It would have merit if they could prove unaffectability of the constantness.
Yeah.
So, for instance, can the speed of light be affected? The answer is yes. The speed of light can be affected. Therefore, to assume that the speed of light is a constant is, well, a fallacious assumption.
What slows the speed of light down? Like if it hits water or something?
Actually, like you can do a super cold, like they could beam the light through a super cold cloud of, I don't know, something, liquid nitrogen or something, some type of super cold gas before its liquid state. And when they do that, they can slow the beam down. I don't think that they can quite stop it or anything like that, but this, as far as I understand, I read about this like 20 something years ago. It was in the 90s in a book about super cooled clouds that they could slow the speed of light down. So it's things like that that kind of make me scratch my head as to why they assume constants when there is affectability of the constant.
Hey, I had a kind of a dumb question, but you walk around town and there's rocks on the ground. I mean, how old are just dumb rocks laying on the ground? I mean, where is their origin? Like from the day of creation? I mean, where do you get new rocks?
Well, they would say that they erode. New rocks come about because of erosion. They're just being revealed, but yeah, they've always been there. Where else would they come from?
No, those are my fallen cousins who've just fallen along the way.
Yeah.
Yes. Your
Those
ancestors.
are the ones that couldn't keep up with natural selection.
It almost seems like just. It seems
Everyone's
like
looking for the die-off of all the different species. Every time you see a rock, that's evidence.
Oh man.
I
Well,
mean,
it's funny you say that.
every rock
They
would
bring that up
predate
because
Christ.
they literally say they came from nothing.
Don't some of them come from volcanoes? Volcanic
Well, yeah,
rock?
but the volcanoes came from nothing if you go back far enough. I think is what he's getting at. But everything was also everything was nothing, but nothing was also everything. Remember, everything is relative, so you have to take all these things into consideration.
I like volcanic rocks because some of them float, the air pockets.
Yeah.
Critical thinking and abilities.
Hey, Gospel Bear, do you know, have they actually measured the speed of light, or has it just been purely calculated?
They supposedly have, yeah, they've measured. I mean, you can get the slow-mo guys on YouTube, and they get their what is it, like 1 trillion frames per second camera. So if
I'm gonna
you
have to call
have,
bullshit on that.
yeah, maybe so, but the point. Have you watched the video?
No, I mean, just what the number 1 trillion is so damn giant. You
I
can't
get
even
it.
fathom it.
I get it, and I don't know how they can mechanically determine in reality, except for this. Videography is technically advanced photography, right? So you've got frames. So technically, you could count them. You couldn't count them by hand because it would take multiples of generations of people. Like you could never count to 1 trillion in your life, right? You would need machines to do that counting for you. But with
It would
that
take like
said,
1,000 years or something.
with that said, they beam a light. It's like 2 seconds of videography, but that 2 seconds is actually like, I don't know, 17 hours of
frames
of footage or if you played it at 60 frames a second, it would take like days to watch the 2 seconds, something along those lines, right? So you just do the math, you get the trillion number, and that's kind of why that's how they validate the frames per second claim, right? But you watch that video and it's like, okay, that's really fascinating, because the beam of light is apparently, but whether or not it's happening in reality, how could you know? But it is apparently traveling from one place to the next, and you can watch it happen, and it's a pretty neat video. But yeah, I would say that it seems at least rational that they could calculate the speed of light based on those sorts of methods. That's my understanding of it.
Here's what I know for sure. I know for sure that the speed of light has been calculated as they've said that more or less a frequency divided by 300 million meters per second will give you the wavelength of the frequency. And you can take that and you can set a radio to a specific frequency, divide that number, and then if you cut the antenna to be that exact length, it will resonate and there'll be no reverse or what they call standing wave. And so I know that it's been calculated, but I'll have to look at that slow mo channel. It's something that's been at the back of my mind to look at for about 10 years, but it's just.
I posted the GIF. So it's like 49, 40. Yeah, it's just under 50 picoseconds. So they're claiming that this is 10 trillion. Hold on, thousands, millions, billions. Yeah, 10 trillion frames per second.
10 trillion.
And the distance that this is looking at supposedly is 1 millimeter. No. That's a scale. 1 millimeter is that little line in scale to what you're looking at. So the GIF itself would be like, I don't know, 12 to 15 millimeters across or something like that. So anyway, that's the slow-mo guys. They do some cool stuff. That's a cool YouTube channel, but they did this one at some type of alleged scientific lab, and I remember them talking about it being maybe terabytes of data just from that short footage. So I don't know, guys. You hear their stories, and
no, it's fascinating because, like you, I suspect that it's technically possible. I've just not personally heard of it until you've mentioned that. It's not, which is because I've not looked to see what testing has been done. As far as I've known, they had not, but that was just because I've not really dug around. But I see no reason why I see no reason why it's not technically possible, like they say.
Yeah. Gotcha.
But however, the only thing I would add to it is I would want to obviously do the standard looking into how they calculated it and try to figure out what kind of delay there would be between the switch being flipped, so to speak, the sensor realizing the switch has been flipped, blah, blah, blah. So it'd be interesting to see if there's, any begging the question going on. Likely there's not, but it would be interesting to try to define it out and see if it's a real measurement, which it probably is, or somehow just a circular logic.
Yeah. About not sitting there.
But that image is pretty cool. Or that animated GIF, whatever you want to say, that is pretty cool.
Exages or Zagis or Kajis?
Oh, it's pronounced Kajis.
Kajis.
Yes. Yeah.
Gotcha. Welcome. You've been here before, I suppose.
Yeah, I've been here a while.
Yeah, gotcha. You feel like you have a pretty strong grasp of what level means and that water sea level and those kinds of good things?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther. I've been a flat earther since end of 2019. Towards the end. And yes, I do know what these mean.
Gotcha.
Well, I think we should come up with a new label instead of flat earther, because the mainstream kind of like just messed up that name. I tend to use the word geocentric because the world is level as far as we can tell.
Yeah, I like that geocentric. Just start with our Earth is the center of everything.
Yeah.
I just mess with people's heads and tell them, no, I'm not a flat earther. I don't have an identity that's rooted in the nature of our Earth.
Literally.
But that's just because I'm a nonconformist and don't like
Yeah,
labels.
it's kind of I don't like the label, and it's kind of a negative label.
I wouldn't care if it was. I have a label attached to. I have a handful of labels that are attached to who and what I am that are hated upon quite significantly. But despite that, I have a primary place where my identity rests, and it isn't in creation.
I think we should own the term. I think we should own the term because it's more fun that way.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. I'm a nonconformist, so my identity doesn't rest in any aspect of creation, only the one who made it.
True.
Ask him, what do you mean, flat earther? Like, what are you, a flat earther? Well, what do you mean define? How are you defining a flat earther? And just ask them and immediately start asking them the question.
Oh yeah.
Or someone who believes in
That's a really good
XYZ.
idea.
No, I don't believe in XYZ. No, that sounds dumb. You know, it's like, or it's a disc floating in space. Or no, I don't believe that. If that's your definition, then no, I'm not that flat earther. No.
There you go.
Most people, when you mention flat Earth, they just picture this space disc, space pizza in a void.
Sure.
Something absurd.
With the water pouring over the edge.
Yeah, literally.
But that it also it instantly lets you know what specific propaganda they're spouting, so then you can take it specifically from that and move it wherever
you see, I always like to start with us, quote unquote, flat earthers did not create these images. Whenever you type on Google flat Earth, you just find these misrepresentations. Now, why is that? Why are they intentionally creating misrepresentations of our argument?
To make the idea seem stupid.
Literally, yeah. And then, while I only discuss this with reasonable people, they do agree with me and be like, oh, that is a good point. And then that's when they're into going into this topic.
I don't tell anybody I'm a flat earther. I just say I know the truth about a couple things. That's about it.
Yeah. Right. It's just one of the subjects I could talk about that, will probably shock you.
Well, you would never want to say that. Like whenever somebody asks me, "Are you a flat earther?" As I tell them about the Earth being flat, I'd say, "Yeah, you can call me that if you like." That's typically what I say. I don't encourage them or say, "Oh no, you can't call me that." I don't do either. I don't encourage them to say that, call me that, or say, "No, you can't call me that." But the thing is, oh damn, I was about to make another point there. It's something. Wait, Glad, what did you just say?
What?
Damn,
Sorry.
it was something that had to do with what you were just saying. I thought I was going to make
I don't say
another
I'm
more
a flat
important point
earther. I
there.
just say I know a few things. And yeah, about that subject, I guess is what I say. I don't say anything about the flat earth or being a flat earther. I think the word flat is such a stigmatized term that I don't want to have to use it anymore. If they say something about it, sure, yeah. And then they'll say, "Are you talking about the flat Earth?" And I'll say something like, "Not necessarily, but what do you think?" You know, just walk them into the corner, and without them even knowing it, they have to be honest and answer you honestly. And then they may come upon some what's the word? Some enlightenment themselves. I don't know what other word to use. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, yeah. That's a good point. But and along those lines, I just remember what I just was going to say. So I don't think it's a good idea to call yourself a flat earther as opposed to just saying the Earth is flat, because that's more presenting the person or the individual, not the idea. I want to focus on the idea, not the individual.
And one more thing. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I forgot it already, right when you. So go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna like use it to like be hyper specifically vague, meaning like, well,
Right.
not a flat earther, but a flatter than what NASA claims it to be earther.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say, well, I don't know if the whole Earth is flat or not, but I will tell you that the official globe mathematics that everybody has believed since they were in kindergarten is 100% incorrect. That's as much as we know. Now, is it flat everywhere? I'm not sure anyone can know that, but where we've lived so far, it's flat.
Or just press them to tell you why it's a globe.
Right. And I'll be like, listen, you can't get the radius because you can't get to the middle of the Earth, right? Does that make sense? Okay, great. So if you don't have the radius, then you don't have circumference, right? If you don't have curvature, you don't have a ball, right? And then just kind of walk them into that stuff. But anyway, keep going.
I just like to say stuff like, oh, I'm not a flat earther. I just need to know why it's a globe. And they have no idea. It's a lot of fun.
That's a good one, yeah.
Well, hey, they've seen pictures of the blue marble.
Yeah, and then, those are Photoshops, and you go through all that.
Right.
I always like to point out how they copy and paste clouds, and then they go, oh, they stitch them together. And I'm like, okay, why do they use the same copied and pasted clouds on different globe pictures throughout the years then?
Because they're lazy.
Literally, yeah. And then that kind of shuts them up.
I know. Thank God for whoever was lazy is using the stamp tool in Photoshop to make clouds bump, 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 bump. He just let us in the future know, hey, look, this is Photoshop bullshit.
If you put it in a court scenario, like some globers like to play dumb and be like, oh, you're telling our pictures don't mean anything. Well, your black swan doesn't mean anything. But if you look at the globe pictures, they lose credibility because they're obviously fake. You can point out that they're fake if you run them through noise analysis. For example, that Mars picture with the rat. Like, what's an excuse for that? Like, you get what I mean? Oh, no, it's a rock. No, it's not a rock. It's clearly a rat. And they even admit this. A lot of globers do admit this, and they try and dodge that. So, like, what they put out there's so much fake shit, like the harnesses, the green screen glitches with the lemons phasing through his hand and everything. Like, why are they using green screens? It's obviously green screens. Like, they could see it, and then they just pause, and then they go, oh, they faked it for that one thing. And why are they faking it? Why can't they just fake all of it then if they're faking it once? You get what I mean? So they lose all credibility. So they can't say, oh, pictures from space, because it's already lost credibility. Like, they're faking a lot of them.
It should have lost credibility by now, but people love those billiard ball planets, Ooh, here's Jupiter. It's all cool colors and freaky looking, a perfect ball.
Like, from experience, to realize the globe light, you have to initially be into their pseudoscientific astronomy, because I was into astronomy before, like, so into it. But when I came across this topic, I didn't attack it because, like, what's the fun in that? I'm not ignorant. Well, I've been brought up to question everything. So, yeah, I went back and forth. I didn't attack it. Just weighed out the arguments. The more I found out, the more I realized the globe's completely bullshit. So, yeah, those days, man, when I was super into space, like, the Kepler Earth-like planets, I'd be like, I don't care if it's fake. I want to see what the surface looks like. And then they'd actually show you what the surface actually looks like. Like, what the hell? So it was more of a fantasy that I was attached to. Like, I could say that 100%.
It's like you almost knew it was fake.
Yeah, I knew it was fake, but I wanted it to be real. Like, I was like, oh, I don't care. Show me some more Earth-like planets. Holy shit.
I'm insulted. They show me something fake and try to lie to me. I'm like, fuck off with that.
Bro.
Well, I think especially with the point you just made, saying it like you wanted it to be real. I mean, think about it all the way from a kid. If you grew up on Star Wars, Star Trek, I mean, some animes like I grew up on Dragon Ball Z was one of them, and I love Dragon Ball Z, man. It was just like the whole concept and stuff was so cool to me. So it's like you want those things to be somewhat real in your mind, but yeah, when you objectively look back, it's just like it's not real.
Exactly.
Yeah, they've trained us to love the idea of outer space and be fascinated with it, going to other planets. So people tend to just kind of mesh that with that science fiction with science itself, and they get confused.
The main reason why a lot of the people have a strong urge of why the globe is real is because that shit's flashed in our faces everywhere. Like, I could be watching something that has nothing to do with space, and then they would just flash the globe here and there, and so on. Until this day, when someone says world, why do I imagine a globe? Because that's how hard. Yeah, that's how hard they've indoctrinated us with just pictures.
Yeah, just like you go to the movies, Universal Pickups, big globe there, spinning around.
In every movie,
just
they have
every logo.
Yeah.
Well, it's like with the Universal logo. I've always thought, I was like, man, that looks. What do you think? What do you think when you're on the heliocentric model? Be like, dude, that looks freaking real. And then you go to their, the NASA alleged live feeds, and then you look at it, and you're like, well, why didn't they just use the Universal logo? That's even more convincing than the hell they're showing us,
Bro.
Yeah.
With that, I was always like, can't they give us better camera? I'm stuttering. I haven't slept in so long. Can they get us better camera angles? Like, I always wondered that. Why is it just one camera angle, like these live feeds? Like, why are they so glitchy? Why can't they just give us a shot of the Earth, buildings upside down, like...
I know. I want to see the buildings sticking out sideways everywhere.
Literally.
Yeah, they seem to manage to show you, the moons of Saturn and close-ups and HD and, Venus and Mars and shot of the Earth. No, they just have these phony things and they can't explain why they're all fake. Obviously, the other ones are fake too, but...
Yeah, I'm only concerned about the future because generations are just getting dumbed down even more. And the better tech they come up with, the better graphics, really, it's going to be hard to falsify it. Like with all this deep fake stuff, they can create scenarios to further indoctrinate people.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say they're coming up with it. They're just revealing more that they've already had the entire time. And then they try to put it off like it's new technology, but it's not.
Yeah, that's what I think as well, yeah.
Well, with what you're saying with the graphics getting better, something to keep in mind when you're talking to people about this that are globers, globe believers, is that they have no reference point. So they have a reference point to see what a car looks like. You show them a picture of a car, they've seen a car, they've ridden in a car, they can tell you, yeah, that's a picture of a real car. Or a horse, you can show them a picture of a horse, and they'll be like, yeah, it's a real horse. But since there is no vacuum of space, so they've never been there because it's not a real place, and they can't go there, and they never will because it's not a real place. You can point out to them that they have no reference point to use to tell you whether or not these pictures from NASA are real or not.
Yeah, exactly.
So it doesn't matter how good the graphics get; they have no reference point.
Literally, yeah.
Well, they'll show you, for example, Mars. It's a perfect circle, right? And it's orange looking. But when you take a telescope and photograph what you're seeing, it's like a undulating ball of light that doesn't even look solid. You know what I mean? Like the other stars. It's not like anything you could land a rocket ship on. It's like a blob of energy.
Talking about that, have you heard of that 1950s scientist? It was in black and white. He was saying that the moon is not a physical object. And then they told him, oh, that's a theory. And then he was like, it's actually more than a theory because he heavily analyzed the moon. I mean, like, us civilians, we don't have like the tech to actually do any of these things. I feel like in the 1900s, indoctrination and like it wasn't as controlled as it is now. You get what I mean? Like things were
Right.
less sensitive. Yeah.
They didn't have the media to spread stuff like that around as easy. So.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would say a lot of people. I mean, newspapers were the only option, and only a few people really. I mean, those were all bought up right quick.
Oh my gosh, Open Eye Project is back again?
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Row. I'm gonna have to go. I don't know if anyone's brave enough to unmute him. But hi, Jenny.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, are you having your daily salad?
I am.
Greenery at lunchtime. All right.
Yay.
I'm always so happy to join you.
It's like a dietary supplement kind of thing, though, you know?
Absolutely.
Yep, I'm doing a little post for ladies' night, and my internet connection is horrible. Hopefully you can hear me. It's just all right. There we go.
No, you sound fine.
Yeah, I'm kind of really irked at myself from last week for ladies' night. I was enjoying my day off a little too much because I let time get away from me, and then when I looked at the clock, it was 7 o'clock, and I was like, "What? Oh, son of a bitch!" So yeah, I can't believe that happened. For once, I can come in and from the get go, and I don't know. Were you listening ladies' night last week, Sonny?
For most of it, and it was astounding from my point of view. It seems like it's getting better and better and better.
Oh yeah. I don't freak out when I can't be there because the girls, they all know what to do. So
Yeah, and it's being handled just great. I'm not ashamed to say it. I think you guys do it better than we do.
Woo! Well, I mean, I think you guys try your best when it's not ladies' night, or when you do see a lady in that you goes, "Hey, there's a lady in here wants to say something." I think you guys all do a good job at that.
Well, I think we're working on it. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, at least it does happen. So
Sure, I agree. I try to.
because you guys know that we need each other for for a perspective on how we approach something. I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, one of us ladies could say something and inspire something for you guys, and some would click, and then you share it, and vice versa.
I think it's the calm demeanor and the just straightforward, common sense way in which you, generally speaking, in which you show information or provide information, I guess you would say, the way you do that.
That's really kind of you to say, but I'd have to say precious metals takeover. I mean, I think that's definitely, they're leading by example. And I appreciate all you guys. I really do. Because you guys are acting like a community together. I don't think I've heard of any drama from you guys at all. So, but I could be wrong, but hopefully not.
No,
But yeah.
I don't know of any anyway. I stay out of all. I try
Yeah,
to
me
stay
too.
out
I
of all.
try. Yep. If it ain't none of my business,
I'm gonna try to keep out of it.
if it doesn't directly concern me, I try my best to mind my own business.
Yeah, it's not like we're not in a vacuum either, so it's not like we're gonna not hear about it eventually. But that's okay. I think if I just try to stick to principles rather than personalities,
Right.
that's always served me very well.
You are too right, Sonny. I mean, once you put emotion into your thought process, it kind of goes awry.
Well, yeah, and that actually it goes for myself as well. Like I got to put my own ego off to the side if I can't. Like I don't often have an easy time doing that. As everybody knows me.
Well, yeah.
But there's progress, like if I can make progress, I could do a little better, like that's all we can expect.
Wait, so what are you saying that you're trying to work on for yourself? Can you say that again, Sonny?
Well, I guess I can be kind of impulsive. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I can step out where I shouldn't be and and get involved with conversations that I'm really not a part of. And this goes back, see, that's what I mean. We're not in a vacuum. This goes back very early on in my childhood where I was always the new kid on the block because my dad moved us every 3 to 5 years to a different neighborhood.
Yeah.
So I was always trying to like get in other kids' parties. Like there's.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I'll tell you a little story. I'm in this new neighborhood, right? This is in Missouri. This is in St. Anne's.
Okay.
St. Anne's, suburb of St. Louis.
All right.
Anyway, I'm out at this park and it's a big open wide field, and there's a creek running along it. So I was always over there because I freaking would follow these creeks all the way. Like, yeah, I would just wander around and explore. And these kids on one weekend, it was probably some weekend, after I did my chores, house cleaning, all that stuff in a military style, as was the.
I got you.
And so, like, they're having this big thing. They're having a piñata, and that's a Mexican American, I think, traditional type thing, right? And so I'm like, I just invite myself. Wow, this looks so fun because I just want to have fun like them. So I start running around like them, getting the candy, and I'm not part of the party.
I got it. That's a great example, Sonny. But you know what?
I wanted to be a part of it because
that can be looked as a good thing, and if not executed correctly, could be a bad thing.
Yeah.
You knew what your needs were, and you went out and you met your own needs, what you needed to do to be happy. So I don't fault you for that. It's
no, not at all. But I've had both experiences, like you talked about. It could go the wrong way. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
experienced that too. So
Okay, so just to give an example of how emotions makes your thoughts really go awry. So remember I got all excited because I went on a coffee date with someone?
oh, that's right.
And yeah. So I guess I made too good of an impression because he sent me like some sort of romantic poem. And I'm like, over
Oh.
text message. And instantly I was like,
Uh-oh,
it's like,
Jenny.
motherfuck. Damn it. Why is this happening? This should not be happening over text for one.
I
That's
know.
my
He's gonna
first
he's
thought.
gonna attempt to take my true love away from me.
So
He can't do
after one
it.
date, so that was a little bit awkward, but I kind of knew where he was coming from. I really did. So, you know, he was wanting to stop over the next day and drop, it's like, I think I'm okay till next week. It's like,
Yeah, not too soon.
it's
Yeah, I
rough out
gotcha.
there, man. I
Good
don't know if
idea.
I need to do all that. I
I'm
don't
surprised.
know.
I'm surprised the Indio didn't come in just now and go, "I'm breaking up this romance."
No, but seriously, it was really uncomfortable. It was really uncomfortable, but it was nice hanging out with him. And, at the end, when I walked him to his car and he took both my hands and he said, "Give me a kiss." And I just gave him a little peck on the mouth. And I'm like, well, this seems harmless, right? And then I was walking away and I'm thinking, what the fuck did I just do? Why did I do that? I shouldn't have done that.
It's
That's not the
situational.
direction I wanted to go. And then so at the end of the second date, we were kind of ending it. And I had said, that I really didn't want to go in that direction. And I kind of apologized to him. I was trying to be fair and I wasn't trying to ruin anything. I mean, we were talking about hanging out again prior to me talking about this, right? And so instantly, like the snap of a finger, I swear to you, he said, "You're putting me in the friend zone?" And then immediately we were inside and I took my cigarette outside. I said, well, I need to go outside and smoke a cigarette. And so then he says, I was trying to apologize, really. And he didn't really even give me a chance to say that, I think I said something to the effect of, well, I'm not talking to anybody else. And it's very uncomfortable. And then he said that I ruined everything. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I said, I'm sorry you feel that way. And he was walking off. So that
Well,
was
you
the
know what? So listen, I think that's like men get this thing called like all or nothing.
Yeah, I ain't gonna be nobody's nurse at first, dude.
It's like, and it doesn't mean that if you just were friends for a while, it doesn't mean something else couldn't develop. But see,
Exactly.
like
He
some men
didn't
are
even
like,
wait to give me an opportunity to talk about that. He got so offended. It's like I even
yeah,
said to him, I said, I've known you a week, is what I said.
right,
You guys
right.
know
So,
me.
so
You
all
guys
or
know me.
nothing, black and white thinking,
Yeah, it's
it's like
like so he was
cognitive.
all for that whole week. He was in his head thinking about how wonderful I am and how we're going to be doing things together and he gets to do things with me. You know what I'm saying? So,
That's like too quick to be that close.
yeah, it was scary, dude.
Yeah, I had that problem recently too, and eventually, like
That's
she
why I
came to,
wanted to talk to you yesterday,
she
Sonny.
came to the door, and like, I just said because like, yeah, I wrote you a DM about what happened, right? So
No, you did not. Not exactly. That's
I
why I
think
wanted to kind of talk to you. We don't have to talk about it now, just for the
no, I
record.
won't. It's no big deal. But when someone comes to the door and I say I'm just, I'm not having company right now, and then they kind of walk off and they have this face covering on, like it's not jiving with me.
Oh,
Like I'm not
anybody
gonna.
who knows you, that should not be a question.
Yeah, and see, I invited her over, and the next day, someone had tried to hack my PayPal account. So
WTF?
I'm just gonna take care of myself here, like I've been doing for the last 5 years. I had no problem.
Dude,
I don't
Sonny,
need to get involved with people on that level. If they're not on the same level, I can start
I
and
know
tell.
it,
It's just
Sonny.
foolish for me to try to hang
I
out with
know.
people that are just obviously something else is
Oh,
happening.
I got a nugget for you, okay? I got a date nugget for you. So we're talking about different things, you know, conspiracies or coincidences, what have you. And I didn't know this at the time, but he had the nerve to bring up a topic that his ex-girlfriend was interested in. And because
That's a
homework,
no-no.
right? I thought that was his
Sure.
topic. And then when he brought it up the next time, I said, well, what brought you to that topic about, you know, Cain and Abel in the land of Nod? And that's when he confessed. And I'm thinking in my head, I didn't really like pay that much attention to it. But after he threw his little temper tantrum, I'm like, I don't know. This is kind of like done.
Yeah.
That was unreal. And the man is 58 years old, claiming to be a Southern gentleman. It's like, what the fuck, dude? This ain't no role-playing game. I don't know what he was thinking was going to happen.
I think you're much.
Maybe I should just say it right off the bat. So this is not friends with benefits, dude. Sorry to break your little idea.
Your achy breaky heart.
But I'm okay with being by myself. I am. You guys know me. I mean, I haven't dated or been with anybody in 2 years. And I'm figuring out stuff about myself. So that dude would not have been able to keep up, but I gave it the benefit of the doubt to not be a shallow person. And when I come clean and say, hey, you know, put it out there, then he gets all wishy-washy and shit.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I got to keep moving. Like, I have to keep moving. And if someone, like, if I'm going to be around somebody, if they can't keep, like you said, keep up with me, I'm not going to, like, slow down for.
Right. I ain't going to be nobody's nurse. I ain't going to be nobody's.
I'm willing to sacrifice time and things like that because look, if I had a partner, I love the home setting. Like I love it even for myself. I enjoy being here, cooking food,
right,
doing my own thing. And like if someone, like that's fine. I don't mind doing that because I do it well. Like I'll cook, clean up, like wash the dishes.
Oh, I got you, dude. Yeah, I've kind of switched my hobbies a little bit to do cooking
like,
with
I've learned how to do
everything.
that to take care of myself. And I'm not saying I'm perfect at it. Nobody is. But like if somebody's just not participating and not joining in or volunteering anything.
Yeah, dude.
Like, I'm not going to be the only one exerting energy here.
Right, exactly. He didn't do no homework, dude. I sent him my starter pack. And he said he watched the airplane flights one. But he didn't really talk about it too much.
Yeah, so check it out. So regardless, this person got flat smacked for about 3 days, nonstop. With you guys here and dinner with me and all kinds of stuff live. You know, like
I know.
It matters knowing. Like I might go back and search through all those archives and get everything out of there. That would be a good project for me to do. All my music that I've played since, and every Helio's recording, like get all that out of there, create another whole something, probably on a different platform. Just take all of that, keep it in my archive.
Collaborate it.
Yeah, like there's several. Actually, we have a bot. Can I play this? I've been trying to play this for days. Let me see.
Hey, Sonny. Sonny?
Huh?
Yeah, so I was just gonna give you archive.org.
Oh,
yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, you can archive, just create an account and just upload all your stuff there, man.
Yeah, that's an excellent.
It's forever. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be on there forever. They're it's like a nonprofit. They're working on ways to it's supposed to be almost like a time capsule type thing. So the stuff's going to exist for a very long time.
I better put this in my favorites right this minute. I already have it in my favorites. Hold on. Let me see. I already have an account.
Right, upload all the podcast stuff.
I have an account too.
All right, Sonny, there you go.
Yeah.
See, I play the long game. I make friends with as many women as I can, and if one day they get interested in me, then I'm lucky, right?
Yeah.
But if all they want to be is friends, I'm good with that too. You know?
And that's what he said, that, he wanted to do whatever I wanted to do, like what, go to coffee or dinner or whatever. But as soon as he figured out that it was just there's gonna be no physical activity, he flipped a switch. It's like, what the fuck? You're older than me. It's like, well, what's wrong with you? You haven't figured it out yet? I mean, it was bizarre, you guys. Sorry to go on and on about it. You guys go ahead. I got to get out of here in a second anyway.
Look, you can only spend so much time in bed anyway. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Jesus Christ. I mean, there has to be something after that, dude. Like, really, there has to be something after that.
I know, really.
No matter what your libido is, like, it doesn't, like, even if you go at it for 5 hours every day, there's still, 6 hours left in the day or 10 hours left in the day.
Well, yeah, I put butter on my popcorn.
Yeah, and it's like you said, who are you going to talk to?
I think we have to go there.
Who are you going to talk to, like, after you've done all that? Who are you going to talk to then?
Okay, so yeah, he broke one of my 3 cardinal rules. Must have own place to live, must have job, must be able to legally operate a motor vehicle of your own. Dude doesn't live by himself. He had a roommate, and I guess the roommate got a girlfriend. So he's been doing that for a couple years. I'm like, I don't know if I like that a lot. I don't know. It could be good, but it just kind of, no. So, yep, there's that, you guys. But it was just bizarre. He put his emotions into his thought process is what went wrong. If he would have just taken matters into his own hands and got it over with for himself so he could think straight, we'd probably still be talking. So
well, at least you didn't compromise what you actually believe in. That's good.
Yeah.
And I'm just happy to say at least you and I are still friends, Jenny.
Hey, yeah, okay. But for real though, I gotta really go or I'm gonna be late, you guys. Good to talk to y'all. See you later.
Laters, Jenny.
Later. Bye.
Have a good rest of your day.
Check out dead or I just lose Discord.
Yeah, it just the lull after Jenny's lunchtime. That's pretty funny. Oh shit.
I could say a bunch of red pill stuff about women right now, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, timing is everything. So
It's not like you haven't figured it out by now. I don't want to be accused of being in the manosphere. Mansplain. Thank you. Mansplain.
Mansplain. Shit.
Mansplain the mansplain.
Mansplain. Earth. Earth is man's plane. And of course that includes whoa man. But yeah, you wondered, like, I see some very beautiful women here, but I don't know, man. Like like once again, who are you gonna talk to? It's all fine and great, whatever, but I'll leave it at that before I get all red pilled too about it.
Yeah, man, you gotta know. Like, it just goes for men and women. You gotta know what you want. You gotta actually be honest with yourself. What do you actually want? Go look for that.
Yeah.
Think like, okay, what are my deal breakers, or what if I get with this person, things that are always going to annoy me forever, no matter what their other qualities are, and try to look for those qualities that you can't negotiate with, and the secondary qualities, just accept that they're not perfect, if like a certain like level of intellect or level of or moral character or like you know standard you won't compromise, you're gonna have to compromise on something else.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? She might be a little fugly. She might
I
be a
mean,
3-foot midget with no teeth. You're gonna have to take some losses.
Yeah, maybe not as attractive as like a movie star. Well, they're all trannies, or or a model. Oh shoot, they're all trannies too. I mean, or just a regular beautiful woman. I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's a thing about like exceptionally beautiful women, right? They got a lot of people simping for them, so they never have to work on other qualities because they're acceptable doing like. There's a thing about blondes, like that people think blondes are stupid because it's like no, they're not stupid. They get that guys to do whatever they want for them, so they never have to learn how to do anything for themselves, right? So they're not stupid. They're just like no one lets them do anything.
There's a lot of that going on. It's called hypergamy. Hypergamy.
Yeah. There's the hypergamy thing too. But I'm just saying is like people are adapt, right? So you adapt to like what you have to. And if you're already blessed, right, the so-called pretty privilege, then you don't have to work on things because you're playing life on easy mode.
Mm-hmm. It may be harder to figure out the truth if that is the case. They may have a harder path to follow than
That's
most.
correct, but when they get older, their beauty fades with age, and then they have to reinvent themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you can't reinvent your character. That's the thing, man. Those habits, once you've built them into yourself, then like you just can't all of a sudden say, "Oh, now I have morals." It doesn't work that way.
Right. Like unless some major.
You always revert to the mean, dude. You always revert. You might be able to hide it and fake it for a little while, but that fucking mask will always fall off.
Yeah, most people don't have this bright white experience with that. It'll take some bludgeoning, running into the brick wall themselves a few times before they get it, and that like a educational process. But it's a painful one.
It's super rare. It takes a lot of introspection and it's called therapy generally. That it can have some effect on those habits, but it's pretty ingrained the older you get.
Yeah, well, it comes from like I act like a shitbag douche, when I'm young, and there's never consequences to my actions. But I've developed these habits for 20 years. Now I'm 35, 40. You just can't flip a switch and all of a sudden, like the habits you acquired just go away. They just don't go away. It's like this is who you are now.
Yeah, it comes down to a lot of personal change. It gets harder and harder the older you get, the more ingrained your habits are. But to change them, you need to have a fundamental change of perspective, and you need to look back and address the past. This is what the therapists essentially do to them to try to get them over or over these kind of habits.
So you have to take an honest self-evaluation. You have to be able to look at yourself honestly in the face and go, "There's some problems here. What am I willing to give up, or how can I make it better than it is?"
Yeah.
Well, I mean, also to change moral character, you have to develop a degree of empathy that maybe you didn't have.
Yes.
And that's kind of a painful thing, man. Like if you've been really not a good person, and then you try to look at the world through their eyes, like that can really suck. Be like, man, I'm a dirty bastard.
Physically painful, emotionally and physically painful, yes. And
What
this
I noticed-
isn't rare. This isn't rare. I think most of us have already suffered because of our own actions like that. If you haven't experienced it yet, you're probably going to, because I think these are cycles that happen in us. I think it's just a natural cycle of things. We feel these pains. We have to make mistakes. We have to suffer the consequences.
What I notice about those selfish, mean people is when they try to be nice, it lasts maybe a day or two, and then they go back to their same old asshole self.
Well, because when you have this inherent selfishness, they expect like, oh, I was nice today. They want everybody else to just magically change and start treating them like as if they've been a good person the whole time. But people have memories, and you need a pattern of behavior to make people think that you've changed. It's just like they want to change to avoid consequences, not to actually be a better person. You're like, so when when they're being a better person and they're still being treated like shit because they hurt people, they're like, well, that's not fair. Like, no, it's fair. You have to pay for what you did. Like, there has to be there's going to be a pound of flesh no matter what.
Yeah,
it's also the narcissist does this. He will do something nice for you and then expect something in return. So when
the reward for doing what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, like you're just being nice, and now you need to do more nice things for them because they expect it now, and so because they want to get it again, they do something nice to like before they ask to get it.
It's like the total opposite with the nice person. When something bad or shitty happens to the nice person, they push through it and they keep moving on. They keep being nice. They don't, oh, well, because that bad thing happened, that's it. I'm going to be mean all the time now. Where it's the opposite with the mean person. They're like, I'm being nice and everybody's still being mean, huh?
For the narcissist, it's they are punishing you because you're failing them, and they are the victim, and you're the abuser in their delusional mind. You didn't.
Well, narcissists are always the victim. Well, narcissists are never actually the victim because they're too good to be victims.
Yes, but there's an underlying victim mentality always there that drives everything. They don't tell anybody that they're the victim, but
it's a part of the irresponsibility because the same way they push the blame on other people because they're the victim, it can't be
He's
their
out there.
My friend wants to say hello, guys. Say hello, Hunter. Say hi, buddy.
Hi. Hi.
He just turned 1 the other day.
Wow.
Oh, there. Did you hear him?
Ahead of you. Yep.
Does he think he lives on a globe already? Oh, never mind.
No, he's not at that level yet.
Only 20 more years till you can drink, buddy.
Oh, shoot. But you'll notice it with they push the responsibility of their actions onto everybody else. This guy just sucks, and the owner just hates me. That's why it's going like this. It's not because he was an asshole the whole time.
Oh yeah, it's always somebody else. It's never me.
So that's always seems to be this projection outward instead of any kind of projection or looking inward at all. It's lacking that completely. It seems to be almost to the point of being sociopathic.
But yeah, that's where that road goes. The deeper you go into narcissism, the closer you get to sociopathy, because those circles almost completely overlap. Yeah.
I grew up with people like
Here, I don't know who y'all are talking about, but I hope it's not me. I'm just kidding.
Don't worry, it would be our fault anyway if we were.
Really, exactly. You have an out. You have an out if you choose that one. You want to choose that way to go. I think that'd be a very painful path to take. Wow. It's not going to end well if you live like that. Okay, I gotta dip before it gets too late. The Wayback Machine. Yeah, I'm gonna start putting my stuff in there, actually. Thanks for that tip. I'm glad I have it already. Awesome.
Yeah, well, I've been uploading the podcast there, and then, like, for some reason, I decided, like, because you can tag, like, when you upload stuff, you can put, what do you call them? Meta tags. So I just happened to search a meta tag for Flat Earth, and I noticed somebody else was uploading Flat Earth stuff there. So I was like, whoa. I'm like, yeah, so this is probably, like, a pretty good, like, archive to, like, keep a record for posterity.
Oh, wow.
When it all started to change, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this may not be that much more time. But a small craft advisory.
Plus, it's a price you can't beat. Free.
What's that?
It's at a price you can't beat.
No kidding.
Free data storage.
Shoot. I wish I'd done that before. That was lame. Anyway, moving right along.
Yeah, little man's only got 18 years till he can drink. It's 19 up here in Canada.
How early can you join the military in Canada?
I joined when I was 13.
What does that even mean? 13?
Yeah, cadets. You start learning at 13.
Oh, right.
You're not talking about enlisting and actually being in active combat at 13 as a possibility.
You can start there. You can start there. They train you how to kill.
Okay. Wow. So there's a possibility in which
If
a 13-year-old
necessary,
could be
probably not a 13-year-old, but after he's been in it for a bit, right?
Yeah, I don't know what a bit is.
Definitely, if necessary, you're 16, you're out there shooting.
Okay, that's kind of what I was looking for was.
But you start early.
Yeah, well, and that's
Even
really
air
old
cadets.
school.
Air cadets and the Navy as well.
Yeah, that's like some Greek stuff right there. Starting them like at 7 years old. They would start archers at 7 years old. I'm not remembering exactly who they are, but somebody historically started their archers at 7 years old so that they would purposely disform their body from a young age in order to be expert archers and stuff. They would have like one arm quite a bit longer than the other and all this stuff because of how much they practiced from such a young age and stuff. It's kind of fascinating.
My friends would find it odd when I told them I was pulling triggers before I lost my virginity.
What the hell are we talking about?
Training for the military.
Holy shit, if they did a draft now, it wouldn't even work. A U.S. draft would not work. I was just talking to somebody about
No,
that.
we're talking about NoFap.
Oh my gosh. Aye.
Sorry, it sounded like you're talking about dating or some shit.
It's like this morning, I think it was Meme who said, he was like, yeah, Pornhub pulled out of Russia or something. I don't think that means what you think it means.
That was me.
Or
That
was
was
that
right
you, Lou?
before I went. Yeah, that was right before I went to work. I just walked in the door, got home, and sat down and I'm back where I started this morning. How about it?
There you go. Hey, you gone full circle. Hey, full circle, and you didn't go around a ball.
No, see, that's circumnavigation still works. You can just go around town; it works the same. Yeah, actually, there was a video hiding High
Does it
Impact
make
placed
your
did a
town
video
down though?
yesterday where he made that pun. I can't take credit for it. I just copied him with the Pornhub pulling out.
Just to let you know, Lou, in case you weren't listening, I gave you full credit or blame, however you look at it, for the Black Swan whispering thing.
That
2
was
years
me.
ago.
Yeah, that was me. That one caught on real quick. Everybody liked that idea.
Yeah. Somebody's watching good old programming background. I hear.
So, is there a reason you guys were talking about a possible draft? Did something happen like in the news today where they're talking
No.
even more about war? Or?
No. He said the drinking age in Canada was 19 or something, and I was like, what's the military? How young can you be to go in the military? Because I was just curious if they were logically consistent with because the gripe has been you could be 18 in the military but not allowed to drink, that sort of argument, and I was just curious how Canada played that deck of cards, and apparently they actually make a little bit more sense letting military even younger than alcohol. Kind of interesting.
They might be able to
That's
drink, but they
weird.
can't gamble.
What's the gambling age in Canada?
That's the way it works here too. I mean, 21 is drinking age, and you can enlist at 18.
Oh, I see what you're
21's the
saying.
gambling age and the smoking age too here now.
I see what thank you, Lou. What I said made no sense. Yeah,
I thought you could join the Marine Corps at 17.
I don't know. I think you can. Maybe you can join, but I think you can like promise to join. Basically, like you can sign for. It's like you can already like sign, but you're not actually in until.
Do you wear a promise ring? I pledge my allegiance to you.
From what I remember, is at 17 years old, you can sign up to join the Marines as long as your parents consent. But you can't go to boot, I think, until you're 17 and a half. At least that's the way it was when I was growing up. Because obviously, they had recruiters at the high schools and all that stuff. So trying to suck us into their nonsense.
They're ASVAB, taking that ASVAB, patting you on the back when you get that high score.
Yeah, you make a great cannon fodder. I mean, mechanic.
Young man, there's a lot of opportunities open up for you. I tell you what, I hardly see scores like that. They'll lay down the red carpet.
ASVAB score means very little.
I know. But
So-
I was higher in electronics than I was in machinery, but they put me in machinery. But I love electronics actually more.
Well, I had a friend, he scored really high. He thought, oh, if I score high, and they convinced him that like he'd be able to fly, airplanes and all sorts of stuff. But he scored so high, they're like, no, you scored so high, you can fix airplanes. So that's what he ended up doing, fixing airplanes.
Yeah.
Instead of flying them.
You scored so high, you can fix plumbing. Now you go to Afghanistan and fix the plumbing.
Fix the plumbing, because it's a shit show over there.
Oh, that's a good pun.
Hey, mission accomplished, man. That war's over.
So we're going to Russia now.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was saying this morning. The people saying Russia is like losing are the same people that said we won, 10 years ago, but more than 10 years ago. What are we at? 15 years? 17 years? And there's still like 2,500 U.S. troops in Iraq now.
In recent history, who has been the biggest boogeyman in the continent of Africa?
The Chinese?
Gee.
No. Well, I mean, the Chinese are doing stuff there. I mean,
Yeah,
a lot of people don't know.
I mean it the other way around. Like, no, I'm talking about like there's Russia that we can all, oh, it's Russia, or North Korea, right? Or China, right? But I'm talking about, is there any, like, in recent history, what's the last time that we've been like, oh, we got to go get the boogeyman that's in this country in Africa?
That there was this African supposed warlord that turned out to be a scam after everybody paid money to try, like, oh no, you gotta stop
Yeah.
this. But that's all I heard.
So let's think about this. Who has more to fear? Eastern Europe or Western Europe being invaded by Russia, or Russia being invaded by Western Europe?
Western Europe has hypothetically more to fear, at least as far as the narrative goes.
I'm talking about as in history, historically.
Oh, historically.
Well, we got Napoleon, we got Germany. I think the Brits tried to invade Russia at one point.
Oh.
That's the other thing I said this morning. The last time Asia invaded, like that side of the world invaded Europe, was Genghis Khan. Like, it's been a while.
It has been a while. Good point.
So when Russia's like, yeah, we're a little paranoid about you guys coming over here and trying to take us over, you've done it twice in the last 200 years. We're concerned.
With good reason. Oh boy, that's rough.
Did y'all hear that supposedly Russia found the biological weapon, the U.S. biological weapons in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Well, we don't have to worry about, we don't have to rely on the Russians. Like, they knew and admitted it in front of Congress. So,
I
so
told
that
my
we don't. It was on their website and shit. It was on like the DoD website. They took it all down now that they got outed. But like they were calling it Russian disinformation. Like, yeah, what was the disinformation? That they perused the Department of Defense website and saw their articles on them setting up biological weapon facilities in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Well, I heard that article or whatever, I heard about that happening, and I was like, this just sounds like yet another setup for an outbreak event.
Oh, sure, of course.
That and now we gotta go protect our shit.
I already got my toilet paper, so I'm good.
Get some Mylar.
Get up there and get your toilet paper, boys and girls, like last time.
I heard Ukraine was like the most cruel ever.
Most what? It broke up.
The guy that I work with, in the very beginning of the whole nonsense, when everybody was rushing for toilet paper, he made a sport out of going and just buying up and hoarding as much as he possibly could. He just was getting off on it, thought it was funny. And he still hasn't bought toilet paper since. It's been like 2 years. He's still got like a closet full of the stuff.
This is a man that doesn't have a household of females.
He's got a wife. I don't know how he got away with
that. Okay,
gotcha. I'm with him because if it gets bad, you can sell that toilet paper for like $2 a roll.
Well, it was funny. Like one day at the end of the day at work, he asked me what my brand was, and I'm like, "What?" Like, and I told him. He's like, "All right, I'm gonna keep an eye out for that. Like, I'm gonna grab you some." I'm like, "Dude, you don't have to buy me toilet paper." He's like, "No, it's just what I've been doing." He was like driving around from place to place.
It's my thing, bud. It's my thing. Nice. Well, gosh, around the stores where I saw back 2 years ago, there was signs. Only one allowed, only one allowed, only one allowed.
Yeah, I
That was
saw some of that.
because that was because of loose friend there.
Right. That's why he was getting off on it. I think he was taking credit for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand that. The first thing can go is the toilet paper. I don't really. Who really cares about toilet paper, man? Like people are like, have they never been without toilet paper?
You can look at it like an investment.
What, you don't know how to use the 3 shells?
People say that, but no, only once in my life, and it was in the woods, and I definitely did use leaves, and no, they weren't poison ivy, but yeah, no, that's not a pleasant situation. People act so flippant about. I mean, I don't think people should panic either, and you know you can get through, but it's not a desirable thing. It's not something you want.
Use a sock.
Exactly, but you got an extra shirt. Break that in half.
Yeah, you can't flush that though. Not if you care about your plumbing system.
You turn it inside out.
You wash that, man. You wash it out.
Yeah, like we used to use cloth diapers back in the day.
Yeah, and you wash them and stuff. Yeah, I know.
They used to have a service that would come pick up your cloth diapers and wash them.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when the milkman used to deliver milk to your house? Now it's like Amazon delivers milk to your house. That's how twisted things have become.
Except I don't think that Amazon
high tech. Now you order the milk online, so it's different. How is that different? It's still milk coming to your house.
Here's what's changed. I don't think that the Amazon man has been spreading his genetics nearly as much as the milkman did.
I remember glass bottles of milk. People going from, but I grew up in the 1850s, so you know.
I know, but am I wrong?
Look, that was coming to an end. You're probably not wrong. I don't know.
Well, they're like under the clock so hardcore, like Amazon and stuff, and they don't have this, and you don't even necessarily see the same Amazon guy every time, and unless you live out in the middle of nowhere like I do. But like the opportunity isn't there the same way. Same thing with the mailman. The opportunity is just not the same as it used to be. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be the case.
I'm gonna bring it back to milk. The milk, Sonny, that came to an end like when I was probably like 5 or 6 years old, where the milkman thing kind of ended. But the milk that used to be in the glass jars used to be so good. Damn, man, that was some good ass milk.
Yeah,
I still remember it.
Yeah, me too. Crazy. Yeah, the good humor ice cream, man, with these little carts along the lakefront in Chicago. The Good Humor, man. Ding, 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 ding. You need a Good Humor.
Hey, the Good Humor truck, man.
Some of them were riding bicycles along the waterfront and along Lake Michigan, right in Chicago, Lakeshore Drive. Yeah, it had trucks too. Amazing times. I remember the first time I saw a miniskirt was on Lakeshore Drive. And everybody stopped, and the car stopped to stop traffic. Everybody was looking. That stopped the whole place right there, and that block stopped. That's how strange that appeared to everyone when I saw that happen. I saw traffic stop.
Her ego must have inflated that day.
What's that?
Her ego must have inflated that day.
I guess so. Right down the street from the Playboy The old Playboy Club. In the Drake Hotel.
I thought he said eagle inflated. I was like, what's
See,
that?
see, I'm full of it. And trivia also.
Johannes Midgard? Midgard? What? I don't even know what to do with that last name. That is foreign for me.
It's It's basically Midgard, or the Norse word for where we live.
Oh. Okay.
In modern Icelandic, there would be a U between the D and the R at the end, but in the more ancient way of writing it, it's written oftentimes like that.
Gotcha.
Jax, I got a quick Iceland question you probably get all the time. What do they tell you how they logically named Greenland, which is closer to North Pole Greenland, and you Iceland? It's further south.
Yeah. We're told generally in schools by our teachers that some of the people who first came here brought some sheep and they died during a really bad winter, so they called it Iceland. And then some other guy who was outlawed from Norway came here and then was kicked out from here and then went on to Greenland, and he called it Greenland so that people would be more willing to come on over when he came back to try to draw people to his land.
That's the story I heard too.
Thanks, that makes sense. I've always wondered that.
That it was for the purpose of, or kind of was just they were deceptively named, basically. But no, that first story I had not heard that before. The sheep dying, but then you have the Icelandic sheep that are super hardy, very winter hardy sheep.
Yeah. We keep digging out sheep out of the snow. But back in the day, the winters used to be much worse. The ocean would freeze over between the fjords, and my grandfather walked across the water between the fjords when it froze.
Okay, that's interesting.
Great grandfather, I think. I'm remembering my dad telling me this.
Yeah, neat.
Someone probably just screwed up the map and they're like, nah, just leave it the way it is. Because I mean, it's in the same area. You know what I mean? Like, probably just a typo.
Two different phone numbers texted me simultaneously. Hi, Jack. Well, one said hi, Jack, and the other said hello, Jack. My name is not Jack.
What?
Yeah, it's really weird. Two completely different phone numbers.
Hey, I wonder if that 3,959 was also a typo, because apparently they got that way off.
Yeah,
So
but
are they like in the same range as Michio Kaku?
Hijack, maybe they're talking about like a hijacking, like they're hijacking your phone number for some shit.
Weird stuff.
Yeah. Well, the other one says hello, Jack. One says hi, Jack, and the other one says hello, Jack. Yeah, anyway. Weird.
Next one's gonna say low, Jack.
Yeah.
So me and Bong talked about this. A lot of the mythologies, they have this idea that you can cross the abyss through some type of portal, and the portal is always some colored light, right? So in Norse mythology, you cross the abyss on the Bifrost Bridge, which is a rainbow bridge. So how does modern science cross the abyss? they look at the stars and they read the colors of the spectrum to know what they are and what they contain, how big they are, and how far away they're flying. Right? They red shift, blue shift. The spectrum tells you its contents of what's in it, and just all these stories, and it's really just like a rehashed version of the same thing with a twist where they sprinkle the word science so to make people think that it's some form of truth.
Yep. I think because it's they always do this where it's like it sounds or it mirrors the mythology in some way. It's funny. Astronomical spectroscopy, I think you were speaking about.
Yeah, spectroscopy. So like on the old server, me and Bond, like we like deep dived into like researching this. We were coming up with so much stuff. It was, I can't remember it off the top of my head. But we just sat there for a week on the live stream, just like coming up with thing after thing after thing. And that was like so much of a coincidence with, with so-called modern science, like what they do. Like the same thing, the mythology would say, this is how you deal with the abyss. Like, they would have some mythos of the abyss and like how you like reckon with it, right? So there'd be some magical thing, and it always would have some correlation with like light or the rainbow or something like that. It's of somehow interacting with the light is the way you cross the abyss and get to the other side of it. And they're literally doing the same thing. The abyss of space is crossed by reading the rainbow of starlight.
Bro, somebody played too much Mario Kart, if you ask me.
Well, I mean, like, because this is it isn't like we just came up with this on our own. It's because we were looking at the John D, because he was a buddy of Mercator. And this is the reason why I just thought about this. Because Mercator came up with Greenland and Iceland, right? And he also came up with the map. And, in the course of looking at all this, John D was like, I don't know if you guys know who this guy was. He was like, he made this thing called the God Seal. Have you ever seen this? Look
It
up
sounds
John,
familiar.
type it into like Google, right? And on this God Seal, he used to talk to this demon. This demon was from the abyss or an entity or whatever. He was an advisor to Queen Elizabeth, and he was friends with Geraldus Mercator. And he was actually granted land in America. This is before anybody came over here. So this is like, way back when. This is pre-colonial, pre-French and Indian War, like 1500s era, where they knew this shit was here, but like, nobody had like claimed it. So, the Brits, they just think they own everything. And they're like, yeah, you can own all that stuff. So anyway, point is, John Dee, he invented like cryptography. He invented like secret languages. We used to communicate with this entity through this thing called the God Seal. Here's the funny thing is, the God Seal is the exact same, what's etched into his God Seal, because they still have it, this mirror, this black mirror that he used to, scrying mirror. I'm sure you've heard of that. It's the same picture as that's on Kepler's Cosmogoria Mysterium, which is Kepler's, came up with his planetary laws and wrote it down. It's the nested Platonic solids. So there's this occult, esoteric foundation to the so-called science that, people don't know about, or it's not a common thing. They think science, it's empirical, it's the Enlightenment, like it's rationality, it has nothing to do with mysticism. No, it really does. The foundation of all this stuff is mysticism.
Yeah, it's wild.
Astronomy was founded on astrology. They wanted to be able to predict the motions of the planets better. So they would make better astrological predictions. They weren't thinking about science. They weren't thinking about like any of that stuff. They had totally different motivations.
Yep.
And really, like, just for me personally, this is the type of stuff that just like sealed for me, man. Like, there's the science and all that stuff, but this ancillary stuff, this historical stuff that's like surrounds it, right? This like stuff that we like You're never going to hear about it in school. You're never going to hear about it in science class. You're never going to hear about all these little historical facts surrounding it. Like, the truth about Galileo, and the truth about Copernicus, and the truth about, that these guys were actually supported by the church. You're never going to hear any of this stuff. Copernicus talking about the Pythagoreans and how he didn't want to write the stuff down because they never wrote stuff down. And when one of them eventually wrote stuff down, that's how they were found out. He talks about this in the opening of Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies. Like, why is he talking about this in what's supposed to be a scientific text? Why is he talking about the Pythagoreans and how they kept secrets?
Good question. So the quote unquote layers of the earth idea is, and the ideas of multidimensionality are also both rooted in the Kabbalistic and esoteric ideas, as it is portrayed in these graphics here in the live chat.
Nice, Trace. Thanks for posting that. Yeah.
Yeah, he was
and
backing me up.
the Mysterium Cosmogorium, or whatever the hell, Cosmographium. It's like even the name is like, dude, that's a cult. Just listening to the name itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds like some L. Ron Hubbard stuff.
Yeah, and these people all lived at the same time. It's not like they're separated. Like Kepler, because Mercator was a friend with Kepler, and we know Dee was a friend of Mercator. So, like, I'm sure that Kepler was buddies with John Dee as well.
H.P. Lovecraft is actually what comes to mind when I hear Mysterium Cosmographicum.
So here's something weird. I'd have to find this video. So there's a tower in Rhode Island, and it's like an old tower. It was built like in the 1500s, and it's like half a tower. And they don't know where it came from or anything like that. But I saw a video in
Newport Tower, by any chance?
Could be it. It could be that. Could be it. It was a long time. Like I said, me and Bong Saw looked at this stuff like 3 or 4 years ago. I could probably find it. The video. It was like a Google Hangouts with these people talking about it. So there's this tower, and on the equinox, when the sun rises, there's a window in the tower, like a little hole, and it's right across from a fireplace. But the fireplace is up like 3 stories. Okay, and there's no like staircase to get to it. So what they think is that it used to be a covered tower and it was completely black inside. But that window faces right at the sunrise. The sun rays would come through it and make a pinhole camera, and the sun would appear in the fireplace as if there was a fire. Yeah. And they think that John Dee is the one that made that tower because, like I said, he had come here, and Queen Elizabeth basically gave him like North America or something. And somehow that disappeared down the memory hole. I never researched into like how it went to like his property and like stopped being that. Like maybe they revoked it or who knows what. But yeah, they think that he built the tower because I guess he was known for making like pinhole cameras. In case anybody does it, like I don't know if you guys know what a pinhole camera is. You can just make one in your house. Like if you have a wall, just blacken out your window, make a little pinhole, and you'll see an upside image of the outside on your wall. I've seen the largest. You can look it up. World's largest pinhole camera. They did it like at an Air Force hangar. So it's got a big, huge, like, garage door that's, 100 feet wide, and they just poke a hole in it. So you get an image of the outside of basically, the parking lot, gigantically projected onto the interior wall.
According to the article that I posted, carbon-14 invalidates anything older than 17th century. Good old carbon-14 dating to the rescue again.
Yeah, and that's how they got like when they measured the sizes of stuff, like the size of the sun, they would measure the projection of the sun on a wall through a pinhole camera. They make these little pinhole rooms like Drace is posting. Because you can't look directly at the sun, so they would look at the image of the sun projected on a wall.
Hmm.
Does the image flip though? Just turns it upside down. Or...
Yeah, that's neat though, because if you're doing it on a canvas, you just flip it back over. That's really neat. I'm kind of that's a fascinating thing.
So have you ever seen the what is it what do they call them? You know how during eclipse, like you'll get a little like on the ground, you get a whole bunch of images, like so you get the light from the eclipse going through trees,
Yeah,
right? And you get all those little eclipses on the ground.
Yeah.
That's the leaves of the trees acting in the spaces in between, acting like thousands of little pinhole cameras.
Which is what he just posted an example of that. Yeah, it kind of blows my mind how that. I don't understand it. I don't understand how that works. Or I don't understand why that happens. That's what I mean to say.
Okay, it's because light. So when you have a light source, the light is emitted in every direction spherically, right? So it's like this. Think about it like this. If I got a window on the first floor and a window on the second floor, and something's outside my window, I look from the bottom window, or I can look at it from the top window, right? I don't like, and it's the same thing. Is that it's really just looking at the same thing from a bunch of different angles, but the light is being restricted to a smaller space. And because it's an eclipse, right? And so the light is already partially restricted. So you actually get some detail, whereas normally all the light is just washed together, right? It's just like overlapping and stuff. Yeah, it's just overlapping and stuff. So this actually ties into this refraction. Because that means that if we are seeing things elevated up, right, over the horizon, the light that's actually hitting our eye came from not from the side of the object that's directly in front of us. That's the light that came from the top of it. So why doesn't it look like we're looking down on it? So you got to think of it like this: the ray isn't coming horizontally to your eye. That ray of light is like going into the ground. The ray that's coming to your eye is the ray that, like, say it was a ball that you're looking at way up in the distance. You're not, and so say your eye line is dead center to that ball. That's not the light you end up seeing with refraction. You're going to see the light that comes from some other upper portion of the ball, and it's going to take a curved path to your eye. And it's going to look like it's right in front of you, but you're going to be as if you're looking down. Now, it would really look like if you're looking down on it if it took an extreme path. And for the amount of refraction they claim for long distance images, it should be taking, like, it should look to us like we're looking down on it at almost like a 45-degree angle. But we don't see any of this.
Yeah.
because the light is emitted in every direction. Like when you see an object, you're just seeing the light that comes from that direction. But you can, 300 and at every angle around an object, the light is going into all those places. You just aren't seeing them from your viewpoint. But they're saying the straight line path to an object is not what's reaching our eye. Some ray is curving to our eye, and the only light that could curve and reach our eye has to take some curved path. That light can only be emanated from the top. It can't be emanated from the center.
Which means we also shouldn't see the center or the bottom in those instances.
Yes, exactly.
It would mean in that case that it would start to invisibly occult or something.
Exactly, because
but it never
you
does.
can't see light rays that never reach your eye. Okay.
Yeah.
If lights, actually, what's his name? Dr. John D. So he was really funny. So we're on John D again in a different way. But Dr. John D. actually, I think he demonstrated this where, if there's a mirage, right? If you see a mirage, that you can move towards it and the mirage will go away, or if you move backwards, it will go away. You have to be standing in the right spot to see the right, to have the right cross section on the rays for it to be a double image. And moving backwards and forwards changes the light that's reaching you. Right? The light that's reaching you is coming from it's taking a different path. So you're going to see something different.
Mm-hmm.
So I post it all the time, this master's thesis from this David Bricker dude, and he modeled all this stuff out, right? So what he found out using their standard crap, like the standard US VAPS rate, the vertical profile of the air. And basically when he ran simulations, he was like, I can't even get he couldn't get a horizontal ray to reach so he was running a simulation, a simulation that simulates a ray of light or rays of light crossing an 80-mile gap across this so-called gradient, this refraction gradient they say exists. And he couldn't get the rays to reach the other side no matter what he did. The only way he could get it to go to the other side is if he changed the launch angle, right? So you're launching the ray at an angle up. So you got to think of it almost like a gun, right? So when he tries to fire the gun straight across, it doesn't reach, right? It goes lower. So you would never see it because what do the Lovers say? All the light's bending down. So if the light's bending down, right? It's just like it's just like firing a bullet, right? I fire a bullet something far away. If I don't aim up, the gravity's going to pull it down, right? And and it'll hit the ground in front of their feet instead of them in the head. They're saying light's doing this. Light is, because of refraction, it's being refracted down, almost like gravity pulling it down. So guess what you have to do? You have to aim up. That means we only see the rays that are emanating from the upper parts of the object. The parts that are lower on the object, they're going into the ground and we'll never see them.
Correct. If it were going like they say, then all of the light from the bottom of the boats, for instance, would all be hitting the ocean and would never reach the eye.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure John D demonstrated this. I'm pretty sure it's a video on his channel where he actually demonstrated this by moving the camera backwards and forwards. I think he this is one of his earlier videos where he he took a picture and he from 6 inches, and then he moved the camera up and whatever became visible, and then I think he walked backwards and the whole thing appeared. Because just like a camera lens, right, you have focal points, right, where all the rays come together to form an image.
Mm-hmm.
And it has to, like, all the rays have to hit the same focal point to create a coherent image. But if like only half the rays hit like some point, right, and that's the part that you're, actually taking in the image. If half the rays hit, then half the rays hit, and that's all you see is half of it. But we don't see any of this shit. That's the point, is that all these things, which are a necessary consequence of their physics model, which they say is happening all the time, we don't see 90% of the effects of things that they say happen. They just say, nope, it just lifts things up over the horizon. That's the only thing it does. We could just see farther. Well, you should maybe go to camera designers, because they might want to know that, how they can just like create lenses that just like, move things around in the lens, and they don't have to worry about vignetting, chromatic aberration, different types of curvatures, pincushion effects. You don't have to worry about any of that, right? Because it just magically goes away.
Yeah, if all the light were being refracted for so long over such a large distance, everything would be like rainbow colored.
Yeah, it's 100% necessary. You can't invoke a model and just say all the other parts of the model don't apply. So anyone that's like listening in here, you can go into the optics channel, and like last week I posted I think it's Stanford University or maybe Cornell. So it's a YouTube channel where he just goes over everything about vision, camera systems. Like the basis is he's basically teaches you everything building up to like machine vision, right? But you need to know the basics. So he goes through all the basics, and he goes through like, and they're short videos, so like 10 minutes, right? So he just go through like one thing. Like, okay, when we make a lens, okay, this is something we have to compensate for. And then the next episode will be some other thing they have to consider when they make the lens. And he goes through like 5 or 6 things. And this is all the things that we would observe in reality if light was being refracted all over the place. We would see all these other effects, but we don't see any of them. Which means it can't be happening.
In other words, the globe would be gay. It would have the gay flag.
All over the place. And the farther away it would be, the gayer it would be. Dude, just think of a prism. White light goes into a prism, and it comes out a rainbow.
Yeah, he posted a GIF to.
Yeah, and the thicker the lens, the like, if you took a prism, right? So say I had a prism and I made it 5 feet thick, I could shoot a laser type beam of white light if they made a white laser, which they can't. But if they did, and I shined it through a 5 foot thick prism, at the other side, you would see a rainbow that was like, 15 feet across.
It would be an impressive rainbow, to say the least.
It would actually be pretty badass, man. What's the largest piece of quartz we can get our hands on?
I would be really interested to do that to the sun's light at some point, then refract all that light into its separate areas.
The one thing I've noticed about, because I remember when I was a kid, my mother used to, like, she had like a what was it, like a wind chime that had prisms on it, and like it would like have like little rainbows. I always noticed that like the rainbows that the sunlight made were very small, but if I took like a flashlight and shined it through a prism, it would be like the light, it would be quite a bit larger, like the size of the rainbow that came out the other side. I always noticed that the sunlight always made a very tight rainbow. Yeah, I was thinking that, but I mean, maybe that's it.
Quality of
something, to test. Quality of the light, that's possible.
It's less diffused, at the very least.
Well, the one thing they say about sunlight is that it truly is random noise. that there's no structure to it at all.
Well,
Like you have coherent light, like a laser, right?
Uh-huh.
Sunlight is completely incoherent. It's the most incoherent light source that is available, right? That means all the waves of the spectrum at every possible frequency. You know, we make it discrete because we're human beings, right? And we have numbers, so we call, you know, blue 550 nanometers. But you know, there's an infinite amount of different frequencies in between, or wavelengths in between 550 and 600. You know, we just enumerate it for you know, because that's the only way we can deal with it, right? But there's every single gradation, right? And all of this is in sunlight, evenly mixed, perfectly evenly mixed and random. Like it.
In other
It's
words, light is complete. It's
yeah, complete, exactly, complete. Like, you know, imagine taking like different, like say you wanted to make like a paint color, and you wanted it like every color of the rainbow mixed in together. You'd probably store that shit for 1 trillion years, and it wouldn't be as evenly dispersed as sunlight.
This seems to have certain implications that would begin to cause issues for their narrative about it being a ball of helium. Because you'd expect that if it was this one element, or even a combination of a handful of elements doing what they say it does, then it would be a little bit more uniform, a little bit more predictable. Right? Or
well, the reason they say it's helium is there's something called what is it? The alpha channel, or not the alpha channel. The ultra fine helium line, like it's supposed to be the frequency that only hydrogen emits. Hydrogen line, sorry. And that's what the point of what do they call it? An alpha filter is where you can see just that frequency or wavelength. Sorry, wavelengths and frequency are like pretty much interchangeable. They're the same thing.
Gotcha.
But nobody has ever. Here's the funny part. In the model of physics, right? The reason light is emitted from an atom is because an electron that's in an orbit around a nucleus goes from a stable orbit to a non-stable orbit, and then when it falls back down into the stable orbit, it releases a photon, right? So this release of a photon is very specific to the element it is, right? Because the orbitals are very specific. That they're quantized, right? So helium only emits one frequency when it does this. Here's the problem. The sun's supposed to be a plasma. There are no bound electrons in the plasma, right? The electrons in the nucleus are separated. They're not together.
Uh-huh.
So how are they getting this one frequency when they don't have any helium atoms with orbiting electrons? I've asked Globers this that have come in here even though it's been a long time since one has actually came and actually pushed that part of the narrative. But it's like, how does the sun even emit light? You can't even tell us how it does that.
You got to have somebody that is knowledgeable with the kind of discipline that deals with that to even begin having fun exchanging information on that level.
Well,
Like,
this is
there's no
the
point in
foundation of
bringing that up with the guy that's like, what's at the bottom, you know?
But that's the foundation of spectroscopy, right? Is that each element only emits light of certain frequencies, and that's how we know it's the specific element. Well, those bound structures don't exist in the sun. You say it's a plasma. So if it's a plasma, they're just free electrons. And you could say, okay, there's fusion that's accelerating them, where they're all going to be accelerated at random fucking frequencies, right? And not that one that you say exists only in starlight.
Somebody's coming in, Roboti.
Dama Origato, Mr. Roboto. I mean, it's the heliocentric model, man. Things got more holes than Swiss cheese.
Yeah. Speaking of holes, what's the standard defense for the Curie point that they have?
They don't have one.
That's sad.
I think the best I've heard has been, well, it's not a bar magnet, right? It's an electromagnet.
Okay, can you demonstrate molten anything having electromagnetic
That's
field?
what we've asked them. That's what we've asked them. Can you demonstrate any type of liquid being an electromagnet? So,
well, molten, right?
Look, Kosho actually came up with something.
Okay.
But it's actually confined within a man-made magnetic field. So they take like liquid sodium or something, and they confined it within a magnetic field, and I think it made an electric current or something like that. But it was confined within a magnetic field. It's not a self-generating electromagnetic dynamo.
Correct.
Which is what they claim the Earth is, right?
Yeah.
And then you've got to ask them what came first, the chicken or the egg, because you can't have electricity without magnetism. You can't have magnetism without electricity. So, like, what came first?
Yeah.
It's like one of those things that has to be jump started. You know what I mean? It's like the Big Bang. Like, I can explain everything after you give me the miracle.
Yep. An intervention is required in order for the cycle to be the cycle that it is.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's like, okay, so maybe you could say, static electricity or something jump started it. Yeah, okay, go with that. Well, at that point, then you got the problem of, well, the electrical force is something like 37 orders of magnitude stronger than gravity. So why didn't it just blow everything apart?
It did blow everything apart. It's still flying. Everything is flying away from each other. Nothing should be touching each other.
And we can't measure it because the ruler's growing at the same time, right?
Radwin, you've had a name change since the last time I was around. What's up?
Yes, I have. How are you?
Yeah, what's up, man?
My name's still in
See,
there.
that's the-
You gotta look. I'm hiding.
I see it. Warden, I see. Yeah, I get it.
The genius of general relativity is that you can't falsify it because the ruler changes. So you're like, yeah, this is getting further apart. Okay, let's take a ruler and measure that. Oh, the ruler's stretching with space too, because space is stretching.
Wow.
Yeah.
You
the
think
ruler
that's
stretches, space stretches. Like,
that's part of what's going on when they're talking about if you go faster, your clock is going at a different rate than the other person that's not. That whole story, you think that's what's going on?
Yeah, that's part of that.
So when you hold up your ruler to the sky, it's never going to change because the ruler is also bending with space like the stars are.
Look, only someone in another relative frame will see the ruler shrinking or growing or the clock speeding up or slowing down. If you're in that, frame, then you can't see it or measure it or anything like that.
That's a classic begging the question as usual, then, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
Look, I'm not going to believe any sort of time dilation so they actually take something that we know happens at a rate, not a man-made thing, some natural process, like a chemical reaction or something. Fly that around in an airplane and see if that speeds up, right?
Ooh, what about a ferment?
How about what? How about we something that gestates real fast? What gets
kefir
and has.
So kefir or kefir milk, with the little kefir grains, it's a ferment of milk. It has, depending on the temperature, it you can get it to stretch out as long as 18 to 24 hours. If you're at like the upper 60s, like let's say your house is 68 degrees or something like that, you could stretch it out. But if you're like 78 degrees or 82 degrees, then it's like 10, 8, 9, 10 hours. But I mean, how do you quantify? Well, you could quantify it by the presence of acetic acid, I think is what it would be, or something along those lines, or the presence of lactose, because kefir breaks down. This is probably an overcomplicated.
Well, so that just made me think we should see gestation periods of like mammals, like how long it takes a pregnancy to last. They should be.
Aren't pigs perfect?
Shouldn't they be longer at the equator, or shorter at the equator, or something like that? Whatever it is. So you're going faster at the equator, right? So yeah. So at the equator, you should have time dilation. So the pregnancy should last less time compared to people that are somewhere else, like.
But when they wind up
Iceland,
saying
for
that
instance.
the difference is only a matter of seconds or even less than seconds, and therefore we just can't.
Yeah, shit. We need something that's very, very solid. I think isn't there some bug that like lasts like lives like exactly like 21 days or something?
That's interesting. You could maybe use that bug, and then you could also, because they claim the same thing with if you rise in altitude or you lower in altitude. So you could combine those two using the equator and the rising or lowering.
Yeah, there's an idea. You could probably do it with like bacteria, right? You get like a bunch of like under identical conditions, basically, right? And you just grow some culture of some bacteria and just like measure their size or weigh them or something to see if like which one grew more. And you feed them the exact same thing, everything identical.
Division, speed,
identical strains. Take one, stick one at the bottom of the ocean or something, right? So then they're even lower in the gravitational well.
The speed limit of the cell cycle is an article written by somebody here. 1,000. I wonder, like the division of cells and how cell division takes place. I wonder if there's a known rate, but apparently the rate is not constant. So that's fascinating. The only timepiece that we have is what is up in the sky. Looking for some other natural clock that's it might be a fool's errand, but it seems like a fun thing to think about.
Well, yeah, but I want it to be based upon like a chemical reaction, like because we're very good at chemistry, right? But that shit is a hard science. So we should be able to like really use a chemical reaction as a clock. Like, I added these two things together and it takes exactly this amount of time for them to become this much of some other substance.
Ooh,
take that and float that around.
So there are chemicals that can be mixed together, and there's a time delay before they, like I've seen these two liquids joined and it's clear, but then it turns blue after like 25 minutes or something like that. There are those sorts of things. And if you have your quantities, but how many other factors you're talking about? Motion and movement, and motion and movement is synonymous, but once you start applying these different factors, I wonder if that changes. Chemical reactions that occur.
Well, you know what? We don't even have to like fly them around in space. We should be able to just, because the energy mass equivalent shit, we should be able to just like put them in like a high voltage field, and them just being exposed to that energy is the same as them.
Oh,
being
what about
massive.
a centrifuge? You know, or
I
what
was
about a
thinking that too with centrifuge.
20,000
That's one option.
RPM?
Yeah, dude, just make a little tiny centrifuge and fire that thing up, man. Get it spinning at like 100,000 RPMs. Run it for like, like 2 years or something. Because they say these effects are so small they're almost immeasurable. So
But can they date something short term, like we can see that this is 2-year-old, this kind of stuff? If you can find something that we can use that way, then we should be able to.
Something that involves crystallization, I imagine, that continues to form crystals, a crystal form, and it builds over time. You set one in a stable location, and you put the other one in a dedicated centrifuge. So one is technically moving through space and time, as it were, as they say, and then you see the two. I don't know if that would be covering all the bases.
Well, taking energy out of the system too counts, so that should speed things up. So going fast slows things down, slowing down speeds things up. So maybe supercooling something. We try to get as many variables that so-called slow things down. Slows time down, because I think it's a bunch of bullcrap.
Yeah.
So they show me a chemical reaction speeding up or slowing down. I'm not buying it. Their man-made device. Who knows what? You know what I mean? I didn't make that. I'm bouncing around cesium atoms in a microwave beam, and because it oscillated 99,999,999 seconds, and the other one did 98. It time slowed down. Nonsense. That's literally what they do, right? They count the oscillations of a cesium atom that's being driven in with a microwave. Yeah. They count it, like how many oscillations. And they say, well, this oscillated this many times and this oscillated that many times. So they should be equal, but they're not. So time slowed down. And that's a leap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're accusing time as the cause of the difference.
Exactly.
But you would have to rule out all other possible causes in order for that to begin to be valid. So, yeah.
And they did this half-fail Keating test, right, where they flew planes in different directions or something, and Globers will come in here and say that demonstrates it. But if you look at the actual data, it's not. First of all, it's not even within the prediction, right? It didn't even match the prediction of general relativity in the first place, right? They do see a deviation, there'll be a difference in the atomic clocks, but it's not in line with the prediction. And one is exactly opposite of what's predicted. Instead of slowing down, it's sped up.
So similar to the fiber optic gyro. Interesting.
Fiber optic gyro uses an interference pattern.
No, what I'm.
I mean, you could say in a way it is. Yeah, the second. In a way, in one way,
what I'm talking about is Bob's claim of when they tested the gyroscope, they went on up to the top of a mountain and then back down along the same latitude, and saw a difference there in what should have been a constant. And so
the rotation rate, right? The drift rate, Earth rate drift is what they call it.
Yeah, so that difference kind of mirrors what you're talking about. So it's interesting.
Yeah, don't you know when you climb a mountain, the Earth slows down its spin? Because using their logic, right? Using global logic, fiber optic gyro measures rotation of the Earth, right? So that means that if you measure one thing at the top of the mountain and then you went to the bottom mountain and measure something else, that means you going up and down the mountain cause the Earth's rotation to slow down or speed up.
Come to think of it, the higher up you go in elevation, the more momentum you would have to conserve if you're trying to make the argument that the reason that we don't see the Earth spin underneath the plane is because the momentum is conserved. But okay, now you have extra energy because of the increased radius around, or the increased flight around the supposed circle that you're traveling.
Yeah,
None of it ever makes any sense.
that's what mirrors the other thing, because they require it to be actually going faster up there because it's supposed to be taking a larger path and being forced to go a larger path now. And it should then appear to be going faster, but it appears to be going slower, which is the opposite of what they want. Yet, like, still they try to claim that Bob proved it, just like with the CCM clocks, that it showed the opposite of what they expected, so they try to use it. It's just...
Trace, did you know that they did that test with the gyro where they put it in a vacuum chamber and they got the same effect? Did you know that?
No,
they got the same. They took that fiber optic gyro, they stuck it in a vacuum chamber, and when they evacuated the chamber, they got the exact same effect that they got from going up and down in elevation. So obviously it's the air pressure. I mean, it seems obvious to me it's the air pressure. And the thing is, I could find it. They killed dude's channel, Seventh Day Truth Seeker. They killed his channel because he was posting COVID stuff. But I probably still have the link. So there's a Russian paper where they actually got the same effect. So there's a published, peer-reviewed paper where they actually measured the same exact thing, that the fiber optic gyro registered a lower so-called Earth rate drift when they put it in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, so how do Globers try to explain that one?
They pretend you didn't say it. That's what they do to me. They change the subject. They say nuh-uh. They just do whatever they can.
But what about?
Where's the edge? It usually goes to like right to where's the edge.
Nobody believes in the edge more than the Globers, though. Like, come on now.
No doubt, right?
Funny thing is, we're just asking for where's your edge.
Yeah, everybody's just talking about the edge.
The whole thing's an edge. The whole thing's an edge. On a globe, the entire globe's the edge. The entire surface. And they have to invoke magic so that nobody falls off the edge.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's a projection. They're like, oh no, deep down.
The high altitude footage balloons, I think, was really doing damage. Which is why they had, like, people like Neil deGrasse Tyson come out and kind of try to rewrap the magic trick. Because one of the things that I really love that Issa says is like, okay, so you believe that the edge of the Earth is 1 mile away, or 3 miles away if you're a 6-foot person on the beach. But then when you have a high altitude balloon, you think that the horizon is now hundreds of miles out there. Yeah, that's insane.
Nah, man, it's relative.
No, that's insane. I look at it all the time. Like when I see like high altitude shots of California or anywhere that has like a large amount of land, like you're just looking at it and you're like, all of that stuff right there in this shot right here, that road or that lake, or that river or whatever it is you're looking at it from a high vantage, and well, from the perspective of the camera or the drone or whatever, and you're like, all of that shit right there is flat, and their argument is, yeah, that's because it starts curving away at the horizon. I literally saw a video where the guy says, well, if you take an orange and slice the top off, the circle, the perimeter of that circle, that's when it begins to curve. It's flat up until that point. He literally said that.
But when you get to that rim point and you stand there, like, and you ask him again, he'll cut again another slice off and be like, yeah, you're at the center of this bit. And you can keep on doing that until he has no ball.
So I posted that Russian paper in Livestream. I don't read Russian, but you can just look at the data. You know, numbers are kind of a new universal language. You can just look at the graph and see what they got. You know, and it's irritating me because I totally forgot Vlad speaks Russian. I could have had him translate that shit. Vlad speaks Russian. How about that's redundant?
I'm sure he's not the only one. Oh, you're saying because it's a PDF? Oh, what's its subject?
Because his name's Vlad, and his name, Vlad speaks Russian. That's like, it's like saying Jose speaks Spanish.
Yeah, Russian named man speaks Russian.
Who would have thought it?
Checked.
Groundbreaking stuff here. So, but they nuked Habitat Troops Seekers channel.
English.
I think he got 2 COVID videos out, and they blew that right up. I should try to get a hold of him, see if he's got the videos archived, but I'm sure he does.
Copy. You want me to try and here? I'll post it in the chat. Oh, gee, is that okay for it to be a text thing? I'm trying to figure it out if it's the whole thing or not. No, well,
it's fine as text. It's weird that Discord does that now.
if it's over a certain number of characters.
I liked it better when they warned you, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean. So copy. I don't know if that copied the whole thing or not. I have to download it and then open it up, which I'll do right now. Which takes a second. So
I can just expand it here or download.
Yeah, expanding it doesn't open the entire file though. Give me just a second. So you have to. Well, I guess it did. It stops at the letter T, so I need to go to page 2 and page 3. And what was there a particular part of the article? It's about 25,000 characters. So
it's not an art. It's in Russian, man. Like, if you can't read Russian, I just posted a screenshot of the graph. It's not an article. It's like a published paper.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I posted the translation though.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, the first 5,000 characters of it, at least. So
I mean, I don't know if there's I've never read it, so I don't really know what it says in English. All I know is I can look at a graph and tell like what way it's going. Because it should be going straight across, right? Going up and down or taking pressure off of it should have no effect on a fiber optic gyro or a ring laser gyro, period.
There's that. And final page. Copy. All right, so that's the that should be the whole thing, I think. The abstract would be the TLDR. Where I had the abstract. Where'd it go? The results of studies studies of the effect of atmospheric pressure on the output signal of a fiber optic gyroscope during the experiments. The gyroscope was placed in a sealed chamber, the pressure in which varied according to program in the range of 0.8 to 1.5 ATMs, I guess atmospheric pressure. Experimental data, gyroscope output signal, temperature readings, pressure sensor inside the device were synchronously recorded by the computer software. In the course of the experiments, the fiber optic gyroscope was placed into a hermetic chamber. The atmospheric pressure was varying within the range 0.8 to 1.5 ATMs. All the data included FOG output signal. Blah, blah. After the data processing, it was concluded that the FOG signal error associated with was set perpendicular to the horizon. Sorry, associated with blah, blah, blah. It just kind of cuts off there. That's weird. Translation error. No, associated with the pressure effects mainly on the additive component. The pressure effect on the multiplicative component appeared to be negligible at rotational velocities used in the experiment. Well, anyway, there you go. Yeah. It's a lot. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Got Venom.
Yeah, I just checked in Benim. A little bit of an accent. He asked me to speak a little slower than usual. So, yeah, Benim, if you have any questions or anything, man, this is the panel. Feel free to ask some questions or throw out an argument or something, and we might have some questions for you.
Yeah, looks like French slang or informal French in the profile there.
Oh, that makes more sense.
It does, Radwin. It does. I didn't notice that before.
Oh, I should have read that too.
Am I missing something?
No, we were just trying to do a thorough check in the VC check-in. That's all.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good.
If you catch my drift.
Yeah.
Is he alive?
Oh, shit, I thought it was Friday, man. I thought it was ladies' night tonight.
Nope.
Bummer.
Yeah, Fridays always pop off. I like Ladies' Night. We'll
I
probably
just
have
like the way they handle the dudes, man. They just like they don't know what to do. When they start getting flat smacked by females, they're just like, it's funny. Listen to them just spiral.
It is Friday in Australia.
During the future.
Australia is always in the future.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's 8:44 a.m. in Australia. I didn't realize.
I am right.
So, can we read their newspapers to know what's going to happen today?
Yeah.
That would be depressing.
Their newspapers are only going to have
There's
what
a
happened yesterday.
there's a show that a corny show that I used to watch because I know nobody will help me out with it. But this guy got a paper for tomorrow's news, and he would go out trying to stop like disasters around his like local area.
Sounds familiar, right? Like super. Was that from the 90s?
Uh,
I watched that
it
too.
was one of those in betweens, and maybe 90s, maybe early thousands. It was one of those, you know.
That sounds super familiar. I'm pretty sure I watched that. I just don't remember the name either. Tomorrow's newspaper TV show. Early edition?
Okay, boomers.
That might have been what it's called.
That sounds right.
Early edition, 1996 to 2000.
Yeah.
Oh, see, yeah, I told you. Yeah, that's got to be it.
Yeah. I did watch that show, bro. He gets tomorrow's
Yeah, that's
newspaper
him.
today. He
That's
doesn't know how. He doesn't know why.
So now I have to go watch that show again.
Oh, man.
I want to watch it too because I'm like, yo, what kind of why the fuck is he really like a 7-year-old? What would I be doing liking shows like, you know?
Dude, I watched Taxi as a kid, and I was like,
Yes.
this is like super boring, but I want to keep watching, and I'm not sure why. It's so
I
weird.
love that show. Now, see, what I thought was boring for real was like Space Coast, Coast to Coast, the interviews.
I like
and
Space Ghost though.
And Star Trek. Cause that to me, when that came on, it was like it's time to go to bed. There's nothing
When I was
else.
a kid, I didn't like Star Trek at all. I thought it was stupid and ugly and just weird and gross. But when I got older, I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. It's a cool show. But yeah, there it is. I posted the picture, early edition.
Yeah, I might have to watch that season over the weekend.
Four seasons. It had 4 seasons in that show. Hmm.
Four seasons. Wow. Huh?
Yeah. 96 to 2000.
You know what else I used to watch that I was really upset that they discontinued? That I'm gonna have to go back and watch specifically because I'm a flat earther now. Scorpion.
Okay, Scorpion. I was like, so not Heroes.
Oh, which I also loved.
I know, man. Heroes was pretty cool stuff. But that was
Why
one of them
would
shows.
they not finish? Come on, like what are you doing?
Yeah, Heroes
Ruining my
and
life.
the show Lie to Me was another one that ended way too quick.
Lie to Me. Am I watching? No. I'm confusing that with what I'm watching now, which is Pieces of Her.
No, Lie to Me is the one with the guy that does the facial recognition stuff for, it's really, really a cool show. And it's based on real science of facial action coding system.
So early edition is on Hulu and Stars.
Really? Wow. I really took that show to be one of those, because I always like corny shows that no one ever, like, no one's gonna know when I bring it up. It's like, what network was that on? Why were you watching that? Like,
I got your back, bro.
like another show, the what was it? The 4400. Loved that show when I was young.
I don't have your back. I don't know about that one.
That was, well, basically what happened is they got abducted, and then they ended up, like, years later at the same spot that they were. Actually, no. They all got abducted, but then years later they all got, like, put back, like, in front of some lake where everybody, like, piled up, and all the news reporters came and was like, oh my god, these people have been missing for, like, some people 50 years, some people 20. So, you come back, and your boyfriend in fucking high school is like 40 years old now and shit like that. Like, it's a really kind of
the pilots that went down in the Bermuda Triangle were in there. All those people.
Yeah. And then they it was something humans from the future doing, like, sorry to spoil it, it's too late now. I said it, it's out. It's like tweaking humans' abilities to do, like, superhuman shit. I like shows where it's like, okay, this seems to be a normal show, except something weird and sci-fi is going on. Like, I like shows like that.
The people that were missing they only remember being missing for about an hour or so when they get off.
Talking about missing, CPS reported that there's about 18,000 children missing from their protection services.
They're around. You got to dig deeper to find them.
I'm in the struggle of my life. Every day I know the summer is approaching, one day closer. And every night I say, man, I hope tomorrow things can be different. But I also know it's not, because I still feel this doubt, which means I'm not going to change anything tomorrow. We all know that feeling. And it's just the difference between me and the health that I want for this summer, to be able to just go out onto the beach and not be titty shamed. Like, the difference is not going into this store and getting another cream soda, which would be my third sweet beverage. I'll call it a sugary poison for the day. All I have to do is say, you know what? No, because I'm supposed to just be drinking water. But I can't do it because my feet are walking into the store now and towards the section where I can see the cream soda. and I'm already thinking, what if they don't have it? Substitute
Yeah, you
vanilla
have
Dr.
some
Pepper.
good flavors.
I have issues.
Yeah, you got issues. Definitely. Why don't you, have you tried cutting carbs?
No, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Because I know that the sugar is like, if I was just drinking water alone, that would probably be half the load.
Is it just whatever you're drinking does it got high fructose corn syrup in it?
It absolutely does.
That shit is fucking horrible.
Yeah.
It doesn't metabolize like regular sugar. Like I don't think a lot of people know that. It actually it doesn't metabolize like regular sugar.
Is that why my
It actually
insides hurt?
promotes the storage of fat in your body.
Is that why my insides hurt?
Yep.
Could be.
That's exactly what it is. That's why you lose it so fast when you go
your
into
body. You don't have the same
when you
reaction
put your body
to it.
into ketosis, it changes everything.
Well, it doesn't. Your body, like the cells, don't. It's it's eluding me right up the top of my head, and even if I could remember it, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. But the way your cells process sugar, it doesn't process the way it processes regular sugar. So to your cell, it actually didn't get any sugar. Fructose is not a naturally occurring sugar like in nature. So it stores it completely differently than say glucose or sucrose or something like that. So the way it metabolizes it.
So they make it sound okay by calling it corn, right?
Yeah, if you throw corn in there, still the word corn in there. I'm sure they could make fructose syrup out of anything.
I mean, don't you know in history they taught us that the past civilization survived because of corn? So it must be good.
Yeah, but they weren't like concentrating parts of the corn into a frickin' syrupy mix.
Minimum.
They didn't tell you that the corn they were just feeding it to their cattle. They just didn't. They left that part out.
Also, then they ate the cattle. They used corn, but they did eat the cattle. Okay, that makes sense.
What you want to stop is what's called the glycemic response. You want to stop that process. So you don't want to eat anything that causes it. That's high glycemic index breads, pastas, anything like that.
Yeah, that's how I lost the weight before.
If it makes your insulin go up, if it makes your body secrete insulin, that you don't want it. Because your insulin to process. There's a reason that diabetes and obesity go together. I'm not saying you're obese. Just saying those two things go together for a reason.
Are you calling me fat, Indio?
I don't know. Are you? I don't know what you're doing.
I'm diabetic. I'm diabetic.
Diabetic people that have like sores on their legs and their feet and that are swollen and everything. Like,
well, not everybody that's diabetic is obese. I mean, my grandfather had diabetes. He wasn't obese.
I know,
I'm skinny
but the mental health,
as I can be because I'm a type 1.
I'm fighting for the mic, man.
That's fine. You're always fighting for it. Just get used to it.
I'm just saying that the people that do have diabetes that I know of, they don't stop. Like it's not like they stop going to McDonald's. They're still gonna get the frappe. They're still gonna get once you're diagnosed. And I don't even know what that means because then they're like, oh, you got to take this medicine and that. And I'm just thinking,
I know what it means.
What if all you got to do is stop poisoning yourself and just stop doing that? But I realize that that's easier said than done. Like all of the illnesses that we have are self-inflicted, but we don't think so because we think we're the only ones that don't have any self-control, but everyone else that's sick, it's got to be something else. You know what I mean? But actually, no. Majority of all this sickness is because none of us have self-control.
Yeah, I can have some self control and not go to McDonald's and eat that junk. But if I stop taking the insulin shots, I won't wake up the next day. So there's something out of my hands there, because what else can I do?
I don't mean everybody. I mean people. I mean people that have diabetes from eating bad, from having eating disorder. Not you.
Yeah,
I'm sure you got it. You told your story.
Well, like, listen, there's like, you can't. This is the problem. This is the real problem. The one size fits all mentality in these generalizations, right? So there's people that eat the wrong things, which develop symptoms, which you could say are diabetes, and that's how they're classified. But it's treatable. It isn't because of they're having a biological misfunction. It's because they're breaking their body, right? Which is completely different. Some people are born with, their pancreas doesn't work right, so they have diabetes. That's something complete, like that's, but they just lump it all together in the medical thing. Oh, you got diabetes. Well, no, this dude is like, funneling freaking all day. So, his kidneys or his pancreas is like an overload. Actually, Jolt would be better for you because Jolt had real sugar in it. Well, you should be if you're going to drink something sweet, you should try to get it with pure cane sugar in it, which ain't great for you, but it's better than high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah.
I know it's bad. This is the point I was going to make in the beginning, is because once my body started functioning at the level it was supposed to function, I lost weight so fast that I thought I was sick, and the ignorance of the people around me thought I was sick. Because they were like, there's no way. And I'm like, well, you've been around me. You know how drastically I've changed my diet. I'm not like other people where it's like, I'll start off slow. It's like yesterday I was eating everything other than McDonald's because I haven't ate that stuff in like forever. I don't really like fast foods like that. But I went from just drinking 2-liter sodas and 3 packs of M&Ms and all types of other wild shit to literally 0 sugar unless it was from a berry. And that was sometimes because I just wanted to see what would happen if I changed my diet. Didn't eat any bread, didn't eat any rice, didn't eat any pasta. I was losing. I got down to 170. I think the lowest was 171 when I started scarfing down bread and sugar because I had never been below 200 in my adult years. And I thought, okay, well, the doctor told me, 185 was my boxing weight. So when I got to 175, and then I was like, all right, I'm going to start eating to just so I can stop losing weight. And then the next day it'd be like 174. And then the next day, 172. It's like, okay, I mean, this could be dangerous. But what if I was just getting to my like how heavy I shouldn't have naturally been without the bullshit? And I'm just longing to be bulkier because that's the aesthetic that people accept me as,
Yeah, well, I wouldn't. It's like anything. If you don't give a shit what they think about you when you're fat, you shouldn't give a shit when you're skinny, right? You can be 30% under what they call the normal body weight, and you'll actually, the life expectancy of people that are 30% so-called underweight is longer than people that are normal weight.
Okay, I'm going.
Yes, I'm just saying, man.
Go back to 180.
It'll add longevity to you on top of it. I mean, the most important thing, even more than the diet, is regular exercise. That is really the most important thing. It's more important than anything else. But you have to do a certain type of exercise. That means you have to. I don't it's called VO max training. So you want to, you don't need to go to the gym for 4 hours. You don't need to do any of that crap. You just need to basically go do some sort of exercise that maxes you out, that does that gets your heart rate something like 80% of your resting heart, or 80% of what should be your max heart rate for something like 90 seconds. And if you do that 5 times a day, it can be 5 times in a row, it can be spread out through the whole day, but you want to get basically a sprint, right? Run it like if you ran a sprint and basically nearly maxed your heart rate. You want to do that 5 times a day. And just that tiny itty bitty bit of exercise increases your life expectancy, like from all causes, not just freaking like heart attacks, obesity, or anything else. It improves your life expectancy something like 30% or something, like 30% less risk of what do they call premature death? Premature death being, dying before the average age for your, sex and, ethnicity. But it's just like a super simple thing to do. Now, I'm not saying it's going to make you lose weight, because it probably won't, but it'll make you healthier. And it doesn't take a lot.
Yeah, when you put your heart rate to that 80%, it will be blood flow that will be happening. A lot of blood flow, and that will cause
And the thing is, well, and it makes sense too, right? Like in a natural environment, how do people live, right? Like say you're in Africa, you don't need to be buff. You don't need to like be able to have endurance. You need to like, there's a tiger, get the fuck out of there. Like, you know what I mean? You need to run as far and fast as you can in like 90 seconds, or you're dead. That's like the natural like environment, like how we should be is, fast, high output of energy for like, not a long time, but just like a moderate amount of time. Because there's this thing called glycogen, and you store it in your muscle, but it gets it's all released it very quickly. But you want to use all that shit up. It's one of those things like, like the 100-meter dash, right? The person that wins the 100-meter dash isn't the person that runs the fastest. It's the one that slows down the least. Because the 100-meter dash typically takes like 9 to 10 seconds. So you can only max output for 8 seconds. So from 8 seconds on, you're trying to slow down the least, right? So basically at 8 seconds, you're at the 80-meter line. We got 20 meters to go. You want to slow down less than the other guy because you actually can't exert any energy anymore to go faster.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
All this shit is well studied. Sports is a high money making thing. They study the shit out of this stuff. They've been doing motion capture in sports for like almost 2 decades.
Yeah, you got to reach your VO2 max. So that's volume per oxygen per volume kind of deal. When your body is utilizing it and processing oxygen at its peak capacity, that's VO2 max, and then you ride that as long as you can, and that's how endurance athletes train, kind of deal.
So you basically you do your peak output, like if you go do push-ups, don't do 100 push-ups. Do like as many push-ups as you can, as fast as you can. And then you rest for like 90 seconds, and then you do it again, and then you rest for 90 seconds, and then you do it again, then you rest for 90 seconds, and you do it again.
That's right. Yep, that's the plan.
And you only have to do this like 5 times. It's counterproductive after 5 times.
You got these guys getting injections to like stave off lactic acid buildup so they can train harder. It's crazy.
And for guys, the best method so far, according to science, to increase testosterone, doing 200-meter sprints. I mean, it sounds weird, right?
So
but
running
it's well
from the
known that
cops,
leg
cool.
exercises. Yeah, run from the cops, dude.
Exactly. Well, then I should be healthy. No, I'm just kidding.
This is actual scientific literature I've read. They actually compared like different types of leg exercises because it's known that leg exercises increases testosterone output. So, what they found through their research is 200-meter sprints makes your body spike the most amount of testosterone in your bloodstream.
Yep, I run up and down the stairs with a backpack full of weights to accomplish that. Doesn't take long to wear me out, though. I mean, wear anybody out. That's a tough deal. Do it for
that's
like
the point, man. That's
5 minutes,
the whole point.
maybe. Yeah.
I mean, let's face it, dude. Not like I doubt anybody here is going to the Olympics or going to be playing professional sports. You know, I think people like get depressed about exercise because they like see other people that have been working out for 20 years or whatever, and they're like, "Oh man, like I'm going to the gym and I look like shit." Don't worry about that.
I don't know,
You gotta
man.
like
I'm
do
getting
you, man. And what I'm saying is, do you.
I'm getting back into snowboarding, and maybe I'll do the next Winter Olympics. You never know.
Well, I mean, you could. That's one of those. I mean, you don't have to be in great shape to do that. You don't have to be in great shape to be snowboarding. Just like solid core, really, and good balance.
In the Olympics, you do. You got to be in pretty good shape to be doing it in the Olympics.
My God, how much ass do those snowboarding kids must get that are in the Olympics?
Dude, no kidding, right? They're the coolest guys there.
No
like, by
shit.
far.
Hey, baby, I snowboard in the Olympics. Oh my God, dude, that's like. Yeah, I'm having another threesome tonight. My back is killing me. I wish I would have took up ping pong.
I mean, hockey would be pretty cool, but they're all missing teeth, so that doesn't help much.
But it's like the rich hot chicks are the ones that go to the ski slopes.
Right. Yeah, all those little snow bunnies.
Does it show you here or no?
I know. Are there any like flat Earth people? Any Globbers?
I'm getting ready to go to the diabetic Olympics. Getting gold. Or platino.
You might be able to get into the Paralympics for that being diabetic.
What? What do you say?
The Olympic diabetic ping pong team.
Winning an argument on the internet is like winning the Special Olympics, even if you win, you're still a retard.
I am special. I don't know about retard.
Differentially abled is the politically correct term for it.
There were some cases about people playing disabled and making it to the Olympics, disabled Olympics. They were just acting up. There's some cases about that.
They pretended they were women when they were actually men. That one.
Oh yeah, that one is huge.
I'm waiting for the dude to go into like Olympic boxing, right? Say he's a female and just be breaking chicks' jaws.
There was a UFC fighter that he was a man, but he changed. He changed, and he was fighting women and breaking their faces.
There's a whole collage, like a whole video that was put together, montage, I guess, where there's just women saying, like, what was it? It was soccer, and they was like, you guys are always talking shit. Well, why don't you come on the court then? Then these actual soccer players, the women, they're like professional soccer players versus like these 60-year-olds. They fucking got dusted in soccer. Like, yo. And it's like, I'm not laughing. It's just that this is the position that some women have put themselves in. It's like, and then they have there was another clip where I had not known this. I truly thought that, because I don't watch tennis, that Serena Williams was literally the best tennis player of all time ever, everywhere, man or woman, a child or adult. Like, that's what I thought. I thought she never was defeated. There's no man that could ever beat her. Until she said, yo, like, I would never want to compete with the men, because if I actually had to play in the men's division, like, I probably would be second to last in the rankings. And I was like, what? My life is upside down. They also had that the UFC stuff.
Dude, I don't watch a lot of tennis, but I've noticed like the men versus the women. I mean, the women are insane at tennis, but the men, there's no way any of us would ever return a single fucking serve from one of them guys.
None of us, right?
Dude, no. Not a fucking chance.
That hand-eye coordination is crazy. It's like you had to train with a monk from Shaolin Temple or some shit to get your eyes hand coordination like that. And I think, by the way, for you kung fu heads, I think it's called 7 chambers or something like that, where a dude literally, if he turns his head left or right, he'll get burned by these like incense. So he had to only move his eyes left to right so that he could get his eye speed up to par. Anyway, I know I'm saying like a whole bunch of off base shit, but there you go.
Hey, by the way, isn't this topic kind of like in the hot seat at the moment? Like you can't be the transgender topic is getting on that level of the V and the C stuff.
Is it really?
Yeah, that you're not allowed to talk about it.
We're not really talking about that, though. I mean, we're just comparing men and women's sports, so you can take it to that level, but
Yeah, but that's the topic. If you go too deep into it, like against it and stuff, is
you're
kind
the
of like
one going down that road. We weren't talking about that.
You can't talk bad about gays.
We were talking about real men versus real women. Oh, was I not supposed to say that? I don't know.
Well, I don't think anybody should generalize anyway. Like, if a person's a shitbag, let them be a shitbag on their own merit, right? Because of who they are, not like some other thing. And I think you're a real, I don't know. I just think of like, what is it? What is the one? Billy Madison when he's playing dodgeball, or what is it? Which one is it where Adam Sandler's playing dodgeball with a bunch of 3-year-olds or third graders and smashing them with balls? Happy Gilmore.
Happy. I don't know.
That's what I think about when I think of men and women's sports. It's just like so overmatched that like it's just not fair.
But who's actually, because I don't feel like the athletes themselves, other than the professional soccer players, I don't know where they came from, but there's this movement. I don't know where the professional female athletes are in this. I mean, As a matter of fact, I would love to see them interviewed or a montage of them actually speaking how they feel about it. Like, because what if they're like, I don't give a fuck about this feminist movement bullshit. I just want to play tennis with other girls. You know?
If you look at the populace, there's a lot of schools where team sports are being forced to compete mixed, and the young girls are basically can't win. Like they can never win a prize, so they're basically being excluded from success in sports. And so they created grassroots campaigns to get it overturned and changed.
What do you mean they can't win like prizes? You mean
Hey, everybody
now that
gets a
they've
trophy,
changed
so
things?
Okay, Elijah. If 5 elite males enter into women's sports, the women ain't gonna ever win, right? So, like the 100-meter
Okay, that's
dash.
what I was asking.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
thought you
Yeah,
meant.
exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like the 100-meter dash.
That's crazy.
Like to get on the Olympic men's team, if I remember correctly, like you literally have to be faster. Like if you're slower than a woman, the women's team, you're not on the men's team. Period. It's like,
you know what? Now that you
it's
say
a whole
that,
different
that
level.
was one of. Yeah, that was one of that was another clip in this video that I saw. It was like a relay race, and then one of the teams had a man at the end. This dude literally was the last person to get handed the baton, and then blew past all of the other women and got first place after having been in last. Like, yo, it's almost like he was effortlessly floating by the women, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is who?
Yeah,
Why?
what it
Who
boils
put you up
down
to
to.
this?
Like when you
Recently,
let men whose like slowest times are faster than the fastest elite women's times compete against women, you're basically telling the women, go screw yourselves. You know, it's very rude and offensive, to be honest. It's almost borders on abuse.
In the swimming competition, there is a guy that changed his whatever sex, and he's competing against a woman, and he broke all the records, the regional records. There's no woman that can basically beat him. He broke all of the records in the woman swimming competitions. So they cannot, the woman cannot compete with him basically.
Yeah, you go watch these videos of these girls in these campaigns, and you basically look at them, and they're literally stopping themselves from crying. They're like, I want to play sports. I don't want a guy to beat me up every freaking day I show up. You know, I want to be able to play and enjoy victory against my peers, you know, not against somebody who's like out of my class. Actually, now that I remember, the one girl said, why should I even play sports at all? Why show up? I can never win. I will never, ever, ever win. Never. I'm done. It's pointless. Why show up for practice?
It's like, hey, we're going to do this under the auspice of making everybody seem or think they're equal, but really it's just fucking with women some more. It's, you know what I mean? It did the opposite. It's like, oh, so we're just going to be male dominated everything.
I think it was Elijah that mentioned Serena Williams, and I think there was an old tennis player dude. He was ranked like 200, and didn't she lose to him? He was ranked old and ranked 200, and she couldn't beat him.
That's what she says. She couldn't even. She doesn't think that she could even beat the second the second worst tennis player in the male side. That's what she said.
It needs to stop. Like, whatever this is, you know, girls posing or guys posing as girls. and winning. That, like, what the fuck are we allowing to happen in front of us right now? Is all I'm saying. It's absolutely fucking absurd.
How dare you?
Good
Well,
time.
if none of you guys have seen any of Camille Paglia's work on the fall of societies, like she basically patterns out all the major societies, and this is the kind of stuff that happens right before the society goes bye-bye throughout history.
Yeah, you got men and women gladiators now, right? And they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff with it.
So,
nobody
so
cares.
what if the
Nobody cares
realization?
anymore. They have nothing.
Right. There's
They have
no
nothing
rules.
to fight for.
What if the realization that the Earth is flat is the sign to the people who have been sheep herding the rest of us? It's a sign to them. Okay, they're waking up. All right, time to ditch this empire, go across the street, and build another one. Like, you know what I mean? Like kind of a what's a test where you assess some not an IQ anyway, something like that. I could see that being the case.
Yeah, that's essentially what I think is happening.
You think
It's
they're
too
just done?
obvious, man. It's no. I think that it just reached it's just reached the limit of absurdity, and now, well, there has to be a reset.
Yeah, they always
Yeah,
do
because
this.
it's so ridiculous now. There's nothing else that there's like not a lot of other levels of deep down that this could go, right?
Yeah, they push it in a bad direction.
Pretty much there.
and then-
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they just push it in a bad direction, and then they like the people who are left not having a chair are gonna be the ones who are still talking about it, and they're gonna get burned at the stake in the media.
I look at it as they know that there is a limited time before people realize the scam that they're pulling. So they intentionally push society in a specific direction to collapse it and reset it so that it never comes to the controllers being out of their positions of control.
Yeah, and you always make a bad guy for the public to point their finger at, and for history to put all the blame on.
They put the administrators of these sports and the ones that make the decisions of who can compete or who cannot compete. They allow men, after they go through certain treatments of testosterone, lowering testosterone treatments or whatever, and whenever these men hit certain levels, then you're not a man anymore. You can compete with the woman.
No shit.
The funny thing is, those levels are still higher than the average levels of the females.
It's just it's like, man, it doesn't even compare. It's so stupid. People are buying it up, eating it up. They're like, fuck yeah. Stand up for yourself. Fucking be what you want to be, no matter what anyone says.
That's not equal. If equality is what you want, like this is
It's the
literally
opposite.
not equality, because you can't biologically be equal. It's not how it works.
Yeah, I play in a co-ed soccer league where the women's goals are considered 2 points and the men's goals are considered 1 point. And guess what? Nobody's begging for equality when it comes to that.
Good point.
And I also play with women who played in the women's professional league, and they completely disagree with all the shenanigans that the U.S. women's national team has been trying to spew over the past few years and all that shit.
There's no way to find a loophole around the original programming. Excuse me. It'll always be male and female. It's that duality. There aren't a million genders. There's just two. Thanks.
I must have missed the feelings portion of biology. Maybe I was sick that day.
Right. But anyway,
could you imagine because of the because technically you could do this, right? If you can marry an inanimate object, marry yourself. If you can identify as something other than like with all of these different classifications, then what's to stop someone in the future from entering a dog competition?
right. That's yes, a doll competition for real, dude.
No, a dog
That's
competition, an animal
dog
competition.
Exactly. Yeah. No, that's a perfect example. Dog, a person out there trying to act like a really well trained dog. What the fuck? But I could see it. I could totally see it.
Imagine how far we would go
There are
if
people out there like that. They have a whole fetish thing on, I forget TLC. Whoever airs this weird shit, where the couple.
I know a dog person. I know a person who is a dog. I'll tell you about it if you want to hear it. I'll tell you.
Crazy. Let's hear it.
So we met him outside of a base in Iraq. He was about, I'd say, 8 years old, and he'd always be around and be super hot, and we'd give him the water that we had. He would take the water and put it in his dog bowl, and he'd get on his hands and knees and drink it like a dog, and then the dogs would hang out with him. So it turned out what happened is, years ago, this is like at a kind of like a complex. Not really a palace, but like a rich complex, like a rich person might own. And basically what happened was Saddam tortured and killed his parents right in front of him and basically left him there alone. And he basically was raised by the dogs. And so he acts like a dog because of the trauma. And that's just what makes him comfortable. Now, there actually is a thing called trauma-based mind control where you intentionally inflict trauma to control a mind. So you basically break the mind and then you rebuild it to what you want. Very similar to when they get parents to lie to their kids about Santa and all these other things. And then they tell them, hey, your parents are a bunch of liars. Trust us instead. We're the state. We love you and we'll tell you the truth. Right? So they disassociate the children from their parents and then they make them loyal to the state. And that goes on much deeper levels than just that. But it's all part of the plan. And just like we were talking about, if people could choose to be dogs, or if they could choose whether the earth is flat or round, or a hyperplane in the multidimensional ether soup, right? It's all subjective. And that's what they want. They want everyone to live in a subjective reality, except one, allegiance to the state. That's what they're pushing for in the end. So everyone's severable and individual. And there is no family, there is no marriage, there is no sons, there is no daughters, there's no fathers. It's just individuals and the state, and that's it.
Man, what a terribly depressing story. I just wanted to talk more about men entering dog competitions. Like, there's no way you're going to beat a dog at fetch or anything like that. Like, do one of them doggy obstacle courses, they're going to kick your ass every time.
Are you saying you identify as husky, Lou?
I am a little bit husky right now.
So that's why I'm not going to be entering any lab retriever or any husky competitions. I'm going to enter in the poodle ones.
Yeah,
exactly.
Lou, it depends completely on the
but how are you going to you don't have any of the attributes of a poodle.
Fuck yeah, dude. They've got some big poodles that can go catch some birds. Come on.
What do I need with attributes in 2022?
If it's going to be like the Westminster and they're judging you against other poodles, it's like best looking poodle for a poodle. Like you have to look like a poodle. You're never going to win that either.
Yeah, I'll just have a bad haircut. Right.
Put a little fur on my backside and call it good. It's true though. There are no rules. That's what I think is coming. Yeah, that they want the singularity, right?
If all the judges are some of these crazy people who prefer man people as man dogs over actual dogs, then they're gonna score the actual dogs low and the freaks high. It depends on the judges.
Totally.
But regardless, if you try to pull this in court and say like, "Oh, your human laws don't apply to me. I'm a dog," that wouldn't really fly. Like was stated earlier, the state overrides this, even though they play along with it.
And you're asking the world around you to call you something that you're not, and do something that they should never have to do, is consider you as anything but what you are. Like, come on.
Well, now you realize why this destroys societies, because it's incoherent to have a legal system with a subjective reality. Okay, so no one can enforce any rules anymore. Nobody cares anymore, and the whole place just goes to crap, or it gets conquered by a more powerful nation who's got their stuff together. One or the other.
Yeah, it's the collapse of civilization.
Oh, that's all? Okay. To be fair, I've been hearing that my entire life. And that's what a lot of normies say. They're like, yeah, man, they've been saying the end of the world's tomorrow for how many fucking decades? Okay. While you have a point, I don't know.
I just mean it's the collapse of civilization, or being civilized or rational. Once everything is irrational and just subjective, then you don't have civilization anymore. You just have people going crazy.
Would this be the law of entropy within society?
Hey, I got a question real fast. Would anybody be interested in a judge made a company release some information about the thing that we're not supposed to talk about? Would anybody be interested in that?
I found it very interesting.
Wait, what is it?
The thing we're not supposed to talk about. I got some information that a judge made the company release.
Oh,
Would you
damn.
like to see it?
Yeah, you talking about the juicy juice?
Yeah, what's your name?
The power juice.
CB. It's CB.
It's the thing that they said they didn't want to release until 75 years later.
DM it to CB, and then everybody
you mean
pile
who
into
shot
his
Kennedy?
DMs.
You are a
This is about who shot Kennedy. I'm down.
But hey, can you throw that link into the mod room for me, please?
Just, I don't know. It is to click.
You're roboting, Hank.
What's up, Mr. Roboto?
By the way, you guys, it's hysterical. I don't understand why admins and mods. I mean, I think a lot of you guys probably know this, but if there's rules about what we're allowed to post, that room is not excluded because it's private to us, the mods and stuff.
Right.
It's not supposed to be there either. That room is terrible for that. If we're worried about terms changes.
But is it official data that's released to the public? No? Should be fine. No?
Not everything that's in there.
Well, one way or the other, we'll find out where the threshold is,
Protocol. Yeah, well, the standard OPSEC assumption is that the people in your own organization behind the scenes aren't going to rat you out.
Just delete it after a while if it's super racy.
got to mind our P's and Q's, guys. It's a new world.
But anyway, how could Lee Harvey Oswald have been a lone gunman if he forgot to account for the Coriolis effect?
Did they ask him about Coriolis?
Well, I mean, they should have, right?
They really, I mean, yeah, because it's a real thing that we don't experience.
See, but that's why the guy that shot Lee Harvey Oswald went right up to him, because he was too stupid to do the math for the Coriolis. So he's like, I got to get close range.
I mean, it's obvious, right?
The Rolling Stones told me that who killed Kennedy was you and me.
The Rolling Stones also wrote a song called Sympathy for the Devil, so...
That's where it's contained.
Yeah.
If you actually read those lyrics in that song, it would probably shock most of the Christians.
So I acquired a...
Yeah, first I got electrocuted.
What the fuck? Okay? Hank, you got to reconnect because I really want to hear you talk about when you were electrocuted.
I acquired a very obscure, I don't know if it's necessarily obscure, but a very interesting Rolling Stones album. Something about satanic something. I'll have to look on the record. Yeah, so the name of this Stones album is Their Satanic Majesty's Request.
Oh, good.
And didn't Mick Jagger just have a baby at 70?
He didn't have a baby.
I mean he sired a baby.
Yeah. Sperm, you can last forever. If it's being produced by a live body, you know what I mean?
Just to say he's doing pretty well. You know,
I guess, yeah. 70,
he's not slowing
sure.
down.
So it hit his shoulder, Connolly's shoulder, and his wrists.
So how about now?
All clear.
All clear.
Oh, okay.
All clear.
Yeah, so I found that information on the Jimmy Dore show because you guys know how I don't discriminate on where I get my information from, even though, he's, already juiced up. He's pretty pissed off about his outcome. So he's the reason that I look at the leftist point of view because I want to understand it because it's hard to understand. And his leftist point of view makes more sense. Because if we weren't spending god-awful money on the military, maybe we could afford a few socialist programs. And I'm not really the socialist type, but there are some socialist programs that make sense.
Have you ever looked at the budget in a pie chart?
Yeah, it's all military.
Not even close.
What are you talking about?
Not even close to being close.
It's like
you're not looking at an actual pie chart of the total budget. You're looking at a pie chart of a certain portion of the budget. If you look at the whole budget, the majority of the budget is social programs already.
Damn, I was completely wrong. Can you show me? Because I've seen pie charts before and thought that I was looking at real shit.
Well, there's discretionary budget, there's non-discretionary budget, right? There's things that are signed into law that must be paid for, right? So there's no choice; you have to pay for those, right? And the majority of those are social programs like Medicare, Medicaid, retirements, welfare, all this type of stuff. Like it's you look at the actual pie chart, you're going to be like, holy crap, we barely spend anything on the military.
We barely spend anything on the military. Don't we got like more military spending than like several other major powers?
I just mean, well, yeah, but I mean, if you look at the pie chart and you just look at it in the slice from all the other programs.
Well, anyway, I'm still anti-war, and anybody else who's anti-war, I don't care what side they're on, unless somebody's marching up through Texas or Florida gets invaded or something stupid like that. I'm anti-war. I'm not anti-violence. I'm anti-first strike. So, the law of non-aggression.
Well, we got like 22 million vets. You know, some more capable than others, plus all the freelancers that think they're soldiers, and like 6 guns for every adult. And some of those are heavy weapons, like 50 caliber and above. So good luck with getting invaded here, I would say. Which is why Hirohito, I believe it was Hirohito, he said, I would never invade the mainland United States. There's a rifle behind every blade of grass.
Exactly. So that's why I'm like literally anti-war.
These
Because
ideas,
nobody in their right
I don't even
mind.
know if these ideas are real. Like, how effectual is that statement? I mean, in my lifetime, I myself, I'm not talking about war in general or conflicts abroad in general. I've not seen a nation get taken over. Like, because number one, you would actually have to have the nation to do it. Meaning, not just the government, but the people have to be mentally where you are. I don't trust my brother and sister's ability to be cognitively there when we have to make decisions like that. You know.
What do you mean? You mean you wouldn't trust them to band together and fight an invasion force?
I wouldn't think that they would, because they could be propagandized easily and split easily.
Well, yeah, that's why, like, supposedly there's UN troops that have been mobilizing logistics in the United States for a long time, because there's actually this peace treaty that we're already supposed to be on, theoretically, where part of the treaty requires. And so, because we've never been able to do that.
Did he cut out for y'all?
Yeah.
I think he said
It
disarm.
requires the disarmament. It requires the disarmament of the citizens for this treaty. And obviously, the United States can't do it to their own citizens because it's against our Constitution. So technically, we can't be a part to this treaty. But they have been putting in place the logistics necessary that if things go their way politically, they'll be able to mobilize and have UN troops helping disarm the population. In theory, of course.
Well, if you take what Yuri Bezmenov spoke of as truthful information, that side of the war that's being fought here is definitely being won by the adversarial forces, which is the psychological side of it.
Yep. And it's also simultaneously a secondary front, which is actually a tertiary front now that I think about it. They basically crippled our social sphere by doubling the workforce when they promised women that they would be able to go into the workforce and make twice as much money for their family, right? Because you have 2 adults working, so that's 2 times the cash. But really, with a law of economics, you double the workforce, you half the salary. So now we have 2 people working for the same salary. But guess what that does? And keep in mind that the United Nations has a document to this as well. It causes a decrease in the population. most effective way to decrease the population is to quote unquote liberate women into the workforce. Simultaneously, in the Western nations, they have massive amounts of immigration where the immigrants are outpacing birth rates of the natural citizenry. And usually, well, let me say in the past, when you would come to America, you would kind of ingratiate yourself into the American culture, right? You'd become an American rather than bringing like your socialist agendas with you and, you know, all the crap from the countries that you fled, which you want to reestablish in the United States. And trust me, the people that want to usurp power, they want you to do that. That's why they want them here, because they want to take over by just altering the demographic and the political will of the people. So eventually, there won't even be real Americans left anymore. They'll all be strangers.
Very good points. I'd also like to add that moving women into the workforce and basically ensuring that you need two people within the household to maintain kind of like an average household salary. You're also removing the parenting and you're placing that solely on the state to parent your children through the school system.
Correct. How many of you have heard the story that Operation Paperclip, after the Nazis were got their asses kicked, we decided, right, instead of trying them for war crimes, we'll just hire them to make rockets and be part of our NASA program, and lottie, right? You've all heard that. Well, the very idea of this loosing women away from the children and doing all this came straight from the Nazis as well. They said to the women, you know, leading up before the war, hey, why don't you guys go to work? You can make more money. Don't worry about it. Oh, you're worried about your kids? No worries. We'll make 24-hour daycare camps, and you can drop your kid off anytime you want to go to work. Now, who was running these daycare camps? Women, SS officers, pretending to be teachers and nurses, but they were actually SS officers training the children to be loyal to the state against their parents.
Yep.
And, you know, now we send our kids off to kindergarten so that they can learn all about the globe and about how their parents are retards and the state is the greatest thing they ever heard of.
Kindergarten is a German concept. Kinder means child.
Yep, and garden means indoctrinate them with the state status quo so they'll hate their parents and love us. That's a rough translation, trust me, but it's somewhere along those lines.
Well, if you think about it, you tend to a garden, right? And you grow up the fruits. And who's tending to that garden of children? It's not the parents.
Check out the video I just posted in Livestream voice text. I don't know if it's real or fake. Just got sent to me by somebody.
Fake news.
It's like a
So
fake
can I be
fake,
heard now?
or it's either a fake or it's a fake fake. I don't know. Don't ask me.
Am I coming in clear now?
Yeah, you're back.
Just curious because I'm at the same spot where you guys said I was roboting.
You're going the other
So yeah,
direction
the
now,
whole
though.
Prussian education system. It basically trains you to be like a good slave. Like the clock is like the centerpiece on the wall, right? It's the center room. No, you can't go anywhere, and no, there's someone else's authority. And then once you start, getting a job, and there's that clock. It's the same thing. So you spend your whole life like working away for someone else, staring at their clock, while giving away your time, the most valuable thing that you have.
Yeah, so this latest one I just looked up, Hank, it showed for whatever year it was, the budget was 10%. So the military budget was only 10% by this metric.
I stand corrected, bro. I apologize. The stuff that I seen was like more than I thought we were spending like more on the rest of the country than we were our own military. So I stand corrected. I said it backwards, but I still stand corrected.
Yeah, you got to think about it. It's like what was the last stimulus bill? It was like $2 trillion or something, right? And that was just to give basically free money to people, essentially.
Yeah, they like to look at only a portion, especially when dealing with statistics and other stuff, because that's how you manipulate it. So you can make something seem like bigger than it is or smaller than it is just because of the sample size or where you're cutting it from.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful art. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
Well, my door congealed. Now I'm pissed.
Well, karma is making me a cake, so I'm happy.
Yeah. Is it going to have icing on it?
Yeah, vanilla icing.
I'll post a picture of this congealment. It kind of looks like icing. Lou will probably feel my pain. Let's see. Yeah, there's a million channels in here. Man, that's horrible.
It's time to rename the live stream to the Dead Stream. What do you think of that?
I think the Globers just gave up.
Very appropriate. Taps. Everybody loves taps.
You like that, God Rockin'?
Sure did.
I love the timing on that.
Yeah, a moment of silence for the globe heads.
That'd be a good thing to play just out of nowhere when it's dead. Just play taps. It says it all.
I guess we just gotta go fishing again. Start dragging more people to the server.
Well, we got to pay the bills, ladies and gentlemen, so here's a quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
The only problem is the place to get it's in space. You got to have a rocket to get there.
And you know where all the coffee comes from. Chugga chugga.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out a contract with the Chugga Bucks Corporation. See if they can get a couple sponsorships. Maybe we can get an ad going or something like that. You know, we've been supporting them for so long. So,
Amen to that.
Dude.
What?
With the way people are so freaking such fanboys of NASA and stuff, like why not just bank off of their name? If you just start a cafe and theme everything like space coffee, like everything's space and NASA related, and yeah, you have your Chugga Chugga brand, and you push that, dude. I bet you could. This would work. Somebody needs to do this.
It would be extra.
Why not bank off? Why not bank off of it? And then don't tell them that you're a flat earther until like you're hugely successful, and then blow everybody's minds. Just forget.
Yeah, the Saturn burger, the Mars burger. Yeah. Moon fries. Yeah. You're making a lot of sense, Lou.
Yeah, that would sell.
I mean, all the normies go crazy over it. Oh my God, that Saturn burger was so good. It had onion rings all around it.
Dude, you donate like 1 penny every like $100,000 you make, and then you tell them that that like a portion of of everything they buy goes to like donate to the space fund or whatever, and
goes to NASA. Yeah, you're donating one penny for every $10,000 worth of business.
Yeah,
but yeah, you're help funding NASA.
That's what There's a sub house, a firehouse subs. That's basically what they do. It's like 1 penny out of like every like $10,000 or some shit. Freaking goes towards firefighters, and then they like they charge extra and do a firehouse theme.
I mean, they're scamming the shit out of us in every way possible. Why not somebody on this site scam the shit out of them?
And then the great thing too is because it's like NASA is public, like funded. Like I'm pretty sure anybody can use their logo. I don't think you have to pay shit for it.
Especially if you're donating money to them.
No, dude, anybody can use it. It's public. It's a public thing. It's government. Pretty sure. So you can use like their official logo and stuff all you want. I'm thinking. A lot of people do already.
Yeah, they probably feel the more the merrier. The more that gets out there, the happier they are because people see it everywhere. It's that programming. It's constant.
Yeah. They'd probably endorse it.
Fuck yeah. They would for a little while until you told them you were flat earthers, but
But it's funny because you could selectively pick a bunch of the pictures to have on your walls in the restaurant that like are flat Earth related, but like from them. Just it's the memes without the text and.
And then you make a flat Earth burger, and it's the baddest burger they make, and it's like half the price. So everybody starts buying the flat Earth burger.
And in your commercial, you have like Neil deGrasse Tyson like talking about how the Earth is like hamburger shaped, not like rolled like a hot dog. Cause that's
yeah, I
why
mean,
don't
you guys
sell
are
hot
talking. You guys are talking full diner. I was thinking more like just like something to put up next to Starbucks and take their business away.
Well, yeah, this could be a fast food place.
I was thinking like, just like maybe throw some brand muffins and some cookies in there and, just lattes and all that, whatever. But yeah. However you wanted to do it, the idea is the same.
Yeah.
Just bank off of the name.
Yeah, we should do this and then make it into a chain that we could have all over the world. Just different flat earthers running it.
Yeah, that would be a prerequisite. If you're not a flat earther, you cannot buy a franchise.
See, like with a full diner and stuff, this is gonna be hard work. You gotta good food and stuff like that. You gotta win over customers that way. Talking about something simple, like you just need coffee beans and a coffee maker, like you know what I mean? Like, so I'm just talking about using that Chugga Chugga brand coffee, but having it, space themed place.
Yeah, having it come from space, that's going to be the important part.
Doesn't have to be coming from there. It's just gonna have that theme.
It as such that it was grown on Mars or something. I mean, Elon Musk's fucking domed fucking coffee bean fucking field on Mars. The coffee comes out sort of red tinted.
No, it comes out of Don Pettit's ass, man. You're not getting it. Dude.
Anything Don Pettit says comes out of his ass.
Actually, there's this coffee bean. I'm not sure if it's the most expensive in the world, but I think it is. Like, there's this coffee bean that, like, it's actually they like the bats eat it. They let the bats eat the coffee bean, and then they poop it out.
It's a monkey that eats
it. I thought there was one that the bat guano is a coffee bean.
No, the monkey eats the bean and they shit it out, and it's still whole. And then
maybe there's a different monkey shit one. Like maybe. I don't know. I thought it was a bat.
Well, I heard of the monkey bean. They eat the whole bean whole. They swallow it whole, and it doesn't break down in digestion. It comes out as a whole bean still. Still, you have to crack it open to get the bean out of the middle.
All right, so that's the stuff. That's the stuff that we use because at least it still has some of the theme of chugga chugga.
Chugga chugga. I thought it. I could be wrong, but I heard of that bean coming out of some animal shit. I thought it was a monkey, but you.
I don't know. Maybe you're right.
Right.
I could be wrong.
You could be right.
Or it could be both.
If they had that technology, Starbucks would go into waste management.
Oh, this coffee, they make it, it's ultra expensive. This is a reality, huh, Lou? They actually have this coffee that comes from an animal shit. The bean does, and they.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now just to check. Okay, yeah, there's a bunch of them. It looks like there's a bunch of them.
Is there?
Let's see, or maybe it's just this one. What is I don't even know how to say it. What kind of animal is a civet or a civet? Yeah.
I don't know. Is it a marsupial? Like a mammal? A marsupial is like a rat.
It's a cat-like creature, it says. Okay. Why is cat poop coffee so expensive? Is one of the people also ask.
Because it's so good.
So we could also do a cat themed place with how popular cats are with people.
Check out what's vanilla too. Synthetic vanilla.
Yeah, we know about the beaver anus.
But I swear I heard of one that comes from a bat. But maybe I'm mixing up bat and cat because they rhyme. I don't know.
Cat shit coffee brought to you by Nest.
Its anal glands imparting an elusive, musky smoothness to the result roasted coffee.
Yeah, that's what anal glands do. They impart that elusive, musky smoothness.
Holy cat shit, Batman. Or is it bat shit?
The face of that little cat-like creature is a little bit bat-like. I don't know.
If he had wings, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I can see wings on that thing. All right, I just got to double check to see if there's one made from guano. Because I swore there was.
Yeah, I found some bat poop coffee.
Yeah, here we go. Yep. You got bat poop coffee too. Yes, okay, wait. Oh, it's a common myth that the most expensive coffee in the world comes from bat poop. All right. Oh, and they're talking about the same cat-like thing. Okay. So I just heard. Are people really confusing that thing for a bat? Or do some of those things have wings?
Just went to Gamma Panda server and I dropped that link and someone goes, I heard you're the reason that Nathan Oakley turned into an asshole around episode 80. Like I'm the guy who made Nathan Oakley, right? And I was like, no, it was the Globe Earthers who kept funding muting me when I was just trying to get my argument out. It's like they kept over speaking me. And then I was like you guys don't mute people here, you know. You know, someone goes in over there and they're belligerent, they're going to get muted. I think they consider, um, you know, a lot of people that are flat earthers just making arguments belligerent. So,
Well, if you showed up to a community room where the Dungeons and Dragon players had paid good money to book it, and they're sitting there enjoying their fantasy world, and you come in and start kicking over their tables and be like, "This is all fake. It's fake, I tell you." Wouldn't they have a right to be pissed?
I agree.
Yeah, and you know, they know all about the Dungeons and Dragons mechanics and how many pounds a fairy fart, you know, when you're carrying it across the abyssal plains, and they know about how many power hits a dragon's breath can do against obsidian armor, right? You know, kind of like the space stories. They know how much temperature this part of the magic space is. Lottie lottie, right? They're very good at knowing their little fairyland, right? To a degree. But see, the thing about Dungeons and Dragons is that each dungeon master can create the overall arching rules for their particular game night, kind of like the Globers do sometimes. You know, they all have different answers, subjective answers sometimes. It's like one day refraction can do this, the next day it can't. One day the laws of physics can do this, the next day they can't. Is Gem Panda still alive? He did seem like he was a struggling elderly person last time I interacted with him.
Well, one day I went over there and I made the claim that Fauci never said to get vitamin D, right? He never said go outside and get some vitamin D and vitamin C and, make sure that you're ready for the cold. Because, I was basically saying he never preached an ounce of prevention, right? And, Jim automatically started yelling at me and said, you're wrong, you're a liar, get out of here with that lying bullshit. And I thought I was right. And then I talked to, I think it was either Witsit or that other guy. Shit, what was his name? Anyway, one of them confided to me that, wait a minute, Fauci did say this, and here's the video of him saying it. But anyway, while Panda was yelling at me, he seemed pretty. He was yelling pretty loud. He seemed pretty vibrant. But yeah, I was wrong. Apparently, Fauci did eventually, after everybody had just about gotten it, did come out and say, "Oh yeah, vitamin D, that's a good idea." So I was wrong. Fauci did say.
Yeah. Yeah, now that the pandemic is over and the death rate is negligible, now you should worry about prevention.
Yeah, that's real good. Where do I sign up for this magical thing?
But I was wrong, right? I mean, essentially, I was telling a lie based out of ignorance. Well, maybe not a lie, misinformation, right? Because I had looked and then he never said anything, and then he said anything, and then I didn't look again. So I was, putting out fake news on accident.
So does vitamin D does it help or does it not help for your immune system?
So I can't give that sort of information. Vitamin D is responsible for a slew of processes. Your body converts into cortisol, testosterone, sort of things for women.
So is that a yes or a no?
Well, I want to say yes. I can't say, right, because I'm not a doctor, but I would want to say that if you had a really good immune system because you had all your essential nutrients and vitamins, then maybe, it would be better than not. But you should always consult your doctor. Ask if neurotoxins are right for you.
Is vitamin D a neurotoxin?
No, but fluoride is, and they love prescribing that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I was just curious about vitamin D because I try to take a vitamin D a few times a week because I don't get that much sunlight in the winter, and so I don't know if I'm on track with vitamin D produced when you're in the sun.
You need like 10,000 IU a day to combat COVID type stuff. So I think they sell over the counter.
So it does help.
Or just like on the shelf.
Yeah. Supposedly.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so the one guy that I watched who was he was the guy that was testifying in the Canadian panel, or it was held in Canada. He was like involved with the tests and all that. He was just upset that they weren't pushing prevention. He's like, most people, you just give them like 10,000 IUs of vitamin D and hydrate and maybe some zinc and they'll be fine. But now 10,000 is like, what do I want to say? So like a normal pill, maybe like 200 or something. But you can buy them. You can buy like 2,500. Or I think I got one where it's 5,000 per pill.
I got a thing about
I got
a thing of
5,000 is what I have.
like one a day men's has 1,000 of vitamin D, 1,000 IU of vitamin D.
Yeah.
I got some little gel caps. They say they're 5,000 IUs.
Yeah, that's what I got, something like that. It's just pure vitamin D, like 5,000. You take 2 of them, you're good to go.
Yeah, I'm not. This isn't just a vitamin D thing. This is, one a days are a ton of shit in these. But
I would say that if you're out in the summer working outside, you would need to take them, Lou. I mean, I don't know about Wisconsin.
I'm not. I don't take anything specific. This is just the one a day. It's just a general, just I don't know, a little bit of a bunch of different stuff that's generally healthy for you. There's a little bit of A, a little bit of A, a little bit of C.
What was that?
No, it's not like an overdose amount of the stuff like they're talking about, like AI was saying about was it 5,000 anything like that?
It's just a few micro. I think it's like 25 micrograms, which is 1/1,000,000th of a gram. So it's very little actually. If you're talking quantity wise, it's not very much. 5,000.
25 micrograms according to this is 1,000 IU.
Oh, okay. There you go. I thought it was 5,000, but I stand corrected. So, but yeah, it's at any rate, it's not very much because micrograms are a very small amount. They're 1/1,000,000th of a gram. Nanogram.
Hey, can you guys imagine? Imagine in the near future when being called a narc, right? It's like when you go and tell people that other people are saying to take your vitamins. They're over there saying take your vitamins; it'll make you healthier. Oh my god!
Oh shit!
Don't laugh; it could happen.
I don't know. I don't take vitamins actually most of the time. I just not too long ago I bought this thing. Just started kind of taking them. Just wanted to see if I noticed do I feel like I have more energy or do I feel I don't know, just to see if I felt healthier taking them. But yeah, I don't it's not like it's something I hadn't been doing for a long time. In fact, a lot of days I forget to take it because I don't normally do it.
Yeah, I got some multiple vitamins too, but I quit taking them because someone said that the way that stuff's put together, some of it's like synthetically put together. They're not natural compounds, and it's not really the same thing or something. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt that at all. I think I know what you're talking about. Like vitamin C, getting it in a pill, it's probably not as good as getting real vitamin C from oranges. Getting vitamin D from the sun and your body naturally producing it that way, that's probably a better way than taking a pill of vitamin D.
Guess where most of the vitamin C that they put in pills, guess where it comes from? Most people don't know this, but what plant?
Does it come from a beaver's butt or a cat or a rat or a...
No, it's not like the coffee.
Okay.
It comes from corn, believe it or not. If you look it up, that most of the vitamin C that they put in pills it comes from corn. You can look that up, verify that for yourself if you'd like. I did. So actually comes from corn.
That makes perfect sense because oranges start with O. So why in the world would you just call it vitamin C? That's ridiculous. It should be vitamin O or something.
Yeah, if you're going by the English language, what do they call it? Corn. What did the Native American Indians call it? Corn because they ate a lot of it.
They called it yummy.
Yummy. That was a good one. Let's have some yummy.
Although we all know that corn absolutely tasted horrible until it was met with butter and salt.
Right.
Upon that time is when the singularity of flavor was reached.
Dude, good sweet corn, man, you don't really necessarily need it. It's pretty tasty anyway. But, of course, why would you skip it if there's butter and salt on the table?
Right. Yeah, sweet corn with the butter and salt and pepper on it.
I don't do salt. I do butter and red pepper, crushed red pepper, like you get on the pizza?
Sure, sure.
I got one of those
Or
grinders.
like Lowry's seasoning, little kind of some
I got
seasoned
one of
salt.
those pepper grinders. I got black pepper and red pepper both. I like using a little one day and one the next day or whatever. But they're fairly similar. But red pepper's a little more flavorful for me. Right? I got a couple of those little grind, and you just grind it and it spits it out the bottom or whatever. Fresh ground pepper is
Mine,
always better. It has more. It's more pungent smelling and tasting. Anyway.
dude, when we do corn on the cob, like I'm always impressed at how fast my daughter does it. She just picked it up naturally at like 4 years old. She beat just straight down the line, just rotate straight down back, and she'll get every kernel off of that thing and be done in half the time of me doing it. I'm like, wow, how do you do that? I'm like, I think because I praised her the first time, she like practiced or something. She's really good at that.
You know, like the old cartoons where they used to eat the corn like a typewriter.
Yeah. That's the way I taught her to do it. She's fast that way. She gets every little piece.
I actually like to take it after you eat all the corn off and then soak it in the butter and salt and then suck on the butter and salt out of it again.
I cut mine off. I hold the cob up vertical and then take a knife and just peel all the corn off onto the plate because it's not real easy to eat corn with dentures. And then you just throw a big blob of butter on top of the pile of corn on your plate, let it melt in, a little salt and pepper, and yeah. And then shit it out. But yeah,
I
vitamin
knew
C
it was coming.
derived from corn, huh? Say again, Frank?
I knew it was coming. Right? It's funny because, everybody, right? Everybody enjoys their own brand.
Yeah.
It's really funny to me, the way that people are. But yeah, I would recommend anybody who's like, not feeling well, right? Before you even start to go, I wonder if I'm, not feeling well. Like I would recommend like fish oil to get that omega-3. Oh, no, not fish oil, specifically cod liver fish oil. um, that stuff's got vitamin D in it. So if you're taking vitamin D and cod liver fish oil, if you start taking it around like December, because it doesn't start getting cold for us until like February. Not not so much December, but if you're up north, like start taking it around December, and then it's already there. That way, when you do come across whatever, it's not as bad. But yeah, that's just me. I love oranges. Like there's like an orange buffet at my house. Like you can just go down and sit down at the table and just like totally munch out on some oranges. I did hear that you can take too much cod liver oil though, so consult your doctor as always. I think it was the Electric Universe guy who said that he made him sick. He made himself sick and didn't know that was the cause. But yeah, everything in moderation. And I think there's supposed to be like an omega-3 and omega-6 ratio to 1 or something like that. But with the American diet, everybody gets way too much omega-6. But yeah, any new people? Any VC verified?
Where does omega 6 come from?
Soybean oil, I think.
Like deep fried foods. So canola oil, vegetable oil, basically anything deep fried. Just
So
about
which
guarantee that
or
it's
so which
plant-based.
omega? Which omega are we deficient? Or which one are we deficient on?
omega-3. Most people are walking around with too much omega-6. Now, obviously, that's a stereotype. So, I think the best way to do it is go to the doctor and just be like, hey, I need a blood test. And then you get your results, and then he's going to tell you what you're low in. And then you look at the results yourself, go to another doctor. Yeah, get another blood test on a different day because that blood test is just a snapshot. It's like taking a picture, right? So, find out what you're low in, right? Maybe a couple weeks apart, 2 different blood tests, and then you just, patch up what you're low in. But that's just me. That's how I would do it.
So you
But
trust doctors to tell you what's low in your blood?
yeah, they're at least competent to do that.
It's better to read the books that doctors write because then you can compare notes between one book and another and figure out who's telling the truth, who actually has evidence to support their claims with how the human body functions.
Well,
But
no,
yeah,
we're
you get
talking about it's not
omega-6
very.
from soy. Sorry.
Sorry, bro. I was just going to say it's not really that fringe of a topic, or at least before 2019. To say that you need essential nutrients and vitamins. And nowadays it's like that's a conspiracy theory. Don't eat food, you might die.
I just thought you would test your blood if you were sick or something.
Oh, it depends on what the sickness was caused by. Nutritional deficiency, toxins, something else. The human body takes omega-3 fatty acids and transforms it into omega-6 and omega-9 fatty acids. And I think it at least does this for the most part, to the body's needs. So you only need, for the most part, omega-3 fatty acids. But I think it's good to have some omega-6s and 9s in trace amounts in your foods. But like I said, soybean oil is jam-packed full of omega-6 fatty acids. So you can have too much of that in your diet. All you need to do is eat a few products, food-like substances that have soybean oil added to them. I think the best way to get omega-3 fatty acids is to just get fresh beef fat from the butcher shop for either free or $1 a pound or however you get it or how much it costs. Either free or almost free. And just take it home, bake it up with some garlic and onion and salt, and mix it in with whatever else you're eating. Because it's, fresh grass-fed fat. And the omega-3 fatty acids are in the grass. They get into the cow, into the flesh of the cow, and they get into you. And you don't have to worry about, heavy metals involved with fish from the ocean or something like that, or lectins and all the plant material you're eating.
So I've been drinking like nothing but distilled water for months and months and months on end. And people tell you don't do that. And I just recently switched to spring water and I don't feel any different, like at all. So my thing is that you clean your body out with like organic fruits and you build your body up with vegetables and meat. And the distilled water obviously is cleaning your body out. I mean, starved water wants to bond with everything, right? Isn't hydrogen like, the slut of elements that wants to bond with everything? But yeah, I don't recommend you drink tap water. If you're still drinking tap water, even the ice that you get from like other places, like if you don't have your own ice maker, like, ugh, nasty.
Yeah,
I wish
if you
I lived
drink water,
somewhere. Perfect timing, bro. You go first this time.
uh, if you drink water from a drinking fountain and it tastes like metal, don't drink from it. Because growing up in the school district that I did as a child, there were like some drinking fountains that tasted good and some drinking fountains that tasted like metal. And then like a few years after I graduated from high school, they shut down all the drinking fountains in the whole school district. It was like, oh, tested positive for high levels of lead.
Damn, bro. That's crazy. Because lead in the paint, no problem. Who's eating paint chips, It's not like your toddler's going up to the wall and scraping some paint chips on his new tooth. But to put lead in the water, ugh, it's not good.
So I know Portland doesn't have fluoride in the water, but I don't know. Has any other city taken it out of the water, or is it just Portland?
Riveting.
Someone on Gamma Panda server said that specific gravity is density, not relative density. So I just looked it up in Britannica and tagged them in it. Why? Why do they feel like the need to lie? Because it's right there, the first sentence. Specific gravity, also called relative density. Hey, what's he going to do now? Argue with Britannica?
Well, it's because Britannica and the British lost. Therefore, it's written by losers. So you can't trust it.
I think I'm going to go address Maeve 64.
Oh. All right. What's the resolution of the James Webb Telescope? And could you see anything from the moon if the telescope was on Earth? That's the question. First person to answer it doesn't get deleted from the timeline.
Why is no one talking?
I don't know. Why aren't they talking?
I blame rookies 1973. It's always his fault.
They're all trying to solve my quiz question.
It's all my fault.
Ooh, I love a quiz. What's your question?
It's in the chat.
Okay. What is the alleged angular resolution of the James Webb Telescope? Good question. Let's look.
I'd have to say 0.
It's allegedly 0? Holy moly, dude. You realize that something with an angular resolution of 0 would like be able to see to infinity and beyond.
Okay, it would be a million because it's 0.
So Google has an answer, if you want to hear it. I don't know if anyone bothered Googling it. The angular resolution of JWST, which is the sharpness of the images, is incredibly precise. It can see at a resolution of 0.1 arc seconds, which means it can resolve a penny at 24 miles, or a football. I assume they mean a round football and not an egg-shaped football, at 340 miles.
Wait! Don't they mean like a regular football? Aren't these Americans?
No, there's no such thing as a football that isn't a ball.
There's no such thing as Americans either.
Exactly.
So we're talking about a football or a soccer ball?
Yeah, a football is a ball that you kick with your foot.
Does it have to be spherical?
Yes.
Because a football is not spherical, but you kick that with your foot sometimes.
Where's
Yeah,
the
but did that
football?
answer the
Maybe if it was
question?
No, to be honest, I'm more concerned with trolling Orion as to whether football is actually called hand egg. But no, I don't think it answered the question. What exactly were you looking for?
I don't know, man. I'm just messing around.
No, I know.
Something with that resolution, can it see anything that would be left on the moon if it was on the Earth? So if you imagine the James Webb Telescope on the Earth, would it be able to resolve anything on the moon that supposedly was left there?
I doubt it. It depends the alleged altitude of the thing, I guess. Oh, they're saying that the Webb telescope can see back in time. Apparently, it can see 100 million years back in time.
Sweet. So if you pointed it at the moon, you could literally watch them planting the flag, like live.
Right, yeah. Let me find this. I mean, this stuff's so absurd.
But I thought the universe was trillions of years old.
It's funny because in their model, what you just said is actually true, but you just have to be on another planet, millions and millions of miles away, looking at our moon, and then like, oh look, some guy's sticking a flag on that there.
Yeah, you have to travel 100 million light years away and then watch it from there. Fucking hell! They actually believe this stuff. It's so funny. They actually, and they'll be looking at you with a straight face. Well, of course it's true. While you're just like pissing yourself.
Yeah, I think one of the last years that I was like believing this whole heliocentric model thing, I think it must have been around 2013, 2012, 2014, somewhere around there. I thought it was interesting, this idea that they had of a sat. They were like, oh, satellites. You can only get them going so fast in space with so much rocket power. You can only get them such large objects going so fast, and smaller objects with less weight. You could move a lot faster with a lot less thrust. So they're like, talking about these cell phone size or microchip size satellites or something. But they never talked about that since then, or ever heard about it in the news. Supposed to be like a little mini solar sail, and the whole idea is just get it going so far out that it could like send some little. Like, I don't even know what the hell they were expecting these things to send back or whatever, claiming that they would. I don't know. It's just another crazy part of their story.
Yeah, I mean, the question, going back to the question, the James Webb Telescope won't work on Earth at all. Flatly won't work.
Why is that?
Because if you believe what they've the specification they supply for it, it first and foremost, it only works in the very, very high end of the visual red spectrum into the mid-range infrared, and the sensors the infrared sensors in it are so sensitive that it has to be down to about 50 Kelvin, I think, for it to start functioning properly. And of course, you can't get you wouldn't. 50 Kelvin is like fucking cold, so they have to basically put it somewhere where it's cold before it'll work properly.
But I thought space was hot.
Well, in the context we're talking about here, space is space. If you've got that in the shade in space, then it won't receive any energy, any thermal energy. So if you just use a mechanism to take the energy out, you effectively cool it down.
So you're saying that space is basically like a Katy Perry song?
If that's how you want to characterize it, I suppose, yeah.
It's all about how you feel, man.
But if your entity in space is not receiving any electromagnetic radiation from a star or from some energy source,
then it will not.
Pardon?
How is it not receiving that electromagnetic radiation when that's supposed to be in outer space where all the stars and the sun have direct line of sight?
It's in the shade. It's permanently in the shade.
Shade of what?
Permanently in the shade of the sun.
How so?
I can position something so that it's permanently in the shade of the sun. It's not a difficult concept.
What about coming from the other direction?
The sun is the source of the light. The sun does not cast shade.
What about the other direction?
What other direction?
Well, you got the sun on your left, the satellite on your right, and then you continue further right. All the stars that are in that direction. What about those? What about that?
Well, in their proposed model, those stars are so far away they're not actually.
So the stars that are behind the sun are closer than the stars that are not behind the sun, and the sun just happens to be blocking those. You're not making sense.
You're actually asking questions or just making statements.
No, I'm just putting out scenarios there. What is it? Explain it.
Well, can I finish the last sentence before you go on to the next one?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
In their model, yeah, that telescope will be in a distant orbit, and it will be positioned so that the side with the sensors on will be in permanent shade of the sun. So in other words, there's no electromagnetic radiation arriving on the sensors, and then they electrically cool it down and keep it cooled using the solar arrays. So you get some of 50 Kelvin.
Yeah, that's just imaginary. You don't have those conditions.
Yeah, there's no permanent shade of the sun.
And there's
no permanent shade.
It's never going to be that cold because vacuum is used as a thermal insulator. it's not going to have anything to share that heat with, so the heat is only going to build up.
Yes, so vacuum is used as a thermal insulator, which means if you get something very cold and put it in the vacuum, it stays very cold.
Yeah, but you don't get that telescope very cold when you send it up there. You send it up at normal temperature, and then it gets hotter and hotter as the sun heats it up. So you don't have the conditions required to operate it.
You should at least read what they're mechanically proposing the telescopes does and what it does when it's up there. If you're just going to say.
That's because they also have the belief that it gets actually colder and colder up there, which doesn't make any sense when they claim the ISS cannot get heated by the thermosphere because it cannot share its heat with the air, and the air cannot share its heat with it.
Okay, well, I'm not talking about the ISS. I'm talking about the James Webb Telescope. The fact is that the sensors
something even further away.
Yeah, but the sensors on there need to be at 50 degrees Kelvin to work. That's the proposition.
Yeah, that's the problem. They don't have those conditions.
They can construct those conditions in space.
No.
You don't believe in space, so what are you arguing about?
Yeah, I'm saying that they don't have.
You're
those
literally
conditions. Even in their fantasy, they don't have those conditions. They can claim it's cold, but they don't have any evidence of vacuum being cold.
A vacuum is a thermal insulation. It's a thermal insulation. It's a thermal neutral. It's got neutrality. In a vacuum, you don't lose thermal energy because as an insulator, you don't gain it. However, you do gain energy if you're electromagnetic radiation.
Can you show that in reality or only on paper?
Yeah, you can show that in reality. You can show that. You can show that. Right. So again, see, no one's letting anybody speak. You can definitely show that in reality. Okay.
So what? You have a temperature gauge. They have a temperature gauge up there that you can read.
No, you don't need to do it up there.
I agree with you.
You don't need to do it up there. You can do it somewhere else. How does that work?
Well, do you want to tell you how it works? You can put an entity in a vacuum chamber in the lab. Yeah, right. And
it's not analogous to outer space. Not even close. It doesn't have stars all around it. Doesn't have the temperature ranges that exist in space. It's not even close. You can't use that.
You don't believe in space. What are you talking about? You don't believe in space.
I know, but you can't use. I'm just using that model.
What kind of vacuum are you talking about?
No, you're
not. What kind of vacuum are you talking about? Like what Tor value are you talking about?
Oh God!
It's also when you pull the air out of the chamber, you're lowering the temperature as well. So.
Yeah, because you're taking the potential energy of the gaseous content. But the point is that in a vacuum chamber, you can have energy at a thermally insulated temperature, and then you can fire photons at it through the vacuum, and you can change the temperature of it. You can change the temperature of something in a glass vacuum container in a lab by putting sunlight on it.
Yeah,
That's the
but
point
you
I'm
don't
making.
cool it, so it does not supporting your hypothesis that it's going to be cool enough up there for this optical device.
You don't listen to what you didn't listen to what I said. They're proposing that on the Webb telescope there's a solar array and a mechanism for cooling down the sensor in the shade.
Yeah, they don't have.
They don't have a mechanism for cooling things down.
No, they don't have a mechanism to block all that temperature from traveling through the device itself. Like it would be superheated by the solar radiation.
No, you need to look at what they've got in terms of the insulation on it, and then actually make. No, I know you don't. I know you don't need to look at it yet.
No, I mean,
you either look at it. You either look at what
they're not going to get heated by solar radiation, so solar radiation cannot heat things.
If you're in the shade from radiation, the radiation doesn't get to you.
Shade?
That's what it means.
Shade of what?
Oh.
You're in line of sight of the sun when you're in so-called outer space.
Yes,
where are you in shade?
One side of the spacecraft is kept in the shade. One side is kept
the other side of the supposed spacecraft is in solar radiation getting heated, and that heat transfer is going through the solid metal to the other side.
Right. So what you need? So what do you mean solid metal? If you need to go and look at how they built it and what they say how they built it, yeah, because they deliberately
there's nothing in it that can actually transfer heat. No solids.
No
solids.
But what you need to go and look is with the fact that what they're saying is that the majority of the construction of that telescope is about keeping one side of it cold and one side of it facing
Yeah,
the sun.
it's imaginations that don't work in reality because they don't have the conditions.
So
Okay.
can we
So
observe
don't believe
that?
in space.
Can we have that telescope and can we verify all that stuff before they send it up there so we can see how that telescope was built to do exactly the things you're talking about? Or is this just what they told you? Have you got pictures of the design for the dispersion of heat, the way that the metal was put together and how it was built to disperse the heat and all that stuff? Where's the schematics on that?
There are technical drawings for it.
Okay. Can we compare it to the telescope to verify that it was built that way in reality?
Well, of course you can't. The telescope's not here, is it?
So why would we believe it then? They should have done. They should have took those pictures before they sent it up there.
I'm not. You know you don't believe it. You don't believe in space. You don't believe the James Webb Telescope's in space. You don't believe
The
that
vacuum
James
of
Webb Telescope
space.
is
The
real.
vacuum of space. No. It's not that we don't believe in space. We do not believe in the vacuum of space. That's the claim.
Okay,
Space
so
is
you
what
don't-
exists between you and I.
You believe that there's a finite altitude you can get to. Yeah. That the James Webb Telescope and where they propose it is a long way away outside of what you propose is the altitude you can get to. Yeah.
I don't even know where if there is anything up there. So
No, some of the people on here don't think it can be where it is in space. Its location in space is preposterous to a lot of people here. Yeah.
Well,
So
the vacuum part's definitely impossible.
okay, so you don't believe in the vacuum space. You don't actually believe in the space.
Do you know how powerful they say it is?
It violates the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, okay, so you think it violates all the laws of thermodynamics. So what are you arguing about this satellite for? What are you asking questions?
Do you know what Tor
We're
value
showing
they
you how
claim?
ridiculous your claims are, dude.
One
How's
question.
that?
at a
We're
time.
Do you
putting
know?
all this stuff out. We're not arguing.
One semi-relevant question at a time, please.
Yeah. So one quick question: do you know what they claim the Tor value is of the vacuum of space? You know, it's 10 to the negative 17 Tor. You know that, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I got a quick question about that.
Yeah.
I got a quick question, simple question, easy question. When did they ever measure that? And with what device? Where, when, how, who did it?
I have to take them on their word that they've measured it.
Okay, I'll just let that speak for itself.
No, I take them on their word also.
But they say they've sent craft into space and they've measured the vacuum of space. If you don't believe that, you don't believe it. If you do believe it, you do believe it.
Yeah, but my point is, what makes you guys any more different than those guys last weekend that were telling me, downtown, oh, you got to accept Jesus in your heart, otherwise you'll go to hell. Like, what makes you any different from them?
What makes me any different from them? Or what makes those people saying those things different to them?
Well, they're providing no evidence for this claim, and you're providing no evidence for your claim, so it can be dismissed.
They're not providing any evidence to me. No, they're not. But are you asking me whether I take the word of a priest over a word of a scientist? Is that what you're asking me effectively?
Well, what I'm asking you is, how are they different? How is the word of a priest or the word of a scientist in this sense any different?
Yeah, I can understand that. I can see why you may ask that question. Yeah.
It's the same thing with the radius value. I mean, they gave us a number, 3,959 miles radius. Okay. Did they measure the ground to find that? No. What the hell?
Right. So again, it's a question of, do I believe them or do I not believe them? Isn't it really? And same for you. You don't believe them at all. That's fair enough. You don't have to, do you?
We believe in things that can be empirically proven by tests and repeated observations that
Absolutely.
verify.
I know that, and I totally agree with you. I totally agree that that's exactly what you do. I totally accept that's what you do.
That's what everyone should do, right?
Yeah.
In all instances.
Sure, but do you think those people? Do you think that there's a set of people who don't actually make measurements out of your scope of capabilities or equipment, and at some point they just start lying, and then they're not being truthful anymore. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is they start with, all of a sudden they start using calculations because they can't make measurements. They are using presuppositions. They're saying, well, it's got to be this, it's got to be that, because we can't measure it. We're going to use this, and the math works out, so it has to be that. With no measurement, they're giving calculations that have no measurement to back it up. No thermal measurements, no heat measurements, and no measurements of any kind. When you get out into outer space, they're all just guesses. They fly by the seat of their pants. Just ask Michio Kaku. That's the words he used exactly. He says, we fly by the seat of our pants. We just make shit up. And if the math works out, then we just go with it. We're 99% wrong.
Specifically, he was talking about the high-end theoretical physics about cosmology. He wasn't talking about the assertions made about the temperature, say, of the atmosphere or space or whatever, it's sort of like 21 miles or 100 miles up.
Sure he was, because they haven't taken taken those temperatures.
No one in the scientific community at his level thinks that that the atmosphere and space and the various levels of the atmosphere going up to the vacuum of space are theoretical physics. None of them do. In the scientific community, no one thinks that's theoretical physics. That's not. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that no one in that community.
Really scientific. Show us the measurements of this.
How can it be anything but theoretical when they have got no measurements of temperature, no measurements of distance, no measurements of anything?
If they're asserting they've sent projectiles up to such heights and measured it, then it's not theoretical to them, is it? Now you may not believe
they assert there's dragons. It's not theoretical.
Sorry.
Does an assertion make something not theoretical? So if I assert that there's dragons, that's no longer theoretical. It's just dragons are real now.
Is that the best you can do in an analogy for what I just said to you?
Here.
If they're stating that they've sent craft up to measure the atmosphere at various times.
Yeah, they're just stating things. They're not showing you any evidence that they have.
Fine. If you don't think there's evidence they've been in space, that's fine. I know you don't think that anyway. So there's a little point in arguing about it or discussing it, really. But the original question,
words, you cannot present any evidence either. So okay.
Yeah. I can't present evidence. No, I'm not an astronaut.
Well, you've heard Don Pettit say there's nowhere to leave. You cannot leave the Earth. We live in an enclosed system. There's nowhere to go. You've heard that, haven't you?
Yeah, I've heard that phrase before. Yeah.
You think he's lying?
No, but he's talking in the particular context. He's talking in the particular context.
That wasn't Don Pettit, though.
Oh,
I've heard that.
Okay, you're right.
I've used that phrase mentioned.
Bill Nye. Excuse me.
Bill Nye.
Yeah, he's talking about. He's talking in the specific context there, isn't he?
He's talking about. He's talking about leaving the Earth. He said you can't do it. We live in an enclosed system. What context is there other than that?
He's not inferring it's physically impossible to leave the Earth. He's saying.
Yes, he is. He says you cannot leave the Earth. There's nowhere to go. Period.
Yeah, saying that you, the public, there's nothing, or you should drop your ideals of wanting to go to space because there's nowhere to go. That's the context.
There's nowhere to go. What he means is there's nowhere you can habitable to go. That's what he's saying. The context he's talking about is are there places like Earth elsewhere? That's what he's talking about. And in the context in which he's making that statement, there doesn't appear to be no. That's not the same as saying you can't physically leave.
That's total horseshit. You know why? Because they're telling us about all these exoplanets and all these stars. What do you mean there's nowhere to go? That's
when did Bill Nye make that statement?
You just said he's using a context where there's nothing out there, no place to go. Why are they telling us about all these exoplanets and all these places that they're going to go to? You just lied out your ass, dude. Come on.
No, not at all.
Yeah, you did.
They're talking about exoplanets that are so far away you can't get to them. When did Bill Nye make his statement?
Still doesn't mean that you still can't. You just said that there's no place to go. There's no place out there. I just showed you where they said there's thousands and thousands and thousands of places to go.
But you
What are
can't
you
go there.
talking about, dude?
No. When he made the statement, he was talking about the practical sense in which you and
Oh,
I can
now
go
it's
somewhere else.
only practical. Oh, if you can't reach it, you can't go there. So there's nothing there. You know what? You're just making shit up as you go along, dude. Sorry, man.
No,
No, I don't
So
think he's
he
making it up. He's just
then.
explaining
You
it
will
in more
say
detail as you ask questions.
So all
You'll
talk
say
at once. That's
anything you
good.
say,
All
Flo.
talk at once. That's great. All talk at once.
You will
That
say
really
anything.
that reinforces your position if you all talk at once.
Yeah, you're
That
an
was
asshole, dude.
Believer who was talking, and you were also talking at the same time, so you were just making it worse yourself. So congratulations for being a hypocrite.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, I'm a hypocrite.
Yeah, let's all talk at once.
Ooh, sick bird. Good one, Trace.
So if he said one
Congratulations
thing
for
and you
being
think
a fucking hypocrite.
so if he said one thing and you think he said another thing or meant another thing, well, why would he do that? You know, like shouldn't we be precise with our language, especially when talking about the Earth? Like, I mean, why would you trust a guy who speaks in riddles? You know, that doesn't make any sense.
Dude, you're just wrong. That's all there is to it. I'm sorry to tell you, but you're just wrong. I'm sorry. It's bad news. I know. Hurts your face. I know. You're a believer. I know. But you're wrong, dude. I'm sorry.
So let's talk about the context in which you said it. Here's the full quote. Why we don't throw trash into space? It's too expensive. Lifting a ton of material into space takes an extraordinary amount of rocket fuel. When people want to send this much plutonium-238, which is not even the weapon's plutonium, people freak out because the rockets sometimes blow up. One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. There's no place to throw our trash, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe not you, but your kids develop ways to mine our landfills. He's talking in a very specific context about the disposal of rubbish. Yeah.
Yeah, and the tyranny of the rocket equation.
Okay, you win. Yeah, you win. Yeah. Let's go back off track. Yeah.
That's not off track.
Can you at least sit to see that he's actually talking about a particular context? He's talking about getting rid of dangerous and lethal rubbish. And
yeah, he's talking about a specific context, which we're also talking about, on how you cannot leave the Earth. It's a closed system.
Yeah, but he's not in any way suggesting there that there's no space. He's not in any way in that context.
He never claimed that he did, so don't get any delusional ideas.
Yes, he did.
What does closed mean then? What does closed mean then when he says closed? What does that really mean?
What's a closed system in science?
A closed system is closed. It's like a container.
Yeah, right.
It's closed. You can't go. It's your specific volume.
No,
it's just a container.
Are we talking about systems? Do you mean specific? You're talking about systems, right?
Well, and a scientist talks about a closed system. What's he talking about?
Yeah. So an isolated system wouldn't share energy or matter. An open system would share both, and a closed system wouldn't share matter, but it would share energy.
So as I just demonstrated, he was in that phrase came in the middle of a discussion he was having about how we get rid of matter, rubbish, pollution that we want to get rid of. He says you can't get it into space because it's impractical and it's ultimately there's a risk of it coming back down. He says the Earth is a closed system. By that he means it's a physical system that doesn't allow the transfer of matter in and out of the system in a meaningful context. He's just paraphrasing a sentence that's used in the scientific community to emphasize the point he was making about a particular thing, which is rubbish and its disposal of lethal materials. Yeah. Only someone here would possibly grab that little snippet and suggest that he was in any way suggesting that he was asserting there's no space, it's a closed system,
Yeah, you're
there's
the
a
one
firmament.
doing that. We're not saying that he has our understanding of how things work.
Like that one either. It's not a closed system. He isn't saying it's a closed system. There's no space.
He literally
you can't get
said
in
it's a
space.
closed system, but
He's talking about it in the scientific context, in the context of a particular discussion he was having about disposal of lethal radioactive material.
Yeah,
Take
you
the
can't
whole
get that out there, just like you can't get any spacemen out there
Yes,
either.
you can, but it's as he says, as he asserts in the rest of his statement.
He believes they can. That's fine. That's besides the point. He literally said it's a closed system.
And you just take the literal bit you like, and that's the end of the matter. I get it.
No, within context,
Yes, that's exactly what you've done.
fine
That's
and works
exactly.
perfectly fine.
He's
We're
talking
not
about a
putting any
closed
words in his mouth
system.
like you're claiming we are doing.
No,
That's
I
a
just read
straw
out the
man.
entire. I just read out the entire thing he said.
Yeah,
and he's
we
described
have
it.
heard that 1,000 times, and we agree that Earth is a closed system. That you
Yes.
cannot get out there and you cannot throw your trash there.
No, that's not what he says when he says it's a closed system.
To be
You
fair,
can get out
That's
there.
not what he means.
to be fair, you can throw your trash into space. They landed a bunch of trash on the moon.
Supposedly.
Yeah, that's true. Well, no,
Trash
they,
with their
they,
lives.
they didn't though, did they?
No, you're correct. Can you define closed system for me, seeing as I just did it for you?
Well, in the scientific context, a closed system is a physical system, a physical domain where energy or matter or material is not transferred with the outside to the inside or inside to the outside of the domain.
Okay.
It's
Do you think Bill?
the boundary system. Now,
Do you think Bill?
now, do I think Bill Nye? He what?
Do you think Bill Nye is a moon landing hoaxer?
A moon landing hoaxer.
Yeah.
Do I think? What's that got to do with this particular discussion about this phrase he used on this particular occasion? Or is it
Well,
just?
he's describing. No, it's not a deflection at all. He's describing the Earth as a closed system, right?
In the context of that conversation he was having, yeah.
Doesn't matter. A closed system has those properties.
If you listen to any other time he talks about any other subject regarding astrology or astrophysics, okay, right? He doesn't insert in any way that there isn't a capability to get out into outer space. He completely embraces outer space. He completely embraces the concept of the solar system as they model it in the scientific community. He's not some sort of like rebel who thinks that the Earth is enclosed and you can't get out of space. That's the whole point I'm making. To take this little snippet he said.
Yeah, but the thing is, you haven't really listened to what I've said, and you haven't really actually understood what I'm saying. He's obviously being hypocritical by playing both sides. Obviously.
He's not playing both sides.
Yeah, he is.
He's not. He's talking about the practical.
Yeah, he is.
Okay. You say he is. Brilliant. Okay.
It's not that I say he is, it's that he is.
In what sense is he playing both sides?
Well, he's described it as a closed system when he doesn't believe that it is a closed system. So why has he done that?
He's describing it as a closed system in a specific context.
But he knows in his own brain that people landed on the moon. Can you describe closed system for me?
I just did that 2 seconds ago. Is there a problem
Exactly. So how are you not seeing this very obvious point?
What very obvious point you make? I know you're not making a very obvious point. Trust me.
Does anyone else have a problem with what I'm saying?
Probably not on here. No. But explain to me again one more time.
I mean, I can't explain it more simply.
Go on, explain it again.
I'll try it again. He's asserted that the Earth is a closed system, yet he believes that people doesn't matter the context because the system has properties. You're not listening. Okay, so if that system has properties, do the properties change at some point, or does it keep them?
I don't know what you're talking about. He's talking in a particular.
This is not difficult.
It is difficult for you. I understand that because you don't want to take it.
It's clearly difficult for you because I'm making the point that you're not getting.
The point you're making is that because he said closed system, that means that he thinks it's always a closed system. That's what you're saying.
Well, can systems change?
Oh, this is really, really hard.
Well, can they?
I don't know why this is so difficult.
Yeah, I don't know either.
No, actually, I do. I'm listening to what you said. Yeah, it's fantastic. I'm sure it convinces you of your position.
Doesn't matter about convincing. No one cares about rhetoric. We're talking about Bill Nye and whether he defined the Earth as a closed system. Does that change?
In that conversation, he described in the context of what he's talking about the Earth as a closed system.
Okay, so he thinks the Earth's a closed system.
So I can call the Earth tiny, and I can call the Earth huge in another context. It doesn't mean to say it's changed shape, does it, you buffoon? It means
okay, you buffoon. The problem is that a closed system has a very strict definition.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
No, it really does.
It means, in the context he's using it, that it's a physical system that does not allow matter or in and out of the system. He's saying that when you're talking about pollution and radiation and disposing of materials like that, there's in some sense a barrier that makes it a closed system. That's what he's saying. He says it's impractical and dangerous. That's the context in which he's talking there.
Really, I know all
Not
of
being
this.
disingenuous. You know he's saying
Not
that
being disingenuous. You're the one who's being disingenuous because you realise you're full of shit. He's described the Earth as a closed system. The problem is he knows that that's not true because he believes that men landed on the moon. So it must therefore be an open system. It cannot be both closed and open, obviously.
No, exactly. He thinks it's an open system.
So then why are you saying that?
In this, if you're going to be strict about it, he thinks the Earth is an open system and that you can get out into space. That's what he firmly believes. Yeah.
So then why did he say it was a closed system?
And here we are back at the beginning. So why do you think he said? Why do you think he said it was a closed system on that particular occasion?
I don't know. I'm not trying to defend him.
Oh, of course you're not. Well, have a look at the. Go and find the actual. The phrase he said, like I just did, and go and find out in the context in which he said it, which is why I read it the first time and I had no problem with, and try and work out why he said it just then, rather than just asserting, "Oh, it's closed because he said it is." And he's
No, I never said that at all. Nice straw, man. I never said it's closed because he said it is. I said that he's aware that it's not closed in his brain, yet he said that it's closed in that context. Therefore, he's playing both sides, which is what I said, which is what you denied, and which is objectively true.
Both sides.
He clearly is.
He can describe the Earth as hot, and he can describe the Earth as cold, and he's talking,
okay. Hot and cold don't have strict definitions like a closed system does. Sorry.
You are asserting that he was using the phrase in the strictest scientific sense in both senses. Yeah, in both.
I just put the clip in the live stream, and he says the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Yes, and he's talking about in the discussion he was having. He's talking to a group of people about the environment. And about how we can't. It's not practical for us to go somewhere else. We don't know anywhere else we can visit if we pollute the Earth and make it unlivable. He's talking about how we deal with dangerous radiation. You've got to take the whole context of what he's saying, because when you take things,
I've already accepted all of this.
Yes. No, wait, you're right.
So I don't
know
what your point is.
Yeah, you're right. That is the context. That is the context.
I've already accepted the context.
Yes. All right. Fair enough. Then. So I don't know
so
what.
Why is this an issue?
Oh, I'm not. I didn't say it was an issue.
Okay, so it still leaves the problem that he's described the Earth as a closed system when he doesn't believe it is. So why has he done that?
I think it's done on purpose to bait us into jumping on that quote, as if he's saying it's a closed system for this whole controversy we're in. There's other times where he said the Earth is shaped like blah. And they're all gaslighting us, baiting us to jump on quotes.
No, he's not asking. When he made that statement, I'm pretty certain he wasn't thinking about the flat Earth community at all. Not at all.
No, I don't think he was either. I'm not even saying that.
I think the whole thing's a game.
Yeah. So he thinks something slightly different. You're just addressing what he said there. I don't think he was actually thinking that at all. He was having a conversation about the fact that. It was a broader conversation about our place on the planet and our responsibilities of the planet and the ecology of the planet and dangerous pollution, the future of the Earth if we let pollution get to our hand. And he was talking to a community of people, and he was saying that it's a closed system in so much that there's nowhere else for us to go. We can't just hop in a car and drive to Earth 2. There isn't an alternative. It's not like you can migrate.
Yeah, we know.
That's what
we know.
What about the idea of him being a character?
Perspective. One second. Perspective. Look, dude, you've said this 7 or 8 times. Everyone here knows the context. The issue still remains.
Yeah, there is an issue. If you say something in context, in a given context, it can be complete polar opposite to how it's said in another context. That's
Not
what
if it's got
context
a strict
means.
definition.
Okay. Well, you fine. All right. If you believe he said it he says it in both contexts in the strictest definition, and you're looking at it in one polarized orientation, then fine. I understand. He's a fool because we said it one day and
Closed
he said
systems have
yeah.
strict definitions. You can't say closed system and mean hot or cold, right? Closed system very specifically means what it very specifically means. So you pretending like, oh, it could mean hot or cold or tiny or large, you're using fuzzy definitional terms as synonymous with a strict definition, which is absurd.
I don't think he was using the strictest definition because
It only has a strict definition.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, then you're just wrong. That's fine. We can move.
No, I can describe
didn't you agree that he said it was? Didn't you agree that it was in context? Crypto? Didn't you agree about that?
I use
Yeah,
that
I
term.
already said that. That's fine, but the context actually is irrelevant.
No.
Because we're talking about the definition of the word.
No, because because closed system has a very strict definition, a purist definition in science. But a closed, for instance, a computer or a piece of electrical equipment that's not attached to other equipment, okay, can be described as a closed system. It's still an accurate definition. Just because you want to lunge on the scientific definition and say that's what he means in all cases, then that's fine. You do that.
Do you really think he was describing a computer system?
I can't believe you're even asking me that question.
Yeah, I know.
There are loads,
but
there
why
are
the
loads
fuck are you
of
bringing up computer systems?
There are loads. The point I'm making is there are loads of ways of describing something that's a closed system, and you're not specifically saying it in the strictest scientific sense. It's an environment where no energy and matter gets in or out. That's the point I'm making.
Well, that would be an isolated system anyway, so we're not even talking about that. The point is still the case. I mean, the irony being that you're now trying to say that context doesn't matter. How many more flip-flops do you want to do?
What about the reverse of this, like the double reverse? Like, yeah, it's in context. You can take it as he's saying it's a closed system as far as our ability to, have another Earth and whatever else you were saying about the context. And I think that the actual truth is he knows the Earth is flat. He knows that he's a character that they've cast to gaslight and say things, but tell the truth without. And then add the context, so it seems like he's telling the truth about something else, but he's actually telling us the real truth, which is we cannot leave the Earth, and he knows it.
Or if he was accidentally telling the truth. Did that ever cross your mind, Peza?
Yeah, no, I can't say that has ever crossed my mind. No.
Would it be possible that he was just simply accidentally telling the truth in that particular part of that sentence?
It's not.
He's lying a lot of the other points in time.
It's not impossible that he's an actor or an agent or shill and he knows the Earth is flat. No, it's not physically impossible. No.
Seems most likely, actually.
Quick follow-up question: do people sometimes accidentally tell the truth?
And sometimes they accidentally don't tell the lies as well. But yeah, what's that got to do with this situation?
So I'm just pointing out that it's possible that he could have accidentally told the truth.
I've just gone along with everything you said, and everything you just said could be possible. Yes, there's nothing impossible with a flat Earth model.
There's no flat Earth model, man.
We don't have them.
Yeah,
we have no model.
All right, sorry.
Yeah, we have no model.
Let me take that. Let me take. I know it's a touch word. Let me take that word back. There's nothing impossible about the proposition you just made that he's an actor, he's a shill, and he knows the Earth is flat, and he just let slip on this one occasion in a conversation about in a very specific conversation about pushing stuff into space and pollution and the fact that we can't migrate from the Earth. Yes, there's absolutely right. It is completely possible that what you just said is true.
That sounds like a lot of hooey to just cover up the fact that the Earth is flat.
It's not hooey. I just agree with you.
The thing I would say is, I don't know why, because this was really the conclusion that you should have come to in the first place, that he slipped up or made a mistake. I don't know why it's like getting blood out of a stone to get you to admit what's quite obviously true.
Quite obviously true. What? That he made a mistake?
It's not obvious to me.
Or were you speaking in a particular context? Or how do you know he made a mistake and he wasn't talking in a particular context?
Well,
how do you know that?
Because he thinks that people landed on the moon, right?
Yeah, so like I said,
he thinks that people can leave the Earth.
He either made a mistake or he spoke in a particular context. You're
No, the
asserting
context
one
is,
or the other?
again, irrelevant for about the
Right.
50th time because closed
To
system
you or
has a
to
strict
him?
definition
To you or to him and his audience?
to the conversation.
What conversation?
But don't you doubt, Crypto, don't you doubt that he really thinks people landed on the moon? Don't you think he's a big enough player that he knows the truth about the moon landing?
Well, maybe.
No, that wasn't what you were asked. Did you ask? Do you think that?
No, I don't know. I don't know what he thinks. But he can't think both things simultaneously, is my point.
I think he was lying. I think there's a triple reverse on it. In fact, he's saying it's a closed system, which would give us the indication that he knows it's a flat Earth and that we can't leave to go to space. But the actual lie in the reverse is that we actually can leave this area and go to other places for more resources and put our trash and whatever else he's talking about. That's where the real hitch is. We actually can go somewhere else. There are other places to go, but not in space.
Yeah, like the
look,
moon.
Listen to Bill Nye, and then immediately after, listen to the NASA reporting about the Orion project. Yeah, try those right in a row.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Great. Yep, you're right. That's exactly what you said. I just read it
Matthew,
out.
do you think that he was talking about computer systems there?
Didn't say
No,
he was.
he was not.
Didn't say he was.
No.
You know I didn't say. I
Pazza
didn't
was
say he
giving
was, did I?
a simple example as an
So
illustration.
stop being foolish. Yeah, I didn't say it was a
Okay.
computer system, did I?
Well, I don't know why
Where
you
you-
mentioned computer
what-
systems earlier then.
No, it was a good analogy.
Why did you make?
Well,
Why did you
I think he actually
do
mentioned
that?
it's a waste of my time, to be honest, but that's...
This is
No,
why it's
no way.
exasperating when people do that. Yeah.
No, we asked you for a different definition of a closed system, and that's what you gave us. So that was your suggestion to solve your issue. So
And in my
that's on
industry, we use the term closed system, and we don't necessarily mean the strictest physical sense that is used in the scientific community. There are lots of ways you talk about closed systems. You can talk about closed systems in security constraints context as well of a building.
Well, that's what he meant, though. He meant
You can talk about closed systems when it comes to like the way that fire moves around a building.
Matthew,
Yeah.
you think that Bill Nye was talking about security systems when he was talking in that
Oh
context?
God, you see, no, that's
Well, then why the fuck are you wasting our time with this irrelevant nonsense?
because
It's an
I'm trying to
illustration of how the term is used differently.
I know that, but the problem is that he was talking about trash leaving the Earth when he thinks that people landed on the moon. So he can't play both sides. This is obviously true, and the fact that you're still not agreeing with it can only come from some sort of embedded ideology. Like, it's obvious what I'm saying.
Well, he was at the point of the conversation. He was talking about the notion of us leaving the Earth to go and live somewhere else.
I know
the possibility of sending trash off of the Earth, and he said in that context that the Earth is a closed system.
Because
so he's clearly talking about the Earth, not security systems, not computers.
I know he is. And what he's saying
Then why
is
didn't you bring that up?
Because he's talking about the scope in which you can get rid of. You can practically.
No, that's not true. He said the Earth.
Yes,
He
and he's
said
talking.
Earth.
And he's talking. He was talking about the disposal of radioactive material and
He
its
said,
prohibition.
listen, Pazza.
We know the context. For the 500th time, we know the context.
Great.
It still has a strict definition.
Okay, fine. If
In fact, the context makes it worse for you.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does, because the context can only be the Earth.
No, that's not the context. That's not the context.
It literally is.
No, he's talking about the context in which he made the statement that you can't leave the Earth. He wasn't saying the Earth.
Yeah, that context is of the Earth. So he's talking about a closed system of the Earth, which he knows in his mind can't be true because he believes in moon landings. This isn't difficult.
Okay. I think we've said everything we can say there, really, haven't we?
Yeah, I know, and you still don't get it. So you might just put yourself on mute.
I still get what you're saying.
Pasa. It is difficult for Pasa. Definitely difficult for him to understand basic English. It might be a language barrier, right, Pasa?
Jamesies. Fuck's sake.
No, it's not a language barrier.
Correct.
Really.
Listen, Patsa. The correct concession to make is that he should not have used that term in that context because it's a precise term within the context. He should have said something else. There you go. Problem solved.
Okay.
It's the easiest concession in the world to make.
Naughty Bill
You know
9.
what's funny is that if me and AI were having this conversation, it would have been over 20 minutes ago because that's what he was saying.
Yeah, but it doesn't. You can't allude anything other than he might have made a mistake, or he's using it in a particular context. You can't allude that he was. You always
help you.
Someone a minute ago was talking about triple flips and talking about he thinks he knows it's flat and he just slipped up from.
I don't care about any of that. I didn't say any of that stuff.
No, I know you didn't.
Real quick, he said that the guy made a mistake, but these pre-recorded sessions of interviews, they fix the mistakes if they don't want something to be out there, so they allow that to go live. Whatever he said.
You think news editors have science acumen enough to do technical editing on a speech from a supposed scientist?
Why would they bother? They're not interested.
Exactly. They're just going to do it for like major flubs that they can catch.
Because it's a trivial use. It's a throwaway comedy.
No, it's not trivial.
Well, as long as they have people.
If somebody with any acumen was doing the technical editing on that written before he read it out or from memory, they would have corrected that.
He made it in the public arena. He made it in the public arena, didn't he? The statement, I think.
As long as they have people that are just blindly following it, blind faith, then I don't think they really care too much. As long as they believe, most people are just idiots, will accept anything they say. Oh, it's a globe Earth, no proof. Okay, great.
Pasa claimed that was a mistake that he said that. It was a mistake, right, Pasa?
Yeah, after about 20 minutes of grilling him, he said that.
No, I said it could have been. I said it could have been a mistake. Could have been a mistake, or he could have been talking
Clear
about
why
a
this is
particular context.
relevant. Hold on, let's be
He could have
clear
been
why
using
this is
a particular
relevant.
context.
We have.
Bro,
we
there's
have
no
prominent
context
globe-
that it could there's only one context. He's very clear.
No, it's not true. It's not true.
Really, how else would you use Earth in that?
Describe again how it's
okay,
a
we
computer.
got-
Okay, no. I think we're just
we
going around in
got,
circles here. I don't think you're convincing
right.
anybody, neither am I.
Well, no, you're not convincing anyone of anything because you're
No,
objectively
and you're
wrong.
not, you're not convincing me. And
But I
I'm
don't care about convincing you. You're right. It's like I'm saying 2 + 2 is 4, and you're like, oh, you're not convincing me. Who cares?
Anyway, the reason why this is excruciatingly relevant in this sphere, which is the argument between flat and globe, is we have prominent globe arguers come in here and define the Earth as an open, closed system in argumentation strings. So that's why it matters to be precise. All right, I'm going to unmute the two guys that overtalked me.
It's simple. Either we can leave Earth or we can't, right? To maintain both positions is contradictory. So either, since he's maintaining both positions, either he made a mistake or he lied about one of the two, and that's it.
That's it. Okay, fair enough. If you think there's just two solution scenarios there, that's
What's the
fine.
third? What's the third scenario?
Or he was high at the moment and telling the truth.
Yeah, but that means one of the two positions would have to be a mistake or a lie.
No,
what
that's
other
not true.
thing could it be?
He's talking in a particular context. There's a third thing.
Okay, so let's say it's a particular context, and Earth. We can't leave Earth. Maybe Earth is a nickname for, what?
Maybe could have, or should have. Maybe.
No,
he is, maybe
you're
not.
the one that's saying it's possible that it's a different context. Give me a plausible different context where he says we can't leave Earth.
I'll give you
what does that mean?
I'll give you a plausible different context.
Yeah, Jason sounds like he's absolutely drunk off his face. So maybe not.
You guessed it.
Carry on.
Yeah, so if the Earth is a closed system that you can't send trash out of, how are you supposed to send rovers to Mars and telescopes into deep space to take pictures of things and stuff?
What? Going back to the overreaching conversation he was having. Why did he say that you can't put radiation into space in practical sense?
Because system.
We know what the context was for the 5 billionth time. He's saying that it's
Right.
impractical to shoot your trash out into space. Everyone knows this. This is like level 1 of a level 10 argument, right? Everyone knows that
Okay.
bit. Repeating that bit is stupid. What we're talking about is his contradictory position of having both an open and a closed system all at the same time.
Yeah,
I
I even
can
explained
see.
to you the exact reason why it's not viable, or the tyranny of the rocket equation.
Okay, all right. All right. I think me trying to just impart.
Repeat the same irrelevant point again? Yeah, it's pointless. Try and actually address what's been said. Do you think he has a contradictory position? No, you haven't. You don't. Okay, so you don't think it's contradictory to think that things
No.
can both leave the Earth and not leave the Earth.
If it's not contradictory to think it's not practical for some things to leave the Earth, and it's possible for other things to leave the Earth. That's not contradictory. He's saying it's impractical.
Closed system. Like, dude, the closed system doesn't speak to practicality. It speaks to possibility. Okay, so if something can leave the Earth, but it's impractical to do so, then it's still open.
You are asserting that he was using the exact scientific terminology at that exact point in that exact conversation.
There's no other context.
Okay. Yeah. If you know what, if you're certain, right, that he was using the specific physical model, the physical definition used, the purest sense, he was using the scientific terminology in the purest sense at that exact point in that conversation, then yes, you win. Well done. Well done.
Okay, but like throwing away all of those caveats, I think everyone else in the room can see that he holds a contradictory position and that this is a problem for him.
Yeah, I get that.
Well, everyone else in the room, and look, there's always someone in the room who's wrong, and this occasion it's you. Everyone else seems to understand this, so it's fine.
I get how everyone in the room thinks that he was talking in the absolute literal scientific sense when he made that statement. Yeah, I get that.
There is no other way to make that statement.
Okay.
Find a black swan event where we've left the Earth.
Ultimately, we're arguing about what somebody said and their intent, and it's hard for us to know what he meant.
Well, he was
there is that, of course, but I'm not asserting that he meant it in any strictest sense. I'm just saying that in the context he was talking, if you take it in the context of everything else he was saying, it makes sense in a certain context. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to listen to a 2 or 3 hour diatribe he's having with someone and then think he just said that right in the middle. That means he doesn't believe there's space. That is
before
the problem is this. Right? You just strawmanned me, dude. You're not going to get away with that here. Do you think you're going to get away with strawmanning me? I never said that he doesn't believe in space. I said that he has a contradictory position. Don't strawman me.
No, he doesn't have a contradictory
It doesn't
position.
matter if you agree with that. It matters that you then misrepresented what I said.
He doesn't have a contradictory position.
Why are you now? Dude, it doesn't fucking matter. You still strawmanned me. Why did you do that?
A minute ago, you were strawmanning me the entire way through.
Okay, when did I strawman you? Give an example.
This guy's struggling.
He always does.
Okay, no example. I can tell you how you strawmanned me to the letter if you want. Sorry, Gemsy, I have to address this. So I never ever said that Bill Nye doesn't believe in space. Never said that. Why did you claim I said that?
No, someone else on here did.
Look.
No, actually, they didn't. And
yeah,
I
they
told
did.
you
They did.
repeatedly
Someone said he made him. He revealed. He knows. Someone said earlier on. He knows it's flat, and he made a mistake, and he let slip, and it came out. And then someone,
Someone asked
it
you
might be a
if that
double
was
flip or a triple flip.
possible, and you agreed that that was possible. Don't try to strawman someone else now by twisting their words.
It is possible, yeah. It's
But
unrealistic, but it's possible.
very important.
Now stop lying about other people.
Is there more than one scientific definition for closed system?
Guys, before he made the statement, he was trying to be very clear about what he was about to say. He said, I want you to understand something. So he was very clear and trying to be specific
Yeah,
before
he
he
did
made the statement.
emphasize that. You're right.
He
Yeah,
was
he
he was talking.
emphasized it. Let me follow this quick line question. All right, I'll make it short. Is there more than one scientific definition for a closed system?
Not as far as
Nope.
I'm aware, there is a scientific definition of it. Yeah, that's the scientific definition. No, that's the scientific context. Scientific
Okay.
definition.
Now, next question is Bill Nye the science guy?
That's the name he's been given. Yes, as a moniker.
Okay. Third question: when he talks, does he represent the scientific community?
No, he represents himself.
No, he's not a. He's not a spokesperson for the scientific community in any way, shape, or form.
He sometimes says mass, but he's not necessarily talking about the scientific definition of
Okay,
an object
so
in weight. He might be talking about
when-
going to church.
When Bill Nye the science guy speaks publicly
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
science, and uses a scientific term,
Yeah.
do you expect him to use the scientific definition of that term?
He'll use it in whatever context he's talking at the time. It's quite simple, really.
Listen,
Yeah.
how can you say that it's not in the context? It's like he said it in a different context, and then at the same time say we don't know what he was saying because we're not him. You know, only he can say what he was thinking at the time. How do you hold those two positions at the same time?
Because realistically, he was talking about pollution. And he was talking about the ability of the human race to leave the planet if we get it too polluted. And he's talking about the practical ramifications, and talking about in a practical sense how the Earth is a closed system.
Then what did he mean?
You don't know
Then
that, though, right? He could have been speaking scientifically, correct?
Then what did he mean by you can't leave Earth?
Yeah, he didn't say it was impractical. He said we can.
What did he mean by those words, Paza? You can't leave Earth.
He said you can't. He says there's no alternative place to live.
There's nowhere to go. You can't leave Earth. That's one thing I want this generation to know. You can't leave Earth. It
is a closed system.
You're not getting out.
Okay, you're not getting out. Okay.
But even if he did mean it in a different context, you can't possibly know that.
No, but I'm not going to.
You can't say he said it in a different context.
I'm not going to assert everything he says is said in a specific context.
So was the context?
You just did because you said he didn't say it in that context. The implication is he said it in a different context. You can't assert that.
Yeah, well, what I do when I try and work out what context someone says something, is I look at all the fucking words around it and try and work out what the most practical context in which they're saying it is in. That's how the world works.
Let's do that. Let's do that. What was he talking about? He was talking about the Earth, right? Okay, so talking about the Earth. How could a closed system be describing the Earth? Let me get back to you on that.
No, he wasn't specifically talking about the Earth, was he? Read the words around.
Earth is a closed system. I
He
think
literally said Earth in the sentence.
Yeah, but no, that's not the. All right, so what's the context of that sentence? Yeah,
sending things off of the Earth is the context.
Yo, I want you guys to slap me if I'm ever.
You know what's the problem that Fasa is having? He's thinking that the guy was talking about the imaginary Earth that Fasa has in his mind, and he's saying he wasn't talking about the imaginary Earth that I'm talking about. That's the issue.
No, I don't think he was talking about imaginary Earth.
If I'm ever this much of an apologist, please slap me silly.
I will, happily.
Yeah, he thinks he was.
So do you need a decoder ring? Do you need one of those decoder rings you get out of like a cereal box to know what Bill Nye was really meaning when he said that?
Right, Pasa? He wasn't talking about the globe Earth. He wasn't talking about that, right?
But what's the context? What context
I'm getting a
can
tapestry of irrelevant statements now. I don't know which one do you want me to address.
what context can we cannot leave the earth mean? What can that mean? You think?
What context can we not leave the Earth? If you're talking about pollution and you're talking about getting the planet to through pollution, getting the planet through our own irresponsibility to a point where it becomes effectively uninhabitable. Yeah.
He never said planet. He said Earth. He never said planet.
All right. So I'll take the word planet back if it makes you feel better. Get back to what he was saying, shall we? He was saying that this place where we live If you make it so uninhabitable through accumulative pollution, yeah, there's nowhere else to go. You can't leave the Earth because there's nowhere else to go. That's what he's saying. He's talking about society, civilization as a general. That's the conversation he was having.
So there's no moon, and NASA just lied to us when they said there was going to be moon bases and moon hotels and all that stuff. So they just lied about that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What about the enclosed part of the sentence?
The closed system?
Yeah, he said the Earth is an enclosed system, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what do you think he meant by that then?
That the Earth is an enclosed system.
Yeah, but what is it? Well, no. All right. So we both agree that's what he said. What do you think he meant by that then?
Hold on, James. He didn't say enclosed. He said closed.
Closed.
Now,
closed. Yeah.
Closed has a specific definition. Enclosed means something different.
So what do you think he meant by that then?
My bad.
Well, he meant that it's a closed system that we can't send materials outside of.
Is it a closed system inside a container? I think that's what he meant.
Doesn't
I don't
matter.
really care what he meant because he's literally said what we said he said. So
Yeah, he said Earth is a closed system. That cannot be more clear.
So is it a closed system inside a container?
It's very clear to me what he meant. Yeah. And it's very clear. It's very clear to you what he meant, isn't it?
But we agree on the context. Is it you keep bringing up the context?
Don't agree on the context.
You keep on bringing up the context as if Jemsy, you help Mikey. You keep on bringing up the context as if it's a bone of contention. It isn't.
Okay, so what are we talking about then?
My point is that if you accept that statement in context, then he holds a contradictory position for about the 15th time.
No, he doesn't hold a contradictory position.
Yes, he does.
Contradictory position to what?
To the fact that he thinks people went to the moon.
No.
Yes.
This is a waste of time.
So is the moon still part of the
I agree with that's the first thing I agree with. Yeah, it's a waste of time.
Oh, just fuck off. You're not even trying to understand. Just fuck off. Leave.
I am trying to understand. But what you're saying
This is the simplest thing in the world. You cannot think that people both can and cannot leave the Earth at the same time. That is impossible. It's a contradictory position.
As a person, I can think that someone can get in a space rocket and go to space. I can also think that society as a general civilization cannot leave and go somewhere else. Those are two statements that are not mutually exclusive.
Okay, but that second statement has nothing to do with the statement of a closed system.
I can use this term closed system to mean something that's unreachable or unattainable.
No, you can't.
You can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
No. Can you define closed system for me?
What, the scientific definition of a closed system?
Yeah.
This is about the fourth time I've done this. Do you want me to do it again, do you?
So it doesn't mention practicality. It doesn't mention somewhere you can't go. It's very specific when it says a closed system can share energy but cannot share matter. This is very specific, hyper specific.
As far as I'm aware, a closed system cannot have energy or matter transferred into or out of it. It's a closed
You're talking about an isolated system. He said closed system.
Okay, then hang on a minute. I think that's not relevant, but we'll have a look.
Please tell me you're not just about to Google a definition after a 20-minute argument.
We have a disagreement about what it means.
Like a terrarium, you could seal it with all the contents inside, but still the light outside of the terrarium will be able to. The heat from the lamp can go in and out. So that's a closed system, but it's not isolated. The terrarium is a closed system, not isolated.
A closed system is a physical system that does not allow the transfer of matter in or out of the system.
Exactly what I said. Carry on.
So does that say anything about it being impractical to transfer matter out of the system?
If he was talking in the strictest scientific sense,
notice how
he
it
said
didn't
that.
say
Then
energy as well, so that would be an isolated system. Read up on that as well, so you can
he
know.
wasn't. When he said it, he wasn't in the middle of a very specific scientific discussion about energy or matter. He was having
We're
a very
still trying to
specific
figure.
conversation.
We're still trying to figure out what a loose definition of closed system would be, or the loosest definition would be if he wasn't using the strictest.
Well, if you talk about, for instance, in the security system, you talk about a closed system, and that's when the system can't be penetrated by any external.
Was he talking about security systems?
No, he was talking about pollution in the earth. So what would he
Perfect.
meant by?
So why
So
are you
what would he
talking about irrelevant nonsense again?
Right, so let's talk about what he was talking about. He was talking about pollution, right, and leaving.
Cool.
Yeah, and he's also talking about civilization as a whole. If the planet gets polluted, leaving the Earth.
Cool. Yeah, great. The same context I've already agreed with 500 million times.
Okay, now he is saying in his statements that, and what he's saying, the gist of what he's saying is that we can't presume if we just keep making pollution that we can just get rid of it somewhere else, or that there's somewhere else for us to go.
I know the context.
Yes, that's the context.
So why are you repeating it again and again and again and again?
So in the context he's saying it, if you can't leave or you can't push stuff out, that's the closed system he's talking about.
Really? Wow. So finally you understand what a closed system is. So how the fuck did people land on the moon?
Oh, Lord.
How did matter go through the closed system? How did matter escape? It says it clearly that matter cannot be exchanged. How did the matter of the spacecraft be exchanged? How did that happen?
You just washed over what I said without listening.
No, everything you said.
You did.
You said, "Oh Lord," and then what?
No, prior to that.
Well, he asked you. So, how did they go to the moon? You said, "Oh Lord."
Yeah, no, prior to that. I said I was talking about the context in which you use this term "closed system."
Ad nauseum.
Yeah. Okay. Are you right? Actually, it is ad nauseum.
He's a mind reader, obviously.
No, it's
I'm
just
not.
you repeating
Well,
yourself endlessly for no reason.
And the person earlier on, they said he's a triple agent and he's flip flopped and he.
I don't care about that.
Flat.
I don't care about that.
I know you don't, but that washes over you, doesn't it? It's like a load of other
No,
stuff.
it's that I don't care. Like, that is someone's opinion. I don't care about opinions.
You care about this particular little phrase, this particular little speech.
Yeah, because he holds a contradictory position. Or you could have just said, well, he clearly does. Or you could have just said, oh, he misspoke. You could have said that, but no, you chose not to.
I don't think he misspoke. I think he's using it.
Then he holds a contradictory position, doesn't he?
He was using it as a phrase in a particular context. It's
not
that hard.
In a particular context, that can only apply to the scientific position of the Earth.
Ignorance. If he used it in a different context, you don't know that. So stop speaking about what you don't know.
I can elude what context using it by looking at all the words around it. That's what we do.
He's a mind.
What we did like 1,000 times here.
Yeah, no, just Pazza, just bugger off. You're wasting everyone's time.
Wait. One last thing, Pazza, can you look up the definition of cognitive dissonance for us now and read it, please?
I know what that means. Yeah, I'll go and read that then, shall I?
Yeah, it'd be great if you could read it aloud to us. I'll just let you know it's believing two things are true when they contradict each other.
Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert!
He won't need to read it. He'll just see a picture of himself.
Don't tell me. Spoiler alert! Let me go and read it. I don't want you to read it out to me. I'll go and have a look at it now.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I just didn't mean to hassle you. Yeah, do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go and do it. Okay.
Well, I was hoping we would get his answer about how we were able to transfer matter to the moon from this so-called closed system.
Damn, I just jumped back in here. Are we still on the closed thing, the closed system?
Yep.
Is it Pazza? Where did he go?
Yeah, and not only are we still on it, with zero progress whatsoever. Like, the exact same 3 sentences keep getting spun around.
That was really wild, and bravo crypto for for once sticking up for yourself. I know you don't have a problem with that, brother, but keeping your cool was very, very good. Very British way of like demolishing someone. That guy, I don't know. He's just very. Go ahead. I saw you light up.
No, just say thanks.
Yeah, pause it, man. Spiral, bro. Why?
He
It's hard
he
to
has
figure
his he has his spicy days, right? He has some days where
Yeah.
he's pretty nice and friendly,
Yeah.
but today he was a little worked up today, huh?
I see a slow spiral happening with Pazza there. But all in all, yeah, that was ridiculous on his side of it. I mean, he couldn't just concede that that's holding a contradictory position, or that the words, what I want this generation to know is, you cannot leave the earth. What do those words mean?
You're
That,
dealing
well,
with a
that is
zealot.
wait. That is the context. That
Yeah.
is absolutely the context.
You
There's
can't
no
argue with a
guessing.
zealot on something like this. The guy's just zealotry all the way, 100%.
Yeah, there's no guessing at that context in that sentence. Like, you could say he made a mistake. Well, that's a pretty well-defined sentence for it to be a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, he was saying it with a lot of conviction, wasn't he? He was really like, he's like, this is one thing you gotta know, and it's that, so he was saying it with gusto. So I don't think it was unintended. But don't people usually say that he was referring to something else? Isn't that kind of the excuse? He's saying like, sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, the context is that they were talking about trash being kind of thrown away, pollution, trash, that kind of thing, thrown away outside of the Earth system, right? So that was the context.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
but what? So like what Pazzo was saying is that the context means that he wasn't talking about the Earth as a closed system. There's no other way to interpret that. He's talking about the Earth. It's in the sentence. It's in the context around the sentence. He's clearly describing the Earth closed system. Pazzo didn't like the fact that, or he thinks that it's contextual, which is nonsense. But that Bill Nye must believe that people went to the moon. So the point I was trying to make to him is that you can't think that the Earth is both open and closed at the same time. It's contradictory. So pick one.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't accept that those were contradictory positions.
Brilliant. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Not for a lack of trying on our part.
Yeah, I tried to tell
Yeah, we gave it a good go, didn't we? Sorry, Joe.
That's all good. I tried
What
to
I
tell
really-
the tyranny of
what-
the rock equation,
Sorry.
Hold
or
on.
whatever
Hold on.
NASA calls it,
Hold on, friends.
sending anything up according to them requires so much fuel and stuff for so little weight that none of it's ever gonna be profitable or viable the way they do it currently or claim to do it. But he just laughed. He didn't understand.
Well, crypto is actually being too gracious. Because what he really couldn't do was just concede that Bill Nye made a mistake in the way he spoke. And he used him for exactly what he should have done in the first place.
Yeah.
It seems like such a zeal to defend the globe zealot in like fashion, which religious zealots defend other religious zealots to their same pace. He couldn't just see that he simply made a mistake of speech.
Yeah, what I really want Pazza to know is you cannot leave the Earth. It's a closed system.
Sorry, Sonny, that context is really unclear. Could you tell me the context?
Which part about the Earth closed system?
Yeah, I mean, are you talking about security systems or computer systems?
Okay, so leaving would imply physical leaving somewhere, going from one place to another. Earth
from
would
your
be
computer?
that would be the place that you would be leaving from. That you cannot is the context. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be
That
here
really
most-
clarified things.
I'll be here most of the week.
So, Pazza and Matthew have differing views on this, or are they linking up with the same?
I'm about 99% sure that Matthew's going to back Pazza because they're both Globers, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, so ultimately we can't know exactly what Bill Nye was thinking because, we're just going based on his words and not his thought process. The interesting thing would be if we could get in a time machine, go back to that moment and say, okay, Bill, are you saying that the Earth is a closed system in regards to trash and at the same time saying it's an open system as regards to going to the moon? And I suspect he'd say yes to that question.
That doesn't make
sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Trash doesn't matter.
Why does it make sense? How can it be an open and closed system?
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense if you put it that way. He would say yes.
Bro, again, it's like I can't have a Porsche that's not a Porsche. Right? It has to either be a closed system and have those properties or not.
Right. The rule of non-contradiction. It's either one or the other.
Sure.
Hold on, Matthew, my friend. Did you not hear what I said previously?
Oh, there's so many things said. What are you specifically talking about?
Okay, if Bill Nye's intelligent, okay, and you're intelligent, then the most rational thing to believe is that Bill Nye made a mistake of language and he shouldn't have said what he said. And if he was asked about what he said, he says, "Oh yeah, you're right. I should have said something else."
I suspect that's what he would say. Yeah, that he misspoke in that sense. Yeah, I think he would say that.
Well, I would be happy with that. That would be fantastic. Oh, so Bill Nye misspoke and he didn't mean closed system. End of conversation. Fantastic. Let's all go for a beer. But Pazza can't just accept that. He has to keep arguing it, and it's stupid.
I think he was trying to argue why he used that phrase and sort of justifying it in the eyes of Bill Nye.
Yeah, but you've even just said that Bill Nye probably wouldn't do that himself. I don't know. Whatever. I'm done with this conversation.
Yeah, good point there, Crypto. I just still love how much gusto he said it with. It's so confident.
Yeah.
Old Bill. Gotta love him.
Basically the Joe Biden of science, isn't he?
Oh my gosh. I never thought of it that way, but I could see it. At least Bill's a little bit more coherent.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, Don Pettit is probably more the Joe Biden of science.
Oh, Don Pettit.
I don't think anyone's the Joe Biden of anything. I mean, that guy is just a creep.
Yeah, true. Pants on head retarded. Hey, how are you, Matthew? Are you doing okay?
Yeah, thanks for asking. I'm doing well. I was gone for spring break for a while, so I wasn't here for 8 or 9 days.
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, yeah, because you're a teacher, hey?
Yeah, so I had a good vacation visiting my parents and just hanging out.
Very nice.
How are things here on the server?
Yeah, not bad. I think everyone's doing okay.
So
I'm doing okay.
So, Matthew, did you go down to your local Mardi Gras and shake it down?
I actually forgot there was Mardi Gras until I was looking at my phone that night and saw some news stories like, oh yeah, Lent started.
Did you go anywhere?
Tucson, Arizona. I love Arizona. It's cool.
Nice and dry there. Yeah. Good weather.
Yeah, but it's surprisingly cold. Tucson's about 3,000 feet high, so even though you think of it as like summer hot, and it is hot in the summer, but in the winter it's nice.
Yeah. Yeah, the winds that blow over the deserts when it gets cold is nothing. There's nothing like that kind of cold. How's the weather up there? Cloudy again? Cloudy now again, huh? Well, I guess it was mostly sunny today, really.
Yeah, Southern California was pretty sunny.
Pretty nice.
You're down in San Diego, right?
Yeah, it was like the high was only 64 though, and it's going to go down to like it's going to go down to like 40. What did they say? 46 or something tonight.
No whining, Sonny. You guys have the best weather. I don't want to hear it.
That's true. San Diego has the perfect weather.
It has the best weather in the entire country. Sometimes it's just this little clear spot, and the rest of y'all are totally overcast and cloudy storms, like natural disasters. And we're going like, I stay for a beach day in freaking January sometimes.
Sonny, you know where San Clemente is?
San Clemente, yes, I do know where San Clemente
So
is.
San Clemente, at least the Chamber of Commerce there, they claim they have the best weather in the nation, and then they define it as the most number of days that is closest to the perfect temperature of 72 or something like this. So according to their definition, they have the best weather in the world.
Wow. Well, yeah, I was going to say Scripps Pier has the most consistent, what is it, 2 to 4 foot waves right there at, what is that called? God, I'm losing my memory.
Yeah, I spent the most amazing month in San Diego last year. It was so awesome, man. The weather
Yeah.
was just freaking perfect.
Yeah, what part were you in?
I was in Pacific Beach.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it was
Beautiful there.
awesome. That beach, like for me, the beach is like a magnet. I love the beach. I'll just hang out there.
I used to go surf there all the time in Pacific Beach. The beach I was talking about is La Jolla Shores.
Oh, okay.
Which is where Scripps Pier is.
Yeah, I remember seeing that on the map.
Yeah, Scripps Oceanographic Institute. You know those people?
Okay, I think I might even might have went up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That
that was a
area
great
is
trip.
beautiful. There was this family named Black, and the Black family bought their last name. They bought a huge tract of land in the late 1800s, or maybe no, it couldn't have been. Yeah, it probably was late 1800s. So they bought all these,
Okay.
and they had a farm there along this ridge overlooking the ocean. These 300-foot cliffs. They sold this whole thing. It's one of the most expensive subdivisions in the entire country.
Damn.
And the people that bought this, they made this beach area, this area, for how do they say forever in the public domain, like public lands. So
Okay.
yeah, I've surfed at Blacks. I've seen waves at Blacks that were big, that looked as big or bigger than Pipeline. In storms, they've had 25-foot waves at Blacks. Forget what year that was. You could look up the pictures. Oh, really? Flatty? Yeah. Yeah, it can be dangerous. There's rocks in there, too. But I've also surfed at Sunset Cliffs, which is a really famous place. I almost died there. That's when my surfboard was down below me. It was about a 15-foot day.
Whoa.
Little old Sonny out there paddling my ass off. Anyway, I crashed and burned, got tumbled like a washing machine in 15-foot wave and sent down to the bottom. I was swimming up. It looked like I was 30 feet down. It couldn't have been that far. But I was swimming up and my board was still down below me. Well, attached to the leash.
Yeah.
So it was like still being sucked down as I was trying to swim up.
Oh, damn. That sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a buddy who said that I should try surfing while I was out there, but I actually didn't. But it was really cool to watch. It looks like something that would take you a little while to get finesse down.
I wouldn't be able to do that today. I'll be honest. I would die out there. My shoulders aren't up to it these days. I can't. I've had one shoulder surgery, and the other side is almost as bad, but I'm managing it. But I don't think I'd be doing that kind of paddling. Get me a longboard with a motor on it or something. Put a lawn chair up there. Hmm. Catalina is a cool place to go. I want to hike the entire island one of these days.
Yep, it'd take a while. It's pretty far. It's a pretty long island.
What's that?
I said it's a pretty long island. It would take a while to hike the whole thing.
Yeah, you could take a week or something. You could stop, there's 2 harbors and there's Avalon, so from 2 harbors you can, you could start there and hike towards Avalon. There's campgrounds all along the western shore too, like several, and but apparently there's places, I saw this couple that they did a video on YouTube, and they were up there and they were swimming in a hot spring up there. I'm like, wow, I didn't know about that. Like, Catalina wine mixer, what? What movie is that from?
I'm terrible with movies. Step Brothers?
But Vanny 103 is in here VC verified if you guys want to talk to him.
Let's get to them.
Hey, Benny.
Hi, how are y'all?
Good.
Good, man. How are
That's
you?
good. Always good.
You just jumping in? What brings you around today?
No, I'm just listening. I'm walking around and I'm bored, so.
Cool. You team globe or you team flat?
I'm just here to learn and listen, but me personally, I am kind of I'm like more on the fence or on the fence.
See, that's a good place to be.
I'm neither flat earth, neither globe either.
Yeah, fair enough. What do you feel like is one good argument from either side?
Well, like I always like see like the pictures of the Earth, so like from space or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And yes, I see that as a good argument as well, how it's like curved or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I understand that. I can see that. And I also understand from the flat earth side that there is no, like, when you look straight, there is no curvature over like a really flat field or something.
Okay.
I can understand both of those.
Oh, cool. So, do you think we could test those pictures by going out to check for the curvature? Like, do you feel like a measurement of the surface would be helpful to determine whether it is curving or not?
I don't know, man. Like, that's
Well,
just why I'm here, is to learn and listen.
fair enough. If you ask me, I would say that measurements would be a way to determine which, if it is curving, like we should be able to measure that.
Yes.
You'll hear people say, "Well, we're just ants on a big ball." It looks flat because it's so big. But I would say that even if we were ants on a big ball, like the ball wouldn't measure flat. The ball itself would have measurable curvature. So we should be able to do that on the Earth. If it's curving, well, we should be able to measure for that, and vice versa. So
There is another argument that I heard the other day. It was that so like, you know how like on a map it's the Earth is like flat or whatever,
yeah,
and it shows like Russia and like I'm not trying to point this conversation towards the war. I promise.
no worries.
Okay, I'm just saying like how Russia's only like a couple 100 miles away from the actual U.S. itself.
Yeah, I
But
think
when
I've
you
heard people say
actually
this before.
Well, Russia and the US are actually only about 3 kilometers away politically, because there are a couple of islands that are one's owned by Russia and one's owned by the US between Alaska and the east coast of Russia. If that's what you're talking about.
yeah, so that's what I am.
Fair enough.
But
Okay,
then you go to the other side of America, and this is like a globe herb now. Russia and America are like 2 miles away.
I'm gonna pull this up on a map and see if I can just follow along.
Yeah.
Yeah, little DME is what you're looking for.
But I could try looking for the TikTok video again that I saw, but it was just the video I saw the other day, and I thought it was kind of interesting.
So, the map is wrong, correct? So we're just trying to tell us.
I mean, that is a good question, Drace. It does seem like some new people will think that because of maps, it can't be flat, right?
Yeah.
Well, maps aren't reality, right? There's lots of different maps, and they're projections. So there's tons of different maps. I would say that there isn't one true map of the world, you know?
Yeah, there's no such thing as a true map.
Yeah. So I usually don't even use those as an argument for flat Earth. Oh, well, there's a map or whatever, you know, like we just go out.
I understand that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just failing to see how that supports the globe.
I don't get it, man. It was just like, I have proof that the video literally started out with, I have proof that the Earth is round, and here it is, and that's basically what it was.
Yeah, I think they're mistaking. They don't understand our arguments, and they just basically looked at a box-shaped map, and they were like, "Oh, the ends don't touch, so that means it must be a sphere," which is just a completely illogical argument.
Yeah.
Because none of us claim that we live on a box-shaped map.
We don't live in Minecraft.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, flipping god dang it. Ow! Sorry, I just bit my tongue. How that hurt.
Yeah, that sucks.
Flip. Guys, I'm sorry to break the conversation short, but I gotta go.
No problem.
My
Come back
phone is at a
anytime.
very low percentage, and I don't want to screw it up on the rest of my walk.
No worries, brother. It was good talking to you.
Yeah, I will most likely be back later.
Cool. Come back anytime.
Bye, guys.
Some of my best evidence comes from TikTok.
Oh, really? You're on TikTok, God Rockin'?
No, I've actually never been there, so that was a complete lie.
Wow, I hook, line, and sinker.
You caught him though.
I was thinking that when he said that though. He was like, "Oh, you know, I saw some globe evidence on TikTok." I'm like, "Oh, here we go." Yeah, I've never been on there.
Everyone here knows that I'm pretty much flat, no matter what. I wouldn't argue for the globe, even if I was paid a handsome price. It
Really?
wouldn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So
they couldn't put a number on it.
Funny when he said he come up with his evidence came from TikTok. I'm like, okay, that sounds valid.
Yeah.
I mean, those are all just. I mean, I don't even know what TikTok is. To be honest with you, I've never been there, but
you're not missing out.
I'm sure I'm not. I've heard it's just basically funny stuff. People do posting videos for a laugh or two or whatever. I don't know. Is that not right?
No, I mean that's fairly accurate. There's a lot of that stuff. I mean, it's freaking. It's all over the place, man. There's a lot of fakery. That's what. It's a lot of fake people doing fake stuff for likes and clicks and views and stuff.
Right. Yeah. For a laugh or a joke. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't have it either. You're not missing anything.
Well, some people are making a lot of money making them stupid things.
Well, maybe you are missing something. So-
Yeah, I'm missing out on the money now. I don't think I could make money propagating those kind of deceptions, or I don't know. This just wouldn't feel good to me. I don't think, but
I feel you too.
I guess maybe I should go check it out someday just to see what it's all about. But I probably not any. It's not like I'm going to just sign off and go there now. I'm not that interested. I've never even logged into TikTok, not once.
Me neither. Me neither. The way they set up these things nowadays, they make it so that everything keeps going. There's no pause in the action. You keep swiping. Something's always going. You
Yeah.
know? They'll never stop and be like, all right, this was the end. Like, no, there's always something else to feed you. So, it's a trap. So, but yeah.
I think it came up on my phone one time. I don't know what it was. There was some videos, and then like you said, one like 10 or 15-second video, and then bam, another one, and then 15 seconds, bam, another one, bam, another one. It was just like
Yeah.
just constant thing. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And
They got to keep your attention. They got to just suck your attention in and not let it go.
I guess. Anyway, like I said, it just showed up on my phone somehow. I don't know whether it was some kind of an advertisement for TikTok, or I don't know what it was, but it was showing a bunch of corny shit, right? One after another, you know, just like doot. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, that's funny. It's funny.
But apparently, if you're really good at making some ones that make people hilariously laugh, or look at it and go, oh my gosh, that was so weird, or I mean, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Apparently, if there are some people out there getting like millions of clicks on these stupid things and actually getting paid handsome checks.
Same with the YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, YouTube pays me.
Yeah, but they pay you to lie, Matthew.
No, I get more money from all my joke stuff. Yeah, people love the funny stuff, not the
I'm just messing.
serious stuff.
I don't know. I just follow this fighter named Sean O'Malley. And
oh, nice, dude. Yeah,
he says he makes more money on social media than he does boxing, and he sort of revealed secretly one time that he gets paid $250,000 for every fight on his contract. He signed an 8-fight deal for $250,000 a fight, which is quite high, quite a bit higher than most fighters get. I mean, it's not the highest, not by any means the highest pay, but so he makes anywhere from $250,000 to $500,000 a year, and he said that he makes way more on his social media than he does fighting.
Yeah, he's super popular, so he's able to.
Super popular. Yeah.
Yeah.
He plays games, I guess. What's that site you can go on and play a game and people can play with you?
Twitch.
Twitch. Yeah, there you go. He said he makes a lot on TikTok and Twitch. Is what he said. I mean, I don't know exactly how it works, but apparently he's got it down to where he approaches it like a business, and for an income, I guess, or whatever. But he said he makes way more on social media than he does fighting, and he makes a minimum of $250,000 plus fighting every year. So
yeah,
I mean that's a pretty good income. I don't know what he's doing, but I haven't seen any Twitch stuff or anything. But like I said, I've never been there. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you get a big name these days, that's how you do your side income. You go do some gaming, sell some cryptocurrencies, and like put up some NFTs and stuff like that. When you got a following, you can kind of keep the flow coming.
Right. He's an interesting kid, I'll tell you.
I know. Yeah,
whoever just subscribed to my new channel, The Conspiratorial, thank you very much. You were my very first subscriber.
What was that?
What's the channel? Where's the channel? Is it that link you posted?
Yeah.
What is it about?
Something I'm trying out. Gamers FE, where I'll play video games while I listen to epic conversations that happen.
Epic conversations from where?
From here
Oh, okay.
and elsewhere, I guess. You know,
And so, is this a money making venture possibly for you?
it's just a YouTube channel while I do what I already do.
Yeah. Well, I wish the best of luck to you. That's all I can say. I'd love to see you get from it what you're after. I do wish that for you.
Thanks. Yeah, I just want more people to be exposed to the instead of trying to win an argument or be in a hostile situation with someone who's trying to shatter uh, your reality that is the false reality that is the globe. You can actually just sit and listen to others have a conversation about it, and you can hear some of the ridiculous things that people say here and there.
Oh boy, there should be more than here and there for that. There's a lot of that goes on from what I've heard, even here.
Well, it's
Ridiculous.
almost as
Like the last 2 hours, whoever that clown was. I mean, I almost felt bad when I opened up that thing about Bill Nye or whatever his name is.
yeah.
Anyway, it just went on and on and on and on, and the guy just couldn't even for 1 second, imagine that the guy was actually telling the truth. It was making up all these excuses for why he meant something else, or he didn't say that, or not in that context, and it was so crystal clear that it was almost in my opinion, undebatable. I mean, really, the guy said we live
for real, yeah.
So period, and you guys defined it, and the definition covered it quite well, and but still he had always something to say about it not being right, and it's like, man, you don't find that big of a zealot very often. I mean, he would not step back or would not consider anything possibly suggesting that the flat earth thing is truth. He was just, man, I sat here and listened to him for a good hour, just bouncing, jumping, doing backflips back and forth and rolling over and playing dead like a dog and doing whatever he could to not agree with one simple statement. It's crazy. Crazy how some people are so just complete zealots. And that's in my opinion anyway.
Hey, we're joined by Cynical. I think I checked you in yesterday or a day or two ago.
Yep.
Welcome back.
Going on?
Not much. We're just chilling. What's going on with you?
Not much. We just celebrated my father's birthday today. Yeah, that's it.
Cool. So you've been in the server for a couple of days now, right?
Yeah, like one day.
One day. All right. So what have you learned in the one day since you've been here?
Not much, honestly.
Okay.
Been pretty. I've just been at school and been out for a while, so I haven't been able to be active yet.
So I'm not familiar with you at all, Cynical. Are you like on the fence, or are you just did you grow up, or are you just like the rest of us used to be, like growing up being taught we live on the globe and all that? Because we all used to believe that. That's not. It's not. You don't.
Well, me personally, I still believe in globe Earth, but yeah, I guess it'll take me time to believe otherwise if I decide to believe otherwise. I'm open to the idea, but I don't believe it yet.
Yes.
Well, if you're open to the idea, then if that's an actual true statement, if you are actually open to the idea, I can guarantee you that you will find some factual information here that will reveal to you the truth of the matter. And that's about all I'll say. I'm not going to say the truth is this or that, but we do have evidence that is undisputable, cannot deny it. It's irrefutable evidence, and it's definitely will open your eyes if you are truly willing to look at something with some critical eyes and look at it for what it is, not with going, yeah, but I was told, but no, but what about this and what about just, none of that. Just look at it and just look at it for what it is. Analyze it critically and give it the value that it has. You'll be surprised, brother.
All right. I'll take that into account.
Yeah, so I guess cynical. When you joined, I'm sure you had some questions about flat Earth or some ideas about it. So, what do you think flat Earth is? Like, what is it? What does it look like, or what is your idea of flat Earth now that you're here?
My idea is think of it like a map, and we don't know what's on the other side. That's what my idea of flat Earth is.
Oh, okay, okay. So, like, kind of like a magic carpet in space or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
A lot of people come here with this similar idea, and it's not the flat Earth. It's not any type of object in space or anything like that.
Yeah, you kind of have to start from ground zero and not you have in your mind. That's the first thing I did too. I mentioned flat Earth. I seen this like flat, like pizza-looking Earth floating, rotating around the sun with the rest of the planets. I seen there's the flat Earth in between, and Mars and whatever, and yeah, it's the third pizza from the sun at this point. And then I shortly after I looked into it really closely. That's not at all what the flat Earth is. It is not a flat object floating in space, rotating around the sun. It's a whole different thing. And so it's a lot easier to understand if you can take that out of your mind and start over from ground zero without all the stuff you were indoctrinated with as a child. And through grade school, high school, even universities, for that matter.
Okay, you see what I posted in the chat?
Yeah, because it looks funny.
Yeah, it is funny. Like, this is the kind of stuff you'll probably see in the media. I'm sure you've seen. I'll post one more. You've probably seen stuff like this, just being on the internet and stuff. Like,
and that's not what any of us believe at all.
Right.
Just know that we don't believe that's what we're dealing with here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is pushed out there as like propaganda to try and sort of
make it look stupid.
Yeah, they want people to think it looks stupid. They'll never look into it past the silliness. So once you get past the silliness, you can actually hear the arguments, and you don't even have to just believe it. You don't have to accept it. We'd rather you just go test things, but at least get a grip on the arguments, and that would be a big win for you and for me.
Do you have an image of what you do believe in? Of what you believe your perspective of flat Earth is?
I didn't quite catch the question. Could you say it one more time?
Do you have an image that portrays what you believe flat Earth is?
Okay, I get what you're asking. I usually say that you don't really have to conjure up anything in your mind. We don't have the perspective of Earth as if it were a puppet, like on your hand. we just don't have that outside view. So I honestly don't know what it looks like. When we say flat Earth, we're just describing the surface that we live on, and we're trying to determine whether there's curvature or not, and that's kind of the crux of the issue. Flat isn't a shape; it's a description of the surface. So
Yeah. Our perspective is your perspective when you walk outside and look at the world. It's the perspective that everybody has, just base perception of how the world looks to us. We just see the world flat, we measure the world flat, and it's missing the curvature required for it to be a globe.
And the important point being is that whatever NASA claims the curvature is supposed to be, it's not that. We don't know exactly what it is, but what it's claimed to be, what we all learned in school, is testably not that.
Do you completely understand what they mean when they say curvature? Do you know exactly what they're talking about?
Well, I'm assuming they mean that you're not walking around on a sphere. That's what I'm trying to get at.
yeah, that was a
Sorta.
really good question, God Rockin'.
Yeah. I like to try and get these people to give us what they think we're talking about when we say curvature. I mean,
Well, it's just from the space pictures, right? They show us the space pictures with curved lakes and curved oceans. So that's the curvature we're looking for when we go out to test the Earth. If it really is a ball, like they say and show us, then those lakes and those oceans also have to be curving. So that's where we go and test for curvature.
And then they want to say that it's so big that you wouldn't tell, how it'd be hard to tell. But here's the problem with that. They told us how big it was.
Right.
They gave us a number, and the radius is 3959. So that's like 40 miles short of 4,000 miles. So we can round it off at radius would be 4,000 miles. Now that would be from the center of the Earth, like measuring from the center of the core to the equator. That would be the 4,000 miles they're talking about. But there's a kind of a problem with that, is because there's no way, it's never been measured. No one has actually ever measured that distance. And basically, I'm having a hard time trying to figure out how they would do it to begin with. If it were a globe, you'd have to, I don't know how you'd have to do it, but they say you fly around it and follow the curve, follow it down till you get to the equator, but you're off the Earth and you wouldn't be, you'd have to convert the miles or into, from the air miles to the ground miles, and just there's a lot of variables that just don't quite work with the model.
Most importantly, that model, that 4,000, you want to round it to 4,000 mile radius, we can see that can be, we have observations that go against it being that size. Like it can't be that size. So if we're being able to see too far, well beyond what is claimed to be, we got a problem, right?
And what he means by that, by seeing too far, what do you think he means by that? I'm just curious. Do you know? It's okay to say no. I'll help you with it. Understand what he's talking. What that means is, okay. So imagine, put your hand on a basketball and hold the basketball right in front of your face, and put your hand on top of it, and then start sliding your hand down away around towards the equator. It's not going to be very long before your hand disappears behind the basketball. You're not going to see it. Okay. So the amount of the basketball that you can see, the top part of the basketball, is depending on where you hold the basketball, of course. But if you hold it level with your eyes, the top of the basketball level with your eyes, you're only going to see a little bit before it drops off. It's going to drop down over the edge, and you can't see on the other side of it because the basketball's blocking it. That's the curvature we're talking about. And the 4,000 miles makes it very measurable because that's not that far. And what that does is it gives you this geometry. You know what geometry is, right? Math, like when you're in school, they give you a circle and they want you to figure out how many square inches are on it, what the circumference is, and all these things that can be measured. They just give you one number, like the radius or whatever, and then you're supposed to either take a tape measure and measure the diameter, measure the radius or whatever, and then you can figure out the square footage. You can figure out the volume. You can figure out all kinds of things with that. That's just real simple geometry.
Yeah.
So what we've done is taken that $4,000 mile figure, and you can put that into a calculator. In fact, some Globers made a calculator called the curve calculator, and it calculates how much drop it would be as you're taking your hand and sliding it over this ball, and it's going to drop at a certain amount. On the basketball, it's probably like 1/8 of an inch every inch or something, or maybe 1/8 of an inch every 2 inches. It's going to drop, and then, but it's going to get more exponentially. You have to square that number, because let's say you go straight out off that ball a foot, and then you want to go down to the equator. So you only move just another 1/8 of an inch, and you're dropping all the way to the equator. So the math only works for 1,000 miles or so, because it's once you get so far out, you just drop straight down. If you're because you're on go out from a ball from the top, and then you want to go down to where it hits. I mean, once you get out so far, it's a straight down trajectory. So that curve calculator is only designed to work for about 1,000 miles or so, to be very accurate at 1,000 miles for what the globe is. So anyway, what it comes out to is approximately 8 inches per mile squared. And so that's 8 inches in a mile. So you can easily see a mile over the water. You can easily see 2 miles, 3 miles, or even 5 miles. You can see an island off the coast at 5 miles.
And you don't see those 8 inches?
Huh? Well, what?
And you're saying you don't see those 8 inches?
Well, the ground would be dropping 8 inches per mile squared every mile. It would drop further. The ground would start to get lower and lower and lower and lower. You see what I mean? Because you're going around the curve of the ball.
And you can't see that drop within the miles that you can see.
Well, the water would be blocking your view after a minute. You know what I mean? So once you go out a few miles, you'd be starting to drop down over the edge, and that's why they say boats disappear bottom up and all this kind of stuff, because you're going over that curve. You see what I'm saying?
Like your hand over the basketball. At a certain point, you're going to only see the basketball, because the basketball is in front of your hand, because it's gone over the hill, right? That makes sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, and that amount can be calculated with math, and the height of wherever you are on the basketball. Like, so if you were to, if your eyeball was on the edge of the basketball, the hand is going to disappear around, pretty quick. But if you were able to raise your eye above the basketball, you're going to start to see your hand, correct?
Yeah.
Right. If you just raise up, you're going to see your hand. So that's a calculatable distance, right? So the higher up your eye is, the observer, the further away you can see, and that curvature changes. So there's the formula is what is it?
It compensates for that
times your just the observer's height in feet.
Right. Yeah. The calculation, the curve calculator compensates for all that. So it takes into account the distance your eye is off the ground. So all that's in the calculator. So it figures all that out for you. And this, again, was made by people that believe in the globe. They made this curve calculator so they could calculate the curve and try and show the curve, but it sort of backfired on them a little bit. But
because we can see something that's well beyond what we should be able to see. Because at a certain distance, when we're trying to look at our hand over the basketball, we're only ever going to see the basketball based on how high we are off how high we are. Mm-hmm. So if we're able to see our hand and not the basketball, well, the basketball is not the size that is supposed to be claimed, right? Does that
In other words, if you had a huge beach ball, a great big huge beach ball, and did that, you'd see your hand for a lot longer before it dropped over the edge of it. See what he's saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, instead of a small basketball, it's a big beach ball, a big yoga ball, and therefore the size of Earth is claimed by NASA as being a certain radius. Well, they've got the radius wrong. What is it? Is it the size of a yoga ball or is it the size of a basketball? Where's the proof of the actual size? And
Because
that's a problem.
Somebody should probably take him through the Black Swan, maybe. I don't know. Has he been through the 3 points questions yet, or whatever? I don't know if however you guys want to do this. I mean, I usually don't do that part of this deal, but if you guys want to do that first, you guys can go ahead and do it.
Sure. Yeah. So there's no geometric horizon of the Earth. Do you know what a geometric horizon is?
No.
Okay, so that's like the furthest edge of the sphere that you can see before it drops away from you. I'm just going to post a diagram so that you can sort of understand what it is.
It'd be like the edge of the basketball, like the part where you can't see your hand anymore because the basketball is in the way. That's the edge of the geometric horizon, the leading edge of where the basketball curves beyond where you can see. Does that make sense?
Yeah, on that diagram, see the arrow is pointing at the geometric horizon. That's where it starts to block the view. See so once you get below that dotted line, you're not going to be able to see it because your eyesight is that line from all the way from the top straight down. That's your eye view. So when you go down around the ball far enough, you get below that dotted line, you're not going to be able to see that object.
Yeah, so that's the horizon that they say that boats are disappearing over and whatnot, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that horizon, based on the globe radius that they claim of 3959 miles, has to be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's a bit of a mouthful, you got it?
Yeah.
So that means that at 1 foot off the ground, 1 foot elevation, there should be a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles. I'm going to post a pic, though, and you can see what you think of that. So if you see that pic there, where do you see the horizon? The oil rigs are there as distance markers, so you can see the furthest ones at 9.4 miles.
The horizon is the very last part of water you can see.
Yeah, so it is way off.
Where do you see the horizon? Where are you seeing it? Before the oil rigs or after?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Where do you see the last bit of water, the edge of the water at? Before the rigs or after the rigs?
Rigs. Where are you looking at?
I'm looking for, I want you to find the edge of the water, the last part of water.
Are you in the chat there?
You're probably not in the chat. There's right above where it says voice text live stream, voice. There's another channel right above it. Click on that, and it'll come up on the right hand of the screen, and it shows images and everything we're talking about. People give us supporting evidence for the subject that we're discussing on the right hand side of the screen there. So if you click on that, you'll still be able to talk to us and view these images that we're going to show you.
All right.
Yeah, I posted at 57 minutes after the hour. I also posted a pic of what the geometric horizon is, just in case you want a visual for that.
I see the water after the rigs.
Yeah, that's the horizon after the rig.
Good. Okay. Actually, you're exactly right. That's exactly where you see it on this. So if somebody wants to take him through the math on this side, that'd be good.
Yeah, so that horizon is appearing at orders of magnitude further than it can on a globe with the radius of 3959 miles. It's got to be at 1.2 miles in that pic, and it is just way off. So I'll post another thing that you can sort of use to get a visual of just like how far out it is.
And see, and the thing of it is this distance and this calculation, this 1.2 miles, this is all based off the globe, the size of the globe that NASA has given us, the 3,959 miles, so almost 4,000 mile radius. It's all based on that size of Earth, and so that's where when you do the calculations at 1 foot off the water, that edge of that water should be at 1.22 miles, and it's probably over 10 miles.
Yeah. Did you see what I posted on the hour there? That diagram?
Diagram. Yeah,
So
the
that's
one
just
after the rig.
Yeah, just the diagram, the blue line, the big blue line with the little circle inside of it.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's just a comparison of the 3959 mile radius globe that they say that we live on to the radius that the globe would have for it to have a 10-mile geometric horizon there, like we're seeing in that pic. So that's how far off they are. Orders of magnitude.
So in other words, in order to see the water that far away, the globe would have to be much larger. So the curvature would be at a much slower rate. You would go further, you'd be able to see further and further out.
Starting to understand.
Yeah, so what we're seeing is a horizon that would dictate the Earth's radius to be 230-something thousand miles. The distance from here to the moon is what the size of the Earth would have to be that big to see that far.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then that means that the time of day, like the fact that the sun and the moon and literally the 24 hours of the day is wrong. All satellite information is wrong. The distance of the ISS is wrong. Everything about it is wrong. If this one measurement or if this one.
Do you know why those things are wrong? Do you know why they're wrong?
Because Earth isn't a globe.
No, well, yeah, that's true, but because they used that radius number in all their calculations. That's how they figure the distance to the sun, the distance to the moon, the distance to the planets, the size of the planets, everything that you see in the sky, and
low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit. They have to have rocket telemetry. If you're going to send a rocket up to orbit around the Earth, you need to know exactly how big it is, so you can put that rocket in the exact spot so it can go into orbit and go around the Earth perfectly. You've got to have those numbers got to be accurate. So what we're saying is they're not accurate because we can see over 10 times further than we should, which means the Earth is either not a ball or it's way, way bigger. Like the radius is from here to the moon, and that's obviously not the case.
Yeah, that can't be the case. Because then the circumference has to be something like 1.6 million miles, and we know for sure that the equator isn't that distance, right?
Right. So in other words, because of that radius number being wrong, how are they sending rockets into orbit, and then how are they giving us accurate distances to the sun and accurate sizes to the sun and the moon and all the stars? How are they giving us accurate information when that 3,959 miles number is used in all of those calculations? They use it to tell you how big the sun is. They use it to tell you how far away it is. They use it to tell you they're putting rockets into orbit around the Earth.
They use it time of day. It's literally day and night is determined by this number.
Right. So in other words, see, we're just finding holes in this globe model that they've given us. They've told us how big the Earth is. We go out, take some measurements like the one we just did with the oil rigs. We measured. We know that horizon's over 10 miles away at 1 foot off the water. So what's going on here?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the first thing I did too. Is wait a minute. Yeah, that's the first thing I did, brother.
So one of two things. So either our eyes and our observation is somehow wildly wrong, or a government organization is lying to us. Which one do you think it is?
I couldn't tell you, man.
Well, we've got hundreds of observations that tell us the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And hundreds of instances of a government lying to us.
Yeah. The Earth ain't showing us that it's a globe. Why would the Earth lie?
Remix.
And what do you guys think about the images that we've seen from space?
Well, they're to be composites and photoshops and stuff like that.
Well, in fact, NASA's website even says they are. If you all you got to do is go to nasa.gov. and they tell you that they're not real photos.
On top of which, if I had a picture of a unicorn, really, really well, highly detailed, does that prove that unicorns are real?
Exactly. Yeah, it's they're pictures taken from a claimed location that none of us have ever been to, and nobody can verify for themselves, right? So you just have to take their word for it. That's all the pictures amount to, is their word.
Well, and add one thing too is like from space, those pictures they show us curved water, and we just walked through how the water
Yeah.
isn't curved really at all.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Yeah, we've asked for years now for someone to show us the curvature of the Earth, the water curving around the ball. We've asked and asked and asked for people to please show us that. And all the time I've been here for over 2.5 years, and I've yet to see anybody show any curvature on the Earth yet.
What do you guys think about the seasons?
So that's an effect of the sun transiting between the tropics throughout the year.
Okay, let me give you a little quick rundown. First of all, the Earth, obviously the distance to the sun is wrong, right? Because they use that radius value. It's the wrong number. They can't tell us that the sun is 93 million miles away. That is not true, because they're using a radius number that we just showed you is not right.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to say is that we've but we've come to understand through various different means, other means like percuscular rays and different things that have to do with light, that the sun is local, which means it's very close and it's very small, and it rotates, it travels over the top of us. And it's so small that when it gets further it gets away, it's like taking a flashlight and holding it up on the ceiling and aiming it at the ground, and then walking 100 feet away in a big warehouse. And then what happens? Pretty soon it's dark where you're at, and it's light over there. That's what's going on the Earth. So when the sun gets further away, it gets dark because this light is very close and only local and very small. And so if that makes any sense to you, I don't, did that make any sense to you at all? Because the sun is not 93 million miles away, and it's not the size they're telling us. It's not this great big huge gas giant. Because go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just saying, like when you said before, when he said this seasons, when you say something about seasons, you're automatic.
You cut out, Fuzzy.
Yeah.
Oh, you automatically assume that you know the size and distance. You know the size of the distance to the sun.
Yeah, you can know.
God
you're
damn it!
cutting out really bad.
You keep making a lot of assumptions to be able to make that statement about seasons. You're making so many assumptions about the nature of the sun and the nature of all of the things that you have to prove in the first place in order for you to utilize that as any kind of proof or for your argument, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
But cynical, here's the thing with the seasons as they're claimed by the globe, right? They say that they're an effect of the ball Earth wobbling on its axis in space, right?
Yes, and parallel light rays, which they also contradict.
Yeah, so we just falsified the radius, right? It's not curving anywhere on its surface, therefore it can't be that globe, therefore seasons can't be a result of the globe Earth wobbling around on its axis.
Interesting.
Also, have you ever known anybody to measure the spin of the Earth and how fast it spins? Do you know how fast the Earth spins at the equator?
I couldn't tell you the number. No.
Well, I'll just give you a little quick way to figure it out. There's 24 hours in a day, and the Earth is approximately 25,000 miles to equator. So that would be 1,000 miles an hour would do it 24,000 mile radius in 24 hours. So at 1,000 miles an hour, it's actually 1,039 miles an hour, I think, something like that, is what NASA tells us, that the Earth is spinning over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. That's how it would spin around, and then it would be night, and the sun would be stationary, and then it would spin, and then the backside of the sun or the backside of the Earth would be dark, and then you'd spin back around, and 24 hours, and you'd be back in the same spot again. Well, you'd have to cover that 25,000 miles. That's how big the Earth is. So you'd have to be spinning at over 1,000 miles an hour in order for the Earth to cover that much distance to get back to the sun.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're saying is the Earth's not spinning. The sun is what moves above us. You watch it. Matter of fact, have you ever felt the spin of the Earth? Have you ever felt that's pretty fast. I mean, if you can imagine being on a ball that's spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, that defies physics. I mean, you wouldn't even be able to. You'd have to be holding onto a tree or something. You'd be going so fast. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Period. It makes no sense at all because you don't feel the spin. And a lot of people say, well, it's because it's so big and you wouldn't feel it because you're used to it. But when you're going around the sun, that means that the Earth is constantly changing its lights arcing around the sun. That means you'd experience this torque, this difference, and you'd be spinning 1,000 miles an hour, and then the force of gravity that the sun supposedly holds the Earth to the sun. Every mile you go, you'd be changing. You'd feel it. Let me tell you that. There's no way you could not feel something like that.
It's similar to how you have to hold on to the back of the seat in front of you when you're flying an airplane, flying 500 miles an hour, because otherwise you'd be blown straight out of the back of the airplane.
Right.
That's not analogous at all, Matthew.
Well,
because for instance,
maybe it's wrong then.
For example, as the manual suggests, the craft that you're flying in is for linear travel, which means straight travel, which means not deviating from straight, which means it's not following a curved path along the surface of a sphere. Now, all that aside, it's also closed. So it's not analogous at all to what he explained as traveling around the sun, which is arcing and torque and this and that.
Okay, so what about when the plane is in a slow turn?
Well, no, I think a better analogy would be if you took the plane and you just took the roof and the floor and the sides off.
What if there be no plane?
No, you still have the seats and well, yeah, you basically just have the seats and the engine.
And you're trying to tell me, Matthew, you wouldn't feel the plane turning?
That's right, because you feel acceleration, not speed. There'd be such slight acceleration you wouldn't feel it.
And you do feel it when they do turn.
Yeah, you feel a little bit. I mean, it's not much, though.
Well, you don't feel any turning or speeding up or slowing down with the Earth.
I mean, I think it's pretty crazy to say that they say the Earth is spinning at 66,000 miles an hour on its rotation around the sun, and spinning 1,000 miles an hour on top of that. That as you're spinning, going around the sun, every hour you've changed a complete different position. You've like taken your out of position. It'd be like on a merry-go-round. You'd be like torquing off and going around, spinning on a merry-go-round, and then also going around like a building at the same time. You'd feel all kinds of different
motions,
pulls and on your body and stuff.
Right.
There's no way you wouldn't notice that.
Yeah, at the blistering speed of 0.00094 RPM, right?
Have you tried this cup ride at the carnival?
Yeah, but we're not measuring at the axis, Matthew. I don't know how many times in 2 years I've had to tell you this.
Yeah, because you've been wrong every time.
You're not at the axis, are you?
No, you're on the edge.
Yeah. And what does that mean? You're traveling at the distance at that diameter.
The
right?
axis, the RPMs at the
Math.
diameter and the RPMs at the edge are the same.
Math professor. You're traveling at 1,400 yards per second.
Yeah.
Your Earth is. And you have an elliptical orbit. That means there's also 243 feet plus or minus.
Mm-hmm.
So
Another thing.
Tell me you wouldn't feel being jerked back and forth 243 feet while also traveling at 1,500 yards per second.
That's right. You wouldn't feel it.
Well, see, look how he doesn't even try to present any positive.
Yeah, like show us the experiment that demonstrates that.
Your Honor,
the experiment
Your Honor.
No, you have to
rest my
provide
case.
it yourself from your personal experiment,
I
or we
wasn't
don't
done,
have to hear it.
Glad I wasn't done saying, Your Honor. I rest
Go
my
ahead,
case.
Sonny.
Your Honor, I wasn't done. I rest my
Sorry.
case.
Matthew Lawrence, just by focusing on the fact that it's RPMs, we all know that, right? If I'm on a merry-go-round at the center of a merry-go-round versus the edge of a merry-go-round, I know that the RPM is an RPM. However, you are not going to say that that if I'm going to get more dizzy, there's definitely a speed difference the further out you are. You cannot deny that, right?
Yeah, the force is
further out you
different
are-
also. The speed is different,
Right,
the force is
so-
different. They're based on the radius.
And that is at a mile per hour, correct?
They get the radius.
The radius that's been falsified.
I agree. However, you still, you can't deny what Sonny was saying about how there's a speed. You said they're moving at the same speed. No, the revolutions per minute does not talk about speed.
Turns out there's a
Revolution
magic
per minute
speed.
is angular velocity, not speed. You're right.
And it's
Right.
funny
So
how
you
he
understand that
tries to
they're
go to RPM, like, oh, it's only one RPM, one revolution per day,
Yeah,
not
that's
per
kind of
minute.
tricky. That's kind of tricky of you.
Yeah, they
it's
try to throw this RPM thing in there, like, oh, it's only spinning one RPM.
Can I finish,
Yeah,
God
as if-
Rocket?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I was in
I
the
just-
middle of my sentence.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, leave my place easy, so please. So
Then go at it then, Mr. Sonny.
Yeah, your argument is, let's ignore that the outer edge of this circus ride or whatever is the experience is completely different for the outer edge compared to the controller or operator who's in the middle, because you say, oh, it's the same RPMs.
Yeah, and also it's just another hand wave and an excuse for the globe. We don't have any positive evidence or proof for us being on a globe. We just have explainaways for why we don't experience the Earth as being one.
Right. It's not meant as a proof. It's just explaining away why you don't feel it.
I know.
So are explanations evidence?
It doesn't
No.
explain it. It doesn't
Thanks.
explain it because the guy in the middle might not feel this very much, but the guys on the edges inside the spinning room definitely do feel it. So
On top of the
it's
fact
not
that
helping your point.
if you started at the middle and worked your way out to the edge, you would absolutely feel the difference. Absolutely, you would notice the difference.
Yeah, it would be measurable as well.
Here's the problem. It's unfalsifiable.
It's also glad you're coming in real low.
yeah, so you're not only
Sorry, thank you.
You'd not only be spinning at that speed, but you'd also be moving downward at 8 inches per mile squared approximately as well. So there's another motion.
You just have to perform an experiment that, demonstrates your claim, but you can't.
Plus,
unless
the claim is
unless you did already, and all of us here missed it, Matthew. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you got it.
What I was going to say before is it's very
Not
dishonest of you, Matthew, to be using RPMs. That's just fallacious of you to even say that.
It's not
Like, why do you-
fallacious. It's a true
why do you-
statement.
No, it isn't.
What's your
We're not- we're-
impression of the RPM of the Earth?
We're not at the axle. That's my impression of
What
the
RPM?
Yeah, we're not.
We're not.
denying
We're
it.
not sitting. We're not located at the axle. Got
Do you
that
think
part?
human beings can sense speed or acceleration?
Yeah,
RPM is fallacious
1,500 feet,
because
1,500 yards per second. Oh yeah, I think I can feel that quite easily.
RPM is fallacious because it's a red herring and it's a vacuous truth. We all understand how RPMs are constant, but that doesn't change the fact that the tangential velocity on the outside of the sphere would be changing based on the sphere. So you're just running away from that issue into the RPM thing and not addressing it.
It's the same kind of thing that they do with the black swan, trying to explain away the orders of magnitude that the
Can I
is
jump
off
in real quick?
by calling it degrees of the circumference. Sorry, go ahead, Bong.
Do you think human beings can detect unicorn farts? Yes or no?
No, because they're not real.
Because they're not real? Because how do you know they're not real? Maybe how do you if you cannot detect it, if you cannot detect a unicorn fart, how do you know it's not real? Prove me wrong.
Oh, logic and reason and observation and eyewitness testimony, all those things.
So basically, if we can't detect it, then it's not real. You agree with that?
No, I wouldn't
Is that
say
what
that.
you're
You
saying?
have to use logic and reason on a case
So
by
you're
case basis.
saying that unicorn farts could be real. We just can't detect it, right? Because humans, I don't think humans can detect unicorn farts.
No, I'm saying based on logic and reason, I think
No,
that
Matthew, don't
unicorns
say
aren't
that
real.
again. Please do not do that for the fourth time. Do not just say logic and reason. Use logic or reason.
Because see, you're saying that the Earth is spinning and we can't detect it, and then you say logic and reason, right? After
Yeah,
that,
so we
right?
can't detect it. We
Right.
use
So
ask a question. Ask a question.
unicorn farts don't exist. How do you know that? Do you have a unicorn fart detector? Are you NASA? You see how silly it is to say humans can't detect speed and velocity.
Is it
Yeah,
just
so why
silly?
claim it? So why claim it if you can't detect it?
And unicorn farts.
Can I just ask, Matthew, did you just say that you know that unicorn farts don't exist because of eyewitness testimony?
I said that
He also said
the
observation too.
So what I meant is that lack of eyewitness testimony is an evidence against unicorns existing.
Well, then by that standard, I guess then, there's no evidence of axial rotation either, according to Einstein.
Or curvature.
Oh, it's all part of a constellation of things you
Or
use
gravity.
to determine the truth of something.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
unicorn
but so logically, why would you assume something that's never been testable, repeatable, observable, usable by any profession? Why would any logic dictate that that's why you would think that way?
Because there are some things human beings cannot directly sense that are still true.
Like
Radio
unicorn
waves, for
fart?
example.
Like unicorn farts, yeah.
You don't get what you're doing. Come on, man.
Like
Come
the
on,
Easter
man.
Bunny.
No, I hear what
Pick
you're
it up,
saying. Yeah,
man. Pick it
that's
up.
why I like the example of the radio waves coming out of your cell phone. You can't see them, but you know what? I still believe that they exist.
But you can test for them.
Indirectly with machines, but you can't directly with your eyes see them.
No, you can directly test for them.
Yeah, you have to use some intermediating machine or sensor to see them.
Sure. So that's what we're asking is, can you show us a machine or sensor that shows Earth curve?
Sure, a NASA satellite showing a picture of a globe.
No. Well, I mean, it
My
is a machine,
real.
sure. But no, it's not showing what you think it is.
Yeah, so you don't believe that it's real, and I do. That's all.
The picture of a globe, did you
But
say?
the question wasn't about belief.
Yeah, I've got a satellite around a Bigfoot village. You want footage from it?
Yeah, I've got some video of Godzilla. Do you want it?
I have unicorns.
I believe.
You want a unicorn? You just don't
But why would
believe I have
Matthew? Why would Matthew even talk about pictures of a globe? Because I mean, by now he obviously knows that they're composites and photoshops, right?
Some are, some are not.
But we're also we let him off the hook about keeping his toes to the fire about axial rotation.
True.
Hold up, how do you know which ones
have
are and which ones
axial
aren't?
rotation without curvature.
Well, hey, percent. I think
Yeah.
we know that they're all fake because the radius is falsified.
Yeah, of course, but I'm asking him. He said some are composites and some aren't, right? And I'm
So
asking him,
right.
how do you know?
Is the floor rotating? Is that what's happening?
I trust the people who made the images
All
to
right, so you're just taking
accurately
it on faith.
represent whether they're photographs or
You
composites.
trust
so you're just
the
believing what
people
others say. Gotcha.
You trust them to accurately represent unicorns?
that would never lie to you on such a scale because they are the government and God is watching them, right? Right?
So, just for the record, if they said these are all composites, you just believe it.
Yeah.
And if they said these are all real, you just believe it.
Yeah.
Without the pictures themselves changing at all. Nothing
Well,
about them changing.
I would want to look at the pictures and sort of see if it seems reasonable what they're saying, and so far it does.
God is using America to bring peace to the world. Trust them.
What do you mean seems
How's it not a
reasonable?
religion when you just trust them like that?
Yeah, what seems reasonable to some people doesn't seem reasonable to others. So
Exactly.
so it's all
that's why it's
subjective.
complicated. Yeah, I agree. It is kind of subjective in that regard.
Well, if the radius is falsified, then that's it for the whole globe fairy tale, isn't it?
That's true. If you falsify the radius, then that's a complete end and complete disproof of the globe.
Row.
So hold up, Matthew.
Because
What
that
could they
happened
say
about
that you find unreasonable?
3 years ago.
I mean, what do you mean? Like they could? There's
What
lots
do you
of things to be
consider
unreasonable.
falsifying? What would be falsifying the radius to you?
No, Percentage asked something else. He asked basically, what could they say that you wouldn't believe?
Mm-hmm.
Like, where's your line?
Unicorn farts, probably.
That's a good question.
Sure, if they showed pictures of unicorns walking around on Mars, I don't think that I would believe that.
Don't make it
come
easy.
on. Let's be a little more reasonable.
Why not?
Really.
Why? Why would you not?
Well, guys, real quick, if I could just jump in, I just want to introduce.
We got
you guys can
Choppa.
pick up. I'm not gonna start a new conversation. I just want to introduce the new people, and you guys can pick up where you left off. But
We'll see.
yeah, just to the new guys, we had Butez, Choppa, and where's the other guy? Mystified. These guys just joined the VC. We checked them in. I wanted you guys to meet Matthew as well. So listen in. This Matthew's on the Globe side. You guys can kind of listen to how conversations go here. So sorry to interrupt, fellas. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Hey, you're good, man.
Perfectly
Look, I mean, we
timed
talk to Matthew all the time. 1 second, Bong. Look, we talk to Matthew all the time. Maybe CB, if you want to pick up the conversation with one of these three, and then maybe bring Matthew in a little bit.
Yeah, I'd want to hear from the new people too.
Cool. Yeah. No.
I bet anything to not talk about axial rotation.
Oh no,
I-
I'm fine.
Someone said something about a black swan. I want to
Same thing I was going to suggest, by the way. Good call.
Yep.
Yeah, we've been going through the black swan a bunch here. It's the falsification of the globe radius.
Yeah, it's like if NASA says all swans
No,
are
actually,
white.
we're just talking about that movie with Mila Kunis.
Oh
If NASA says all swans are white and you find a black swan, does NASA know what they're talking about? No, they don't.
So do you guys know what a geometric...
Let's be a bit more direct. We've got three people who don't know any of the arguments. Let's be a bit more direct.
Yeah, so do you guys know what the concept of a geometric horizon is? The thing that they say that boats are disappearing over?
No.
Okay, I'm just going to post a diagram.
I know. Yeah.
Then they
Posted a
lie.
pic. You guys see the live stream voice text? I posted a pic there 28 minutes after the hour. So that's just basically the furthest edge of the sphere that you can see before it curves too far for you to see any more of it, you know?
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying now.
Right, so if the Earth is a ball with curvature where it's dropping down and away from you like that, then there has to be a maximum edge that you can see. That's the geometric horizon. So given the radius that they claim, 3959 miles, at a 1 foot observer height, that furthest edge has to be at 1.2 miles. But let's just see what happens if we test that. Actually, someone already posted it.
Balls will never look flat, no matter how big they are.
Yeah, Drace, at 28 minutes after the hour, the pic that says bye-bye ball. Where do you see the horizon?
The ball is so big that it still looks like a ball. That's what it is. It's a ball. Balls don't look flat, no matter how big or small you or it is.
Big balls?
Get out of here, man.
We love big balls.
Don't ever
Yeah.
say.
But this ball's way too big to even be a ball.
Don't ever say balls are flat, because that's
Do you
crazy.
guys have any I know you only go off facts and you don't like you don't
We don't like
assume
lies.
shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
you
right.
don't like
Yeah.
assume shit, whatever. But do you have like a rough estimate of what do you think the Earth actually looks like from like an outside view? If it
No.
was
Yeah, it looks
possible
flat.
to see it?
It looks
Like,
flat.
No.
Roughly estimatingly flat.
Wait,
and
wait, wait,
level.
Bong. Let's at least try to answer his question the way he's asking it, right? Like, no, we don't have that perspective. You
And
can't
it's not
pretend.
claimed. Yeah,
And
You
sorry,
can't
go ahead.
doesn't
pretend.
NASA.
You can't
What we-
pretend to be able to look at the Earth as if it was a puppet on your hand. You'll never get that outside view.
We could give you
Yeah.
cool stories, but they would be just that, right?
even though
Imagine,
like the moon landing and everything, it's fake. But do you
right.
think?
Imagine not being
Well, let
able
him
to
finish.
get out of the system and having to tell people that you got out of the system and all these plans.
True.
Imagine being stuck inside that system and telling people a different story. See, like to think about it that way, you can't have a model if that's the case.
Yeah.
But we can't, right? I mean, maybe they can, but not us. Like
Yeah.
if you're the one looking at the container and at the fence and at the edge, then you can model. You probably can come up with the rough model. But what are you gonna tell people? You can tell people, like, oh, we're just kidding. We're actually God is real. Whatever.
Yeah. In the future, like I know like the moon landings, whatever, they're fake, whatever, okay? But do you think in the future, because technology likes to advance and whatever, do you think that we will ever actually have the technology to see like an outside view like
No,
that?
in the
'Cause we have,
future,
like
in
airplanes
the
and such. Like, do you
future,
think it's possible to go further?
it's
And
going to happen. The world is going to
Well,
be in our minds in the future is going to be inside, not outside.
metaverse?
okay, hold on.
Well, yeah,
Bong,
go ahead.
We got a long way away from the black swan here.
Let me answer his question. And I don't think it's likely that in the future we'll figure out how to propel in a low pressure air environment like 1 times 10 to the negative 17. I don't think they're doing it now. They don't have a demonstration of astronautics, and I don't think in the future we will. It is, that being said, it is possible, like 0.001% chance that we'll figure out this amazing material that's super lightweight or whatever.
Yeah.
And that we're able to, or maybe we use some other like electromagnetism or who knows, right?
And if that did happen, how do you think the world would react?
Well, I think a lot of
How do you think the world would react if you told them the
if it
Earth
was
was flat?
independently,
Yeah,
if
people
it was
probably just think that's
independently
fake.
like achievable by private
Well,
citizens,
look.
then
The Earth
the
is
truth
the
would
Earth is
uncover.
obviously flat to your eyes, and people believe it's a ball because you were told it's a ball. How hard do you think it's going to be to convince people that it's a simulation and live inside their minds and not in the real world? If you don't believe the senses now, what the hell do you expect the future to be like?
To answer his question a little more directly, so yeah, we can't have gas pressure without a container or a vacuum without a container. That's how we know we're inside a container. Now, where this comes in contact with the ground, we don't know. It's unverified. And same thing with the material that would make up this container. So what I'm saying is, step one would be finding this container yourself, like somehow overturning with some political movement the Antarctic Treaty and going and finding the walls of this container yourself, and then finding a way to get on the other side of that wall, if that's even possible. So that would be the step you would have to take to achieve what you're asking for.
We have essentially just looked at large bodies of water and seen if they have the required curvature that the globe would have to have, but it doesn't. So that's where we're at.
But here's the thing, too. We already have the technology to check on the numbers that are already given to us. Which brings us to the black swan. We have the technology currently to check the numbers. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's almost like when they were exploring in the age of exploration, when they verified that their map, their idea of the world, the ice surrounding it, when they verified that that was real, I think that's when they start thinking, well, people are going to storm the walls. But if we tell people that there's nothing anywhere, we're on the ball, that kind of maintains control, right? Control over the world. There's nowhere to go, if you think about it. There's nowhere to go.
Did these guys
Why
bounce? Or?
just do your work, pay your taxes, and keep the economy going for your children, for our children, while we borrow from them, because we need to build these things, for these bankers and stuff. You know what I mean? For our children.
Chapo, what you trying to say?
What's your next question?
We never went to the Black Swan, and that's what he asked. I gave you guys a layup. What are you guys doing? You're dropping the ball.
I think that guy's
Hey, I
gone.
tried. Yeah, a couple of them bounced already. I don't know if Chop was
Oh,
still
Chop and
listening.
Mystified's still here.
No, I'm
but
still
that
here.
dude bounced.
Sweet.
What's up, Mystified? How you doing?
Black Swan.
I'm good. I'm good. You?
So,
Not bad,
so
man. Thanks for asking.
Well, it's not a pirate ship.
yeah. Do you guys think you get the Black Swan, or was that clear?
Oh,
I think you're thinking Black Pearl Bong.
It's not a pirate ship yet. One day it will be.
Yo, Mystified, what do you think the Earth is?
Well, I've honestly just joined this Discord today, so I guess I think that it's round, or a sphere, but I'm here to hear what you guys have to say.
The word is curved. Curved. Right. Spheres are hollow. Globes are solid. Round. Well, pizzas are round. Tables are round.
Spheres need not be hollow.
round.
Okay, but here's the thing with a
You know what I
sphere.
meant.
A sphere has to have a leading edge, aka a geometric horizon. So that's the thing that's being debunked with the Black Swan.
So curved, right? You believe
Yeah.
it
So
is
do you guys?
curved.
Yeah. So like questions or?
Why do you think it's curving? Like,
I wouldn't say it's completely debunked by the Black Swan.
I would.
The Black Swan doesn't have refraction data. We can't make the claim that's 100% debunked.
That doesn't matter. They don't even have a refraction
matter.
claim that would account for that.
You don't even know what refraction is, actually. I guarantee it. I would bet good money, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
All right, let's bet.
Yeah, percent.
No,
nothing
I
that
don't bet.
refraction is even claimed to do would account for that.
Black Swan.
That's why no Glober even gives you the math or the calculations that they're even using to explain that away with, because they don't have any that would do that.
So which refraction are you using?
I guess you could claim that it would be stooping of the background.
That's not a type of refraction. Out of the 5 types of refraction, you need to tell us which one you're using. So
Stooping
we can all
isn't
be
a
on the
type
same
of
level.
refraction?
Stooping, like an old man stooping over, like.
Hold up, you're saying
That
stooping
is
and
not-
towering isn't
that
refraction?
is not one of the. That's a category error. That's
Okay,
not one of
percent-
the categories that you have available to you of the 5. So try again.
Again, are you saying stooping and towering are not forms of
That
refraction?
is not one of the those aren't the
It
categories
is actually.
of types
Yes, it
of
is.
refraction.
Those
No,
are
it is
one of
not.
You need to learn about refraction.
It is not. You have no idea what you're talking
Stooping
about.
is a type of inferior mirage.
Snell's
Towering
law.
is a type of superior mirage.
Snell's
you know
law.
what you're talking about.
Terrestrial refraction. Snell's law. Terrestrial.
Well, anyway,
atmospheric.
can percent
You're
quantify?
saying random words now?
Sonny, no, you're talking past each other. He is talking about the 5 effects of refraction, and Sonny is talking about the 5 different ways they tried to claim
That's what I
refraction.
was trying to say. The model, which model of refraction are you using is what I should have been more clear. I apologize.
Yeah, and show us the formula that you're using to get the geometric horizon distance to 10 miles at 1 foot, because nobody's ever done it. You'll be the first. Please help the Globers do this.
And while you're doing that, the light that's at the Black Swan should be 67 feet below your elevation at that height of the observer. And so the light is reflecting off a surface that is pointing away from the observer and below you in altitude. So
The
show
point
us
is
the
we don't have the
refraction.
refraction data
I wasn't
along the
done. I
optical
wasn't
corridor
done.
to
I
say
wasn't
100%
done. I wasn't
it's X.
done. And then lifts it up and then goes up, then back down to the observer's eye. You have to show me exactly and the distance and the feet by foot, specifically the feet that is moving this light up. I want to see all the calculations that move it up exactly that amount up
What
and back down to
calculations,
the
bro?
observer. Starting off with
You want me to make calculations when there isn't any
no, I didn't
refraction
say
data?
make calculations. I
you want me to
said
pull it out
you
of my
show me
ass?
the method that you're using. Show me the method that you're using to have light bouncing off a surface that's pointing away from you and is almost 80 feet below your level.
Okay.
And then has to lift
True,
it up.
true or false?
Over
Light
the
bends
sagitta.
dependent on the local
I wasn't
conditions.
done. I was not done.
You're
And
very
lift it up
long-winded.
And lift it up over the sagitta. Then back down to the observer's eye. You need to show exactly how this is.
Is it
making the light
possible?
do this way?
Could we
Is
save this?
it possible that you could have dense and light mediums such that the light bends in different ways?
What are we talking about?
Yeah. What are you guys arguing about? For real, I don't understand what
I'm 100%
why
with you guys. The Black Swan debunks their model in a vacuum without accounting for atmospheric
No.
refraction, 100% debunks it. But you can't claim the same 100% certainty of debunk when you don't have refraction data.
You don't even. Okay, the point is you don't even have a refraction model that would account for that. So who cares? Can we talk to the noobs?
Exactly. Who cares? It's a moot point. Doesn't make it.
Yeah, no, the problem here is you can't just claim there's refraction when you have no evidence of there being refraction. If the light were refracting for miles, there would be chromatic aberration. There's no chromatic aberration, so the light cannot have been refracted for miles.
There's always refraction, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you cannot claim that either. That's not true. When
There is
light
always
refracts-
refraction because we don't
when
have a
light
perfect vacuum.
refracts, there's
guy's
chromatic
over.
aberration.
The atmosphere is not an
always
isotropic medium.
refracting.
What's
Light
refraction?
follows straight lines.
Refraction is light bending depending on the density of the medium.
There you go.
That's so it's not always refracting. It's just refracting when it hits the boundary and at the
Light
correct
is
angle.
always refracting in the atmosphere because
Incorrect.
the atmosphere is constantly in flux.
Yeah, but it's a moot point because, like I've
pressure
said,
is
for like the
constantly
fourth-
affecting. Temperature and pressure
like
is
I've
constantly
said for like
affecting.
the fourth time, nothing refraction is even claimed by Globers to do accounts for that discrepancy of the black swan. So it's a moot point. Like, who cares?
My point is just to be intellectually honest when you're representing it. Don't say it
Well,
100%
okay, but-
debunks the thing because there's a very small possibility, a 0.01% chance that it is actually curved and that there's this that there is this refraction that they're claiming that's unfalsifiable.
There's
It's an unfalsifiable claim that they make, and they're not substantiating the burden of proof.
Conditions required are impossible.
You don't know that. You don't have the refraction data.
I know that because I simulated it, and it's really simple.
That's Glober
When you
logic, man.
understand
You just pulled out the
Snell's law
math
that
and a model
require
without any
certain
actual
angles
evidence.
of the light, so those boundary layers must be very highly specific for the light to be traveling down like that.
Without the refraction data, all you have is, made up stuff.
No,
No.
the refraction
Well,
data.
without measured
Give me some
curvature,
refraction data to prove your globe.
That's my point. It doesn't have refraction
You don't
data, so
have
it can't
it
make
because
any
it doesn't
absolute
exist. It's
claim.
from your imaginations, the thing you accused me of doing, bitch.
This is
Hold on. How about this percentage? Like, what about? Would you? All right. Would you
This
agree
is-
that? Hold on. Would you agree that the black swan would 100% debunk the idea that the radius is 3959, and it could be something else, but it's definitely not 3959, which is the whole point.
It's not a ball.
No, I would agree absolutely. If it was a perfect vacuum,
refraction
then I
is-
absolutely would 100% debunk it.
Discussion.
But you're saying there's a 0.1%.
Or if it was an isotropic medium, 100%
But you're
debunk.
saying there's a 0.1% chance that it absolutely is the ball that they claim it to be.
No,
I don't think
It's not necessarily 0.01. The point is just to show that it is a possibility, intellectual possibility. that
Okay,
their
it's a
unfalsifiable
possibility.
claims are true.
Refraction happening.
It's a possibility. Okay, percent.
There's refraction, there's diffusion, there's all kinds of shit happening. Just go and get the data or the experiment, man. Like, why are we even?
Can you cite a verified refraction model that would get a geometric horizon on a globe with a radius of 3959 to 10 miles, 1 foot observer height? Can you show us that percent?
That's the point.
A model calculations. No. I'm telling. No. Okay, can I? Hey, let me clarify it.
Okay, go
Guys, share the mic.
Yeah, I'm trying. Well, he doesn't understand what I'm saying, I guess.
go
So
ahead,
I'm
clarify.
wondering if you can present any refraction formula or calculations based on physical data measurements from the atmosphere that would show that it's possible to get a 10-mile geometric horizon at a 1 foot observer height.
That's not how it works. You don't present something to show that it's possible. It's possible until you show it's not.
It's not possible if it doesn't
You
show
don't
that it's
discount
possible.
things without having evidence.
Okay,
That's the
so
argument.
we don't. Okay, so percent we don't discount Santa Claus without having evidence. That's kind of what you're saying, right?
No, we know that Santa Claus isn't real because it's made
Why
up.
do we know that?
We find out that
Well, I've never seen
researchers
it.
lied about it and
You're
stuff
saying
like
the
that.
same
So you know.
You're saying the
But
same
unicorns,
thing.
you can't say a unicorn isn't real because you don't know.
Okay, so it's on. Okay,
Unicorns might actually be true, but you don't know.
It's not tantamount to
Without
Santa. It's tantamount to
omnisciency.
unicorn.
Hold up. Without omnisciency, you can't make a truth claim about something you have no.
Can we
Curvature is made up, right? So the same is true. You can discount Santa Claus because it's made up. You can discount the curvature because that's also made up. is I think the point.
Yes, I agree. I agree with that one.
Well, Percent just said it's not on par with Santa Claus. It's on par with unicorns, though. So okay, I'll take that.
They're the
No, no, come on, man. Look, there's no evidence. There's no reason to think it's a ball. It's a ball. It looks flat. It's always flat. We use it as flat. We're taught it's flat. Why would anyone think it's a ball? So you see a little bit of curve because you took a camera up because there's not enough air up there, but it's not a ball. It doesn't mean it's a ball. How can it be a ball?
I mean, how could it even be a 0.1% chance of ball?
Because of gravity.
Especially
going by
a
percent would say
0.1.
this.
I know, especially a ball at the 0.1% chance that it's actually.
I asked him if he had a refraction model that would even account for that geometric horizon. And he just told me that's not how it works. So, like, I mean, what is he even invoking here? Like, where is the scenario where that would even happen?
I know you guys probably get this question a lot, but like, oh, hold on, never mind.
Why a ball? Why not a donut? Why not some other curved shape? Why a ball?
Someone get in my room.
Because in terms of the model, you can't have a model without any data, right? That's just making shit up. It's reification fallacy.
Yeah,
well, there is refraction
data.
data.
Question was nonsensical because it's global logic right there.
Okay, but there is data that refraction models are based
on.
You're making stuff up 2%.
No, I'm saying we don't know.
You can have a model. Like if I make a model of a unicorn, if I make a model of a unicorn, is that it's a model of a unicorn, but the unicorn's not real. So yes, you can have a model that's wrong. Yeah. You don't have to.
Some
you
people
don't
believe
have
in
to have real
angels. We
numbers
don't
to
have
make a
evidence
model.
for angels. Angels could be true. They could not be. We
can
can't say
model
100%
any
angels
They're not
are true.
claiming they're true.
They're claiming 100% that it's not that refraction can't work on it. They don't know.
I think here's the small disconnect, right? I think that what I hear what you're saying is that there's a small chance that it is some thing that is not what we're accounting for. But I think what everyone's trying to point out is that it's not. I mean, there is no curvature measurably anywhere, so that alone is a bunkable reason to just discount it. And two, it's even if it is, what are the odds or the chances that it's exactly the 3959 that they claim? It's wrong on two different major levels. The slight possibility that it's the 0.1% chance that it is what it is seems less and less likely every scenario.
Okay, well, let me respond to your 2 points.
I'm the one who
I'll
was saying
start with your second point.
So
your second point as to whether it's
things.
3959, that's a separate argument. That gets into actually measuring the radius and what have you. But in terms of actually seeing the curve, which was your first point, it's the same as with this thing. If we can't tell the difference between what is refraction and what is the curve, right? As this supposed
that's untrue.
Then we can't make a
untrue
truth
because
claim
you would have
100%.
to listen. You would have to believe that everything is
talk about the sun?
What do you mean refraction?
I didn't even hear.
You can't make up a fucking refraction and say, "Oh, we can't tell where refraction
been talking
starts
over quite a
and
bit.
the asshole of the fucking globe begins." Like, are you serious?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
The problem.
Hold on. The whole reason why we're talking about refraction is because they require refraction to make the ball work.
We're talking about refraction and shit, but like, how does this have to go with the sun? Like,
hold
the
on,
sun's
Mr.
light.
We'll switch topics in a bit, but
it's
I'm
a
with you,
reification.
Fuzzy. Absolutely, their claim is unfalsifiable. They have a burden of proof. They're not substantiating it. They have this reason, right? This explanation, which we don't haven't seen any evidence of for it being true. That being said, we can't say absolutely that it's not true because we just don't have the evidence for it.
Yes, we can.
I'll agree to disagree on that one.
We can say
because he's disagreeing with what I said. So let me say something. When light gets collimated, white light gets refracted, it actually splits into different colors. So that's the rainbow effect, the chromatic aberration. So we would see this in long-distance photographs if light were being refracted for miles. We don't see this in long-distance photographs, so light is not getting refracted.
I don't know if that's the case.
Well, again, can I? What I think it is. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I guess we can't always say 100% on anything, but I'm willing to say that it's 100% sure that it's not the radius of 3959 the way they claim. And if it's not that, then and it looks flat by any other measurement, it's definitely not curving by anything closely related. I guess there's a 0.01% chance that it's like this ginormous sphere
That's
for
impossible.
all practical purposes it's flat and it has these orbiting things above it. It's something that's we're completely.
No, that one I would say doesn't jive because
Well, look at the horizon
we
right
have
now.
actual landmass distances from cities and stuff, so we know that that's not the case.
But it could be even bigger. No, I'm saying it could be a bigger sphere beyond land masses that are beyond, and it's this.
It's not.
I don't know.
Yeah, gotcha.
If you go look at the horizon right now, it's not a refraction you're looking at. You're not looking at an illusion because, like, if it was refraction, it'd be changing. It'd be moving. Okay,
It does. The horizon does. Have you seen time lapse of the horizon?
Of course, it's apparent.
Rises, the moon rises and sets on that horizon. It's not refracting. It's not refraction. The sun is not refracting somewhere in the sky to meet the horizon that is a refracted image. Are you serious?
Well, the thing that I want to
the
say
horizon is constantly refracting. That's why we can see some
Yeah,
sometimes
exactly.
more
It's
and
apparent.
less.
Yeah, refraction
We see
destroys the
time lapse
globe.
from hour to hour, and it's completely different sometimes.
So bong.
Yeah.
Hey, so bong, all those ships when we were in the Navy, they were all navigating, triangulating on coastal sightings of radio beacons, lighthouses, and things like that, all along the shore, triangulating their distance. So they were all not seeing. They were triangulating against a mirage.
Exactly. That's not what I'm
geometric
Is that what
horizon.
you're saying? Percent?
Everything is refracted.
Are you saying
okay?
that percent?
We live in
Perfectly
atmosphere
Hey,
that has
percent.
constantly changing temperature and
Percent.
pressure variables, so we know that it's not an isotropic medium. We know
percent.
absolutely that it's not a homogeneous
Percent.
medium. That's why it's
Okay,
that's why
guys.
they have the differential for the atmosphere.
Right, everyone, stop talking or I'll mute you. Right, what we're going to do is we're going to talk to the newbies about their questions.
Fair.
Okay with everyone?
I have a question. All right.
Okay, go ahead.
So, like, how does this like correlate with the sun?
Yeah.
What do you mean exactly? What do you mean exactly?
Just like how does the sun and the Earth work together?
So the Earth is a level surface. That means that the sun has to be closer and smaller than the globe model says it is.
We don't know what the sun is. What's the sun? We're not making a claim as to what the sun is or how far away it is or how big it is. All we can say is that we are fairly certain that it's not what they claim it to be.
What do we claim it to be?
What do we claim it to be? Yeah.
We're not claiming it to be anything. We don't know. But what the globe claims it to be, what we learn in school, is that it's 93 million miles away and however many miles across.
There's a lot of holes.
Well, like, what about like the rotation and shit of it? How it goes around the Earth?
Hold on. He just said there's a lot of holes. What do you mean?
Yeah, like, so if you claim it to be something else, but you don't claim it to be, like, what like, that doesn't.
Okay, so here's how this works. If I say to you, I have a number in my head, and it doesn't have 2 digits.
83.
Okay, and it doesn't have 2 digits. Does that tell you what the number is?
I guess not.
No, okay. So there's still a ton of options. That's the point.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily have do I have to tell you who pulled the trigger on 9/11 or who actually shot JFK to tell you that Lee Harvey Oswald probably didn't pull the trigger? I don't know who did, but it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald.
Falsification is independent of replacement.
Exactly. Falsification is independent of replacement. So, and here's the thing, right? So let's just start with the distance to the sun. If you any scientific or any proof or evidence of the distance to the sun.
Huh?
Yo, CD has that cricket sound effect.
How would we even prove it? If I said that the sun is 9 million miles away, how would you go about proving that? Or proving me right or wrong? How would you do that?
We've been to space, haven't we?
Okay.
In your mind?
On the TV.
I mean, like,
start with what we observe. Like, what do we observe? Do we observe the Earth rotating and moving, or do we observe the stuff in the sky moving?
We went to space.
Well, that's relative. That is relative. If we are if you claim that the stuff around us is moving, we may just be the one spinning. Like,
yeah, okay.
It's all from your perspective.
Let's say you're a blank slate from the beginning, right?
Right.
You observe the stuff in the sky moving, the
Right.
sun, the stars, the moon. You observe them moving, right?
Right.
You trust your senses. That's you're hearing me right now talk. Your senses are reliable. You're certain of that observation, right? So we have empirical evidence to that end that the sun and the moon and stuff they're observably moving. Now,
No.
what evidence do you have? That's the default. We agree on that we observe that, right?
No, we do not.
One of you guys said yes. One of you guys said no.
No,
Well,
the sun isn't moving.
Fuck that.
Hold on. But what do you like?
Cool claim. Back
Don't
it
you
up.
guys think that like space like isn't a thing at all?
Hold up. Let's just carry on.
Yeah, don't gish gallop. Stay on the point.
Do we agree that we observe the sun and the moon and the stars moving in the night sky?
No, not necessarily.
We don't observe that?
Well,
I didn't say it is. I said we observe it. Right?
Well, it's not necessarily observing it. It may look like it's moving, but if you
observe it.
But we don't observe it.
Okay, maybe we can define observe. Echo, how do you define observe?
I don't know, like the exact definition off the top of my head.
Well, maybe go and find one, or
He said it may look like it, is what he just said.
If you think
yeah, but
if I'm sitting in
we've got to define our terms, Fuzzy. Come on.
Forget observe. Echo.
No, I
it
know,
looks like the
that's what I'm
sun
saying,
and the stars and the moon are moving, right?
It appears to be that, yes.
Awesome. So we have empirical evidence that to that end. We're certain that it looks like that, right?
Yes.
That's the default. We agree on this. So now there's an alternative hypothesis that they're not actually moving, that we're moving, right?
Yes.
That it's relativity and stuff.
Yes.
What evidence do you have for that? What evidence do you have to remove the certainty of our empirical evidence?
Well, the idea. So your argument is that since
wait.
My argument is innocent until proven guilty. We agree that they're innocent, that they look like they're moving.
Well,
there's allegations of guilt, the allegations that they're not actually moving and that we're moving. What evidence do you have to remove the certainty of the innocence?
Well, you are able to make that argument, but the thing is, it goes both ways.
Wait, Echo, what is the evidence? That's the question.
Yeah, this is a really good way of wording that, by the way. Yeah, what evidence do you have that it's the other way, like you just said?
I mean, I don't know the evidence off the top of my head, but like it's the same amount of evidence as.
Well, we got to be able to put
that everything else is moving.
To discuss.
It's not though, because we have empirical evidence. Remember, we started on a blank slate.
So,
we have empirical evidence that one of them's the case. What evidence do you have to counter that default that we agree?
Well, so your original evidence is that it looks like the sun, the stars, and the moon are all moving around you, right?
Direct empirical evidence.
We already covered this, right? The question on the table right now is, what is your evidence that the Earth is moving? That is the question. So we all
because it's so say the stars, the moon, all that was not moving, and the Earth was rotating. It would look the exact same as if
it makes sense.
It was all revolving around.
Yeah.
But Echo,
what evidence do you have that that's what's going on?
Right.
I mean,
we're looking for the actual evidence that we can put on the table and discuss and dissect.
Well, your argument is that there is no evidence that
No, we're asking you to provide the evidence.
Well, I asked you guys to provide evidence for why.
Listen, Echo. We agreed on the default, the null hypothesis, right? Which is that we observe that these things look like they're moving. We agree on
they
that.
look like it.
I'm not saying that they are. I'm just saying that they look like it, right? That's how they appear. Now, you're coming up with this alternate hypothesis that it's actually relativity, that they're actually not moving, that the Earth is actually moving. What evidence do you have for your alternate hypothesis? Because if you don't have evidence to substantiate that claim, then it's dismissed and the null hypothesis stands. We observe them to be moving.
It wouldn't be dismissed because both of the claims are equally as valid.
No, it's not.
That's not what we readily observe. There is no detectable motion of the Earth, but the sky is the thing that appears
What about
to be
like
moving.
stars and whatever though? Because can't you like only see like no. Like I'm being genuine. Like can't you only see them on a certain part of the day because of a certain part of the sun or the Earth like during its rotation?
Hold on 1 second. Like, you can't see stars during the day.
But like I'm talking like telescope wise, like even if you could,
Well, because the sky is really big, and if that's the thing that's turning over us, then you're only going to see so much of it at any given time. Well, that part of it is above you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Especially if that part
I
of
have another interesting. Okay, do you guys think that like high tide, low tide has anything to do with the moon?
No, I don't.
No.
Okay,
Here's a question for you.
What is the explanation for high tide, low tide from a
Here's
flat
a
Earth?
question for you, Butez. If the moon was causing high tide, low tide, would all large bodies of water have to exhibit tides?
Yeah, like they would.
Okay, why do the Great Lakes not exhibit tides?
Dude, I'm not even arguing. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm
just asking you what you think. Why do you think?
I don't fully know. I don't. But
Well,
I want to know.
okay,
I want to
dude,
know why
this is
you
not an adversarial thing, but you're cutting me off a lot. I'm just asking you questions. Please just lower the energy by about 20%.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. Okay, so we're 80%, not speed, just energy. So Great Lakes don't show any tides, right? So if the moon was creating that effect, it would have to be true on all large bodies of water. Because it's not true on all large bodies of water, we can discount that as a possible explanation. There may be others. I can give you 3 or 4 possibles. I can't prove any of them. Would you like some cool stories, or are you happy with that? I don't know.
I don't wait. Hold on. The thing you said about Great Lakes, okay? Don't they have like a long term like change like throughout seasons, et cetera, et cetera? Like I know it's not like
Changing what?
day-to-day things, like high tide, low tide.
Tides are every day.
Fuzzy, 1
High tide
second.
and low tide
Yeah,
are every day.
I understand that, but don't they change like yearly?
Change what?
Like
So that's
the
not
tide level.
The tide level changes year on year. I mean, maybe. Why does that matter?
Okay, I don't.
Yeah, there are longer cycles, perhaps, but can you necessarily tie those to the moon? Is that where you're going with it?
Nah, you're right.
Yeah, exactly. Right. The moon is every day. Tides are every day. What you're talking about is every year, every partly a year. That's not correlation.
Why would people be lied to about the shape of the Earth? What's the point there?
Why would they? Why would the government lie to us, guys?
Yes. Why?
My best answer is this: because you believed them unconditionally in the first place.
Yeah, but like, what's their point in lying to us about the shape of
Because
the
you
Earth?
believed them unconditionally in the first place.
What did they gain out of it?
Why would they tell you the truth?
Well, maybe they're hiding.
What did they gain about the Earth being flat?
Well, can
or
I
the Earth
tell
being
you
round?
You're asking us things that
You're
asking us
by
things we
telling
can't.
telling the truth.
You're asking us things we can't possibly answer.
Exactly, because they can't get anything out of it.
All right. Do you guys
That is not a logical conclusion to what I said. You're asking us things that we can't possibly answer. Again, I can give you cool stories. Maybe they're hiding more land. Maybe they all just hate God and they want to explain a godless existence, which I think is one of the possible reasons. Maybe they're hiding resources. Maybe there's 100 other things that I can't prove.
Maybe it's
do you
just a
want cool
tax grab.
stories, or do you want like evidence and practical stuff you can do? What are you actually here for?
Figure out the truth.
Can I just add one? The truth is that there's no geometric horizon of the Earth, so the Earth's surface is flat.
I just want to add one thing. And chase after the facts, not
Alright.
after speculation.
All right, so you guys are assuming that space organizations are all lying about the truth.
It's not an assumption. We've falsified the radius claims that they've made, so
Okay,
we
no,
can
no,
demonstrate geometrically that what they're claiming of the Earth is impossible.
So you believe that the
No, we don't believe. No, take that out of your vocabulary.
They
No,
only
we're
go
not
off
talking about
truth.
belief here. We actually
It's not-
measured the surface. We let reality show us exactly what Earth's surface is, and it did.
Yeah, it ain't an assumption.
So if you're arguing about what we're saying of actually measuring, observing, and doing this over and over and over again, and infinitum, that has been done so many times, it's volumetric, the amount of data we have for flat. It's always measured flat every time we look.
All right, let me get to the point then. All right. So you guys have come to the conclusion.
No. Okay, go ahead.
Is that wrong? You guys have come.
You're good. Go ahead.
Yes, I've come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat, and you believe that every single space organization,
They don't
including
believe. They know.
You're skipping.
They take proof.
We've come to the conclusion based on we measured the surface of Earth, and that's it.
But if you measured the surface, then how do you know they're hiding shit?
and every
making that claim.
space
Could we measure
agents,
the surface?
Wouldn't you see
NASA-
that? Like, wouldn't you see the end of the Earth if you did that?
Wait,
get to the point.
What kind of a question was that? You've measured the surface. How do you know that they're hiding shit? Well,
Because
they claim something of the Earth that does not comport with the surface measurements that we made. So that's how we know they're trying to hide shit.
And by the way, all your Navy, Army, Air Force, everything,
and to answer your question about space agencies,
they're
right?
all flying
space
over a flat
agencies work with
stationary
NASA.
Earth.
All of them.
NASA's flying over a flat
Can
stationary
I
Earth.
finish?
CIA, the FAA.
On top
are
of the
all-
fact that, did you know that NASA was started by Nazis? Did you know that?
Oh, fuck's sake. Like, dude, can we just stick to the Earth itself? I don't want to hear any more questions about psychology. Why would people lie? Because they're assholes. I don't want to hear about Nazis in Antarctica. Let's stick to the Earth.
Yeah, fuck
all right. So
and real quick, let's stick to the evidence as well.
Nazis were bad. They were just forced into doing. What
Yeah,
they
how about 270 miles in infrared?
Wait, which is what?
And you can see the whole entire mountain and the water going all the way up to the town and the foothills, all the way up to the very top of the entire mountain. Nothing is hidden. There should be more than a mile under a bulge of Earth.
All right. So can I get back to my question about the space agencies?
You said
No.
evidence. I just showed it. I just gave it to you. And
You know what? Yeah, let's fucking answer his question. Go on. They are here to ask. They're here to ask questions. Let's answer them. What is your question about space agency?
So you believe that all the space agencies are lying and that everyone that works at the space agency is covering...
No.
Hey, right, guys, can you wait for him to actually ask the question? Wait for him to ask.
He's asking a genuine question. You know, could I go no?
I know, that's why I'm waiting for him. Let's just wait for him to ask the question. If you guys can't hold your tongue, I'll answer it. But just wait for him to ask the question, then we can go, yeah? What's your question?
So is everyone that works at every single space agency lying about the shape of the Earth?
Go ahead, Crypto.
Who wants to handle that?
Okay, well,
no. A lot of them actually think that they're actually doing good work, and they believe in the lie themselves, not unbeknownst to them. We actually, Gene Kranz, who is a NASA official, has wrote a book, and basically it said at one point that their simulations are so real to the real missions that from mission control, unless you knew that you were doing a real mission, you wouldn't know if you were doing a simulation or a real mission. So it's very easy to fool people into thinking you're doing something real when really it's just information on a screen. And it would only take a compartmentalized amount of people to have a certain amount of information passed on from department to department, and everyone just works on what they're working on, thinking that it's part of a bigger whole. But really, they're not the ones actually in space walking on moons. They're just making the Z-ring for some piece of material that goes on some component that's the tire for the tread that's supposedly on Mars. They're not actually going there. They're just building a wing nut.
So do you guys just think like
they're lying.
do you think Elon is just like a big government like scheme like?
Yeah,
Elon's a lot of tax handouts.
And then all space agencies work with NASA. Every single one works with NASA. Elon Musk has said thank you so much to NASA. Without NASA's help, SpaceX would be nothing.
So
you
he's basically NASA.
You do think Elon is a complete
subsidized by the government? It's basically government.
Did you know that NASA was founded by Nazis? Did you know that?
Oh, fuck.
Did you guys know that?
Let's not go to Nazis yet. It's too early.
Did you know that?
No, I agree with Crypto. I agree with Crypto. It's too much.
All right, so
I'm just curious. They're talking about space agencies. Space agencies are started by Nazis. I didn't know if you know that. That's all.
I would like the evidence
so
for that.
Echo, like 7 minutes ago,
look up Werner von Braun.
I asked you what definitive evidence did you have to remove like that empiric observation that we had, to support your alternative hypothesis, and you didn't really have anything.
So
hold up. Let's apply the same kind of principle to the horizon. So from the beach, we see a flat horizon, right? It's horizontal.
Oh, correct. It appears
that's what we see. That's how it appears. It appears flat, right?
Or is such a little. The curve is so little that it appears horizontal.
But
So
it
not
looks
the globe
flat,
plane.
right? At the beach, it looks flat, correct?
It looks flat.
Sure.
The human
Alright, so that's empirical evidence that we have, that it looks flat. Now, do you have any evidence to your alternative hypothesis that's actually a globe if you zoom out, if you move far enough, that it'll actually turn into a globe. What evidence do you have for that hypothesis?
I mean,
rotation.
He's got a bunch of CGI images. Do those work?
You're gonna need
CGI.
R for that first, bud.
The idea that brings back to the point that do you believe every agency is lying?
Choppa, I think you need some help, man.
No, okay. So
No,
the sun. No, shut the fuck up. All right. Direct observational evidence for the Earth's orbital motion. So is the shift of So every 6 months, the sun gets closer to the Earth, causing summer. So and winter and all the. Well, yeah, So why
it's closer north?
Can I
not
take?
necessarily
Can I
closer
take
to
this
the
one?
Earth.
No, it's still.
Could I take this one?
Well, the first thing he's going to need is R. Have you measured the Earth's radius? Because without that whole story is just good night.
Could I take this one,
You're just
though?
not going to answer percentages questions.
Wait.
Saying seasons.
Percentage had a question that was on the table. Is this his evidence?
This is him trying to answer. Yeah.
Okay.
Carry on, Choppa.
So the sun, in my opinion, the Earth rotates, and the entire planets of our solar system rotate around the sun.
Right there?
Yeah.
You can't have opinions.
Evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, dude. Okay,
you can't have opinion.
Yeah, we asked for evidence, not some speculation, opinion.
Okay.
Theory.
Okay.
Hypothesis. Yeah.
We're aware of what what the story is, but we're looking for the evidence for it. We're totally aware of what they say is happening, but we want to know what the actual evidence is.
Right, and if you want to go on postulating that the Earth is a spinning, gyrating, wobbling ball in a space vacuum, then the first thing that you need to do is measure curvature of the Earth to even substantiate that this thing that you're on is that globe that you think it is in the first place, right? So measure R.
Okay, so wouldn't that just make every single conversation we've just ever had in this Discord null and void?
Yeah, kind of.
So what's the point?
Your opinion, anyways.
Well, you guys keep bringing this globe fantasy to us, so we have to keep saying this stuff to you, right? Like, if you can't measure R, it is kind of a weird conversation, but it just keeps going around and around because you guys keep bringing it up.
They have actual proof to their statements when, to be fair, not a single thing that you guys have said has any actual evidence.
That's
we said the horizon is observably flat and the Earth is observably motionless, and the stuff in the sky are observably moving. Right? All those are things we agree on. Those observations, unless you're like delusional, that's what you observe. Right?
Well, he thinks that he brought evidence to the table. So, do you think that you brought like a geometric horizon measurement or something to us here? Or?
Did I say that?
Well, that's the very thing I just said. That's the very first thing that you need
as to what evidence you had. So the implication is that you had evidence.
That's all.
I don't know if Choppa, you said that, but the other guy jumped in and just said right now that the globe has all this evidence going for it. But I just said, he couldn't even give us the first part of it, which was the geometric horizon and the radius measurement and all of that. So where the fuck's that at?
Yeah.
It's like, my opinion is the same as NASA's opinion because I'm smart, and I just so happen to think the same thing they thought. I think they stole it from me, but that was my opinion. I think the Earth is a ball.
Okay.
So Bounce, is that you're the one who just said that they have evidence for all the things that they're claiming? What we have been asking for the last half hour.
No. I said you guys have evidence. I said you guys.
Yeah, no, I appreciate what you were saying. I caught that.
Wait. So you're saying that I got it completely backwards? I had your words totally twisted around there.
Yeah, I did too.
I mean, nearby
stars.
Not bad. Nearby stars.
I'm not a flat earther, but like
I don't really know how that works.
People start bringing in things that like aren't proven. Obviously, I'm gonna
Okay, I got to apologize to you then because I had you completely backwards.
Oh yeah, you're good.
All right, my last point I want to bring up. So you said that all space agencies are interconnected behind NASA.
Well, NASA helps out everybody.
Do you have proof of this?
You gotta go back to the Cold War.
They claim it. Are you kidding? NASA has a list of all the different space agencies that they are happy to cooperate with, and they're proud to cooperate. The International Space Station is international, bro.
Right.
Who cares? That's okay.
Do you believe the International Space?
And I mean, not to belabor the point, but
we're dismissing them.
No, I'm not dismissing them.
Point.
No, you're saying that. No, what you're saying about he's asking about all the.
Fuzzy, I think you're
Hello,
spiraling, Fuzzy. Damn.
I'm answering
bro.
his question.
No, I'm going to answer it. So, we're dismissing all these space agencies for cause, not because of some subjective opinion of what we think they're in cahoots with. Either they're lying or the second law of thermodynamics is false. Which one? Which one you think's true? Who am I talking to?
Maybe you can define the second law because these guys are brand new to the topic.
Well, if they're brand new to the topic, they don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is, then why the hell are they even asking the question?
So basically, what you guys are doing in here is just like, so take this as an example. So
you deal with.
If I say I like cock, it isn't proof that I like cock, bro.
Who the fuck is
Like,
this?
Like, dude, it's just actual evidence.
Over fucking
Like,
So, who am I speaking? Who was the one who made the claim about the space agencies, please?
Echo.
Echo.
Echo. Is he still in here?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Echo, did you hear what I said?
Can you repeat it?
Yes. We're not dismissing the space agencies because of some subjective opinion that we think they're in cahoots. Who really gives a shit? We're dismissing them as frauds for cause. The cause is either they're lying, no matter who they are in the space agencies, or the second law of thermodynamics is false. Which one do you think?
1 sec.
He's got to Google whether the second law is false.
Yeah, he might not know what it is.
I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
He's
just let
Googling
him.
what it is in the first place.
These guys are brand new to the topic, man. Let's just.
I know.
They might not know things that we know. Just
everybody is brand new.
I just thought it was kind of a funny moment. That's all. I'm not trying to rip on him too hard.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right, no problem. I'll show you.
Okay, but why would
this isn't going to be? I'm not going to teach you about the second law here in the next 5 minutes. So essentially, the second law is all spontaneous processes produce an increase in entropy of the universe. Basically, that's what the second law boils down to.
What the fuck did you just say? I like.
So let me try to put it to you this way. 1 second. Let's just make it real simple, and we'll end this, and then you can move on to your next train wreck topic. Are you ready? Are you in live stream voice text?
I am.
At 17 minutes after the hour. This is from the entropysite.oxy.edu, specifically by Professor Frank Lambert. He is a fucking legend. Wow, he's passed away recently. In the second law. Listen to what he said.
My nigga.
Gas expansion into a vacuum. The mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis, each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. So that begs the question to you.
How'd he die?
How the fuck are you still breathing? Prosecution rests.
And the prosecution stands. Yes.
Yeah. Where do you get your air pressure from adjacent to a vacuum?
That means everything in your fairy tale space, all the claims regarding the vacuum of space, everything, the whole thing goes into file 13 in the shit can, unless you can show where the second law of thermodynamics is false. So your ISS, not there. Those fuckers going to the moon, Venus, Mars, sending satellites. No. Unless you can show where the second law of thermodynamics is false. Please, the floor is yours.
You guys seen the ISS training center in Texas? I think it's in Texas or Houston, somewhere around there. Yeah, you reckon that's where they film it too, or?
I kind of liked the pregnant pause there.
Me too. It was great. Kind of told the whole story.
Yo, so if the Earth is a rotating sphere, why aren't pendulums moving on their own?
That's it. Help them change the topic.
Yeah, don't change the subject or anything.
They actually don't anyway. They're driven by magnets. The ones you're talking about.
Oh,
because the proof is from the ISS. That's why. So
how are you still breathing?
It's not even
Echo.
there.
Oxygen.
No,
Yep.
I didn't say what are you breathing. I said how are you still breathing?
Because you're supposed to be in an open system.
An open system right next to a vacuum.
Yep.
Why is that air pressure not fucking off into the vacuum?
You know, in the movies when they open the spaceship and
Look what I put in the chat. I don't want to read that out, but look what I put in the chat.
it sucks everything out of the spaceship. You're like, I can't breathe. Close it. Close it.
Can you walk us through it, Butez, or what are you trying
I
to
guess
say
the
with this?
space agency. Let's deal with the topic that was at hand. I guess the space agency proof is kaput.
Yeah, he bounced anyway.
Oh, did he? Please forgive me. Carry on.
No. I think he said he was going to look into the second law thing, and then he did.
Butez is here trying to say Earth's curvature can be seen starting at 35,000 feet in the voice text. Really, Butez?
I think Butez was the cool one, though. Let's cut him some slack.
I mean,
yeah, you're right. Yeah,
That's not my source. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean,
it says if you go on the right commercial flight, whatever, which I'm sure there has to be some proof of that if people are claiming it.
Well, we're wondering why it's never been measured on the ground, which is actually the subject at hand.
Too much work.
How would one measure the whole world?
They claimed they already did.
No one said the whole world. All you have to do is, if you know the numbers, it's simple. 3 miles is 6 feet of drop. 5 miles, 16 feet. 10 miles is 67 feet. 30 miles is like 460 feet.
So you measure a little stretch at a time.
100 miles is 6,667 feet of vertical drop.
Should be pretty obvious.
So what happens if you're laying across the entire Pacific fiber optic cables? Every 100 miles, you have another mile of cable. How much is that in 5,000 miles? That's an easy stretch across the Pacific. That's a short one, actually.
Butez, you realize that you're arguing with Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you're wrong, not us.
Where's the extra railroad track?
That's
for
the
every
game
100
saying.
miles? Got a mile of extra track. You got a mile of more than exponential more.
Hold up, I'd like him to respond to that. Track. What do you feel about Neil deGrasse Tyson disagreeing with that 35,000 feet?
Who cares?
Claim
Actors. Why do we care about actors?
Well, it's just using him as a hostile witness, right? Because some people say that you can see curvature at a certain altitude.
Right.
And the priests of the globe model themselves will tell you won't see it from that altitude. So
exactly.
But just have them throw each other under the bus. They just throw each other under the bus. They do it to each other.
Yeah, but at least let them know that they're about to throw Neil deGrasse Tyson on the bus. A lot of people don't even know that. We do because we see it all the time.
There's no honor among thieves.
But the thing is they're just making excuses for why you won't ever see it at any altitude, because if you were to see it, you would see it at 1 foot off the ground at 1.2 miles where the horizon should be.
Oh, no doubt. I'm just saying, I don't even think he realizes that he's arguing against his own claim.
Okay. Imagine a vast plain with one tree smack in the middle, all right?
Okay, hold on. Let me stop you. This paragraph that you're about has been posted in the server probably.
No, but
it's a straw man. First of all, they're trying to say that on a flat plane it should do this, that, and the other. Well, no, the Earth is as it is. It doesn't change or morph into anything else. What you see in reality is what we all see in reality. That's the flat Earth. It's not this straw man that you're about to read off.
Wait, so what do we see?
Well, you can't see forever, which is, I think, what this article is trying to say. Well, if it was flat, then
which
we'd
is
be
true
able to
even
see
if the Earth was flat. That's like a given, but
we were just talking about the curvature bit, right? Butez posted in the chat that, you're supposed to be able to see curvature in an airplane. right? So have we covered this topic thoroughly enough for you guys?
We didn't even mention the curved windows, but we didn't even mention that. But simply that goes against what is claimed from the globe. Does that? Do you realize what you're saying?
Butez, you still there, buddy?
He's probably just thinking. So as long as it's in voice text, just hang with the, that sounds is good. So
you guys have a good night. Okay.
Peace out, flat dude.
Hopefully, yeah, dude.
Hey, yeah, sleep tight. Sleep tight.
So this is how we see on a plane. People ask how does it work how does your vision work on a plane? Well, you see that image at 25 minutes after. That's how your vision works on a plane.
Yeah, if you just search in the server function, imagine a vast plane. There's over 100 results. People just copy and pasting this into the chat, right? It's just a straw man of the flat Earth saying that if it was really flat, then you should be able to see forever and forever. No.
Mm-hmm. You could even do a simple ratio. You could go height to distance, put that in something that's consumable feet, maybe, or something. That's close enough.
I mean, you didn't have to say that. Just tell someone on a foggy day with rain. Can you see across the lake?
What's the highest building? What's the highest building in New York? So 1,000 feet. Okay, take 1,000 feet. What's the highest building closest to the coast of Europe? I don't know. Just pick anything. It doesn't matter. Take the height of those things and then the distance alone. And the height.
But
then you get down to a
doing
decimal.
math and numbers.
No, you get down to a decimal point that's You get down to a decimal point that's beyond human ability to resolve, and absolutely at a certain point with any kind of optical device that would zoom in, even the highest telescopes, you would not be able to see that far.
You're assuming people understand what decimal points are, and people don't even. There are some people don't even know what perspective is.
That's true. That's true. You got a point there. I mean,
they're saying that flat earthers invented perspective in art school to get away from this. Like, this is the level. We need to simplify it.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely, you're right.
If anyone can visualize, like, if it's a cloudy day, you can't see forever. Correct?
Yeah, you can't even see to the end of your block. Yeah,
exactly. So you're thinking that there's no weather from here to New York City across an ocean?
Yeah, and by the way, this whole thing with refraction can't do anything but shorten the view, your vision, the length, your focal point.
Not make it better.
It can never make it a bit longer, only shorten it.
And as invalid as the refraction claims are, I don't even see a claim for them where it would get a geometric horizon to 10 miles at 1 foot observer height.
Yeah, remember what I was saying about hitting a reflective surface, the water bouncing up and then back down over the sagitta, back to where's their information for that?
Wait, so if the Earth's shadow is projected onto the moon,
how do you know that's a shadow?
Wait, yeah, you just started with a whole bunch of assumptions, man. Measure R first before you go into that.
Then what would it be if it wasn't a shadow?
Don't start any kind of question with if you're trying to ask about proof.
So, the Earth's shadow is cast onto the moon.
Well, how do you know that's a shadow?
Okay, so it's an assertion.
How do you not know it's a shadow?
Okay, so then your question is based on it being a shadow.
None of this is actually provable unless you get physical evidence or photo evidence.
The whole claim is unfalsifiable.
We have proof that the Earth's radius is false.
What happens when you can't prove any of these two models? Which model are you going to accept? The one you see and experience, or the one they tell you about that you don't see and experience?
Yeah, that's a good.
Depends if I can actually see and experience.
Hold on, buddy. Let me just tell you something. So the sun, moon, and stars are all unverified lights in the sky. So if you say a question about, if you ask a question about the moon, you're asking a question about an unverified light in the sky. So someone might make up a story about it. Say it's a burning ball of gas in a vacuum millions of miles away, a star. They might say that about a star or the sun, but that's just a story, So What I'm saying is they're just unverified lights in the sky. Just keep that in mind when you're asking a question about the sun, moon, or stars. Like, we're not going to make up fairy tales, but, whatever.
The flat Earth is not a model, dude.
You can't prove it to be true, and we can't prove it to be false.
Yeah. The flat Earth is not a model. The only model that exists are all these models from the globe Earth. All the flat Earth is what it is if it's not a ball. Okay? If it's not a ball, then that's what it is. People were calling it flat Earth. Okay? But we don't know what it is. There's no model for it. If there is, they would know what it really looks like.
You know what else? If it's not a ball, you know what else it can't be? A ball casting a shadow on the moon during an eclipse.
Dog, you kids are fucking retarded. Holy shit.
Listen, listen.
That was the spiral right there. That was the end.
Listen, hold on. The most poignant thing about this whole thing is that
He just quit. He quit. That was it. He spiraled.
I know, but you only have two choices. It's either curved or it's flat. If it's never been shown, the whole poignant thing about this whole entire thing is that if it was actually curved in real life, you would be coming in here laughing at us for real because you would have proof and evidence of this drop of this curve.
Man, you know what else, Sonny, is people like us would be with them. We wouldn't be in this room arguing this stuff.
Right.
If they could just bring that.
We're only hearing this fairy tale of this curve that no one has ever seen or experienced ever and can never measure it. But when we actually go out and measure and look ourselves and see over this distance, what are we looking at out here in reality? It's showing us it's a flat plane objectively every time.
Yeah.
That's it. That's very simple.
If they could show otherwise, they'd just come in here with the measurements and be bang, bang, done. It would take 2 seconds. That'd be it. It'd be simple.
They would have it. They would have that right there. No, I don't have it on me. Is the whole thing we've heard for how many years? We
already would have had it.
Because he wants to come. He wants to troll. He wants to troll the Flower Society's model, and we pissed him off. Well, when he found out we really were serious, and he can't troll anything, and wants to listen to all the science. Fuck this.
To be honest, I think
they all rage quit exactly the same way.
No, Butez is still here. Echo left after trying to learn about whatever the second law thing. That argument, he went off to go learn about that. Hopefully,
whoever
Butez
left said retarded.
Yeah, but this guy's been.
To be honest, I think.
You guys are so retarded for being so passionate about science, and you're not even scientists.
Okay, hold on. I was just trying to say that I actually think that was just sort of like a little rage quit at the end. But we checked him in, and they were asking some good questions. I think he was actually thinking about it. The problem was at the end there, he was just
so retarded for believing.
Hold on, Bong. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Bong, let CB finish, man.
It was just at the end there, you could tell he was reading from an article, what things to say to a flat earther. And I was just going to say to him that it's better off to investigate and interview us, like ask real questions that you've come up with. Don't use the cheat sheet that you found online.
They just called us retarded.
Okay, Bong's still going.
Bong didn't stop, bro.
It did seem like he hit some cognitive dissonance right there at the end, because every single question he had was met with a whole lot of talking about.
Yeah,
that he probably wasn't prepared for.
Well, we hit them with a barrage of information that's going to go in. It only has one trajectory of in, and the thing is, I think when it gets too real, they've hit a wall there. All of a sudden, I don't think there's any way of unknowing what we told them. They can't unhear that. So I think they get to a point where they get to this thing and they go, then you guys are retarded. Like they're just done. They have nothing left to.
It's a cornered animal
against it. That's almost a plea for help.
Yeah, they're desperate.
He did admit though that he doesn't know for sure that that's a shadow. So that's a great start. You usually get people who are like, no, it's definitely a shadow. I'm going to defend it to my life.
I think he got really pissed off because he thought he was really going somewhere with that, and then it just got completely dismantled.
Well, yeah, because the article that he's reading is like, can't be flat. Here's 10 proofs. And then he gets one sentence in and we're like, no, that's not a proof.
Meanwhile, Matthew Learns has just been sitting here this whole time listening to the shit show.
I know.
It's not even when anyone starts out with their entire proof with the word "if," We need to shut them down. Like,
Yeah, here's a
that's
cool
the
story.
problem.
Yes.
Listen to my story now.
But that's how they do it. Like, that's how, if unicorn magic is real, then blah, 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 blah. And then now you're talking about the weeds because you started out accepting, well, yeah, if it's real, then this is how we're going to argue it.
Right,
And
yeah,
then,
just give me this giant free pass right off the jump here, and then let me go on to all this other
First
bullshit.
word. The very first word. Yep.
Don't forget about the other first word, maybe. Maybe this, maybe that.
Imagine.
If and maybe are acceptable ways of doing reasoning. I don't see why you don't like that.
Don't like what?
Making assumptions and then just building a whole train wreck of BS on top of that.
No, looking at evidence with two different.
So check it out. Matthew learns, right? If reindeer magic is real, right? And I see the presents underneath the Christmas tree every morning, we can obviously assume that Santa Claus is the one that left them there, and the reason he's able to is because reindeer magic is real, right? If reindeer magic is real, which we've all, can we accept that that's real, and now we can argue within that realm? That's logical.
Exacto.
Oh yeah, that's a ridiculous example, but when talking about
the globe.
I'm using a ridiculous example to illustrate the point.
But it is the same thing. Yes, Matthew, it's the same thing. And the reason is we get to a certain point in the discussion, like let's say the Black Swan, it happens at different levels and different times for different people. But they eventually get to this point where they step off of reality and springboard into fantasy, and it's just it seems to happen that's what we see happening.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, for example, detectives, if they have two different suspects, it would be appropriate for them to look at the evidence and say, well, if suspect A did it, we'd expect to find this, and if suspect B did it, we'd expect to find that, so they can work on assumptions to see which one leads to the better explanation.
Well, if suspect A
in your example that you have it, but in your example you have actual evidence. What we're talking about is like when you start your conversation out with, if gravity is real, then blah 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 blah. So
exactly.
But look, if suspect A, the globe, did it, then we'd expect to see the horizon at 1.2 miles at 1 foot elevation. We don't see the horizon there, so suspect A didn't do it.
Mm-hmm. Wait, but if the curvature was so long, then why is Rosa Parks a stupid nigger?
What?
It's a great argument.
That's what Chump says. That's what a chump would say.
And then
wow, that was such a compelling argument. I think I'd have to believe the globe now.
Isn't that
I'm all for it now.
Sure, yeah.
I'm a convert.
Yeah, let's just go with the globe.
I'm completely convinced
now.
Just
forget all this flat Earth shit.
Yeah,
Clinton for president. Shut down the server.
When you've got two detectives, they're actively looking at the evidence at hand. What we're trying to say is here, like, the evidence at hand would be like the presence under the tree. I'm actively looking at that. It's like, well, and if we already assume that reindeer magic is a real thing, then we could logically conclude that that's accurate in any way.
It's the same.
Yeah, there's another thing I wanted to mention to Matthew is that in your example, it's a slight problem. I don't think it's. But in your example, you're choosing between two things, whereas he was using if to demonstrate one thing absolutely.
Good point.
Yeah, you have to use that style of reasoning carefully, and I think he wasn't using it very carefully. I guess I'm just saying that that using that style of reasoning can be acceptable if you're careful about the way you do it.
Chopa came back.
Yeah, but he bounced
not
right
if you're
away.
trying to scientifically prove things.
Sorry. There's someone crestfallen. Do we want to start talking with them? Are you finished, Fuzzy? I didn't mean to cut you.
Yeah, go ahead, crestfallen.
Sorry, no, it's you can use that sometimes in certain situations, not when you're trying to prove the nature of the Earth scientifically in any way, shape, or form. Yeah?
Yeah, it's generally not a scientific question. But anyway, crestfallen, are you there?
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I was just listening.
Okay. That's good. What have you heard so far?
Apart from the swear words.
Yeah, a lot of swear words.
What are your thoughts on Rosa Parks?
fuck's sake.
It's a bit off topic.
You got it.
It's not off topic. It just converted a whole bunch of people a moment ago. I'm sorry. I'll stop.
Yeah, we got to shut down the server now.
You messed him up. You ruined his whole thing.
Oh man, I haven't heard that guy in a while. Rad when.
I'm always spying on you guys.
I know you are. I sense that, I think.
He's always in the lobby. You can find him there anytime.
Nice flat earther. That's not very nice. Bro.
I'm a nice flat earther. Leave me alone.
I know. Yes, sir, Warden.
That's my lobby trap now, because somebody told me I was very chill when I said, hey, I'm a nice flat earther. He said, you seem chill. And then I got all kinds of things from everybody else. The stares, all the memes, just looking
Did you
at
ever
me.
get any seeds for yourself? You can just buy them, you know.
I'm going to.
Yeah, cool, man. It's good to know. It's good to know how to have that skill. Gardening, that is.
I already filled up the garden right now, right in the first defrosted outside.
Yeah, cold out there still.
Just wanted to address Butez, if you're still listening. Do you want to say anything? I mean, as you're saying stuff like flat earthers, do stuff outside for real. It's like, is that a problem? Like that we actually go out and test the earth that they say we live on?
You do it every day. I do this every day.
Mm-hmm. Bong, you see the water from where you are, or no?
The horizon, yeah.
Well, we still got Butez here.
Yeah, Butez. Yeah, I know.
What does Butez think about Rosa Parks?
Oh shit!
I ain't a racist.
But
She was a lovely lady.
Did we ever get a Butez response?
A little bit
about
homophobic, but I'm not.
If racism, then globe, right?
Yeah. Well, racism, therefore globe.
Hold on.
I believe in almost all
Citation,
lives matter.
please.
Butez is trying to speak. Go ahead, Butez.
Sorry.
No, I'm not.
See, man, you guys.
He's like, leave me out of this shit.
Stop doing that, Fuzzy. He was about to speak, and
You're bringing in racism and shit. Like,
no, we didn't. The spiraling guy did.
I don't know who that is.
Well, the guy who said that Rosa Parks wasn't very nice.
Well, coincidentally, Butez, he did say, and this might not have anything to do with you, but he did say that he messaged me and said, "Hey, can I speak? I want to address something that Butez said." Now, that could have just been totally random, but that is what happened.
He didn't seem like he did, though. Like, he didn't. Nothing to do with Rosa Parks is anything to do with what I've said.
No, I don't think that either. But no, I do
Well,
want to address some of the things that you were actually saying in the chat here recently. Like, can we talk about this? Or
I mean, yeah, but I'm probably gonna. If I'm being real, I'm probably gonna get shut down. Like, I'm not gonna.
No,
lie. Like,
let's.
But that's my thing. Okay, like 90% of the arguments that I see, like for example, what was his name? Like Echo or whatever. Echo was saying things, and actually no, Echo was bringing up like space station shit, like whatever. Choppa, even though he left on like a rage quit, he was bringing up things, and it's not like you guys were like going against it with like evidence. You were more or less just like shutting it down with questioning a kid who obviously like doesn't do research on it, but like you're not like providing your own evidence that like shows otherwise, like that shows.
So what would you like then? Why don't you ask a question?
Like more proof. Like I just want proof.
Yeah. So the question was with regards to space agencies, right? So
I feel like if the Earth was flat, that people wouldn't be that brain dead, and they'd be able to figure it out pretty easily. Like I'm not gonna lie.
No, he's referring to.
Truth.
He's referring to Choppa's questions, right?
Yeah,
Like some of those questions.
They
were
weren't
like,
shut down with an answer on your guys'. But
let me explain why. Let me just sometimes the questions are a bit like, have you stopped beating your dog? It's like, I'm just going to shut that down because no answer is going to be able to, clarify that.
Yeah, but nobody was bringing up beating dogs.
Well, no,
but the point he's
They're
making.
leading questions.
Yeah, they're
But
leading questions.
Those
I have
people
not stopped feeding
those
my dog.
questions.
I
Those
think-
questions mean they're not ready to learn. They're here to troll. They're not ready to learn. And most people.
But until Choppa raged and said what.
Most
Okay,
people
wait,
can
I'm-
see it.
wait,
They
why
can't
was
figure it out.
Choppa
It looks flat, but it's not about showing people evidence. It's about people putting their faith in other people. It's a religion. That's what it's about.
Okay,
Why
Butez,
was
I was
Choppa
directly
wrong, though?
referring to the
For
Imagine
example,
the Best
hold on. I'm just gonna throw this up there, okay? The picture that was just put in chat at 11:44 by the bot, okay? Where is that evidence even coming from? Like who did
The original video is just a little bit below that. I posted it, a darkened image that came from the video at 45 minutes after it's from.
Okay,
the
I'm gonna watch that
DM.
video because I've never seen it. And
Watch that video, and then look the timestamp. The timestamp on my little thing is at 2:22.
Yeah. I will go watch it.
You go and look where that horizon is.
Real quick, Butez, right before you go watch that, right? We've been providing all kinds of stuff. We've been asking Chopper and all these other people who actively are making positive claims to know exactly what the Earth is and how it works. We're just asking? Okay, then just prove your.
Yeah. I get what you mean, and
we're not saying. Yeah, again, falsification is independent of replacement. So if you think you know what it's doing, that's how we all started trying to prove the Earth to be correct. And what NASA says to be real, because we all went to the same schools, and as soon as you start to try to prove it to be right or real, that's where you start to run into problems.
Yeah, so
And that's all we're asking for.
And what was Choppa's problem?
So Butez, the fact that you want to go look at that video, now most importantly is you need to look at the camera setup. He's right on the water and he just rotates the camera up. It's on a tripod or something. He just pans that camera up and you can actually take note of that oil rig that's almost 10 miles out. The horizon's beyond that. But when he pans up, you can see the islands at 30 miles.
You pan left to right.
Take a look at that information.
You tilt the camera up. You don't pan up. Sorry.
If you think a ball can look flat, there's already something wrong with you and you don't know it. If you think that a ball can be so big that it would look flat, something's wrong with you and you don't know it. You're gonna ignore that. You're gonna be like, well, we don't know if it's flat or round because if it's big enough, it's gonna look flat.
And
See,
also
that line, okay?
Also,
That's why
Butez,
you
keep this
you
in
can't
mind.
know it.
I'm sorry, Bong. And Butez, keep this in mind. Nearly every single one of us in here grew up as Globers, just like you. We learned all the same things as you did, saw all the same movies and all that, everything. So
yeah, we're the
what made you guys originally do the research to actually want to not believe in the
Me?
globe?
I wanted to be entertained, so I checked it out and I was like, "Holy shit, this is real."
Barack Obama decided to make fun of flat Earth society on TV, right?
Real.
And I thought, why the fuck would the president say goddamn stupid shit? What is this flat Earth society crap? And then I was like, man, do these people exist? Are these people really a problem? Is that why the president said something about them? And I came to try to, and I found out flat Earth society is not really the flat earthers. And I came here. That's why, yeah. It's because the president of the U.S. made me look into it because he said something about it when he shouldn't have. And I was like, who the fuck gives a shit about these flat earthers? They're dumb. There are bigger problems, President. What the fuck? Why even bother with these stupid tinfoil wearing hat?
I watched it for a laugh. When after watching it, I didn't laugh a lot, and I was like, maybe I should get some evidence and prove my side to be correct, so that I can show these flat earthers that are wrong. So I've been trying to prove the globe for 7 years. It's just not possible.
Yeah.
5 years for me.
That was my story, but with just less time. And I went and listened to the globe arguments too. I wanted to hear their comeback to what the flat earthers were saying. It was just, there's nothing there. It's just what you saw basically today.
It would be fun if we got an actual full on NASA scientist in here to actually argue everything. Because
we had a PhD.
I understand you guys
No.
have
No,
evidence.
we wouldn't. No, we were taught this shit. Listen, no, listen. We were taught this shit in school when we were little. Well, what
God, I
should
hate
happen is we should be teaching children how the Earth cannot be a ball, how it is a plane and flat, and see what they decide. See, that's how it should be.
Even
Stop teaching this
even if
bullshit.
somehow
When you
like
say
it was
NASA, Butas, what about the guy who invented the Earth curve calculator? He was in here, couldn't have shit.
Hey, and look who NASA puts out for PR. People like Don Pettit. Like, I think that they would be a lot less impressive. Whoever they put in this room here, I think they'd be a lot less impressive than what you're expecting.
No.
It'd be funny if like Elon Musk or someone came in here and just started like I don't know. It would be fun to see a giant debate like that.
I think he would smoke a joint and probably just end up agreeing with us.
I think Crypto's trying to get in here. So.
Did you hear what I was?
Ignore me.
Make my day.
If we were censored by YouTube, social media, right? Do you think a lot more people would have been able to hear our message, like the actual what we're saying, and do you think they would wake up on their own just by being exposed to the information?
Make my day. Bring one of those NASA scientists in here.
Yeah.
Mic check. Anyone hear me?
Yeah,
you're coming in.
Robot.
Yeah. Did you hear? The guy who invented the Earth curve calculator. That does. I mean, I don't know if he's a NASA scientist, but the guy invented the Earth curve calculator. Couldn't answer shit. Didn't know what an independent variable was.
Fuzzy, you might want to slow down on the caffeine drip.
Yeah, that's Mick West.
Sorry, I'm driving and I don't know how loud it is. Sorry. I'm driving, and I also have had a lot of caffeine.
I'm being jovial, but okay, there you go.
I mean, would you settle for that guy? I mean, that guy.
No, we wouldn't. He's already been in here. He's Mick West.
No, I know.
He's not a NASA scientist, for fuck's sake.
I know, but I'm saying, that's as high ranking. Whatever. I mean, that's
high ranking. He's a moron.
No. I know that. For the guy who asked the question.
Oh,
the guy who asked the question.
Fuzzy.
That.
Spare yourself, man. Come on.
Yeah, that guy's already been in here.
We had.
I know. I'm asking the guy who asked about wouldn't it be crazy if a NASA person got in here and asked questions? I'm saying.
See, Fuzzy,
not.
While you're in the middle of a rant, Buta's just booted. So that's what we're talking about. You just keep talking so fast and so long, people just go, I can't fucking.
Dolph Lundgren is more credentialed. You're right.
We had a PhD astronomy professor in here, and she or whatever he left had technical difficulty after not being able to find a valid hypothesis in astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics.
As for the NASA thing, I think it'd be disappointing. Like, imagine Don Pettit in this room or something. He'd be worse than some of these kids that we just talked to.
Yep, it would. It would end quicker.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the where was he from? He was Princeton.
Pressure. Yeah, gas pressure. Gas pressure, grasshopper.
No, he was from Princeton. That was a Princeton astronomer. He kind of got technical difficulties when I asked him what a fucking hypothesis.
Yeah, I think it was a Princeton graduate of astronomy, but teaching in another institution where Darwin, whatever's that other person's name. Interesting. Good times.
I pine for the day a NASA scientist comes in here. Pine. I yearn.
That would make a great ballad, a rock ballad. You should do it. You should write it, QE. Come on,
pining,
man.
Pining and yearning. I mean, guturial yearning.
I think that they're good enough at PR not to do that. They'll never send anyone in here.
Yeah, if they came in here, QE would sort of eat them up, and it just would not even be a fair contest.
Got to be like a
your wolf pups are crying for it.
Yeah, the wolf pups are howling, brother.
You know what's quite funny though is that when you consider we're like seasoned flat Earth debaters, and these NASA kind of scientists, quote unquote, aren't. So when you think about it logically, the best the globe has is like Gem Panda's server. It's literally the best they have.
You're right. Yeah, man, those are the people dedicating their lives to saving the globes, and that's what they got.
Boy, they're doing such a great
Yeah,
job.
if you ask anyone outside that server, all you hear is the same propaganda, the airplanes, the boats over the current, all the same nonsense.
Yep, all strung together in an incoherent, nonsensical spaghetti pile.
Flying spaghetti monster.
Do you think it would be the same though if you got a average person off the street and had them try to explain how radio waves are real and even though you can't see them?
Yeah, but you experience them, so it's not the same.
No, I'm saying they wouldn't know much about radio waves and they'd probably end up with a bunch of bad arguments.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
If they know how to tune a radio, that you can change frequency.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the general person off the street is not very good at arguments about scientific things.
Neither is the genuine person off of, Jim Panda server, right? They're all full of fallacies. And,
It's a good
are
thing
you
flat
saying...
Earth isn't scientific, or globe Earth isn't scientific. Good thing. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. I'm eyeing you sideways, Matthew learns. Just so you know. Adam Unsalted. I love that. Somebody posted that. I snatched that up. That is
That's a good one.
hilarious.
I'd like to have that poster for real. That'd be awesome. That's a flat screen though, a big screen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are you sure the screen isn't curving at 8?
I don't see any curve there.
So it's not curving at 8 inches per mile.
You can buy curved screens.
I'd like to see my dark screenshot.
You can buy curved screens. You can't buy curved wall.
Crypto, you're chopping.
Oh shit, so.
Yeah, drop out. Come back in, man.
Someone named Sweet Brown. Whatever that.
Sweet Baby Rays.
Hello. Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Cool.
No rolls. Someone already tried to unmute them. You're unmuted now. Sweet Brown.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
How you doing? How'd you find the server?
I'm doing great. I'm actually a flat Earth enthusiast myself, so I was just kind of scrolling around and
that ain't no fun.
Eventually found it.
I've never heard anyone describe themselves as a flat Earth enthusiast before.
Well, I don't know the exact term of it, but
it's like you're a fan, like cheering it from the sidelines.
Yeah, I can't believe people actually there's so much people believe the Earth is actually a sphere. You know what I mean?
Hey, Pete Brown, listen. This is what you typed in the lobby. How are the flat earthers trying to? Normal people seem insane. They speak to us like we're the insane ones.
My brother shares my account.
Busted.
Hackers got you, right?
Okay, let's have a discussion.
We have investigators on the.
The warden's on it.
Let's have a discussion.
Our scouts have been out there for years.
Yeah. So, what would you like to discuss? As being
so, when did you guys start to become flat earthers?
When we tried to prove the globe.
All different times. It happened to each one of us at different times.
When your sister left.
We all went to a seminar, and then we came out flat earthers.
It didn't happen all at once.
So,
I saw a movie like Star Wars. I saw a movie for the globe, and then I watched a flat Earth movie, and then I went flat.
Really?
Yeah, I saw 200 proofs, of which I couldn't even think of debunking probably at least 180 of them.
Oh, damn.
So,
okay, but I have a
what did you
question.
approve?
I think Fuzzy had the best answer though. Like we
was it?
tried to prove the globe.
We did. We tried to prove the globe.
Yeah.
Exactly. You put the globe through the ringer, and it just doesn't stand.
And so for most of the community, it was after 2014 when that content started showing up on YouTube in higher and higher numbers.
Then we started going out and looking ourselves, and what we discovered was it's not curving in any direction.
Yeah, man. Yeah, see if you can measure some curvature. Just try that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely don't know how to do that, but I know there's probably some people that can.
So how did
like,
you discover?
It's an argument from faith.
How did you
Huh?
discover for yourself that Earth was flat? What did you do an observation? What kind of things have you done for yourself?
Well, I'm kind of
look?
like in between. Like, I think there's a lot of evidence that the Earth isn't flat.
No, but I'm asking you, what did you
Really?
What did you do
But
for
there's
yourself?
also a lot of evidence that
You
the
said
Earth
you were a
is
flat
flat.
earther.
Can't be. Then you're equivocating the word evidence. What is evidence? Define it.
Like, our rockets going to the moon. And
That's
No,
not
I
evidence.
said define evidence.
Evidence is like stuff to back up what you say.
Now, evidence is proof. So you
Yeah,
said there's
well,
proof of the Earth being flat, and then proof of Earth being a sphere. That's
Yeah,
paradox.
there's like both. You know what I mean?
No, it can't be both. It's fucking contradiction in terms. It's paradox.
I'm back.
Oh, is that what that means?
Yep.
Well, it's a simple
You're gonna have to
dichotomy.
use-
How
You're
can
gonna
you
have
have
to
proof
use
for something
something.
being red and blue at the same time?
Yeah, exactly. You got it. Yep.
Well, I don't necessarily like. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, necessarily, yes. Out of necessity. It's a law of identity violation.
It's binary. It's one or the other.
Hold on, let me speak. Hold on.
If flat, then not sphere.
Okay. Okay.
You weren't ready for that
I-
shit, were
no,
you?
no. I see what you're saying. Like, I get it. You're quick with that. Okay. You caught me in my words there. Okay.
It's not about
Okay.
quickness. It's not about the speed.
Okay.
It's about the content.
If it's not up, it's down. So you're saying
But
it's one or the other, basically. That's what
But
you're trying to say.
speed with content is killer.
Yeah, that's true. But the delivery, it depends on the angle of attack.
That's true. All right, go ahead, sweet Mama Brown.
Oh, sweet Daddy Brown. I prefer.
So you said there was proof for the globe. So could you provide what
Yeah.
you have?
So there's multi-trillion-dollar industries that
wait a minute.
hold on. I said
Money
3
spent
words.
isn't evidence for
No, it's
globe.
an appeal to a corporation.
Yeah, money spent, therefore globe.
Yeah,
Yeah, some of the best
$1 trillion.
technology.
An
Some of the
appeal
best
to money.
technology. Hold on. Yeah, let me just say.
Go ahead.
Some of like the best technology ever developed in our entire world.
And none of it can measure Earth curvature.
Yeah, why haven't we ever measured Earth
Yeah, but
curvature?
yet
or
they
Earth?
Hold up.
the Earth.
Tell me the purpose of measuring Earth curvature? What do people gain
supposed
from
to be
it?
a ball.
You're gonna need a radius. You're gonna need a radius value for that
It's supposed-
technology to work. For that
it's supposed to be
technology
a
to work, you
ball.
need to know exactly how big the Earth is and how it curves.
They
if it-
know that. They
it's a-
probably
if a
they
shape-
probably do.
Sweet Brown. If a shape is a ball, would it
Yeah.
require if an elevation drop as you went over a distance? Wouldn't it require a drop over distance?
Do I sound like I'm a mathematician, bro?
No, if it's a
Bro.
ball, it's a simple geometry. It's only a fifth grade.
Certainly not.
Bro,
very
do I
simple.
sound like I sound like I graduated
You
5th
sound
grade?
like a fifth grade geometry graduate. Yes, you sound like you
Okay.
are a fifth grade graduate. Of
Wait, what is the
geometry.
question again?
You have a ball.
Yeah.
It drops away over an
Okay.
amount of distance in elevation, right?
Agreed.
So the
Yeah.
top of the ball is a sagitta, right? It drops
Sure.
away at a certain rate. So this has to occur every time if it's a sphere. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
We went out and measured the surface over water. You could do this yourself tomorrow. If you live near a lake that's at least, say, 5 miles.
I live
8
by the
miles.
ocean.
Oh, good. So if
Perfect.
you're in a bay,
It's
you
a
could
big
go
ass lake.
7 miles down the coast.
Wait,
is
so
all
does
you
the
gotta
ocean
do.
have an end? Like,
We're not there yet. So we're
Well-
talking about looking down your beach. You have a bay going in, and you can
Wait,
look
hold
from one side of the bay, and then you can look across 6 miles across. Can you look 5, 6 miles across with a zoom camera
No.
or binoculars?
If the tide isn't because of the moon, then why is it?
Wait a minute, we're not there yet. We're looking across the
Hold
bay
on.
right now with.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. So let me go back.
That moon stuff
So-
was an argument from ignorance fallacy and shifting the burden of proof fallacy. Two fallacies in one. Good job, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay,
calm
so
down.
let me.
Take a breath.
So
Hold on, relax.
okay, so say like I'm at my house.
No, not say
Well,
like.
let me.
We're at the beach. No, say like. Don't stop. Don't say like. We're at the beach. Just like I said, you look
yeah.
5 miles down with a camera, binoculars, or a zoom.
Sure thing.
Yeah, if you can see the shoreline 5 miles away and see the actual waves breaking, unless you have waves that are more than 16 feet on average, you would never see the shoreline over there or the 1 to 2 foot waves, like let's say, or up to whatever, 3, 4, if it's a Pacific Coast beach, 3 or 4 foot waves. Generally.
Yeah, I like surfing 3 to 4
5
foot
miles
waves.
down my beach, from one beach to another where I live, I can see white water of the waves breaking 5 miles away with my naked eye, just with my glasses on.
So you're saying like on a small lake that's only like 5 miles long, you can just look across.
You can just look straight across
No,
with binoculars
okay, so I agree.
the
Like,
shoreline on the opposite side.
yeah,
of the
no.
shoreline.
Yeah,
And
no,
if
you.
it's a lake, listen, if it's a lake, even better, because those waves at the shoreline would be probably 6 inches at most. So if you can look at the very shoreline that far away with a zoom camera, which is, you could do it easily.
Sure. I mean, I've spent a lot of time in the
It should
ocean,
be
like
curved.
myself.
It should be curved.
Hold on.
16
I'm not saying anything like against what you just said. Like,
I know.
I've spent a lot of time in the ocean. Like, I sit at the back of the waves, like, and when you're out and you see a wave go past, you can still see it. Yeah, I agree. But
You
also have
George
to.
Costanza.
You also got to understand that, like,
Are you
the
George
Earth.
Costanza? Are you a marine biologist?
You gotta understand, like the Earth is pretty big. You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah,
pretty
it's
big.
not pretty big.
So
Listen,
it's
not,
so
actually, no, it's
my
not.
proofsies are bigsies.
Yeah,
So-
I'm gonna
It's
go over
not that
this.
it's too
So-
big. It's not that
so-
it's too big. It's that they actually give us an exact amount of how
Yeah,
big
they
it
get
is.
the exact size. So listen,
So-
I'm
we
gonna
can
break it
test
down.
that
Fuzzy,
number.
Fuzzy, calm down.
So hold on,
So
let
listen,
me say one more thing
wait,
before I
slow
get.
down. Hold on. I just want to make this real simple for you. They told us how
Sure.
big. So what it means for us on the surface is this: in 3 miles, it's 6 feet, 72 inches. 5 miles is 16.67 feet of drop. This is vertical elevation drop. You got that right? 10 miles is 66.67 feet of drop. 100 miles is 6,667 feet of drop. That's over a mile of drop in 100 miles. But for you and me, 5 miles, if you can look at zoom camera, like
Okay.
I told you, I could do this with my glasses.
Okay. I completely get why you are confused about this because that's all relative. That's not taking into account. Their calculations are not taking into account that there is different terrain across the Earth. If you were
Okay,
to have,
that's what he said.
hold on.
Water, because water is supposed to be level.
Over water.
Okay, there's things called elevation and terrain across the Earth
over
because
water.
there's
you
a
just
plateau.
skipped right
There's
past what we just answered that bullshit
Talking
with.
about over water.
you didn't. It's not bullshit. It's
No,
real
it
life.
is.
Over the
Hold on.
ocean. Why did you move to
So-
You need
terrain?
to address the water.
What does
You said
water?
water specifically.
Bro, I can't speak for more than 2 seconds,
No,
and then you
because
just
you're
say
at the
something.
water. Okay, are you back at water? When you are, let me know.
I've been at water. I never left just because I
You
said
did
water.
leave. You went to topography.
Hold on. Don't talk about terrain when we're talking about
You don't gotta
shoreline.
get angry. You don't gotta get angry.
Slow down.
Was
You
it,
don't gotta get angry.
so the topography of the ocean floor, does that affect the surface of the water?
Fuzzy, you're changing the subject. We're at
Yeah.
the surface looking across water. 5 miles. Very
Wait,
simple.
The answer is
Stop
no,
making it
though.
complicated.
He just said yeah.
Are you a marine biologist?
Check it
Are
out.
you a deep sea scientist
I'm gonna
explorer?
break it
You
No.
don't
down.
have to be a deep sea
Bro.
scientist.
Gave us a
Okay.
size.
Exactly. You don't
That
have to
3
be. Know
miles
that
is
it's common
70
sense that there is different terrain and that
5
affects
miles is
the way
16.
that it looks.
10 miles
You
is
are literally
16.
using 5 miles to demonstrate that the
100
whole
miles
Earth is flat. Okay.
6,667
Let me ask you a question. So, since
Sonny,
the Earth is
Sonny,
flat,
Sonny.
is the Earth flat in a square or is it flat in a circle?
No,
Bro,
no.
the ballers use 5.5 miles to show the whole Earth is a sphere. So your argument's pretty dumb right now. So listen to what we're
The
saying.
Earth
We're
flat?
measuring over
It's a
large
square?
bodies of water. We're
5
measuring
miles
over
is not
large.
large. 5
Listen,
miles
bro.
is not very large.
Can you drink that much?
It's 16 feet of vertical drop. That's not
It's
never
16
So
feet
that's all
vertical drop.
relative. It's all relative though. Like there's different. Like it's
relative to your
relative
position. Yeah, you're
to
right. It's
understanding
relative. 16
how.
feet of vertical drop. Yeah, that's relative.
Dude, there's no measurable curvature. There's no drop anywhere. You
So-
can't show us any. That's why all you're giving us is hand waves and explainaways. There is no fucking drop. That is the claim that
So
there should be
you guys
66
are
feet of drop.
you guys are
I just
so
posted a video
so
from Dr. John T, a PhD in spectral photometry. He tested it with lasers repeatedly over many days, over 27 miles.
okay.
Sweet Brown, Sweet
What's
Brown.
the end?
There's
You didn't
something
finish.
important I think you should understand. They're not saying you're saying the Earth is just vaguely large, but that's not the
No,
claim.
you,
Right,
bro,
yeah.
I
Give a specific
understand.
value.
I understand what you're saying. You
Yeah,
guys
no,
aren't letting me.
Glober's quantified it. Okay, they give us a specific radius value, and from that we get all sorts of other measurements like the curvature drop off and the geometric horizon, and none of that stuff holds up. You can't provide any measurement that comports with any of that bullshit.
Okay, so
That's why we're here.
I
And
don't need.
Butez,
Hold on.
Butez, you're next, Mr.
Okay, so-
Gravity. Get
I like
ready.
the type.
So let me. So you can I? Let's skip over this. So gravity.
No.
Just skip right past step one. Skip right past the crux of my claim.
You said, yeah, there's a couple things we should address, Sweet Brown.
Oh,
Fuzzy
shit.
asked a good question. Yeah, nice try.
My
Fuzzy
bad,
asked
my
a
bad.
question about the water, right? Like you said, well, the terrain affects the water. Are you saying the bottom of
He
this?
did say that.
Yeah, man, go back to hydrostatics. Just look it up on Wikipedia. Then we can talk from there.
Wikipedia is actually not a very reliable source because people
Okay,
like
well, do
you can
whatever you
edit
like.
it. People like you can edit it.
Well, and you too. That's the worst part.
Yeah, that's why I don't go on there.
Sorry, yeah, no, you did say that the bottom of the ocean, the topography of the ocean affects the levelness of the water. You did say
So-
that, right?
I don't think I did. No.
Okay. Well, you did say yes when he asked the question.
No.
Maybe
I
you just
don't
didn't
think
hear
I did.
No, you definitely did. Maybe you
I don't
just
think I
weren't.
did.
Yeah, you did. But
No.
that's okay. Two of
I
us
don't
heard
think I
it.
did.
It's on
definitely
tape,
did.
but two of us
Okay,
heard it. So
hold on. I gotta let me.
Oh,
put
either
this
way,
in.
he's recanting. Let's let him
Okay,
talk.
so-
Give him some rope, right? And let's see
Yeah,
how he does.
yeah, I agree. So let me explain the Earth. The Earth.
Butez, your rope's next.
So,
Shit.
so the thing is, you guys are trying to use all these like measurements, saying, "Okay, yeah, I agree." Like, use your measurement. The Earth should theoretically show some signs. If you look across the horizon, I get you're trying to shrink a measurement down to a size where it's easy for you to understand. Where you look across, say, you look across a lake, and you should be able to. You're saying that you are not able to, like, that you shouldn't be able to see the waves, and you're seeing the waves
I'm
crash
saying it.
because
You guys
there's.
have been saying boats go over the horizon for like hundreds of years. You're saying it. We're saying, yeah, we looked into that and we've completely debunked that. The horizon moves about based on atmospheric conditions.
Okay, can you
Only-
guys?
The whole 5.5 whatever
So,
is all bullshit.
So let me ask you something. So you guys are giving me all this evidence saying that it drops 5.5 feet or whatever, so and so
It
miles.
should.
Yeah. Okay,
It's
so
your claim, bro.
okay, I agree.
That's
okay,
your
okay.
model.
All right. Okay. So can you guys name like 5 scientists that actually support the flat Earth theory? Like legitimate scientists.
Scientists. I'll take this. I'll take this. I got this. I got this. And that's in the Sweet Mama Brown.
Hey, just let you know
dumb
you're
shit.
fucked.
Hold
You're
on
fucked.
a second, Mystified. Dumb shit, Sweet Mama Brown. You just compromised yourself.
Legitimate scientists.
You just compromised yourself. Flat Earth or the shut the fuck up. The
That was
globe,
not me.
Earth. Do it again. The flat Earth or the globe Earth is not scientific one iota at all. There is no science in either. So you just compromised yourself. Now to Butez. I'm going to show you this in spades right now. You ready?
Shit. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Gravity. Which one are you talking about?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
I'm more.
There's two. There. Oh,
I'm
shit,
gonna be a lot worse at explaining gravity than the whole horizon thing. I'm not gonna.
Yeah. No, we're getting back to gravity. Which one you talking about?
Bro, like I said.
Which one you talking about? Bro, name which one you're talking about right now.
You win.
Yeah. Boy, that was fucking easy.
So now
you don't even know there's different types of gravity, do you? Nope.
I am aware that there's different types of gravity. However,
really, which ones?
No. That's the thing.
Yeah. Which ones?
I was very aware. However,
which ones?
Bro, like I was
which ones,
say,
bro?
If you'd like me finish, if you please.
Well, you got to be able to back what you're saying.
Which ones?
Of gravities, like I know there's, like fuck. I'm probably gonna get this wrong, but there's like continuous, okay, right?
Continuous? What the fuck?
Hello?
On Saturdays.
I already gave you the answer. There's two types, so you should have just said two. But the next question is, what are they?
Continuous. Okay.
No, it's not continuous. You fuckwit. Continuous.
What's the other one? Continuous, and what's the other one?
I'll put it in live stream for you because I'm gonna mute your dumb ass. Right?
Intermittent gravity.
I really want to know what he's going to say for number 2. I really.
He said compact. He said compact gravity.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
So there you go from your brethren at 16 minutes after the hour from NASA. Lessons for students. There's 2 versions of gravity. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't it hurt a little bit when you get schooled by a flat earther?
He doesn't even know what gravity is. For fuck's sake.
Or science.
Yep.
Or geometry.
Yeah, he said the black swan.
Or triangle.
He said the Orwell thing is BS. The Earth doesn't show curvature for 24 miles. That's not what the model says.
Yeah, you got to just give up if you're saying shit like that.
Wow.
I mean, you're arguing against your own model. Like, model tells you exactly numbers, and you're saying that the math, that the numbers that they give you.
I'm going to put music to that fuzzy swan roboting like that. Domo, domo, domo arigato, mister.
Yeah, fuzzy, you were roboting there.
Flow off the map too.
Wow, what a great day to be alive.
Yeah, when you ask a Glober, what's gravity? And they go, yeah.
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Next question. All right, then. What's the next question? Anyone? Now it's a radio.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't know what gravity is, but I'm sure you fundies do.
Like what it is? I don't know.
Lay off the grass, bro.
Mm-hmm. And those ties and vest.
No, he's not on the grass. He's on that magic speed.
Magic Land and Lucky Times.
If all you got to do is make up those kind of fish stories, and what would you do? Just sit there and drop acid to think of the most elaborate schemes you could possibly come up with?
There is a magic speed.
That's funny.
I just want to know, Butez, why are you throwing the globe under the bus?
Mm-hmm. Well, still maintaining as a globe.
Okay.
That's the 2 positions at the same time. We heard of this.
Can I speak in relation to your gravity things related to your gravity, please?
So you know what gravity is?
Yes. Okay. So let me. So I'm going.
Why? You don't know what science is. Why would you?
I got muted for talking. For
hold on.
Not being
Hold on.
educated on something irrelevant to what I actually wanted to talk about.
Be quiet. So, actually, what Butez was saying, he was talking about gravitational waves, which is
Shut the fuck up.
Gravitational waves. You know.
How can you like? I don't know why you just like mute people without them actually like.
Concern trolling is against the TOS.
Let them
about
like
that.
discuss what they want
Utez,
to. Even
we'll just
do.
discuss
We've
the
heard
evidence, not what's happening.
Don't get booted for concern trolling, Butas. Just chill.
Because we hear it all the time. We know exactly where someone's leading their question.
Let's ask Sweet Mama Brown. Hold on a second. Sweet Mama Brown.
Let's Sweet Mama Brown talk.
He just can't fucking shut up.
Let's Sweet Mama Brown
Mama
talk.
Brown. Sweet Mama
Yeah.
Brown. What
Yeah,
is
what
a
up?
define a hypothesis for us, please?
Say, hold on.
You better start Googling, motherfucker.
Google that quick, since you already know it.
If you can see stars all the way in the sky, then why can't you see a boat?
No, we're not changing the subject. We're on hypothesis right now, Butas. Relax.
But a hypothesis is like, are you serious? This is the root of science. A hypothesis is literally an explanation like made on the basis of like
Wrong. Incorrect. A hypothesis is not an explanation.
Who played that shit, dude?
You're done. Butas, you want a shot at her?
Okay. If you can see a star all the way in the sky,
What's a hypothesis, Butas?
I don't want to talk about that. I want to. Talk
You don't want to talk about that.
I want to
right?
talk about my thing.
You're fucking clueless. You're done too.
Hey, Butas. Hold on. Butas, do you think what Earth is a scientific question?
Okay. First of all, I don't know why the fuck.
Just answer the question, please. Just kindly. Just simply. Just relax. If you need to, take
Tell me
a
the
little
question
break
again. Tell me the
for a
question
second. Yeah. What did I ask?
What the Earth is that a scientific question?
Is it a scientific question? What the Earth is? Is that a scientific question?
Well, yeah, everything is science in my opinion.
No,
like,
it isn't. Everything is not.
Do the bzz, yeah, there.
You didn't know what a hypothesis was. Now you're telling us everything is
but that's just not what I wanted to talk about.
Well, why are you saying gibberish then? If you like, if you don't want to talk about it, stop talking gibberish about it.
Possibility.
I never said anything about it to begin with, though.
You said science was everything, but you didn't know what a hypothesis was.
I do.
What is it?
It's an explanation of.
No, it's not.
Not an explanation. That's wrong. What about? Let's see. How about the three constituent parts of a hypothesis?
The three constituent parts of an experiment.
Of an experiment. Yes.
Well, I don't even know if I should talk because I get muted every time.
No, don't worry. As long as you're answering the question and not, like going off into
back to the beginning. It's evidence and an explanation of the evidence.
That's not right. Wrong. Try again.
I want someone to Google what it is right now.
Well, I was just thinking that you should do that.
See if you're smarter than a flat earther. So wrong on the you get another chance. Well, as many as you want, actually.
All right, I Googled it. Look in chat. I just look in chat. Is that not close to what I said?
No.
Yeah.
QE?
I said the words explanation and I said the words
It's not an
evidence, and they're
explanation.
both in there. Well,
It's
then
not.
look-
It's incorrect.
So Google the main
Yeah,
page.
Google's not a source, you fucking retard. It's a medium.
He can't fathom that Google's wrong. What do you think happens with Wikipedia? Oh, anybody can change it? What about Google? Can people post stuff on there too? Idiot.
I could change
Google's not a source, you tard. It's a medium.
Yeah. So
what's a hypothesis for the 18th fucking
The
time?
components needed in order for an experiment to be valid is a hypothesis.
Negative. It's not a hypothesis.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay. What is it then? Let's hear your explanation of a hypothesis.
You to find out.
Do you not know? Are you just going to say no to everything?
I guarantee you QE doesn't need an explanation of what it is. He will give you a citation.
Not everything? No.
If I'm wrong, then tell me what's right.
Yeah, we're getting to that.
Yeah, but the problem is that you don't even know how you're right or wrong. You're just posting something on Google hoping you're right.
Because you told me to look it up on Google. One of your exact words were you should look it up on Google. So I did that.
Because you said you knew it. You said you knew it. Wait, before that you said you knew it.
I said I knew it. I said what I thought it was, and then I Googled it in the exact same.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
At 24 minutes after the hour, I put 3 citations in there for you. You're fucking
Hey,
wrong.
Google this. How to do research.
So there you go.
How to do
You're wrong.
research. Yeah, Google that.
You're wrong. See, in spades.
Okay, let me actually read it before you mute me.
Too late.
You know how to Google dorking works? Yeah, you can use that too. It's pretty
Google
good.
pretender clown. Fucking fraud. You fail 5th grade general science.
You got all of that off Google as well.
You'd fail 5th grade general science. Google is a medium, you abject retard. It's not a source.
What has the world come to? Oh my god.
Uses your metadata to find
Right,
you.
and my shit wrong.
So yeah, Google's not.
We didn't see anything. What? What?
Like saying my computer
You're not
said
qualified. You're not qualified, Butas, to talk about anything having to do with any science at all. Period. End of discussion. So, you have any other questions for these experts here in all fields?
If I didn't get muted every 2 seconds, I'd just throw them.
All spheres.
Do you have any questions for these experts in all fields?
All spheres. Get it?
Okay. Explain why, and I want actual proof. I don't want just like a fucking reason why, like, we think it.
Bruh.
Wow.
Okay, can I stop getting muted? It's actually
You can't start with presuppositions. That's why you're being muted.
Saying explain shit. Like why?
Go ahead, Butas. Just get to the question, please.
Okay, why is the sun local? Like the sunlight. Why is it local?
Why is the grass green?
I don't know, because God made it local. Because God.
No. Okay.
Why is Susie's dress
Because
yellow?
the sun is local. That's why the sunlight is local.
God thought it was a good idea.
Hold on. If you're bringing shit like God into it, that just means you.
No, he's trolling you, bro. Listen,
If you're bringing God into it, that's a fairy.
We're not bringing God into it. He's trolling you.
You're asking questions.
Does he mean what makes us think that it's
I want proof. Like that.
Proof
It's
of what?
like asking why was I born a Samoan and not a Chinese man? Because
What do you want proof of? What is it you want proof of?
I think what he means. Do you mean
Everybody listen.
why do we think that the sun is local?
Yeah,
listen, here's the
thing.
Sun is local?
What causes it to be local?
Hold on, this is unlistenable.
Can I just speak for a second?
You're all like 40 years old and you're so immature. It's retarded.
Go ahead.
Hank.
Right.
Go.
So you guys are asking us knowledge questions, right? How do we know? How do we prove, right? So if you understand science, which you didn't get far enough to understand, you have to manipulate the independent variable to see the dependent variable. How do you manipulate space, bro? You can't. Do you even science space? No, you can't. No one can. So you're asking us knowledge questions that only a God could know.
Okay,
right?
so
Like, where's the? Hold on, bro. Listen. Where's the sun at? Right? What is the sun doing? What is it made out of? Like, these are questions we can't answer. Right? The only thing we know is that once every 24 hours, it makes a circuit, and it goes back to the same place where it started, and it gives off heat and light. Right? What it's made out of, we don't know. Where it's at, exactly, its exact location, we don't know. There's things that you can't know in this world, but you believe that you can see like 18, billion light years back, or 13.8 billion light years back in time. You believe all this crazy stuff that has nothing to do with reality. You can't know the location of the sun. So imagine, right? If I asked you, what is the sun made out of? You would have to get a biopsy, right? Take a little piece and put it in the lab and see what it's made out of. You can't do that. So there's certain things that you cannot know unless you want to tell me how you know what the sun is made out of. What's the sun made out of, bro?
Well, I don't know why you're bringing up things like seeing shit that's light years away and whatever, because there's
light
literally
years
like,
away. How do you know things are light years away?
Google it.
It's all based on the radius.
That's not knowledge, bro. That's any village idiot can put stuff on Google
Funny,
and look at an
you
idiot.
keep muting me when I throw questions at you like that.
Lucas,
without answering them, but-
just respond to what Hank said.
Can I ask you a question? I just want to kibosh the whole Google thing. Butes, do you think men can get pregnant?
Google it.
No.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
Google
okay.
it.
So Google, can man get pregnant? And then tell me what the first result is.
All right, I will do that right now.
Do it right now.
Okay.
Do it. Read them and weep.
Or thought they would have changed that by now.
Where's your
Yeah.
flavor?
You'll
Your
be
taste.
weeping about the curvature.
Yeah, exactly. I know that little subtitle comes up. It's called clickbait. If you click into it, it talks all about transgender and all that shit about fucking.
It's just like the globe.
No, hold on. Let's just read the first sentence. Is it possible for men to become pregnant? Yes, it's possible for men to become pregnant and give birth to children of their own.
That's because they want people to click their article. Now click on the article.
No, but this is the point. The point is that if Google thinks men can get pregnant, it's not a legitimate source.
But everything you have sent so far is from Google or YouTube.
No, you did.
No, like all the pictures you guys send in there are Google.
Man, I got the black swan from other members off this server. I didn't even touch Google.
The black swan is right outside your door. You can find it everywhere because of the radius.
Jesus fuck.
You can look at the Black Swan video yourself. Have you done that yet?
He left.
You can go outside and look at the horizon and see a black swan for yourself.
Everything you believe, we believed
bounced,
about
guys.
the globe.
It's
Everything
over.
we believed about the globe came from a TV, right? And still
Guys,
coming
I don't
from
know why you were so mean to this guy. You took away his purveyor of all truth. Now he doesn't know where to get truth from.
The other
So he has
one's
to find another Google.
The other
So
one's
don't take
dipped
away
too.
the Google gods, guys.
They're coming
Google with a big G.
They're coming here asking flat earthers questions that only God could answer. That's why God should come up. It's not us,
And they go to their
them.
and they go to their Google God for an answer.
I know.
With
I'm
a big G.
surprised that this was the thing that pushed him over the edge, talking about how Google isn't like.
There's like a gazillion
Pushed them
hours
over the edge with can men get
almost
pregnant?
every case,
And that was
talking
it.
about the
Well, then
universe,
the
black
box
holes,
claim.
the Big Bang, time travel, God. What I'm going to do in this masterclass
That's it. I'm gonna argue with the bot.
to think. The goal here is to train your mind how to see the world differently, to question what others say.
Thanks, Neil.
ninja, like a ninja. You must focus your mind, like Jedi Knight, right?
Train
Free your mind.
Train the mind into seeing balls and spit.
I mean, the last thing he said was, "Well, you guys got all your stuff from Google."
I know, like you said, I got it from members here. Me too. I found it from members here too. You probably can't even find BMLSB 69's channel if you don't know. Like if you miss one that you don't put all of it.
If you search for him, you know what you find, Sonny?
What's
Dr.
that?
Bob and Phil and all those guys.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Is he confusing Google with the internet?
There is no spoon.
I don't know, man.
Right? Just
Bludgeoned on science, bludgeoned on geometry, basically. I don't know how much further they can get bludgeoned. I mean,
Yeah, it was my bad on that playing that Neil deGrasse Tyson clip.
It was
I
actually-
was dropping it into the bot, a different clip, and it played the old one I had
So
loaded.
you
there.
see, it is not the water bending.
Unintentional, perfect timing.
It
But
was.
I wanted to play the actual one I wanted to play.
You that are bending.
Have susceptibility to bias. Search engines on the internet are the epitome of confirmation bias. And you're going to use that as evidence that you are correct? No. The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it. What does it mean to be skeptical? What does it mean to be convinced by data? A proper skeptic questions what they're unsure of, but recognizes when valid evidence is presented to change their mind.
What
Wow. Talk about speaking out of both sides of the mouth.
astronomer You don't
believes in
do it.
globes, but is saying like proof and valid evidence and stuff. What?
His chat's skanking now.
The way I think it, Neil deGrasse Tyson is just making ads for us at this point.
Yeah, he's a flat earther. That stuff is flat.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah. Wow.
Go high. You
When
have to
all
be
the
really
globe
high.
priests, when all the globe priests get thrown under the bus, then what happens?
It's like, fuck it, I'm sick and tired of this. I'm just gonna say it. You're never gonna see the curvature. You don't see the curvature of the Earth from Earth. Like
No one
stop.
from
Stop.
Earth. From Earth at all.
The only place it can be.
No, just fuck off. Just stop. Okay? Only we can. I can try to train your mind's eye to see the
And we know we're not
things I'm
leaving
trying to
Earth.
show you.
Thanks, Bill Nye. We know we're never leaving Earth. It's a closed system.
Look at this TV. Look at this program I made, all right? I am going to train your mind's eye. Let's watch this TV program that I have made to teach you, to train you.
Yeah, that
Jedi.
Buddhist, that's an appeal to what? An appeal to
Popularity.
or appeal to
Consensus,
popularity.
whatever, yeah.
Appeal to
Appeal to
an
force
appeal to majority.
to insight, to science beyond sight.
That's not very logical, and Dr.
Wait,
Spock would not approve.
wait. I got something for him, though. I mean, the vast majority of the world used to believe it was flat, right? So, by your standards of logic, was it flat when everybody thought so?
Yeah. Yeah, especially, what about when they laid out the
Got
city
him.
of Baghdad? What year was that? 3,500 BC?
Oh,
or
those people are all
older?
dead. They can't really be here to, support you. So I got most of the people on my side. So I win.
I wonder, why were they using the stars over the same locations they are today after thousands of years, 10,000 years? Well, I'm not going to say that far. We don't know.
The only
But,
opinions
as long
that
as we know,
matter.
those stars have stopped and reset. They reset over the same place, over Earth. That's why we can still navigate by them. How does that work on the spinning globe in 4 different vectors?
It never does. It never will. Try
Besides
try
not having a curved adjacent for navigation, you need a right triangle.
Try
Too
and
bad you didn't get that far, Butes. You could have stuck around, and the best was about to come there, and you missed it. Gonna miss the whole thing about the sextant. Where the globe gets completely obliterated.
Yeah, the globe is never used on sci-fi. Maybe it'll to show, the planet you're going to, but they never use it to travel. On sci-fi and video games, it's always a flat screen, flat map. You know what I'm saying? It never shows a spaceship approaching a planet and then coming into the planet and landing on a flat. A ball all of a sudden turning flat because it's so big, as it always cuts, just like NASA does. It always cuts because they have to, because you can't make a ball look flat. You can't simulate it, you can't model it, you can't CGI it. You know what I'm saying? You have to cut somewhere and then cut to the flat. The real, yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? It's like not in video games.
Yeah.
No, you could make a sphere big enough that it appears flat.
Yeah,
you've
never seen it done though.
The question is, how big would that have to be? Let's just do that.
Well, that's what I mean. We've never seen it done because the Earth, the planet Earth, is a radius of 3,959 miles. So you have to cut to you know what I mean, to a flat.
Yeah. So how much less of infinite would the plane have to be in order for it to be as big as what we see it as?
I don't know.
It depends on your elevation. Depends on elevation.
That's a crazy large ball. Wow, it's flat.
Yeah, it hasn't been done. Else it would have been done, because what it's an awesome sequence. Okay, to go through.
That's
and
Think about this. Like, do you think
a
that it's a
filmmaker.
possibility that all of the civilization or whoever lived here on this earth that we even know about or don't know about, the ones that existed that we don't know about, like that no one has ever been able to get to the extremities and bring back a report of what really is there? Except, I mean, a few of those stories we hear, you know, the stories written about the North and about the South, but you know, no reliable source of any
I
man
love stories.
has gone all the way to the edge, the ends of whatever, you know, or gotten to anywhere
Especially love fantastical stories to know.
further than what that whatever that ice is.
Far,
What the globe
far
was
away
called
lands.
60th parallel. Well,
Yeah.
it's still
Once
60th.
upon a time in a faraway land, there was an alien. He's like, really? There could really be something far away coming to us. Yeah.
Yeah, it's time to put away it's
Oh,
time to put away the baby toys and
it's like a movie. It's
stand
like
up, shake
something
it
out of
off. It's been a nice run. The
right?
globe fairy tale's got to go. It's about time. It's a loser of a story.
Or the cosmic horror. You guys know about the Cthulhu stuff. I think that's more realistic than aliens. About the cosmic horror. It's closer to
It'd be more realistic to think that
whatever
if
it
there was
is.
something we didn't know about, it'd be in the oceans. Maybe that's why it
Somewhere.
started the little twist of
What?
the UFO hoax, the psyop
What?
called the UFOs.
Well, he's in the
Well,
ground.
they started
He's in the
switching.
ground.
Remember in the '90s, they started switching and saying, "Oh no, they're under the ocean. Oh,
No, he's in the ground. His
alien
name
bases
is
under the
Abaddon,
oceans." They
right?
see him.
Azazel.
His name is Lovecraft.
They see him
Yeah,
in
He's
L.A.
dead.
Azazel.
Go figure.
Abaddon. It's the angel that's locked in the bottomless pit. Like look. Everybody's worshiping him. Apollyon. That's what they call him. The destroyer. When he's released, will destroy the world. You know what I mean? So, like, if you think about these beings, these apocalyptic movies, and ideas that they're propagating. I mean, no, yeah. What is the CERN stuff, man? What is it? What are they doing at CERN?
I don't
What
know.
the
They have
hell?
like a statue to Shiva there, don't they?
The destroyer.
Yeah.
Well, it's Kali. Kali is the destroyer.
So they're a bunch of cultists, or I don't know.
Yeah, well, think about it. Yeah, that's what they're doing, right? I mean, with AI, we are summoning the demon. Blah, blah, blah. Got NASA doing stuff that's weird too, And then CERN, CERN, just in case. What is CERN? Big magic circle where they move charged, whatever, right? Particles. It's not a magic circle where they're performing rituals, although that opening ritual was pretty, pretty magical, right? Pretty creepy magical. What is that? Is that a sacrifice? Are they performing a sacrifice? No, it's just, it's just like poetry. Like, yeah, like sacrificing things, like science, bro. It's science. It's science. You guys don't want to talk about that? Is that weird? It's like the Super Bowl. Have you guys seen the Super Bowl halftime shows? It's like similar to those things, the darkness, the yeah, the darkness. I mean, what's going on? Are those sacrifices? Are those sun god Apollo? 25th of December, we always celebrate his birthday. It's called Christmas. Catholic Church, yeah. Gave us the ball and everything that we have today. All the gods in the sky, 7 planets, the 7 days, months, it's all poetic, right? It has nothing to do with
Is that guy
religion.
still in the chat?
Pardon?
Is that
Talking
guy
about,
still chat skanking?
I don't know. Ooh. No, I think we scared him off.
You guys are scary.
We didn't even get to the scary part, like AI and shit. Damn.
Yeah, like if you like your cosmology, think of priest, right? Because the Catholics came up with the Big Bang cosmology, right?
Yeah, the truth is pretty scary. I mean, it's who wants to look at the truth anyways? It's freaking ugly and scary looking. Like horrifyingly ugly.
Cosmic horror. Lovecraftian.
Yeah, level, yeah. Fear. I mean, it's better to just look away, right? Just look at the world that's been presented to us. And pretend it's not even there. Yeah. Out of sight, out of mind, right? If I keep myself busy for 20 to 30 years doing this one job, I'll be all right, right?
Gotta
I'll
get
just
out of this place if it's the last thing we ever do. Look at the lyrics of that song.
just gotta keep my head down and do what I gotta do to survive. That's not surviving. Is life about surviving? Is that what life is about?
Could be about thriving, but these evolutionists, they say life is about dying. Just reproduce and then die. That's all that matters.
Why even, right? Like, why even bother?
That guy got triggered because he found out that Google wasn't the purveyor of all truth.
Oh, he thinks we get our information from Google, therefore, whatever he finds on Google should suffice. Like, what?
Information is information. It doesn't matter where you get it from. It could be incorrect or correct.
Well, he thinks because it's in the front page at the very top, that means people have, it must be a good one. Yeah, that's what he thinks.
And his excuse was, oh, people just want you to click on their article. Oh, so there's agendas. Even Google has agendas and ads, right? They want you to click on their link, right?
Right. They want you to click on the narrative, like the narrative first. Everybody else goes to other pages, like 3, 4 pages behind. It's not on the first page, then why bother go to the second page? Because Google would know what's good and what's not good, what's right and what's wrong, right? Like, right? Am I right? Can men get pregnant, right, Google? Yes, men can get pregnant. See, Google knows what's up. And you believe it? Why would Google lie to us? Why would a company so big and trusted as Google Like, why would they put information that's misleading? Why would they misinform people? We would never do that. Google is looking after us, right? Google is trying to help the world unite, bring peace to the world, right? Google would never mislead us like that. So where do you guys get your information from? Google. See? See? Fuck this. You guys are retarded. I'm out of here. Have you have, have you been betrayed by Google lately? Has Google let you down finally? Have you realized that your best friend all these years is your enemy and you don't know who to turn to or what to do about it? Introducing our new search engine. You don't have to worry about looking things up and verifying it yourself. Our new search engine will verify everything for you, so you don't have to do any critical thinking at all. Save your brain cells for that new awesome game that just came out. Join us now. Is Google not doing it for you anymore? Where can we find a loyal friend that we can trust with all our information these days in our privacy? I wish there was a search engine or friend, right, that I could trust with all my decisions in my life. That would make my life so much easier. I would have more time to go shopping and play games with my friends and do all those things that humans were born to do, to entertain ourselves with all this stuff. Because learning, well, that's for AI and computers. We're humans, and we're superior to computers. Therefore, why should we have to learn stuff? Let the computers do that for us. That's why I like carrying my phone around. It has Google on it. Michelle Thaller says you come from a dead star. Says she knows exactly where you came from. Google it.
There's no such thing in my world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
Yes. Because rocks are complicated.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Oh, you're also blood. That's water, so you're also a complicated water. Not forget water. You know, actually, you're more water than rock. So I think we're gonna have to change that. Yeah, let's. This is the composition of a human being. It's like,
Oh, it's like, 86% water,
86% water. Yeah, so more water than rock. So we are actually made of water. Complicated drops of water with complicated rocks flowing inside it. Yeah, how about that? You think that's a more accurate description?
Yeah, and a boat is a complicated tree.
Yes, yes, that's very good. Very good. A very complicated tree. Yeah.
A ship is complicated iron.
Exactly. Exactly. That makes a lot of sense. How can you forget
And what's her
water?
name? Michelle Fowler.
Michelle Fowler.
She's a complicated slut.
Hey, she said that
Hey,
herself.
she's the one that she has sex with the wrong people on purpose.
Yeah, she says she has sex with all kinds of people, and that we should have sex with all kinds. And I was like, "What's wrong? What's wrong with her?" It's like, does she? Like, why is she saying this? She's a scientist. Like, what the hell?
Maybe she listened to some old Dr. Ruth episodes and she thinks that she's like a professional sex advice doctor.
I was trying to figure out what she was saying, but then I was like, could she be glitching out? Like, what the hell?
Hitting the rocks.
Is her programming glitching out? Because I can't make sense of this whole sex thing. Like, how can you go from complicated rocks, to sex with everyone and the wrong people? It's like what the hell? You went from one end to the other end, and you don't even believe in right and wrong. How can you have sex with the wrong people? Like, you're a rock. Like, rocks don't have sex with wrong rocks. I guess. I mean, how does that work?
Follow after Einstein. Married his cousin.
It's like, I'm trying to scientifically make sense of this. Sorry.
Got to keep it relative. It's all relative. Maybe, yeah, the wrong people is either someone who has an STD or your family members, right?
She caught something, right? Oh yeah.
Who are the wrong people?
I
When you
think
have sex, the wrong person would be a married person, right?
Trauma.
Oh, I got the clap. That was the wrong person.
No. You're supposed to be a scientist. You're supposed to be smart.
Can we get her on the phone? I would like to ask some questions.
Yeah, man, that would be cool, man. That would be so cool. I'd be nice.
In your professional opinion.
I'd be really nice.
Who are the wrong people?
I wouldn't want to scare her off. I'd like to.
If it's not okay to believe the world is flat, but it's okay to have sex with the wrong people, what does that mean? Who are the wrong people?
Exactly. I feel like, but do it in a nice way, not to scare her off, So what do you actually mean by this? Can we get down to to the actual like science, or what is it? The theology, philosophy of this? Like, what is this? You know what I mean? Like, how how does this work?
Ones that believe in floating gas giants and floating rocks.
Is this something that you and that's happening conversation among your colleagues, or is this you? You just is it your thing? You're just pushing it out, or is this something that's actually being discussed?
So let me get
Real
this
quick,
straight,
fellas.
just
We
so I'm
are
not. Go ahead.
rejoined by our friends Butez and Choppa. Hey guys,
Okay,
welcome back.
Welcome
Hey,
back,
guys.
guys. I got a question. So it's okay to believe in giant dinosaurs, but giant humans? Nope, that's crazy. But gas giants that's floating in a vacuum? How do you get all that gas pressure in a vacuum
Okay,
of
how
space?
can you talk about giant, like, what?
What?
Are you saying that
See,
there's, like, no
Well,
evidence
he
of
was
dinosaurs? Is that what you're trying to get at?
no, he was trying to make a point. Just try to follow the point, okay?
Well, we're not.
right, so you guys
You're not
believe in
believing in
giant
anything at that
dinosaurs?
point. You're not believing in anything.
I'm believing.
Oh,
It's
so you
not.
got
It's not a
proof?
belief.
You got proof? You got proof of curvature?
No, I got proof of fucking dinosaurs. That's for damn sure.
You sinful creature.
Really?
Yeah.
Show me. And don't show
Fossils.
me no plaster.
Blasphemy.
Okay, so
Right?
you do believe in giant creatures. Now,
I
could there
do.
be giant humans?
There,
Could there be giant
there could have
humans?
been, but there's no proof of it. So why would I ever believe it?
Oh, there's no proof. So you've
Exactly.
never searched chroniclingamerica.gov where it shows all the old newspaper articles? You never searched giant bones in between 1800 and
They were.
1920, have you?
Were they not? Were they not like dinosaur bones? Or are you trying to tell me they were people?
People with red hair.
There were people with red hair. Where did you get that from?
I just told you, chroniclingamerica.gov. You search the term giant bones, which should equally pull up dinosaur bones and or human bones, but it mostly pulls up human bones.
Okay, well, if there's proof of giant human bones, I was not aware of that. And then, like, if it's proof, then obviously they're real because it's fucking proof. So I don't know why that's even
If
an
there's
argument.
proof, they've already hidden the proof. The Smithsonian Institute.
Well,
by
you
the way.
I've said it a couple times, but
You missed the part. Hold on one second. You missed the part about the gas giants in space as well. It was part of a larger point.
Okay, what about it? I was not here for that, I don't think.
So how do you have a gas giant like Jupiter, which is supposed to be either a rock core and the rest is gas, or just all gas, was what they told me when I was a kid. So how do you have that setting next to the vacuum of space? Because gas always expands and fills the available volume until it reaches equilibrium. Always.
Atmosphere.
That is the gas.
You just said spherically shaped gas.
I thought the gas was the planet. I thought you were talking about it's a gas giant.
But Atmos is gas.
It is gas.
Okay, then like that's irrelevant.
I know, so why did you bring it up?
I did.
We're asking, how do you have you said atmosphere.
Giants, not me.
Okay. I said, how do you have atmosphere setting next to a vacuum without expanding and filling the available space? And then you said atmosphere, which means spherically shaped
gravitational
gas.
pull.
Okay, so what gravity are you talking about?
The sun.
What?
I'm gonna ask one more time because that didn't follow. So I'll ask again. Which gravity are you referring to?
Said the sun. Wrong.
He left.
I don't think they're capable. Is there another one? Is there another guy?
There was. He left too. There's somebody named Smeeb. Who's just joined.
How you doing, Smeeb?
Feel free just to say hi, Smeeb. Welcome to the panel.
Everybody needs a Smeeb.
Dang, it really makes me wonder the intentions of our friend Butez. I mean, you came back, which is great and all, but why did you leave so soon?
If someone would ask me which type of gravity, and I said the sun, I'd have probably left too.
Wait a minute. Is that what he said? The sun?
Yeah, he said
Yeah.
the sun.
Yeah.
He said,
Oh my goodness.
not just wrong, but
I said,
stupid.
which gravity are you talking about? The sun.
Wow.
His
I'd have left after that too.
His Wi-Fi is being tampered with. So they got him, guys. They got him.
More like his wife is being tampered with.
And he forgot that the Earth, it's supposed to be the Earth's gravity. He's like, oh, the sun. Oh, the other way, dude. The other.
Well, he gave two answers, right? The first answer, well, atmosphere. Let me explain why that's sort of a silly answer. And I think after a quick Google search, it said gravitational pull. So I don't think he was prepared for a third Google search. So that's probably why he said the sun. Man, that's too bad.
All we're trying to do is have a conversation, you know?
Yeah, that's what it's all about. A little back and forth, right? Catch and throw.
I was
Maybe
kind of
these
like
people didn't
smiling a
play
little
catch
bit.
with their dad. Go
I
ahead,
was like,
Bob.
yeah, he said the right thing. Gravity is what's supposed to be holding the atmosphere in. Okay. Oh, the sun's gravity. I was like, oh, what the fuck?
You're right, though, Hank. You should play catch with your dad because you got to be able to learn how to return and catch the
Yeah, you got
arguments
to
as
learn
well.
how to get hit in the eye and then pick the ball up and throw it back as hard as you can and then, catch the ball. It doesn't matter if you get hit and it hurts. Pick it up, throw it back.
Yep, it's so
Use your
analogous.
glove, not your eye next time.
We have Banunak. Welcome. What brings you to the panel? Are you there, Banunak? There's also Echo C. Luna. What brings you by the panel today, Echo? Okay.
I think we should have Fall Earth trivia. Right? We got a bunch of ballers in here. Right? Doesn't matter their level of expertise. Everybody shows their hands so they're not Googling and turns on their cams. And we do like a little, trivia.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I love that already. That is a great idea. Obviously, we can't have them do the camera thing, but if we set a short time, a time ticker, like here's the question, you got 5 to 10 seconds or whatever, like make it pretty short. You can usually tell when someone Googles something, right? I mean, you're just reading it verbatim or,
Yeah, there's always a pause too, where they they're totally focused on what you're talking about, and then they start to research and they're trying to stay engaged in the conversation enough for it to look good, but they're not there.
Or maybe we'd have to have like really good follow-up questions. Like, for example, with what Hank just did with the gas thing. Like, well, the first question was, his answer was atmosphere. Then we explained, okay, no, the atmosphere, that doesn't work. Then he said, okay, then he had enough time to Google it. Gravitational pull. Then we gave a follow-up to that.
I did not
Follow-up to
Google
that
that
was,
part.
well, fair enough. But you did say like
I
the
did Google,
sun's
but not that
gravity.
part.
Well,
Yeah,
that's fine. We were just checking to see if you knew what gravity was, and I mean, I don't know if you do because you said the sun.
No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I'm pretty sure you know what I mean, even if you think it's wrong. I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know, but you gotta be a little sharper than that.
Yeah, I know.
So, for the audience, what do you mean?
You know what I mean.
No, I don't.
I think
okay,
it's already been.
So
I just came into this conversation, so
you know how all the planets in the solar system are on the they're orbiting the sun. Okay. There's a reason why they're not just falling into an infinite void.
Can you demonstrate planets rotating around a central sun?
Well, you want me to turn my camera on and start like moving my fingers around and shit?
We know the story, bro.
Yeah, that's why I don't think I should have
to assume what planets are doing. You have to first prove planets. Yeah.
But that's not how the model works. The way the model works is things fall towards masses because of curvature of space time or whatever,
I see.
But if masses weren't around, they don't fall. They themselves become something that attracts other masses, but where they're always attracted to another mass.
So is the sun attracting stuff and putting out a shitload of energy, or where are we at here with this?
Well, Hank was referencing the gas pressure. We were talking about the gas giants in space, and so he said, "Well, atmosphere." So, well, it can't be atmosphere because that's the gas.
Wait? Also, does the sun have an atmosphere? Do we even know? Probably not, right? It's not at all like our
that there's a
planet.
Heliosphere.
Yo, Glad,
what
look,
they
can I
say.
ask you a question really quick?
Sure.
What do you believe that the fuck? Do you think that the moon is round or do you think it's flat? Like,
I don't
what's
make
your
claims
opinion
about the
on
moon.
other?
It's a light in the sky, and it's got some shading problems. That's about it. I can't say anything about the moon, man. Can you?
What do you think
You ever
about
been
like
there?
Venus and Uranus, like not
Man.
like
Well, okay, listen. Here's how it goes. Can't have gas pressure without a container. So we're contained here. Therefore, what you see as planets, like outside, way up there, cannot happen physically. So therefore, talking about Venus and Saturn and Uranus, we can't do that because first you have to have a medium that doesn't exist. Then you have to have planets doing something that they're not fucking doing. Does that make sense?
No, not really.
Awesome.
Well, I'll add one
Can I
thing
try to
too.
explain it then? Go ahead.
Well, just real quick. I'll be real quick.
No space, no planets.
Flat Earth also doesn't mean, okay, now we're going to take everything and make it a disk. So just keep that in mind as well. Please go ahead, Hank.
Right. So what we're saying is that your ideas, right, they're not confirmable. They're not falsifiable. And according to Karl Popper, in order for something to be science, it has to be falsifiable. So if I make a claim, like let's say an absurd claim, like green grass on the dark side of the moon causes the tides, you might say, who told you that? How do you know that? Right? Is there any way that I can verify that? And I'm going to say no, no, and no. And then you say, okay, well, I'm going to dismiss that because you didn't provide any evidence whatsoever, right? And then you're going to say, but at the same time, out of the other side of my mouth, the tides are caused by moon's gravity. And I'm going to say, who told you that? How do you know that? How do I verify that? And you're going to say, no idea. My teacher told me, and I believe it. Well, I could just dismiss that right outside because you didn't manipulate the moon's gravity and see the tides stop when you turned it off and start again when you turned it back on. That's how science works, right? So everything you say, right, is just a story. Like, explain to me how the sun works. Any village idiot can explain to you how they think the sun works and what it's made out of. But it requires systematic experimentation to learn knowledge, not belief, to gain knowledge. Does that make sense to you, sir?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, you got to test it so that you can prove it.
So Basically, what you're saying is you only believe things that are like 100% backed up, verified, like everything.
Wouldn't you rather know that than something someone else told you?
Yeah, but
It's not just
how
that. It's
to
the
believe
fact that
you because you're just telling me. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's not.
So go out and do your own research, pal.
The thing about it is, if you try to verify what NASA is saying to you, right? The things that you think should verify it, like cameras that show us maybe a rocket going to space, that doesn't exist. The things that you expect, right, to be proof to us to verify what they're telling us, don't exist. So if you started looking for proof for these things, you're gonna find nothing but explanations, right? And nothing that has to do with science or geometry or knowing things. You know how you have to look at a ball to know it's a ball and not a table? Like shit like that. Like simplest things that should be explained. They don't exist. You think it exists because, you know, why would they not exist? It's NASA, right? But they don't.
Okay, but listen, like, if like, what's the point of trying to convince people the Earth is round
Control. Control. The point of anything that has to do with control. If you can acquire control, you do whatever it takes to
Can
control
I add on to the
anything.
question?
Whether it's money is a means to control, to power. Money is a means for everyone to power and control. But it's
There's
about
no
control.
point in doing that.
But
man.
if we don't know that they're lying, then how do they gain power from that?
I have a question to add, real quick, please.
Where is their power in that?
If we find out why they lie, or if we don't, does that change the fact that the Earth measures flat empirically?
Huh?
Yeah, great question, Glad. I'm picturing guys like I always think of us as if we're in court, and like you're cross-examining, you're asking questions like, "But why would my client lie?" It's like that's not building a strong case. You need to present evidence that your client is telling the truth.
Here's an example. If you knew that the Earth wasn't a ball, things would change. How things work, how science really works, changes. What people think about how things work changes. Okay, and the way you do things will change because you're going to start doing things that you know will work versus believing somebody's doing something somewhere to cause change in the world. The change we want is never going to happen because we don't know how to make it happen because we believe the world is like this and not like that. But once you know the world is like that, then you start working in that world and the things you do will affect change in the real world. Okay, you're not going to be building rockets. You're not going to be looking forward to all these promises that they make to you to affect change. You're going to realize that a lot of the problems that they're presenting on TV to the world come from the idea that the earth is a ball. And that if people understood how oil, how energy, how things really worked, right? People would be building those things and not relying on governments and corporations and
Facts, bro.
do things for them. Yeah. So think about it.
What do you think about like what's y'all have probably been over this already. I'm kind of new to the conversation, but what do you think about
We've
like
only dug 8 miles down.
Huh?
Oh, is that not the question you were going to ask? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask like what you think about like the edge, like just like the edge of the Earth, like where,
Oh,
like
it's the edge of the Earth. Yeah.
Do you think that
So the
ends?
geometric horizon. Yeah, I'm going over it. The geometric horizon is what you must have. You must have an Earth edge, right? But you guys don't have one because we can show you that the horizon isn't the edge of the Earth where the sphericity of the Earth makes it drop, right? But you were talking about on the flat Earth, right? So you're not concerned about your own edge, you're concerned about ours. And I would say if you look at the definition of Earth, it literally means dry land. So the edge of the Earth would literally be the beach, right? But you meant like the perimeter, right? Well, we're not free enough to freely explore, right? You got to get a passport, the Antarctic Treaty, to be specific. But you got to get a passport to be able to move around the Earth.
Hang on, don't go off the horizon. Do you know what a geometric horizon is?
Are you talking to me?
Well, I don't think
Yes,
he's
sir.
asking about that. I think he's asking about the actual, Antarctica or where.
Yeah, isn't it like the visible
Right, the
boundary
horizon's
between,
kind
like,
of
the sky and
more on the flat Earth kind of deal. Sorry,
Earth?
go ahead.
It's the boundary between like the Earth and the sky, bro.
What is?
like the geometrical horizon.
Okay, yeah. So the geometrical horizon is a supposed physical horizon that we cannot find, no matter how hard we try. All we have is the apparent horizon, which is purely optical. Can you agree?
Yeah, Hank
it's
made the
only
Sorry, I'm just gonna say Hank made the great point that you did ask about our quote unquote edge, but this is your edge.
It's true. We don't make a claim about an edge.
Okay, then, like I don't know.
You cannot make a claim about it, but that can't like deny the fact
I mean,
that it
the
has
Earth
to
is
have
infinite. Like,
who said it had to have an edge?
Well, so
well,
it's
no, it
infinite.
has to have a
then.
reason. Like
can
A
be infinite.
reason.
We're not talking.
What if the reason is beyond your comprehension and it exists as is? We don't know why. We just know it's flat.
If I were to
knows.
Well, what if
Someone
we could just say that about the round Earth? We could just be like, the Earth
No,
is
no,
round.
no.
No,
it's
because
not.
what we
able to
observe with our
comprehend the
human
fact.
senses that we're programmed to help us survive here is that it's flat and stationary.
If you think about the sun, if you think about the sun moving away and in and out, right? Like it's like a clock. Okay, when it moves in, okay, Australia gets colder.
It's a watch face.
If you're going more and more away from the sun, okay, it's going to get colder and colder, and that's what they call Antarctica. Before you go to Antarctica, there's something called the 60th degree parallel. That's this line that goes all the way around this clock. We'll call that the Earth, right? And outside of that is what they call Antarctica. So if you go away from the sun, it'll probably get colder. And where that end is, well, we don't know, right? We can only speculate if there's an end that connects to the sky, that connects, like, we don't know that. And who can know that? Who can go into the darkness, into the cold darkness? And
The point is we can't falsify it. We can't go there, so we can't really talk about it.
Which brings us back to your geometric horizon, right? Your edge is the edge of the Earth where they claimed for hundreds of years that boats go over this horizon, and this is the proof that you live on a sphere, right? So we're here asking, where's the curvature? Because we were told that the horizon is where the curve is at. That's where boats go over, right? And then we look at the math, right, that they give us about their model, and then we
You there?
Hank, you dropped off. You still there?
Bro, right when he was reaching that climax, they always do that. It's ridiculous. Do you kind of get what he was saying, Lucas?
Yeah. Do you understand what he was saying?
No, not really.
Well, okay.
Catch us up on where you're at, man. What do you think about this horizon mumbo jumbo that we're spitting at you? Does it make any sense to you?
A little bit, man.
You
I mean,
can never
do you
see
just
that-
think
hold
like
on, bro.
the one
Hold-
side of the sun like doesn't?
Go ahead, Hank.
Lucas, focus.
Focus on what I'm saying. If flat earthers were saying you can never see past the geometric horizon, but that's because of refraction, you guys would laugh and troll your way out of here, and we would never have a serious conversation. But in reality, you guys are the ones claiming refraction because we can see way past your geometric horizon, and that's why you guys aren't laughing and trolling. You're trying to figure out how to beat us in an argument when it's not about winning the argument, it's about ascertaining the truth. So we're giving you the ability to find out what the truth is for yourself. We can teach you how to measure over a large body of water at rest. There should be 8 inches per mile squared of curvature. So you need a large body of water, let's say 6 to 20 miles, right? And then you make some observations, and then you'll find out that they're not arguing if we can see too far. The anti-flat earthers, the ballers like we call them, they know that we can see too far. They argue as to why we can see too far. And the reason that they say we can see too far is refraction. Now, this is the part where you start laughing and go, yeah, if flat earthers are saying that, I'd be laughing my ass off. Oh, but it's actually me who's saying that. Ouch. So you got to take this argument serious because we can see way past your geometric horizon, your edge of the Earth. And next, I'd imagine you're going to say, why don't we fall off? Right? Wouldn't it make sense if you fall off of a spinning water ball that's flying through space at 1,000,000 miles an hour? It would make more sense you fall off of that than a stationary plane tens of thousands of miles across. Tens of thousands of miles of stationary plane. And yet you want to ask, why would you fall off? Why would you fall off of a stationary plane? Right? Because we never claimed the edge. But this is all the propaganda that you've been fed about the flat Earth. You haven't really come up with an original question yet. So would you like to know how to measure it for yourself, or would you even care to know if the Earth was indeed level with the sea?
I mean, dude.
I'm gonna have to cut you off there.
I have a question. Okay, like, do you guys think? Sorry, it's not overly related.
Yeah. So Boaz, Butes, right? If the Earth was flat, wouldn't you like to know? That was Hank's question?
I would love to know, but I have a question.
Okay. Then, shall we explain to you how you can figure this out?
Yeah, after my question though.
What is your question?
Do you guys believe that the sun heats the Earth, or do you think like heat is like is that like, or is that like?
What is that for?
Who
What
says?
is it?
Enough of the funny
Why
stuff.
do you-
This is about Earth being flat, Buster.
Yeah, but they like, I don't know.
Why do you ask that question? What straw man are you?
Because I'm just curious. Because like, you think different things of the sun than we do, so I want to know if you think it gives off heat. Like, I'm not.
So what
it's
is
a
the
genuine
sun
question.
to you? So what is the sun to you?
The
And
sun to
how
me
did
is
you
something that
validate it?
we go around. Not, I know you guys think that the
So
sun
when
kind
you
of rotates around
look
us.
at this, Buddhas, when you look at the sun, what does the sun do?
It, dude, I get what you mean. It moves. Okay, that's what it
Okay,
does.
it moves. So when you look at an airplane,
just because it looks like it moves doesn't mean it's actually moving.
Hold on. So again, when you look at an airplane, you're standing on a still, non-moving ground, and you look at an airplane. Is it then that you think, well, actually the floor is moving, and the airplane is standing still? Is that what you think?
Yeah, but that's not overly what I'm asking. I'm kind of asking.
Not yeah, but that's a no.
No, that's a no, right? So the only thing you ever observed and experienced in your life is that Earth is observably flat, right? You've never seen curvature. It doesn't move. You don't feel it, and you see the luminaries above your head moving. That is the base action. That is what everybody ever alive experience. We experience a flat, non-rotating Earth. And now somebody told you, well, actually the sun, right, is moving and shooting through the galaxy, and we as a ball Earth are spinning around it, and the Earth itself is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. So, and we are the crazy ones not believing that, right? So then we ask you, how did they ever prove all this motion, right? All this motion they claim we have, how did they prove this to you?
Yeah, true. I don't know. I have to do more research, but do you actually I feel like I should do
Right. So you said you wanted to hear our question. You wanted to know how to measure it, right?
I want to know if you think it gives off heat. Like, I'm not. It's not like a question that has any. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
The sun will burn your ass if you're at the equator sitting under it for 4 hours.
Yeah, but why do you think that happens then, or do you just not, because you have no proof of anything? You just don't question it.
Do you
Because I
know
know
what
there's a lot of things you
empiricism
just
is?
don't question because you don't have proof of, which I respect. But
Yeah,
what do
we're
you think?
questioning everything at this point, right? It's just you can't answer everything.
Yeah.
So,
So do you not
think
have an
about what
answer
I'm
to why it
saying.
gives off heat?
Because it's radiating heat
Okay.
and light. And this energy that comes from the sun is measurable, right? So think about it like this. I claim that I have 10 toes, right? You may believe that I have 10 toes, but I'm the only one here with firsthand knowledge, right? And the only way that you're going to lose your belief and gain knowledge is if you fly to Texas, I pick you up and you examine my foot like a doctor. You can't just look at it, right? Because I might have an artist.
A video chat would work.
No, I might have a Hollywood artist that can paint my prosthetic foot and make it look real. And it might be that I have a son that's into robotics and I can program the toes to wiggle. So you would have to come here, grab it with your hands, feel the heat from my blood, feel the blood, feel the tendons, right? And at the moment that I wiggle it, right, at that moment, you verified with 2 or more senses, you have knowledge and your belief has fled from you because you no longer require belief. Right. So understand that when we're in here talking, we're talking about what we can know. what we can verify, right?
Yeah.
We're having trouble verifying the curvature. We're looking over large bodies of water at rest because if 70% of the Earth is made of water, then it has to be curving in order for it to be a sphere. And what you should really call us is flat waterers, because we're not saying the Earth is flat. It has topography, it has mountains, valleys,
Yeah, true. You just think the
all sorts
oceans
of stuff like that, right?
yeah.
So, so what we're asking you to do is go measure the curvature yourself. Now, if you ask a baller, how do you prove that the Earth is a sphere? They'll tell you to look at the sun, the moon, the stars, the eclipses. They'll tell you to look at this guy who lived before Christ named Eratosthenes and look how he measured the shadows. Right? We're not telling you all that bullshit. If you want to know how big your boot size is, you measure your foot directly. You don't measure your hat. They're telling you to measure your hat. That's how you know the Earth is a sphere. So we're saying go measure it directly. Would you like to know how?
I mean, but there's like two sides to that though, because you can do a math equation, and to get the entire equation, you need to do side division and shit. But it's not a question asking division. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I don't know. It goes both ways, as it can be, like it can all add up to something. Like I know they don't tell
Well,
you that.
that's when I buy an IKEA table, right? And I'm putting it together, and then I'm like, wow, how big is this table actually, right? I could read the manual, right? I could read the manual and then believe its dimensions, but I could actually measure the darn thing, right? I could measure the table, and then I would know for certain, 100%, that this table is 1 meters wide and 2 meters long, right? So
pretty small
that is
table.
what we are saying. Math is a language. You can
Yeah.
describe things with math, but it doesn't create reality.
Yeah,
Are
true.
you following?
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
I'm pretty out of questions. Anybody else?
I mean, I have like a lot of
So,
questions. but I just
Roger, how long have you been following the said theory of flat Earth?
Well, it's not a theory.
Oh.
Who asked?
When you say
Well, how
when you
long
say
have
a
you
theory,
been believing this fact of the Earth being fat
Oh,
or
so you don't.
flat?
This proposition, I'll put it as.
So Zod, okay. I think it's almost 2 years now. Somebody, I was in a Telegram group, and somebody told me Earth is flat. I was like, man, that's batshit crazy. That's stupid, right? Earth isn't flat. And then I put it aside me, and he told me again and again. I was like, man, I'm gonna debunk this shit because this is crazy. I'm gonna prove to you that the Earth is a ball. And then I went out and tried to find some proof for a globe Earth, right? And I looked at some proof for flat Earth. I watched 200 proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball. And when the guy told me water is always flat and level in rest, right? When you pour out water from your cup, it seeks its level. We build with water, right? We build bridges and buildings and roads using water to level it out. It struck me, right? Because how can you have a ball of water, 71%, if it's all flat water? And then I learned how to verify this, right? I learned how to do my own observation, check it out if the Earth is actually a ball. And I went to a beach, and I saw with my binoculars a big fat red oil tanker at 24 kilometers away at the water line, right? I was standing on the beach, my feet in the water, and I saw that red oil tanker 24 kilometers away.
How do you know it was that far away?
Every ship is mandatory to have an AIS system, which gives out their position.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
yeah, and if you don't have that system turned on, they automatically assume you're a pirate, and they come in the military and the police will come after your ass.
Yeah.
So every ship has like a a thing, the system that he's talking about, right? And it has to be on, and it has to be accurate, or ships will run into each other.
That's kind of cool, yeah.
So, Roger, you don't believe that with how big the Earth is, that I just searched it up, about 14 miles. You believe that at a 14-mile distance, you should see the Earth curve or bending.
I mean, technically, that's what a lot of. Apparently, it's like 5.5 miles or whatever that you can see curvature is like a claim.
Yeah.
Someone that actually.
For 6-foot observer, the geometric horizon should be at approximately 4 to 5 miles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, Zod, because the Earth isn't just vaguely big. They've given it a specific size. So you can check and see how much curvature there should be in 14 miles.
Also, one more question. Do you not believe in like what NASA has brought to sight to public of photos and science
Zod,
behind it?
Do you not believe the pictures of Bigfoot or unicorns?
Okay. Well, let me ask again. So you don't believe in the astronauts that go up there and get footage and pictures and do tests?
No, Zod, no, because
Okay.
there's no what you call space, right, or a low Earth orbit or outer space. There's none of that, because we live in a pressurized system, right? When you here on Earth at the beach, we breathe 14.7 psi air pressure, right? That's pressurized gas. And when you have a bottle of Coca-Cola, you shake it up and you open it. What will happen to the gas that's inside it?
Yeah, but nobody shook the Earth.
No, that's not what I asked. What will happen to the gas inside of the can?
It will go everywhere.
It will go everywhere,
It'll
right?
expand, but only 'cause
so
it's shook.
natural law dictates that gas will expand in the available volume it has. And they claim we are a ball with gas sticking onto it in an infinite volume, right?
Yeah,
so
but
here on
like I
Earth,
said, it needs to be like it doesn't expand everywhere unless it gets shooken a bunch of times.
No, dude, listen. No. It's not about the shaking part. You still need the container to have the gas pressure. If you open up a can of cola and pour it in a coffee cup and just leave it on the counter for 2 weeks, you're not going to have the gas pressure that you had 2 weeks ago. You need the containment to have the gas pressure. It's not about shaking it.
That's where atmosphere comes in.
That's the gas.
You need
That's
a
the
can so
gas.
the soda doesn't spill everywhere. You know what I
Hold on,
mean?
the
Like,
atmosphere
what
is
keeps
the gas.
Keep the water from not spilling everywhere.
Okay.
So you said atmosphere. That is the gas we're referring to. That what Roger was referring to.
Okay. I also have something else I'd like to state, at least put out there for you guys to talk about. So do you guys think that we are flat? Earth is flat? Where do you believe that we are like rotating on some sort of axis? So you think we are in place in a galaxy? You think we are stuck?
There's no space. There's no galaxy. We are not in a galaxy in anything. Okay, everything is above us. We are it. The sun is small. The moon is close, and the sun is close. Okay, the stars are in the sky. We're not in the sky. Okay, the stars are in the sky.
Okay.
Like
Do you believe stars are round?
Let me put it like
we don't
this.
have a model. We can't.
So you
we don't
think
have
we're
a
base
model.
level and everything is built up and around us?
We don't think anything. We know
Yeah.
NASA is lying to us. We know the governments are lying to us. We know we're being lied to school and through about a lot of shit. A lot of shit. The
So
government.
when we're
Hold
flat,
on a second. I'm trying to help you understand what we're saying. It's all right. Relax. Take it easy. So, in the 1950s, Arthur C. Clarke invented the satellite. And then not that long after it, it became a reality. So, what we're trying to what we're trying to explain to you is that this stuff that used to be science fiction is now all of a sudden science fact. But when you look into it and you try to verify like the stuff from NASA, it's unverifiable, right? So if I told you I had a 6-toe and you said, "Oh, dude, I'd like to see that," right? Show me. And then I said, "Well, I deleted all the photographs of it, and the camera on my iPhone doesn't work." You could just dismiss it without ever having to believe in it because I provided no evidence. So when NASA says this and NASA claims that, if we can't verify it, then we could just dismiss it without evidence. Please ask your question.
Okay. So you guys have said, believe we're flat. You believe we are, everything is above us. Basically, we're at the bottom level. Everything is built above us, straight up. How could you guys explain that every night when the Earth, not when
We
the
don't
Earth,
have to
when the
explain
moon,
anything. We don't have to. That's the thing.
can
We
you let
don't
me
have to
finish the
explain
damn
anything.
question?
No. Stop talking. That's not how this fucking works. You don't come here and say, "Oh, you think this? Explain that." That's not how it works. It's no. We were told it's a ball, and there's no evidence for it, and that's it. Okay, that's it. Period. It's not a
Relax,
ball.
Mark.
There's
Relax.
no
Relax.
evidence.
I told him. I told him I'd let
I
him
don't think that.
talk.
I don't think that was his question.
Relax.
I'm gonna be real.
Relax, I told him we'd let him talk, and then you
I
kind
just
of went
wanted to know.
against. It's okay. Just relax.
All right. Flat Earth. All right. Everything's above us. Someone said that. Can't remember who. How could you guys explain that every night when the moon appears from where, I don't know, that you can see a different side of the moon every couple rotates. You can see a different side.
Is that what they claim?
No, you can't.
That's
What are
a
you
claim.
talking about?
That's a claim.
You can?
No, who claims that?
I gotta find the source, but I've actually seen that before.
Okay, well, can you find me that?
Yeah,
Because
I will. I will.
that is not a claim that even Globers make.
Hey, next time let me know I'm muted so I don't just keep talking. I was like,
Have you guys ever heard of a
I didn't mute
concept
you.
known as the dark side of the moon?
Yeah, the Transformers. Yeah.
No, not that. The dark side of the moon is not literally dark. It's dark because we can't see it from Earth. So if that was the case, why would the concept of the dark side of the moon even exist?
There's no light on that side of the moon. That's why.
No, it's not to do with it being unlit. The dark side of the moon specifically means that we don't see it from Earth.
Yeah, a better name would be the
So
dark side of the
let me guys give you a concept. When they say black holes, we can't see them. When they say dark matter, we can't see it. When they say
it's
dark
dark.
side of the moon, right? No, not because it's dark, but because we can't visually see it. No one's ever seen dark matter, black holes, or the dark side of the moon, except for a few Masons who claim to go and walk on the
Because
moon.
it's dark, bro. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Amen.
Bro, you're not getting the concept. Okay, it's not dark like visually dark. It's dark like militarily dark. It means they can't see it. They're in the dark. They don't know the fog of war. They can't visually make it out. You get that the moon has phases, right? And if you think it's a sphere, then when it's a new moon and you can't see the moon at all, then, by definition, the other side has to be lit, right? So it's not always dark, like the sun's not hitting it. When it's a new moon, it's lit up on the dark side of the moon. It's just no man, woman, or child on Earth has ever seen the dark side of the moon because of something called tidal locking. The moon's face, where the man of the moon is, it's always facing the Earth. The man of the moon never looks out into space. He's always looking at the Earth, figuratively speaking.
Can you really quick?
In your model, the moon actually rotates at 16 miles an hour or 10 miles an hour, right? So that is why we always, in your model, see the same face of the moon, right? So nobody sees another face of the moon. We all on Earth see the same face.
Faces are flat.
Do you believe the same? Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so y'all have probably gone over this already, but can you tell me, like, what do you think about, like, say it's nighttime on one side of the Earth and it's daytime on the other side? tell me what you think about like how that works.
They think the sunlight is local.
Well, let me explain it a little better. Okay, so you know that if you take your cell phone to your backyard and you walk around in a circle, part of the backyard is going to be lit while part of it is in darkness, right? So you might think that light goes on forever, but if you just do a quick search of the inverse square law of light, you'll see that every time you get away further from the light, the signal strength or the brightness fades. So every time you double the distance, the intensity of the light goes down 4 times, right? So we're claiming that the sun has more of a spotlight effect and the earth is way bigger than the sun because nobody builds a room with the light bigger than the room itself. So we're claiming that just like in your house, right, it takes a tiny light to light the whole thing, right? But if you talk about your entire property, one light can't light your entire, unless you live in an apartment complex or something. But one light can't light the entire thing. It's not big enough because they tell you that the Earth is like 100 times smaller than the sun, and we don't know how big the sun is. But there's no way that you could prove that. We're not claiming to know how big it is. We're just thinking that it's a lot smaller. Go ahead.
It's like taking. Let me add this. It's like taking a candle in the backyard at night, and you're looking for something on the ground, right? It's only lighting a local area of the ground. Yeah, just wanted to add that.
So how do you believe the sun is moving? We can all agree, like in gravity, or no? We don't all agree with that.
Well, that's the question, isn't it? That's the question. That's why gravity was created, right? Because something is causing the things in the sky to move, and well, I think it's magnetism. You know, the whole system like that we're in. But
yeah, that's how the moon. You know.
Do you listen? Are you like open at all?
I'm listening.
To, like not to being like proven wrong, or like is there any piece of evidence that
we're the ones that have already changed our mind? At this point, you're the bigot, right?
Have you ever looked at something that made you actually like second guess and then?
Ever?
Well, obviously,
I want to.
I was on the fence for years. Go ahead.
No, Hank, you're exactly right. Like we are.
Have you ever looked at a ball that looked like a table?
Ping
Why
pong.
the fuck do people keep saying shit about a table, man?
Have you ever looked at something that looked like something else?
Oh my god.
You ever bought a table from IKEA?
Can everybody but Creation Bear be quiet, please, just for a second, and then he'll pass the mic.
Well, Lucas, can you just restate your question for the audience, please?
Yeah, for sure. So, I was just asking, like, are you open at all to like being proven wrong? Are you open at all? Is there any piece of evidence?
Yes,
that
we are open to being wrong if you
Oh my
provide
god,
the evidence
dude.
for curvature.
I'd love to answer this question.
If y'all
please.
like,
That's some evidence.
if y'all deny all evidence by just saying
Lucas,
there's no
Lucas,
way to prove it correct,
Bong.
It has to
Let
be
me answer
evidence.
his question.
But
Yes.
Can I add a little bit more?
We'd love to see curvature measurements. I'd be happy to
Like the
get
radius?
Well,
if you
that's
guys
a
got
start.
proven
That's a-
wrong somehow, I know it won't happen. Okay, I know it won't.
Hey,
It's just
Butez.
everybody knows it won't. But if you somehow
Butez.
got proven wrong, would you be mad?
No, I'd be
we're
happy to get
trying
back
to
on the
prove
globe
ourselves
tomorrow.
wrong. We're trying to help you, help us, help
Oh
the world. Like, we want the curvature of the
So
earth.
you would almost want to be proven wrong in a way, or
Of
proven
Yes.
right.
Why,
So
that's
you
what we're
either want to
asking
be proven
everyone
wrong
that
or
joins
right.
here.
Why would we want to seem like we're going against science? That's the thing. We're still trying to prove that the earth is a ball to these fucking flat earthers. Sorry, guys, you know, I'm talking about us, but you know what I mean.
Imagine the scrutiny we get for what we claim to quote unquote believe that we've actually found out
Yeah, like
about the earth.
in
Hold
the
on,
real
hold
world,
on,
like real life,
hold on.
you get
Please
sorry.
hold on.
My
Thank
fault,
you so much. I'm quick.
Yeah.
The last thing I would want to do is alienate myself from my life. But unfortunately, this truth does that. And that's what makes it such a special fact to have under your belt. Because if you can put yourself in the position to understand that it's flat and stationary and go check and measure it and detect it and all that stuff, spend years doing it, then make up your mind.
Yeah.
If you can't go out and test it, That's the thing. That's the only thing that matters here. You can go measure it, guys.
Are any of you like flat earthers that like hide it like IRL?
There are more globe earthers, more globe earth than us. We are the most globe earth enthusiasts.
I can tell.
My point is this: no one would do this just because. Okay, nobody chooses to go, hey man, I'm sorry, but I don't believe fucking
Not calling you guys
99.8% of
crazy,
all that
but
stuff.
there are a lot of fucking crazy people in the world, so that's like that's an understatement. People would.
Well, here's the thing, dude. Crazy or not, it measures flat. Okay, it just all comes back to that.
That's why you're here.
Google is saying men can get pregnant. Oh, what the hell? Who are you talking about? Google is crazy too. Like, of course.
Well, yeah, Google is the whole world. I'm just saying everybody.
What do
There's
you mean
crazy everywhere in the world.
Define crazy.
What was the measurement stated earlier about you can see curvature at like was it 5 miles or something like that? Someone said
you can see it. You can see it at 5 miles, right? At 10 miles, it's 66 feet. So I went to Corpus Christi, Texas, North Beach, right next to the USS Lexington, and I could see while I was in the water, right? The water's up to my armpits, and I could see at 1 foot above the water, the other side at 10 miles away, there should have been 66 feet of curvature, right? Because I'm claiming the waves that day would have been about a foot, right? So I'm a foot off the surface. The waves would have been about a foot. So there should have been 66 feet of curvature, and I never should have saw the buildings on the other side. But the thing about it is, it was the first time I was there. I didn't know how far those buildings were away until I went and looked on Google Earth and measured it myself, and then realized that, oh shit, I shouldn't have been able to see that.
So, so what like calculation are you going off of on the size of the Earth being? How big are you saying this?
You can do it yourself. You can do it yourself. Go to the Earth Curve calculator right now on any search engine. These are made by Globers, right? This is their math. This is NASA's data, right? That everybody's got the radius of 3,959 miles, right? This isn't stuff that we made up. We're checking their claim, right? We're not making a claim. So everybody experiences a flat, stationary plane. Nobody experiences the Earth as a ball unless you look on TV or you close your eyes. In your mind's eye, when I say Earth and you picture a blue marble, that's a model, right? Like a model Porsche is only worth about, $100. The real Porsche could be up to 100,000, right? So when you go outside of the beach and you get the dirt between your toes, that's what Earth is. The stuff that earthworms live in. That's what Earth is. For some reason, somebody has brainwashed you from cradle to grave, and I mean literally in the cradle. You got the mobile above your head with the sun, moon, and stars circling together in a pattern with lights, right? So from cradle to grave, you've been brainwashed. And the definition of brainwashing is repeating the same thing over and over again until you start to believe it's true, right? Right?
Well, how about what if someone gave you the money to fly to space and you flew to space and you saw
They don't
the
even,
Earth
Sean,
is
they don't even think space is a thing.
what?
No, listen to what I'm saying. You don't need to fly to space to measure the Earth. You're right here on Earth. Like if I handed you my foot, would you say, man, I need to stand up and get on a ladder and measure this dude's head?
Okay,
No,
if
my
you're
foot's
in a
right there in
building-
front of your face.
If you're in a building, you can't just measure like everything perfectly. You would have to go outside and like look at it from an external view to like fully get the like complete image of what that looks like.
That's different.
And
We're not measuring
all
the Earth
evidence
as a whole.
against flat Earth. I believe that there's more evidence against flat Earth than there is with it because
Show us.
Just
We're
start
right
with
here,
one.
24/7.
maybe
When you see the
Did
stars,
you do the
Show us
calculations?
evidence.
things moving in the sky is not evidence of the shape of the ground. Okay, like all these explanations is not evidence. Having an explanation is not evidence. Okay, like listen, you're right. If we had to go up and look down and see the Earth was a ball, right? That is evidence. But that's the thing. The Earth has a radius, and when we go up, it doesn't correspond to what we see. It stays flat all the way to 128,000 feet. By then, the radius is like ridiculously big. The thing is, a ball cannot look flat no matter how big it is. That's the problem. People believe that shit. They think balls can look flat if they're big enough, but they don't. Check it in Blender. Check it in a computer program. It doesn't. Set up the
Do you know what the
camera.
So if
radius
you
is?
guys,
Bong, do you believe Zod should have made it on Chronic's roster?
Next
that's
question.
not important. Next question.
Hank, so I was actually going to ask, you had given your example of how you were in the water and you said that you couldn't see the buildings, but you did, and you went home, did the calculations. Did you calculate in your elevation from the center of the Earth and the buildings from the center of the Earth? Because you could have been on a much lower elevation than the buildings.
Bro, what do you not understand? If it's a sphere, then there's going to be a hump of curve, right? Nobody measures it from the center of the Earth. People don't measure mountains from the center of the Earth. Do you know what we measure elevation from? Main sea level. That's the average of the sea level, right? That's the reference frame that everybody measures from. So when you say that Mount Everest is this high, right? They'll say it measures this high from the base because topography matters. But when you measure everything else that's this high, it's this high from sea level. So I'm about 700 foot above sea level where I live in Texas, right? So nobody measures it from the center of the Earth. That's not even a variable because we're measuring the surface of the water. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 59 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225. So I saw the horizon past that. I saw the horizon at over 10 miles because I could see the objects that were on the other side of the water, right? That is impossible with the sphere radius that they give us. It's an impossible shot. It's like trying to shoot a deer on the other side of a 6-story building with 6 feet worth of air conditioners on top.
So if I was on top of the Eiffel Tower, I should be able to see basically
Well, put it in the Earth curve
another
calculator.
country.
No. Put it in the Earth curve calculator. That you should have looked that up by now, right?
I will look it up
All right. So yeah, you got to use the calculator to reference the model that they've told you, right? They've given the Earth a specific size, so you can go out and calculate this stuff. If you want to use Hank's example, put in 1 foot, and then Hank, what did you say that was 10 miles? Or how long was it?
Yeah, 10 miles should have been 66.6 feet.
Yeah.
of
So
curvature.
why don't we start with that, and then maybe you could do your Eiffel Tower example
Hey,
because that's
can
a
I
little
ask
bit.
you a quick question?
Sure.
So, if everything we say, like, so you as Joe said, like, y'all would like to be like proven correct, right? Like, or proven wrong. Y'all would like the Earth to be wrong.
Well, that's why we
Is what you're
challenge
saying?
everyone that joins here.
So, what evidence would make you believe that? Like, you thoroughly believe in not just believing what everyone tells you. You have to see it for yourself. And if you don't believe space is real, how are you gonna like know? What evidence
All right,
would make you change your mind?
Here's the deal. If I would have went to the beach and I wouldn't have saw anything but water for as far as the eye could see, just like the time that I went to the frozen lake where the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum is in Cleveland, Ohio. If I would have saw the same thing, right, I would have thought that the Earth was a sphere, right? But because I saw something I shouldn't have been able to see, I can't not believe my eyes, right? When someone says you can't trust your senses, that's because sometimes you can see an optical illusion, right? See things that aren't there. Pareidolia is a good example, right? When you make connections that aren't really there, you think that the rock was a tiger because you have this built-in mechanism where you want to survive. It's better to mistake a rock for a tiger than to mistake a tiger for a rock. That's deadly, right? So you trust your eyes. If someone is shooting at you, right, you know that that person's shooting at you because you can see and hear, everything that's going on. You don't not trust your eyes when someone's shooting at you. So when you go to the beach, why would you not trust your eyes, right? If you see a shark underwater, you know that you're supposed to stare that sucker down and swim backwards. And if he comes at you, you're supposed to kick him on his nose, You're not going to say, well, don't trust your eyes. That shark isn't really there, right?
Listen, Hank, if I was here telling you that I
Lucas.
saw curvature, you would not believe me and try and prove me wrong.
Lucas, to answer your question as directly as possible, we need to see curvature measurements.
There are plenty of
If you
those.
got them, show us.
Yeah,
show
if there's
us.
plenty, let's walk through at least
I just don't
one.
have a file open of every NASA measurement ever.
Just get one, okay? If there's plenty, just go find one and let's talk about it.
Okay.
Because like I said before, we ask literally everyone that comes here the same thing. Where are the curvature measurements?
With the shit I've heard, I think you guys should be anti-flat Earth, not anti-flat Earth, anti-globe, not flat Earth.
That's essentially that's what it is.
What do y'all think about the axis that it spins on? Like, it's obvious that the Earth is
Prove
spinning.
it.
No, it's not.
Prove it. You said that the Earth is spinning, but that shows how you don't understand classical relativity. Hold on, one at a time. Classical relativity, if you know how that works, then you understand that you can't just say that this motion is this, right? So if a bus is going down the street, they throw the tennis ball back and forth to the person outside the bus, the ball's moving at 20 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. But to everyone inside the bus, it's moving at 10 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour. So all motion is relative. So how do you know for certain that the moon is going around the Earth and the sun, or sorry, I said it wrong. If the sun is going around the Earth or if the Earth is going around the sun, how do you know?
Well, it's what I've been. I'm not gonna sit here and say it's only what I've been told. You're kind of like putting me on the spotlight here, but I'm just saying, like, the theories that you have could be proven wrong at any time, and y'all are.
Sure, go ahead. Please try. That's what we're asking you to do. Go to the beach and prove us wrong.
I mean, listen, man, I'm in 10th grade. Like, I'm just trying to, like, learn more about what you guys think about, like...
You're in 10th grade, so you can't go to the beach?
You believe everything that NASA has produced is false, correct? That's what you just said?
No.
Okay.
No.
What would all the money...
So, photos and these rocket ships and this research they do, you guys don't believe in when they go to space. Take this video, take this photo of the Earth.
All right, listen, bro.
Videos of,
what do you guys think is out there?
Hold on. Relax. Okay, so what if I told you that there's this government agency, and we all trust the government, right? We all love the government. They would never hurt anybody, right? And I said this government agency takes people to Narnia, and we take pictures, right? And then I show you a video of Bigfoot, because those exist, right? And I say, don't you believe in Bigfoot? And then when you say no, I'm like, bruh, there's a video. It's from a government agency, a well-reputable source, right? Why don't you trust Bigfoot? Well, it's because you haven't seen substantial evidence. Video evidence is not good enough. We've been faking, photoshopping and faking videos for like 100 years almost. I mean, literally.
We've been
photoshopping. I don't know, 100 years.
So, also, you think that
before
different countries...
hold on, you guys misunderstood. Before Photoshop, it was called cut and paste. You literally cut out and pasted.
Yeah, but you really think cut and paste has been around for 100 years?
Yeah,
he doesn't mean cut and paste in. Okay, so Hank, these guys are obviously like 15 years old, and they don't realize that cut and paste has two meanings.
I meant with scissors and glue.
Bro.
Yeah, people with scissors and glue have been faking things for a long time.
People believe that, though.
Also, you believe the whole space race is... What is your opinion on that? Two countries going
wartime
to race
propaganda.
to space.
But
you think that's
whenever a country is
but
at
the
war,
two countries
whenever a
fucking hate
country's
each
at
other. Why
war,
would they do that?
what makes you think Russia and the United States hate each other? Do me a favor. Mention the last time that an American soldier shot at a Russian soldier or a Russian soldier shot.
That was only because of Trump.
No, bro, you're missing the point. Name a time in history after the Tsar was overthrown and his family were gunned down in the basement that an American soldier has fired a bullet at a Russian or a Russian soldier has fired a bullet at an American soldier. It's an illusion.
1982.
No, because
if
Russia did it, we'd nuke the shit out of them and vice versa. That's why.
Exactly.
If that's what you believe, sure.
I truly do.
That's what
Same
they call.
reason why Russia won't come and try and like.
There's a name for that, man. They call it the
mutually assured destruction.
mutual annihilation. Mutual annihilation. Get that through your head. All right, carry on.
Thank you.
You like that?
Listen, like I'm trying to think of questions to like say something, but you'll just always
Well,
have
Lucas, you said you were doing some curvature measurements. Did you find anything?
Well, I haven't been looking up like.
Do you guys believe Tesla is a government program?
But look, Zod, your questions are. It's like imagine you're cross-examining me in court. You're asking like, "Well, do you really think my client would be lying?" Like you should be presenting evidence that they're telling the truth, instead of asking me if they lied or why they lied.
There you go.
I'm just asking.
Versus.
Do you think Elon Musk
Tesla.
has anything to do with the government?
But that's
Like,
not building a
Let me
strong
just say
case
something
for
real
your
quick.
argument.
Hold up. You don't hate Russians, okay? I don't think you hate Russians.
No, but
You
I
don't
hate
Russian
Putin.
people. And I don't think Russian people hate you, okay? So whatever you're thinking, that's what the governments are doing, and that's what they want you to think. But you don't hate Russians. Like that's stupid. That's ignorant. That's like I don't know, dumb, right? Like why
I
would
bet
you
if
just
you
hate
saw
Russians?
Russians in person, you probably want to make babies with like
I don't
at
hate
least
Russians.
40%
You don't
of
hate
them.
Russians.
Get pop music.
What the fuck are we even talking about, right? I mean, Hitler's not real. Like Russian people don't hate you. They have nothing to do with you. You don't have anything to do
I
with
got
them.
some really good Russian friends.
That shit doesn't exist, right? I'm just
I
saying.
got some
We
great
don't need
Russian,
Nah, we don't need
Ukrainian.
shit.
I got friends all over. I got friends.
Yeah, imagine you joined the military for a college fund and told you to go hate and kill some Russians. You're not gonna do that shit. I'm not here because I don't hate Russians.
They
That's
do it
dumb, right? Right?
All right,
Right?
let's get
Hell
back.
no.
Let's
Why
get
would
back
you
on
do
the. Let's get back on the topic. Okay,
Politics is
so
completely different.
here's the deal. We're talking about curvature, right? We're talking about curvature, right? So you guys think that the curvature you see on TV is real. And I'm telling you, just because you see something on TV doesn't make it real, right? You know that, right?
Yeah.
Like Bugs Bunny doesn't actually exist. That was wartime propaganda because every time Bugs Bunny was slightly, crossed, anytime somebody crossed him, in other words, pissed him off, he goes, oh, of course you know, this means war, right? So that was propaganda, right? You shouldn't go to war. Anytime you go to war, your politicians have completely failed you, and they're basically pointless at that point because what they're supposed to do is keep everything in commerce.
Yeah.
That's their job. Is
Can
keep
someone
commerce going.
can someone repost a link I put in chat and further explain that picture?
Do you put it in chat?
Yeah, but it went out as a link because I don't have permissions. Like someone has to repost the link.
Yeah, I got you. 1 second.
Thank you.
All right, so you guys said that you wanted to ask our questions, but we're going to be like, nuh-uh, every time. But the thing is, we're providing sources. I can teach you guys about how science and how it actually works. For example, you have to manipulate the cause to see the effect. How do you even do that in space? How do you manipulate something in space? Can you turn off the gravity of the moon to see if it causes the tides? No. Then how do you know it causes the tides? Well, someone explained to me that it causes the tides. Well, any village idiot can give you an explanation about the tides, but how do you know, right? The only way you know is if you manipulate the cause and see the effect, like a light switch. You go into a new hotel room. You guys can sit there for 2 weeks in that hotel and never touch a light switch, and you can theorize which switch is on which circuit and turns on which bulb, right? But until you actually start doing systematic experimentation with the light switches, you're not going to know which switch is on which circuit and controls which bulb. And then the science is never settled, right? Because if you find another light switch behind a picture frame and then you turn it on, it might be a second switch to the same bulb. That's why science is never settled, right? So you can't do any of that with space. So everything anyone has ever told you about space, it's been a postulation. It's not even a scientific theory. Like you might think that gravity is the most experimentally validated theory of all time, but it's actually not. You can't manipulate space-time. You know what space-time is? Are you familiar with what they say? Okay. So they say that the bending and warping of space-time is what's causing your cell phone to fall down when you drop it, right? And get this, I'm going to say that the reason that your cell phone falls down is because there's not enough buoyant force to hold it up in the atmosphere, in the gas. So when you drop it, it falls due to lack of buoyancy. Now, here's how I can prove it, okay? Let's say you've got a ping pong ball and you put it in a pail of water. It's going to float, right?
Yeah.
And then let's say your friend comes up with a 22 and he shoots the pail of water and it drains out. What's the ping pong ball going to do when there's no water in there?
It's probably not going to float anymore.
Right, it's going to go down. So you manipulated the specific gravity. Please search that term so that you know what I'm talking about. Specific gravity.
Hank, specific gravity is amazing, man. It's like, you put an ice cube in the water and it floats, and then you drink the water and it ends up at the bottom of the glass. It's not complicated, but it's
right.
It's beautiful.
But I'm trying to explain it to them. When they look up specific gravity, they're going to see the term relative density. So what you did in the experiment with the ping pong ball, and this is a scientific experiment, when you manipulate the relative density between the object, which is the ping pong ball, and the medium, which is the water, when you drain all the water out, then the relative density has changed, which was less dense than the medium is now more dense than the medium. And this is the actual cause of things going down. Has nothing to do with the bending and warping of space-time, unless you can show me an experiment where I can manipulate space-time, which exists in the deepest part of space, right? And in the deepest part of space is said to be a near perfect vacuum, meaning that there's not very much matter or material there. So if this is a non-material thing, it's a concept. Like eternity, it's a concept. It's not a physical thing you can hold in your hand. Like I'm a Texan, so I have this idea about liberty and freedom. You can't bend and warp my freedom because freedom doesn't have any physical attributes that you can bend and warp. Those are physical attributes. So if you look up the definition of space-time, which I'm about to post some definitions in the Livestream voice text, if you just look right here, you can see that it's all a concept, right? But specific gravity, you can't argue with that. If you're in a salt bath, you're going to float because the salinity of the water makes it so dense that you're
Do you actually float in a...
less dense.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's called what do they call it? Something deprivation tank, sensory deprivation tank.
Sensory deprivation, yeah.
Yeah, they get like a tank full of salt water and they fill it up to make it about 98.6 degrees. And then when you're floating in the water, you feel weightlessness. You can't hear, see, or feel anything, right? And that's because of specific gravity. It has nothing to do with you having, some sort of magical anti-gravity machine, right? It has nothing to do with the bending and warping of space-time like they'll teach you in the colleges, or mass attracting mass is what they taught you when you were in elementary school or middle school, right?
Yeah.
So the real science...
Oh my god, I just had a trick shot!
The real science is specific gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys believe the space programs are just like SpaceX and Tesla? Or...
These are the same questions over.
Hey, first and foremost, man.
This isn't building a strong case that they have done what they've said they've done. This
I'm
isn't
just asking. If you're afraid to answer it, let me know.
I'm not afraid to answer it.
Dude, that's all we do here, man. Come on,
Just
please.
asking over and over, do you really think my client could be lying? It's like, well, what's the evidence that they've told the truth?
So them doing these space programs are just useless.
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah, that's a big brush you got there, man. Dude, that's big. It's a big one. Big brush. I got the big paintbrush. I got a 4-incher here, baby. Gonna cover some ground. Hold on.
If they got you believing it, and they're taking 60 million a day, why is that useless?
Whoa, are they actually?
$60 million a day minimum.
Holy
That's more, actually more than that.
Do you think if you had that amount of money to put towards your beliefs, do you think that you would be able to prove that the Earth is flat?
It's not a belief.
We're not proving it, right? We're asking you to go outside and prove it to yourself. Right? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, right? You can show a bitch some knowledge, but you can't make them think. So we're asking you to go to the water yourself. We're asking you to go to the water yourself and take some measurements.
Hey,
It's that
Lucas.
simple. It's so simple. It's too simple, man. How dare you? How dare you go to the water and take some measurements? My goodness, that's so difficult. You got a big giant body of water. You can go out and measure how far you can see, man. Please come back when you've done that. At least, come on.
What if I don't live near water?
That's fine. You don't have to live.
That's cool. You can go up to a mountain peak. Go up to get a mountain peak.
You don't live
Yeah, let me
next to your
just
mountain.
let me
But
just
hold on,
get
hold
in
on.
my
I'm
non-existent
sure
car.
at some point you'll
He
do some
lives
traveling.
he lives in New Mexico. That's why he can't.
Oh shit, we got some observations. What about look at those?
Yo, okay, so back to the sun and the moon and the earth, right? And tides. So, like,
Yeah, how's that tides working on those big giant lakes like Lake
no,
Michigan?
okay.
How's that
So,
working?
Let him ask the question real quick.
So Isaac Newton, right, in 1687, he discovered that
Isaac Newton.
tides. Okay, you can let me finish. Tides are long periods of waves that move through the ocean in response to forces exerted by the moon and the sun.
That's it. It makes it true. I shut down the server.
Then why? No. Hold on.
You're saying that, but your couple of measurements make your statement true.
Exactly.
Wait a minute.
Why are you saying that?
Steve, okay, so we've got a claim on the table. Now let's look
We
at
got
the
a claim.
evidence.
So, okay. He claims that the ocean tides result from the gravitational
We
attraction
know
of the sun and the
claim.
moon and the oceans of the
Yes,
earth.
we're aware of the claim. We're all very aware of the claim. We probably used to
Okay.
believe this too.
Okay.
The question is, let's look at the evidence.
And even if just real quick, I'll add that even if the sun and the moon do have a lot to do with the tides, does that prove that the world is a spinning ball?
Let me just grab the sun and the moon real quick, bro. Hold on.
Yeah, but it works on a flat Earth too. Is the point? Even if that's true, that's all I'm saying.
Why?
Because the sun and the moon are above us, and they could be electromagnetically influencing the water that has salt in it.
But weren't there different levels?
Aren't there what?
Different levels.
Different levels? What do you mean?
Yeah, earlier you explained different levels of the flat Earth. Or
There's
somebody
not
did.
like there's not a flat Earth like model or any kind of levels or anything
No.
about it other than that we're sure we're not spinning any longer, right?
What's in the
And
middle
the sun and
of
the
the flat
moon,
Earth?
but that's the thing. Having to know all the things that maybe can't be known doesn't prove that it's not flat. Because how could anyone know what's in the middle of the Earth unless they made it up like they did with the spinning ball theory?
What's the spinning ball theory?
What do you mean by levels?
The magnet with the iron core, the molten iron core. Do you know about the Curie temperature? Have magnetic metals lose their or metals lose their magnetism when they reach a certain heat. You know about that? Anyway, there's no way they could know. There's no way they could know what's in the middle of the Earth.
Wait, Smeeve, what did you mean by levels anyway?
Somebody explained levels of the flat Earth earlier.
Meaning
I don't
what?
know. I wasn't looking at the names when they said it.
Levels.
So us globe or circle believers, we believe in mantle, crust. Is there a sort of same concept with a flat Earth?
Yeah, well, on
How far
either
down can we dig with a flat Earth?
That's a great question. It's the same on either side. Look up the Kola super deep borehole. It's less than 8 miles. So, and what
That's at
the
least what we're
crust and all
told,
that
yeah.
stuff is supposed to be like way further down than that. So my
Hey,
question is like, if someone's only dug,
Hey, guess what, man? They're fucking
FED.
3,000 fucking miles short of center, bro.
FED.
They drilled down 9 miles. They're 3,000 fucking miles short of drilling into the center of the earth, man. 3,000 miles. Think about that, man.
Hey,
I'm
real
thinking
quick,
right now,
I
actually.
Everything,
hey, I have a
everything below
question.
our
Hey, do you
range, they
mind-
made it up. Go ahead. I'm
I
sorry.
have a question for Lucas, real quick. Lucas, you here still?
Going on, man?
What's up? So you know what irony means, right?
Bruh. Of course, bro.
Right, you know the difference, right? You
It's
know
like a
the
fire truck
definition.
being on fire.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So then you also know what like the meaning or what it means to say something's obvious, right?
Yes.
So wouldn't it be ironic if you came in here saying that it's obvious the Earth is spinning, but then you weren't able to give us any obvious facts or obvious experiences you've had that would prove to you that the Earth is spinning in any way. In fact, it seems the exact opposite to you in every way, except for maybe what you believe that they've shown you. So
I have
how
something
could
to
that
add,
be
actually.
obvious? How could it be so obvious if it's
I have
only
something
a belief?
obvious. It's called
Lucas, I'm waiting for Lucas's answer
okay,
on this,
okay.
please.
Listen, man.
I'll tell
It's
you this,
called, like-
Lucas.
Wait,
Yeah,
no, I
let
want to
Tyler.
hear Lucas answer how it's so obvious that we're spinning. Tell us.
Well, listen, man. There's like many ways, but just like the sun and the moon appearing is proof. Like there's no.
What? How is that proof to make it
Can I add
obvious that
something
we're
to this?
spinning? How does that know? Lucas, how is any of it obvious to you? And wouldn't it be ironic if there was nothing obvious about it, but that was your statement when you first came here?
It would be ironic. It would be ironic.
That's all I'm saying. So go ahead and tell us how it's obvious.
That. Let Tyler answer this. He's way smarter than me. Just.
Well, and you should have an answer, and it's already ironic that you don't when you said it's
I know
obvious.
it's
And
ironic.
this is
Yeah, you don't have to be smart.
I'm gonna stand up for the little guy. So
You believe as a flat earther that the sun, and I would like you to explain to me how the
I have
sun
no
moves
idea
around
what
a
the
flat
sun-
earth.
I have no
Can you
idea.
let me
I have
finish?
no idea.
You have no idea. Okay.
Wait,
Yep.
but didn't Hank address this earlier? Like, how are we supposed to give this in kind of information? I thought we addressed this already.
Okay, so you have no idea how it moves. You think it just does it magically.
Real quick.
But that's
All I'll say to
Maybe
that is-
maybe we
listen,
rotate
real
around the
quick,
sun.
and the short answer to that before you even continue, flat Earth isn't a belief; it's the loss of a belief.
Okay. All right.
So
thank you for stating that.
I'm so
But Zod,
So
notice how no one said anything about
I'm
magic.
a recovering heliocentric.
Jesus.
Kenny. My
all right,
name.
okay, okay, thank you.
Right. So there's nothing to do
Gravity.
with magic.
I want to say something. Gravity is the magic. Okay, we said it could be electromagnetic. We understand how it works and how it could work. Gravity is the magic. The curvature that you can't see is the magic because it has nothing to do with the radius. It looks flat. So
The spinning that we can't verify is magic.
Yeah. What you mean when you say
Right? The
it's
vacuum
obvious,
of space is magic. We can't
it's obvious
verify a
that,
vacuum.
it's obvious
Sorry,
that things in the sky are moving, that the sun, moon, and stars are moving, and that's why you think it's obvious that spinning. That's not how you. The things in the sky are moving. You're not moving. How do you know you're moving? It's not by looking at things moving in the sky.
wait a second. I'm so okay. Hold on. So if the Earth is flat, right? So we're being pulled towards the center of the Earth, right?
No.
Then
No,
where are
that's
we being pulled towards? We're being pulled towards. We're being
that's
pulled
some
towards.
misinformation.
I just explained to you
Listen,
how
they
specific
put out
gravity
misinformation.
works. Hold on,
They put
hold
out
on, hold on.
yeah, listen, I know what you're talking about, though. They
Guys,
put out
relax.
misinformation saying that that's what flat earthers think, and it's not true. They think that gravity has to be pulling towards the center. It's the most ridiculous thing I ever read.
Okay,
Gravity
explain.
goes towards the center of the. We don't think it's a disc, right? It's not a disc like they're talking about with the center of gravity at the middle of the disc. That's ridiculous. It's a misinformation to try to cover up and
that's just common sense, though.
and
What?
Flat Earth Society was a whole thing that made it seem like what we're talking about is stupid on purpose.
It should be common sense to me, but that's the propaganda that's been put out there that Earth's some sort of disc.
If the Earth is not a
Getting a
ball,
time, by the way.
then a lot of explanations you had on that ball, right? Now they're gone, right? But look, the Earth is not curving like a ball. So coming over here and asking us for explanations to replace the ones that you lost on the ball does not make it a ball, okay? Because the curvature is not there. So if the curvature is not there and the Earth is not a ball, then these explanations are not real, and we don't have explanations for everything. Like, does that make sense? No model, no explanations for what the sun is, how far it is, and what it's made of, and when it's gonna explode and kill everyone. You like that explanation? That's the explanation. 8 billion years, the sun's gonna explode and kill everything. That's why we have to go to space and find another planet to go to. Whoo! Isn't that exciting? You're never gonna go to space, not in your lifetime, not in your grandchildren's lifetime,
All
not
right,
in
let
their
him respond, Bong.
grandchildren's lifetime. Ever go to space?
Well, space
Go
doesn't
ahead.
exist.
Space is fake AF.
Okay.
Another piece of disinformation. Nobody's saying space doesn't exist. We're saying we don't know what space is, and we're not going to try to make up some story like you
No, I
believe.
mean, I don't really think anyone can know what space is necessarily. There's not
Well,
enough.
they're telling us they know. They're telling us they have probes. They're telling us they have things floating around out there and pictures of planets that are all CGI. I mean, they're just making it up.
I mean,
But they're
CGI.
they're
When
making
anybody can go to the store and buy something and look
rough
at it.
estimates. Obviously, they're not going to know down to the kilometer how fucking far away Jupiter is, down to the identical kilometer, but it's rough estimates. Like, it's not.
How are you going to say it's?
Hey, you know what? All you have to do is start closer to
CGI.
home. Hey, listen, start closer to home. Just go on Google right now and find us one real picture of the Earth spinning from space. Just go find a real one and post it.
You can't really get a spinning picture.
What you think is real?
It'd have to be a
real,
video.
Okay,
even just
we
a
get
real
it.
picture.
But you made a
right?
good
But you
point
don't have
about
a
being
real
able to go to the store and buy something. Well, you can't go to space and verify anything. So there's a difference there.
If you went in space and saw the round Earth rotating,
Yes.
would you
100%.
believe that?
But they're already
If
telling us
space
they did
were
that, right?
real.
Go find the pictures. Go find the pictures that are real and bring them in here and tell us you think they're real still.
The
After
one
really
thing that you
looking at
guys have said that I actually liked is that you would like to be proved wrong. Like, if something
Fuck
actually
yeah, man.
proved you wrong,
Would
Dude,
you say the
you guys
same
would be
thing,
really happy.
Butez?
100%.
Would you
most
say
of
the
us
same
have
thing for
given up
yourself?
by now. We don't think there's a chance we'll be proven wrong. We just say that. So you'll go try to prove us wrong and you'll see that there is no proof.
Please
We've looked for it.
prove us wrong. Please. I'm tired,
Yeah,
man.
but Kenny, you know there's no way because all the laws of thermodynamics are broken and all the things that make it impossible. So there's no way to prove it wrong once you realize that.
Why?
Butez,
Okay, I have
would
another
you say the
question.
same?
Like, I get like you have your belief and whatever. Or
No,
it's
no, no,
more
no.
than a belief. I'm sorry.
I say it again. Flat Earth is not a belief; it's a loss.
Yeah, I know,
of a belief.
I
It's the loss of a belief.
I can't.
And
Earth,
I'm
man.
sorry.
you
I'm
saying
sorry.
that
I'm
is your
sorry.
belief.
No, it's
Yeah.
not.
No, it's not. Okay. Like, would you? I don't know. Why do you dedicate so much time into like caring and explaining to other people?
Why are you here? Why
No,
are you
listen,
because
don't
I'm
ask
just
them. Don't
curious.
ask them.
Like, I don't spend
It's
like
a good, fair question.
I don't
It's a fair
understand why
question.
you guys act like. Why don't you just live your lives or
Destroy
whatever? Like, you're never
lying
gonna beat
yeah,
the government.
exactly.
Globers like
That's a
You're never
good
gonna beat
question.
the government. So even if the
destroy
Earth is
them.
flat,
No,
why do
it's
you
not
guys
about
care?
beating the
About
government. That's
Butez,
another
we're just hanging out,
misinterpretation.
bro.
It's not about beating the government. That's another misinterpretation. That's not the goal, is to beat the government. You're never going to get them to tell you the truth, because if they're lying to you right now, you're never going to force them to tell you the truth.
Yeah, they're
But
not gonna
the
hear
whole
the fucking truth.
philosophy, think about it. If it was true that you're not on a spinning ball, would that not change your philosophy somewhat about
Well,
things in general?
Yeah,
Maybe
but
it could. It could affect your philosophy. So it's something we've all experienced. Something that it makes us kind of cultish sounding because we're like, oh, we experienced this stuff, a change in philosophy. But actually, it's just something that gives you discernment about a lot of things, as well as just makes you in complete amazement that these are of the lie and how big it is, and how many things there are to discover that we're being lied to about, and we can go and now look into all these other things. It's so big that you can't even describe it until you realize that the only reason that you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not spinning.
yeah, I just feel like even if I
Butez,
was
I'll say
convinced
this.
somehow, I feel like I'd just like not overly like express it, and I kind of just live my life because it's not like it's gonna matter.
That's what we all do.
Oh my God, it's not going to matter.
Everybody assumes
not
that
gonna
at first.
matter.
Everybody assumes that at first. It won't matter in every way. It will matter in some big ways.
The fucking globe.
Yo,
I was trying to
this
talk
guy's
my
really
video
fucking
game.
annoying. I'm not gonna lie, he will not shut up in the goddamn chat. You should
Yeah, hey, Kenny, you're talking over a little bit.
No, I'm
Butez,
talking about the fucking guy in the text chat. I'm talking about the text chat.
well, Butez, I just want to say this too, man. Like we all live our lives. We're just chilling. We're just chilling here around the VC, having a good time, and it's nice to have a conversation with other people. And I would also say that there's a pretty decent chunk of globe earthers who would cut off an arm to go to space. So it's like we're just sort of trying to help those people out, not get scammed, So
Yeah,
it's
just
fun to
don't
have
invest a lot of your
conversations with
time
other
and money.
people. I don't have a campaign or a mission statement. I'm not trying to recruit people or get the numbers up. It's not about that. I'm here having a good time. It's nice to talk to you guys.
Even if you don't believe space is real, if you got the option, like if Elon Musk came up to you and was like, yo, whatever's
Yes,
up there, do you
answer is
want us
yes.
to send you up there? You would do it?
The answer is yes.
Even with the chance that he's
space.
completely bullshitting and he's gonna fucking murder you and tell people that you went to space, like.
Wait, listen. Again, just to clarify, the disinformation has to be clarified. It's not that we believe that space isn't real. It's that we no longer believe that space travel is happening. Whatever space is, we don't know. We're not claiming it's fake because there's something up there, but we don't know what it is, and we don't think that they're going there because the evidence is not there. And it's obvious. It's obvious that we're not spinning. By the way.
So did Boutez present any globe proof?
Oh my God.
No.
Or is he just asking his
asking
questions?
Shut
and
your fucking mouth! Holy shit! I'm
Hey,
just asking
relax.
questions.
Hey, everybody relax. Like both sides, that was uncalled for. There's nothing wrong with asking questions.
That's all
right?
we've been
It's
doing.
okay.
I have not got offensive
Present
about
your
anything.
globe proof, s'il vous plaît, monsieur.
Yeah, we would like the globe proof, but we know that it doesn't exist. But the reason we're asking you to provide it is so that you'll realize that it doesn't exist.
I'm more educating myself by asking you guys questions, but
That's fine. Yeah, we expect you to ask questions. No big deal, right? So we're trying to make this like a comfy little place for people to come and ask questions to see what we think because not everybody agrees. Hey, you know what? That's okay. People disagree sometimes. That's perfectly fine. But we're trying to get you to think outside the box because every day in school, you stare at the clock and you're crammed inside this little box and you're told that you can't leave until you get permission, right? We're just asking you to, fuck all that bullshit and think for yourself. Question authority. And in order to think for yourself, you must question authority. And that means every authority, right? Respect your mom and dad. But if they tell you something, ask them, who told you that? How do you know? How can I verify that?
Hey, Hank, can I ask you something?
Yep. Sure.
If this is like such a cozy place, can you like get my fans to stop adding me in the chat? Like,
yeah.
For real,
actually,
bro.
though, you have one admin, or I don't know if he's an admin or what, but he is just
Holy
my
fuck,
God.
bro.
Literally scrolled the chat like 10 times. He just pinged us over and over. It's actually annoying. His name's Donato or whatever. That guy's so fucking
Dave, take it easy on the youngsters, man. Take it easy.
Who?
Yeah,
I don't know. It's Donato in the it's in the text chat. They're talking about the text chat.
Yeah, it's Donato. Yeah, nobody in the call. No, I'm talking about in the chat. That guy's fucking
Everybody
annoying.
relax. Guys, remember, these are normies. These aren't globetards.
No.
Not at all. Who's going after? It's not us here, Hank. He's
I'd
talking
like
about.
to remind him about his lack of globe proof and that he has zero globe proof after 18 years of school.
Well, we all did. We all believed it too.
We all did. We all had that.
Oh, but you got to remind these cocky, arrogant globers that they have zero globe proof.
Well, that's the whole thing. Wouldn't it be ironic if you came in here
I'm sure you
assuming that you
believe the
knew?
fucking globe at 1.2, man.
Yeah, there's no beliefs here. There's no beliefs. This is a non-belief zone, bro. You go find what you think exists, and wouldn't it be ironic if you can't find it? That's all I'm asking. You go ahead and find it. Find the globe proof that really proves to you.
There you go.
And then we'll talk. But you don't have it. And it's crazy. It's crazy that you're in here laughing at us when you have nothing.
By, like, referencing, like, say,
if someone came up to you with a
position
fucking
of like the star
gun,
or the moon, you can
and
like
they said,
observe.
yeah, you finish.
Wait, I think Lucas is trying to tell us how obvious it is we're spinning. Go ahead, Lucas.
How I was just gonna like say that
it's obvious that we're
like,
spinning.
You can calculate like the Earth's circumference, and it's happened before. Like you could reference like I don't know, say like a star, or, like the moon or something. And
I gotta piss.
Wait, but Lucas,
you have to understand. There's a reverse engineering process that went on here. They figured out how things moved. Then they made postdictions, not predictions. They reverse engineered the way things, and a lot of it doesn't work when you really look into it. So you just got to really look deep. You have to want to know. It's not about a belief. We don't want you to believe anything. We don't want you to be convinced. We're not trying to convince you at all. That's the worst thing we could do, because then you're just believing something we say. All we're saying is go look into it for yourself if you want to know. But if you don't want to know, that's understandable. You're a young kid. Just get on with your life. Don't stay here. Don't learn.